Lu Bai gazed at the translucent subtitles hovering before his eyes. System missions, starting capital rewards, all laid out clearly. A smile tugged at his lips. It seemed only those blessed with striking looks were granted the privilege of transmigration. He was now a senior at Launching Film Academy, 1 year away from graduation. Ding! The group chat notification chimed. The counselor's message appeared. Seniors, you have ample time now, with only online courses left. Shoot more films, hone your craft, and those with the means should aim for theatrical releases. This semester's assignment is a short film, no shorter than 30 minutes, submitted to my email before winter break. Special arrangements will follow next term. Lu Bai read the message and smiled. A script in hand, starting capital secured. This assignment should be a breeze. Lu Bai knew that this world's technology was highly advanced. Film production was incredibly mature, with rendering and visual effects capabilities that could deliver polished results in record time. First, secure the lead actor. I can recruit graduated seniors for the crew. Unwilling to waste a moment, Lu Bai rose from bed to freshen up. Iron Man was pure blockbuster entertainment. Tight pacing, sharp storytelling. By today's standards, the plot might seem formulaic, but in 2008, it had been utterly electrifying. It ultimately cost $135 million to produce, yet grossed nearly $585 million at the box office. The numbers seemed modest on the surface, but one must remember Marvel was on the brink of bankruptcy then. Without the smashing success of Iron Man, there would have been no Marvel Cinematic Universe, nor the Avengers. This was undoubtedly Marvel's foundation stone, one of Earth's greatest commercial films. If I can draw props from the system, could I actually pull out a powered armor suit? Lu Bai was filled with anticipation. After washing up, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, scrolling through actor profiles on his phone. Matching the source material exactly made finding the right cast far from easy. While Lu Bai pored over actor profiles, the class group chat was buzzing. Finally, seniors. No classes, time to sleep in. Have you picked your filming topics yet? I want to shoot a family drama, something that'll make the audience cry on command. Anyone in? Go with romance, it's the safest bet. The counselor mentioned special arrangements next semester in the main group. What could that be? Monitor. Lin Ming. Lin Ming spotted the mention and couldn't hide his delight. A chance to show off. He typed back smoothly, I do know a thing or two. The special arrangement. Next semester, a few outstanding works will be selected for campus screening. Industry professionals will also be invited to watch. If the film is excellent, industry big shots might take notice. Getting recruited into a major production isn't out of the question, and a truly outstanding work could even get a theatrical release. This explosive news instantly set the chat ablaze. No way, the school's going all out this time. Actually inviting industry veterans to watch our work. As expected of the Monitor, always in the know. I heard something too. Another class has a real prodigy director. Their work's incredible, hundreds of thousands of views online. The school has high hopes for them. Thinks this is the perfect way to boost visibility, which is why they're making this move next semester. That's literally a golden ticket to fame. If a top director or actor notices we're launched. Another eager voice continued, tagging Lin Ming. Monitor, you know so much. You must be ready. Bring us along. Your family's probably backed you heavily, right? Lin Ming's vanity swelled, but he played it cool. Not much backing. Just $5 million for production. Planning to adapt a short story. Whoa, a tycoon. Take us with you. Monitor's so cool. He's actually loaded. First place this term is locked in. Bank transfer received 100,000 credits. Lu Bai paid no mind to the group chat. Staring at the deposit notification, he felt deeply satisfied, and far bolder in his search for high-profile actors. And wouldn't you know it, he actually found him. However, the way he found it left Lu Bai somewhat stunned. He discovered it through a social news article. Lu Bai clicked into the article and confirmed several key details. American Tony, 40 years old, boy acting since childhood, rose to fame. Highest achievement was an Oscar nomination. But due to chaotic personal life, he was criticized and boycotted by netizens, faced massive compensation claims from partner brands, and ultimately faded from fame for a decade. Recently spotted playing an extra, he triggered childhood memories for many, but failed to make a significant comeback. Lu Bai's eyes lit up as he studied Tony's profile. This man not only bore a striking resemblance to the Iron Man prototype, but his lifestyle also matched the playboy persona perfectly. After further research, Lu Bai learned that Tony had been married with children for years, enjoyed a harmonious family life, and taken any role to support his family, completely changing his former ways. I should try reaching out. Let me keep looking for suitable candidates. Lu Bai searched for a long time, but couldn't find anyone who fit. In terms of cost effectiveness, Tony was still the best choice. Just as Lu Bai was pondering how to contact Tony, someone sent him a private message. Lu Bai, have you decided what film to shoot? Why not join my team? I have new ideas, and we can collaborate again. The message sender was named Han Moing. Fair, smooth skin, tall stature, delicate face. Lu Bai recalled she could score a 93 overall. Han Moing was highly capable, with strong screenwriting talent, though her strength lay only in outlining plots. Filling in details was her weakness. The original Lu Bai had helped write scripts for her, and their collaboration had been very pleasant. So Lu Bai wasn't surprised she would reach out. I've decided, heroic theme. Han Moing sat in her dorm room chair, wearing a sheer nightgown, one leg draped casually over the other, toes swinging relaxedly. She wasn't surprised by the message. Her slender fingers gently tapped the phone screen. I'm not surprised you want to make your own film. Your screenwriting is strong. You always write my scripts. I feel bad. Good luck, send it to me when you finish. Han Moying felt regretful. She knew her weakness was screenwriting. Getting Lu Bai to cooperate was truly the best option. But she was also a confident person. She had been constantly improving her writing skills, and now her screenwriting ability had improved significantly. She believed this script of hers wouldn't lose to anyone. Okay, definitely. Lu Bai knew her invitation was sincere and felt grateful. If you need anything, let me know, I can help too. Hope we can work together again. Facing Han Moying's goodwill, Lu Bai thanked her warmly before leaving the cafeteria. Being helped right after transmigration felt wonderful. But now with the system, he naturally wanted to produce Earth scripts to maximize benefits. That night, Lu Bai contacted Tony. Sending a Facebook message inviting him for an audition, he barely expected a reply, but Tony actually responded. You're sure I should play the lead? Late at night, Tony had just finished playing a corpse role and stared at the message in utter surprise. He wasn't excited, only puzzled. At 40, with idols and trainees dominating, where was his market? Yes, I think you're perfect for this role, glory, downfall, and self-realization. It's tailor-made for you. I believe you need this opportunity. Lu Bai typed with enthusiasm. He didn't think Tony would refuse. Indeed, Tony couldn't refuse, only suppressing his excitement. He was afraid this might be a joke. He had started acting at 4, nominated for an Oscar at 20. After 10 years of silence, how could the desire to perform on the big screen die? He refused to accept playing corpses as a passerby. I want to read the script. Tony's fingers trembled as he sent the message. Heart pounding, torn between hope and fear. Soon a document appeared in the private message. Named Iron Man. Tony would forever remember this night, the night he encountered the film that would change his life. Years later, on every red carpet and before every microphone, he would gratefully mention Lu Bai's name. But tonight he still trembled with anxiety. Could this really be his chance? Even if it were a dream, he didn't want to wake up. Tony read the script word by word, experiencing the protagonist's journey. Brilliant young arms dealer kidnapped by terrorists, building the first Iron Man suit to survive. Emerging from the cave, reborn. Especially at the end when facing reporters' questions and declaring, I am Iron Man, Tony's emotion turned to flooding tears. When he closed the document, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Suddenly remembering, he realized he was so absorbed in the script that he hadn't replied to his boss. Fearful of being rude, Tony nervously replied, give me a chance, I want to act. Blue Star had 3 major regions: Qin Province, American continent, and the 7 Islands Province. Donnie arrived in Qin Province, just as dawn was breaking after taking the earliest flight. He wore a well-tailored suit and carried a black leather briefcase, looking impeccably formal and clearly valuing their first meeting. Sunglasses perched on his high nose bridge, concealing dark circles from sleepless nights. He couldn't forget the emotions of last night. Seeing the protagonist of the script felt as if looking at himself. When he finished his extra work, he rushed home and told his wife immediately. They embraced and wept together, believing this was a wonderful opportunity. Donnie felt the same way and made up his mind to land the role. But the more he looked forward to it, the more afraid he became. He had reached the peak and fallen to the abyss for a full decade. He knew every opportunity was hard-won, losing sleep over it. So he kept reading the script over and over again. God, I hope everything goes smoothly. He strode out of the airport, daring not waste a single minute. Donnie hailed a taxi and immediately headed to the agreed location. It was a mid to high-end coffee shop situated by the lakeside. Standing at the entrance, Donnie adjusted his suit while watching young people filming near the lake. Knowing this was near Qin Province Film Academy, he wasn't surprised. After taking a deep breath, Donnie put on a confident smile and bravely pushed open the door. He immediately saw a handsome man gesturing to him. Is this the director who sent me the script last night? Donnie was slightly stunned, hardly believing it. He's so young. Even by American standards of beauty, he was exceptionally handsome. Could this really be a big star? Hello, are you Mr. Lu Bai? Donnie asked uncertainly. Yes, please sit, Lu Bai said politely and cordially. Donnie sat down in astonishment, never expecting such an outstanding script to come from a college student. Therefore, he actually felt a bit uneasy. But he knew he had to seize this opportunity. So he took out the printed script from his briefcase and began explaining his understanding of the role, his insights, and his thoughts on certain scenes. He tried his best to showcase his interpretations, hoping to successfully land the role. He desperately wanted to return to the big screen. And more than that, he wanted to give his wife, who had stayed by his side through hardship, a beautiful home. That was his promise when he proposed. Now the opportunity was right before him. His weathered eyes were filled with longing and urgency, afraid to see any dissatisfaction or impatience in Lu Bai's gaze. Lu Bai was quite surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have prepared so thoroughly, even offering excellent suggestions on camera angles and visual effects presentation. But honestly, when he saw this tall, mature man before him, he knew this role belonged to him. Iron Man could only be played by Donnie. But the other party spoke so well that Lu Bai couldn't bear to interrupt. Listening to the explanation, he gained a deeper understanding. That's my overall impression of this role. It may be immature, but I hope to receive Mr. Lu Bai's guidance. After finishing, Donnie slowly put down the script, still nervous inside, worried that he hadn't performed well enough. He hurriedly added, please don't worry about my fee. I'm affordable. I just hope to be part of this film. I could even act for free. Under the table, his hands clenched into fists on his knees. He needed this opportunity so badly and desperately hoped to receive affirmation. And Lu Bai's next words struck his heart completely. Mr. Donnie, you spoke wonderfully. What you expressed is exactly what I thought. I won't let you act for free. Although most of the funding will go into the sets and post-production, your fee won't be small. Lu Bai smiled warmly, stood up solemnly, and extended his right hand. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Donnie's heart trembled slightly, his pupils still a bit red. After a moment of surprise, he hastily stood up and grasped Lu Bai's hand with both hands, his voice thick with sincere gratitude. Pleasure working with you. These 4 words finally settled his heart that had been hanging all night. A touch of bitterness welled up within him. Lu Bai sat back down and began introducing his situation. Mr. Donnie, we discussed my circumstances last night. The crew team is still being built, and we need sets, crew members, and prop production, so the preparation period will take some time. As for actors, we'll be casting many American actors. This is also set by the script. I want to stay true to the original work, and the story is set in America. Donnie nodded, feeling both anxious and excited. He never imagined he could play the male lead again. He had waited 10 whole years. The two of them chatted over the script for a long time. Donnie was amazed by Lu Bai's familiarity with the material. Each description was so vivid and cinematic, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This made Donnie feel deeply reassured. No wonder he could produce such a mature script. Only Lu Bai could bring the scenes on paper to life. However, can I ask how much the filming budget is? Or are you currently seeking financial support? Donnie finally worked up the courage to ask. From Lu Bai's description, it was clear this wouldn't be a small-scale production. But with such grand visuals and special effects, the budget would certainly be substantial. Of course, having the chance to play the lead, he didn't dare to be greedy about the investment. But he also didn't want a sloppy production. He valued this film highly. But reality had taught him that even if the special effects turned out terrible, he wouldn't walk away. After all, he had already accepted extra roles. What reason did he have to refuse? His expression was merely complicated. Asking this was simply to get a sense of the situation. After all, Lu Bai was too young, dressed casually, and still a student. It would be difficult for him to raise such a massive budget. Let me show you if this is enough. Lu Bai, understanding the other's concerns, smiled, and took out his phone, opened online banking, and pushed it toward Donnie. Donnie picked up the phone with confusion, and his pupils instantly dilated. He stared at the string of numbers, bewildered and shocked. 9 digits. His heart trembled violently, and he briefly doubted his own eyesight. Let me count again. It really is 9 digits. Over 100 million. Suddenly, Donnie was thoroughly overwhelmed with emotion. He even tried tapping the number and found he could make transfers. This wasn't a screenshot. This was real, tangible liquid capital. 100 million Blue Star dollars. This was absolutely a major production. Boss Lu, when can we sign the contract? I can't wait any longer. Donnie returned the phone with both hands, his demeanor full of excitement and respect. Knowing there wouldn't be a shortage of funds for this production, Lu Bai was the biggest sponsor. Could Donnie truly make his comeback this time? Lu Bai retrieved his phone, and the two discussed the fee. Donnie, eyeing the opportunity this film presented, his chance to return to the silver screen as the lead actor, dared only to request 100,000 in compensation. As he had initially stated, he was willing to act for free if the script proved compelling, a clear demonstration of his sincerity. Though the majority of the budget will be allocated to post-production, 100,000 still falls short. How about 500,000? Would that work for you? Lu Bai had no intention of actually going through with it, since the other party had previously received Best Actor nominations and could serve as promotional leverage. Furthermore, they were likely to collaborate again in the future, so there was no sense in completely exploiting him. It would be wise to build a friendship. During the era on Earth, Marvel had also offered a $500,000 salary, meaning Lu Bai was already getting an excellent deal. All right, thank you. Donnie's eyes trembled with emotion, but he did not refuse. Currently struggling financially, this money was a godsend for him. He simply kept his gratitude deeply concealed within his heart. The two signed a contract which Lu Bai had prepared in advance, covering the director's role, shooting schedule, and terms regarding the actor's involvement throughout production. Lu Bai immediately paid the 50,000 credit salary on the spot, fulfilling their agreement. Blue Star credits circulated universally across all territories, with nearly identical purchasing power. Donnie simply waited for filming to begin, planning to stay with the crew through to wrapping. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. With their matters settled, both parties felt at ease. Lu Bai had resolved the lead actor issue at remarkably low cost. Donnie was deeply grateful, having secured the male lead role with advance compensation. As they ate their simple meal, Lu Bai casually mentioned, "You should have quite a network in America, right? Could you help me scout for a female lead?" Donnie felt much lighter, his expression less rigid as he smiled and asked, "Any specific requirements?" Lu Bai replied, "She's playing Iron Man's secretary. She doesn't need to be too young, but she should definitely appear capable and competent." Upon hearing this, Donnie's eyes flickered and he volunteered a suggestion. "I happen to have someone in mind." "Tell me about them," Lu Bai prompted. Lu Bai had only recently arrived on Blue Star and wasn't yet familiar with the local celebrities. With only himself on set so far, he needed to reassess many things, including the cast. Unable to handle everything himself, having someone offer suggestions would save him considerable effort. Donnie said solemnly, "My wife Winnie." Lu Bai responded with a questioning expression. Seeing his confusion, Donnie explained, "She's also an actress with solid acting skills. She just hasn't had the opportunity." According to Donnie, they had met while working on a film set. To pursue a relationship with Winnie, he needed to completely abandon his previous decadent lifestyle, and he did change from that point onward, turning his life around. Ultimately, the two married. Nowadays, when Donnie landed minor roles in various productions, it was his wife who leveraged her connections in the entertainment industry to secure them for him. That does sound like a good fit for Pepper Potts, Lubai thought to himself. He pulled out his phone to look up information about Winnie. Now 35, she remained attractive with a stunning figure and had enjoyed a brief period of fame earlier in her career, proving herself to be a genuinely talented actress. However, she gradually faded from prominence after marriage and children, with reports on American websites suggesting she had experienced postpartum depression. Lubai found it inappropriate to press further into someone's personal matters, though he was confident Winnie suited the role of Pepper. If possible, I'll go back and act as Winnie's advocate. I'm certain she won't refuse. Donnie pledged confidently. He also looked forward to the possibility of the couple starring together in a production, considering nothing more romantic than that. Good, Lubai agreed with a smile. With that, the crucial role was secured. After finishing their meal, Lubai walked Donnie out of the cafe. They noticed someone filming outside the entrance, with scenes shifting to the cafe's outdoor dining area. Beneath a parasol, a man and woman held scripts and practiced their lines, likely during a break. But the female lead was someone Lubai recognized. Lubai, what are you doing here? From their outdoor table, the actress spotted Lubai emerging from the cafe and greeted him with a smile. She was none other than Han Moying, the beauty of film class 1. What made her stand out was her dual talent. Not only did she possess directing abilities, but she also had strong acting skills. She frequently took roles in her own productions, demonstrating solid command of dialogue delivery, which made her popular among the male classmates who all wanted to work with her. Her hundreds of thousands of followers on short video platforms further validated both her popularity and her capabilities. Just having a meal with a friend here, Lubai replied with a smile. He held Han Moying in high regard. Beautiful yet approachable, talented yet humble. Who said transmigrators needed to act arrogant and slap faces? Han Moying set down her script, removed her sunshade glasses that covered half her face, and walked over with a smile. Dining here, I see you've got quite the establishment to frequent. Han Moying teased, her clear eyes drifting toward the western-looking man beside Lubai. Yet from their positioning she detected something subtle. She noticed Donnie standing behind Lubai, holding a leather bag with both hands in an unmistakably respectful posture. His gesture did not escape her observation. Who is this? She asked, genuinely curious. Having been fond of American TV series, Han Moying felt she might recognize the Western gentleman, though the name escaped her momentarily. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Donnie, a minor actor working under director Lubai. Donnie gave a polite nod. Han Moying was momentarily at a loss for words. Lubai had mentioned yesterday he was planning an action hero-themed film, having an American star play the lead. What kind of story was that? She found herself puzzled about what project Lubai was actually developing. Lubai and Han Moying chatted briefly. Han Moying proudly took out her script for Lubai to see. Although you can't be my screenwriter, I'm not bad myself. Lubai read through it and found the plot genuinely impressive. Receiving his affirmation, a smile played on Han Moying's lips as she said, quite satisfied. My screenwriting skills may not match yours, but they're pretty strong, okay? Among all her classmates, she valued Lubai's screenwriting talent the most, brimming with creativity and inspiration. Even if he never became a top director, he was very likely to become a renowned screenwriter. If they could collaborate, it would truly be a union of two strong forces. Indeed impressive. Even if you wanted me to help revise it, I wouldn't know where to begin. Lubai agreed. Hearing this, Han Moying felt even more delighted. She was genuinely happy to receive Lubai's approval. So have you finished your script? Let me see it too. Han Moying smiled and extended her slender hand, playfully asking for it. Their interaction appeared natural and harmonious. I don't have a hard copy on hand, but I can send you an electronic document. Lubai didn't refuse. As he spoke, he took out his phone, preparing to send it. At that moment, Tony, who had been standing nearby, quickly chimed in. I have a printed copy of the script here. After a brief exchange, Lubai departed. He still needed to assemble the film crew. Watching their retreating figures, Han Moying clutched the script, a relaxed smile on her lips. Senior Sister Moying, shall we continue filming? The production team asked. Her crew consisted entirely of students. Each junior had their own strengths. Let's pause for lunch first. Han Moying sat back under the sunshade, the script Tony had handed her still in her hands. Iron Man. Han Moying's vermilion lips parted softly as she murmured the title on the cover. Her brows furrowed slightly. The name sounded rather strange, completely incomprehensible. So driven by curiosity, she turned to the first page. And then she couldn't stop reading. Even when the crew urged her to eat, she remained unmoved. She was completely immersed in the script's gripping storyline. When she reached the final passage, Tony Stark admitting to the press that he was Iron Man, her spirit was overcome with indescribable excitement. She slowly closed the script, her pupils still carrying traces of shock. Each plot twist sent shivers down her spine. Holy crap. What kind of script did Lubai write? He's even more talented than I imagined. Pure commercial appeal, absolutely unbeatable. I actually want to film his movie now. Her emotions surged. She let out a rare curse. Finally biting her lip, she sighed inwardly with resignation. He's been writing and revising scripts for me all along. This is truly a waste of his talent. The outline I gave him only constrained his imagination. Han Moying felt an urgent urge, clutching the Iron Man script tightly. Looking back at the urban struggle story she had written on the table, it now seemed utterly tasteless. Director Lubai, we await your command to begin filming. After bidding farewell to Lubai, Tony boarded the flight home. In fact, although Qinzhou and Meizhou were vast territories, they bordered each other and were the fastest regions to achieve unification. Kideazu, far from the mainland, occasionally experienced small-scale armed conflicts. It was nowhere near as safe. When Tony returned home, he was still filled with exhilaration, as though he were dreaming. If he hadn't received the money transfer, he would have doubted whether he was even awake. "Darling, I did it." Tony embraced his wife, moved to tears. He now had the possibility of returning to the peak. He no longer needed to let his wife beg others for a bit part role for him. "I knew you could do it." His wife Winnie echoed with sparkling eyes of excitement. Even without words, that embrace had spoken everything. She had always known Tony wouldn't remain an extra forever. Calming down, Tony pulled his wife close and began recounting everything that had happened. Especially when he mentioned that Liu Bai had already prepared over 100 million in production funds. Winnie covered her mouth in astonishment. Even in Hollywood, that counted as a massive budget. "Darling Tony, you must seize this opportunity. Mr. Liu Bai is your benefactor. Absolutely do not let him down," Winnie said earnestly. She understood that this chance could change Tony's future, pull him out of the depths of despair. "I know. I value it greatly." Eyes gleaming, 40-year-old Tony seemed to see a clear path ahead, no longer thorn-covered. He rested his hands on his wife's shoulders, smiling broadly. "Of course, he's not only my benefactor, but also your lucky star." Winnie looked at him puzzled. Tony explained he agreed to let you play the female lead in the film. "Although you never mentioned it, I fought for this opportunity." Winnie's confusion turned to shock. Her husband had gone to fight for the male lead, and in the end, she had become the female lead. Was Mr. Liu Bai really that casual about casting? Didn't he have anyone else in mind? Moreover, in most film and television productions, the female lead role involved some kind of implicit transaction. Why did Liu Bai agree just because Tony mentioned it? Had the Qinzhou entertainment circle become so clean? "It's true," Tony said joyfully, taking out the contracts from his leather bag. There was one for himself and another for his wife. Her salary was 200,000. For Winnie, who had been away from the screen for so long, the amount was just right. Not too little, not too much. But what pleased her most was that they would act together as a couple, playing the two most important roles. A truly precious opportunity. Winnie had thought seriously about it. After giving birth, she had suffered from postpartum depression, her mood extremely low. She truly needed a film to help her pull herself out of it. "Very well, I agree." Love shimmering in her eyes, Winnie picked up the pen and signed her name. 2 copies were made, one of which needed to be mailed back. "Then let's go mail them together." Tony held his wife's hand, speaking with open joy. "Senior brother Chen, how's your team doing? Are you busy?" Liu Bai returned to his dormitory and reached out to the connections of his original host. There were several senior brothers from previous years who had collaboratively established a film crew. During his sophomore year, Liu Bai had helped with logistics and participated in script production, so they maintained regular contact. Han Moying also had her own group, but it lacked professionalism. It was composed of students with coursework obligations which would inevitably delay production progress. She couldn't allow Liu Bai to remain an absent figurehead, so she chose not to join. Nevertheless, Liu Bai was quite grateful for Han Moying's sincere invitation. Since she had a passion for acting, perhaps he could reserve a role for her in the future. Over the phone, Chen Renchuan's carefree voice came through. "It's junior brother Liu Bai. I'm not busy, just bored stiff. The crew is on the verge of starvation." "What's up? What do you need me for?" Liu Bai smiled. "Actually, I do have something to discuss. Can we meet in person?" Eventually, Liu Bai arranged to meet with several senior brothers. He needed a team to assist him on an employment basis. Building a team from scratch would be too time-consuming. Recruiting his own senior brothers would not only ensure professionalism, but also save considerable effort. That evening, after handling other minor matters, Liu Bai was about to head out for dinner when he received a call from a courier. He left his dormitory and picked up a package that had been shipped across states. It was the contract that Donnie had sent back. Too lazy to return to his dorm, and with the meeting time drawing near, Liu Bai took it with him to the restaurant where he met with several senior brothers. "Liu Bai's here. This kid's still as handsome as ever. I'm genuinely jealous. When you graduate, you should join our crew. Maybe you could become a leading man and blow up. He invited us over like we need his help from that rundown crew of ours. Sounds more like he's coming to save us." Inside the restaurant, there was beer, barbecue, and crawfish. The senior brothers were joking around their relationship, clearly close and easy. Liu Bai sat down with a smile, and whether it was because he'd absorbed the original host's memories or not, he felt a genuine warmth toward them. "I really am here to save you. I have a film, and I need your help." Upon hearing this, the senior brothers' smiles gradually faded. After exchanging glances, one of them spoke sheepishly. "Filming won't be a problem. We're idle anyway. But we'll still be taking on other projects, so I'm worried it might delay your schedule. We can definitely help out, but most of the crew needs to eat, so there probably won't be many people available to spare. I'm also handling advertising and business partnerships, so I won't have time to assist, but I can help review the post-production. This poor crew can barely afford to pay its members. We're on the verge of disbanding at any moment. Might as well help out a junior brother." Liu Bai understood perfectly, and warmth spread through his heart. They were struggling themselves, finding it difficult to keep the crew running. Yet even in these circumstances, they were willing to help Liu Bai shoot his project. That kindness filled him with gratitude. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I plan to hire your crew to help me produce a film." The others looked thoroughly surprised. Deep down, they didn't believe him. Didn't they know Liu Bai's financial situation? Liu Bai explained, "I made some money in the stock market. I've already signed both the male and female leads. They're actors from the Americas. The male lead was even nominated for Best Actor. They were dumbfounded. Signing actors from the Americas? And one who'd been nominated for Best Actor. Was he really going all out? Was this for real? Watching their gaping mouths, Liu Bai chuckled and pulled out the courier package he'd been carrying. His senior brothers curiously grabbed it and discovered Winnie's contract inside. At the same time, Liu Bai handed over his phone showing the transfer records. A payment of 5,000 Blue Star dollars had been made to Donnie. Another 2,000 Blue Star dollars had been paid to Winnie. In an instant, they were utterly stunned. Holy shit. You're actually serious. When did you become such a big shot? Boss, take me along. The senior brothers were completely floored. They stared at Liu Bai with hungry, gleaming eyes, as though having spotted a stunning beauty. Could their benefactor actually be standing right beside them? As long as money was involved, things would be handled quickly. Before long, Liu Bai signed the impoverished film crew and agreed to pay them 1 million yuan per month for follow-up filming. However, upon receiving the transfer, they were still completely stunned. So awesome, this really isn't a dream. That kid Liu Bai has made it big. What kid? Show some respect. Call me boss. Sponsor daddy. If there are filming tasks next time, make sure to call us. Filming movies, we're professionals. Liu Bai looked at their sycophantic behavior and was at a loss for words. He didn't expect the corrosive power of money to be so strong. Just a while ago they were frowning in worry, but now they're immediately strutting around with pride. The filming location will be in Meizhou. The sooner the better. I'll send you the script to review. I've already written out the storyboard panels. This won't be difficult for you. Liu Bai said. He believed the monthly fee of 1 million yuan for filming was not a bad deal. His senior brothers were talented and had won numerous awards at school. The commercial advertisements they filmed received high praise from sponsors, and even their short films were widely recognized by society. On the contrary, Liu Bai felt he was the one profiting, and this was already a discounted price out of goodwill. Several of his senior brothers were pure-hearted individuals who threw themselves wholeheartedly into the film industry in pursuit of their dreams, though unfortunately their efforts rarely made any waves. But after years of struggling through the industry, they had become quite familiar with it and had assembled their own 6-person team. With roles in cinematography, editing, post-production, business coordination, sound, recording, special effects, lighting, art direction, and more, it was very normal for one person to handle multiple duties. It could be said to be very cost-effective. Of course, relying solely on their small crew, filming the movie wouldn't be a problem. But the real special effects production, along with extensive post-production editing and promotion, would be the major expenses. Money would need to be spent carefully. Liu Bai had already decided that after completing this filming, he would bring them on board as partners next time. He couldn't neglect his own people. No problem, leave it to us. We'll definitely make you satisfied. If Wang Go's editing isn't up to par, I'll cut him to pieces. The senior brothers eagerly agreed, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. After finishing the skewers, they insisted on treating Liu Bai overflowing with enthusiasm. Liu Bai didn't refuse, sent over the script, and then returned to school. The school dormitory was a 4-person room, clean and tidy. Monitor Lin Ming is so generous. He's truly a second-generation rich kid. He actually provided 5 million for filming funds. This must be heading toward an online blockbuster, right? The novel rights they purchased are also a contemporary urban genre with high readership recently. Feels like it's going to be a hit. That bootlicker has already confirmed joining the crew for filming. He really knows how to flatter. When Liu Bai returned to the dorm, he overheard his roommates chatting excitedly. He greeted them, put away the contract, and sat down at the computer to browse actor information. When his roommates saw Liu Bai, their curiosity resurfaced. Liu Bai, tell us honestly, any progress with Han Moying, the class beauty? Yeah, everyone knows you're close to Han Moying. You've collaborated with her several times before. Brother Liu Bai has strong scriptwriting skills. It's only natural he'd join Han Moying's crew. Filming should have started by now, right? Liu Bai looked at his roommate's thumbs-up gesture and replied nonchalantly, just friends. I didn't join her crew. I want to try doing it myself. His roommates were quite surprised. You want to direct it yourself? What genre? I think this isn't a good idea. It's too much trouble. We're directing majors. There's no need to do it alone. Collaborative works count as coursework too. Right, joining Han Moying's crew would be much better. You'd definitely be able to leverage your strengths. How about we go find Monitor Lin Ming? He's more reliable. He has projects and funding. We just contribute our efforts and easily get a piece of work. Liu Bai didn't respond to all of them, just picked one question to answer: hero theme. His roommates froze. Was he making a Kadeazu historical film? Anti-Japanese superheroes and all that had been broadcast on TV until it was stale. Their interest immediately faded. Hero themes were the most boring genre. A week later, during this period, Liu Bai had been looking for suitable actors, and with the help of his senior brothers, he had the conditions to start filming. The art department and prop department are rushing to produce the mecha models, and they're already taking shape. The drawings you provided have made things much easier for them. I'm confident they'll finish soon. They've already assigned people to set up the Qingzhou technological area. They'll handle modeling, rendering, and set construction later. This 20 million is well spent. We believe we can now start filming the dramatic scenes. Liu Bai received messages from his senior brothers, and his eyes lit up. Finally, filming can begin. The corresponding shooting location has also been confirmed, though only the actors need to be in place now. We're already in America and can shoot at any time. Senior brother Liu Bai, when will you be coming over? Liu Bai read his senior brother's replies with deep satisfaction. Having a professional team truly made everything so much easier. I'm coming right away. After sending the reply, Liu Bai immediately notified all the cast members that filming would commence the following day. The actors, filled with anticipation, diligently studied their scripts and waited for the assembly announcement. The most thrilled of all was Tony, who had been waiting for a full week. We're finally shooting. Upon receiving the notice, Tony hugged his wife Winnie's with overwhelming excitement. Though it had only been a week, each day had felt like an eternity. He had worried incessantly about potential setbacks, filming delays, funding issues, and other complications. Now at last the heavy burden on his heart could finally be set to rest. He desperately needed this opportunity to prove himself. No matter how long he had laid dormant, no matter that his youth had passed, he would return to the silver screen. He would reclaim his former glory. Yes, Tony, I believe in you. You can do this. Winnie set down her script and offered her encouraging words. I won't let you down. Tony took a deep breath, composing his racing emotions. A wide smile spread across his face as he said, let's continue rehearsing. We'll aim to nail it in one take on set. There are quite a few shared scenes between them, so they never idled at home. Whenever they had free time, they would rehearse and practice their lines together. Okay. Winnie's deeply admired her husband's dedicated approach to his work, and she supported him unconditionally. As Tony's wife, Winnie's had witnessed both his glory and his despair. Through thick and thin, they had walked together into a marriage that many had dismissed. She had feared Tony would lose his way and sink into despair, which had only exacerbated her postpartum depression. Now seeing Tony reborn, her heart brimmed with hope. It was as though she too had been infused with boundless strength. Liu Bai met several senior crew members at a large convention center in America. This is a premier venue for press conferences, major meetings, and news broadcasts. Senior brother Chen Renchuan explained, we can rent it for one day to film. They had prioritized securing the press conference location first. In the film, Tony Stark had attended several press conferences, and Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes had presented the Iron Man Award within the first few minutes. Due to the tight schedule, with only a single week from crew formation to outsourcing the art department, certain sets were still under construction and the armors were being fabricated. Furthermore, the crew needed to liaise with the military regarding armor vehicles and other logistical matters. Therefore, filming dramatic scenes at this stage was most practical. All right, let's pay and shoot starting tomorrow. After contacting the venue manager and completing the payment, Liu Bai winced at the expense. Renting for a single day cost 6,000, a sum flowing away like water. However, shooting on location proved well worth it. The magnificent architecture and luxurious style would undoubtedly elevate the film's visual quality. That evening, Liu Bai convened with the core team, inviting actors with shared scenes to meet at the hotel to finalize the next day's shooting schedule. The following day's shooting schedule was exceedingly tight. To save costs, all dramatic scenes had to be completed within a single day. The pressure was considerable for everyone, especially Tony, who actively sought out the actor playing Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes to rehearse together. Amidst the tense preparations, the second day quickly arrived. Camera crew in position. Lighting in position. Sound in position. Actors in position. Iron Man Scene 1, Take 1, Action. The camera pushed forward through a crowd of sharply dressed attendees. A towering bald man with a white beard dressed in a suit rested both hands on the podium. A smile played across his face, tinged with awkwardness as his gaze swept the room, until he finally spotted Tony seated on the floor leaning against the podium. Can everyone take a seat? Tony, portraying Tony Stark, bore post-makeup scars on his face, his right arm dislocated and suspended in a sling across his chest. The scene depicted his return from the terrorist captivity, immediately followed by a press conference. Tony reached into his suit jacket, pulled out a hamburger, and gestured with it. Sit down, everyone. That way you can all see me, and it won't seem so formal. The actors playing journalists exchanged bewildered glances before reluctantly sitting down. Tony casually took a bite of his hamburger, collected his thoughts, and glanced at the white-bearded bald man, crouching beside him. Good to see you. The man smiled warmly and patted Tony's shoulder likewise. Their acting was superb, the dialogue seamless, and the long take was completed in a single shot. An extra player also delivered an excellent performance. When his moment came, his face filled with curiosity, he raised his pen. Mr. Stark, what exactly did you experience over there? Tony gazed at the reporter, his expression turning serious as he rose to his feet. My horizons have been broadened. I've realized I can do more for this world than simply build explosions. Standing before the microphone, Tony spoke with conviction, therefore effective immediately. I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. The extra journalists instantly sprang to their feet, the atmosphere instantly igniting with excitement. They eagerly raised their hands to ask questions, sensing the magnitude of the breaking news. The actor portraying the major villain anxiously patted Tony's shoulder, signaling him not to speak recklessly. But Tony pressed on regardless, until I determine the company's future direction. Now none of you will have to worry about newspapers not selling, and we'll be moving forward in alignment with America's highest interests. Amid the commotion among the journalists, Tony made his exit. The bald antagonist scrambled to redirect attention, adding hastily, what we should remember is that Tony has returned, and he is in excellent health. We will conduct internal discussions and then issue a statement. Cut. From below, the voice of Deputy Director Chen Renchuan rang out with excitement. Not only was he thrilled, but many behind-the-scenes crew members were equally ecstatic. Even Liu Bai, the director, was astonished by the completeness of the scene. A long take completed in one shot. Exceptional command of dialogue. Tony's portrayal of the irreverent Tony Stark was nothing short of masterful. The bald actor playing the villain displayed profound depth and cunning. The background actors' performances were equally delightful. Liu Bai knew they had struck gold. The first shot is done. Hearing the call to stop, the lead actors curiously gathered around the filming monitor. Donnie's face remained serious, but his heart felt considerably more relaxed. For him, this marked his first leading role in 10 years, and he was quite satisfied with it. "Dearest Donnie, you were magnificent." Winnie had been watching her husband from outside the frame, cheering him on silently. Seeing it pass in a single take filled her with pride. Donnie gently patted his wife's head, his expression doting. "When it's your turn later, give it your best." Before the camera monitor, Liu Bai struck up a conversation with his senior brothers. "Junior brother, I think this shot is flawless and can be used directly." Chen Renchuan smiled. He hadn't expected his first major blockbuster shoot to go so smoothly, and it boosted his confidence immensely. As the investor, director, producer, and the screenwriter, who had reviewed the prototype footage numerous times, Liu Bai was equally satisfied with Donnie's performance. "I agree entirely. We can proceed to shoot the supplementary footage of Donnie entering from outside the house," Liu Bai said with a smile. Everything was proceeding far more smoothly than anticipated. Filming does not strictly follow the narrative sequence, rather shots are planned for logistical convenience. Multiple setups are often captured for a single scene. The final sequence is assembled during post-production editing. Donnie still had 2 supplementary shots to film. The first involved him and the bald, burly man walking down the corridor waving to the journalists, as Winnie followed closely behind, clutching her handbag. "Look who's here." The actor playing the major villain applauded enthusiastically. They walked together into the crowd of reporters. This particular setup was straightforward, and they nailed it in a single take. The pace was so swift that Liu Bai was deeply impressed. Perhaps the entire film could be wrapped in less than 3 months. A quiet anticipation stirred within him, particularly his eagerness to draw the Mark armor from the system. Judging by public attention and box office returns, it was difficult to pinpoint exactly which iteration of the armor it was. Liu Bai had not forgotten the system's requirements. Although items could be drawn, there were restrictions. Moreover, in Iron Man 1, 3 iterations of the Mark armor appeared. The first was a clunky, crude steel suit forged in a cave capable of shooting fire. The second lacked paint, appearing in pure silver-white armor with flight capability. Its drawback was the absence of an anti-icing system, making it prone to freezing at high altitudes. The third was the classic red and gold color scheme, most familiar to the global audience, designed by Tony Stark after an old muscle car, and widely regarded as the most iconic version. Furthermore, the third iteration featured an array of weapon systems, such as shoulder-mounted machine guns, ankle-mounted flare dispensers, and repulsor blasts from the palms. Of course, the art department was still crafting those props, so those specific shots had not yet been filmed. "Winnie, get ready. It's your scene," Chen Renchuan reminded. Soon the actors were in position. With the clapperboard snapping shut, Winnie's principal shoot began. Her segment involved following Tony Stark into the reception hall, where a short man immediately approached them upon their arrival. It depicted the predecessor to S.H.I.E.L.D. With a courteous smile, he greeted Miss Potts. "Yes," Winnie replied. "Could I speak with you for a moment?" "I don't do QA sessions, but the press conference is about to begin." "I'm not a reporter," the man introduced himself. "I am Agent Phil Coulson, representing the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division." Winnie glanced at the business card he presented and remarked, "Quite a mouthful." "Indeed, we're still refining it." The agent explained his desire to learn the specifics of Tony Stark's escape. Winnie said she would add it to his schedule, and the agent nodded in thanks before exiting the frame. This setup, too, was achieved in one take, leaving the senior brothers utterly astonished. "Old Liu, where on earth did you find these actors? Their diction and acting skills are incredibly strong. Good heavens. They may lack top-tier fame, but their performances are absolutely explosive." Hearing his brothers praise Liu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. The actors he sought did not prioritize fame. Instead, he deliberately cast seasoned performers who excelled in every aspect. Coupled with their profound respect for the script and diligent memorization, simply nailing basic scenes in one take was nothing exceptional. Vice Director Chen Renchuan was equally thrilled, announcing through a megaphone, "Props team, get to work. Some actors will change costumes. Now let the lead cast clear the set. We're shooting the scene where Tony Stark steps out of the car. Let's aim to finish it in one take." The crowd quickly dispersed. Most of the extras playing journalists headed to the wardrobe department to change. Meanwhile, Donnie, Winnie, and Jeff, who portrayed the major antagonist, exited the venue to film the car arrival scene. As for the props crew, they brought in chairs to stage the set, preparing to film the concluding segment, where Tony Stark, pressed by journalists, openly confesses that he is Iron Man. Both sequences were filmed on the same set. Combining them was the most practical approach. After all, renting the location cost hundreds of thousands daily, so any savings were welcome. The subsequent shots were not entirely without hiccups. There were a few NG retakes, some due to forgotten lines and others because the performance lacked sufficient impact, but the frequency was minimal, which is entirely normal. Before long, evening fell. Donnie barely had time to rest, immersing himself completely in the shoot. And that evening he still had one final sequence to film within this convention hall. A luxury sports car drove into the frame from the fountain. Donnie handed the car to the valet and then walked onto the bustling red carpet. "Hey Tony, do you remember me? A beautiful actress struck up a conversation. Donnie calmly walked past, not at all. Then he approached the bald heavyweight actor who was being interviewed and asked, "What's going on with this world? I came to my own party without even an invitation." The bald heavyweight actor chuckled awkwardly. "Look at you. What a surprise." Donnie replied, "See you inside." The heavyweight actor pulled Donnie aside and whispered, "Listen, take it easy. I think I've already placated the board of directors." Donnie casually agreed. "Alright, I'm just itching to let loose. I'll only play for a bit." A depth of meaning appeared in Jeff's gaze. Cut. Director Chin stared at the main monitor and shouted, "That shot's a wrap. Everyone clear the set except the actor playing the reporter. We're setting up the stark confrontation scene." The crew moved off set in an orderly fashion. An actor dressed as a reporter stepped into the frame. Donnie collected several prepared photographs from the prop department. Images of Stark Industries' weapons and equipment. "Places everyone." A sharp call echoed and the actors moved to their marked positions. Donnie stood on the platform channeling rage as he glared at the bald heavyweight. "Jeff." A clapboard entered the frame, and with a sharp crack filming began. "Excuse me please." Jeff immediately got into character, reaching out to block the reporter's long-lens camera, refusing to be photographed. Donnie concealed his anger and spoke calmly, "Have you seen these photos?" Jeff also stayed in character, his expression cold as he regarded the other man, then smirked slightly. "Let's take a picture." "Go ahead." The two men linked arms and Jeff leaned in to reveal the truth. "Tony, you think someone else pushed you out? I was the one who proposed the injunction against you." He faced the flashing camera with a smile. "Only this way could I protect you." Jeff patted Donnie's shoulder and walked away coldly, leaving him stunned as he watched him go. The scene passed quickly. The difficulty of this shoot was nothing for either of them. They didn't even need rehearsal. Of course, the scene where Donnie attends the gala wouldn't be filmed here. The rental payment to the venue owner was expiring soon. They'd find a cheaper location, set the scene, and shoot it separately for editing and later. Cut. Everyone worked hard today. Tonight's shooting is done. Go back and take a hot shower. Assistant Director Chin stood up and clapped with a smile. Extras stepped out of character, returned their costumes and gear, then left the set to await the next call sheet. Donnie approached Liu Bai and couldn't resist an enthusiastic hug. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Liu Bai snapped out of his surprise and smiled, helplessly patting him on the back. "Hiring you as the lead was the best decision I've made." Donnie's eyes filled with gratitude, his smile bright. "Your recognition means everything to me. I'll give it my all for this film." "Good. Go wash up and rest. They're shooting tomorrow." Donnie left. Liu Bai helped pack up the equipment. Though he was the director, he left all shooting decisions to Director Chun and the crew. Not only was Chun skilled behind the camera, he was a professional director as well. Combined with these overachieving actors, the collaboration was seamless. Liu Bai felt staying with the crew all day was unnecessary. Everything was running exactly as he wanted. "What's the schedule for the next shoot?" Liu Bai asked. "The sports car's already rented. We'll need to shoot some driving footage. A professional driver is on standby." Director Chun consulted the schedule and explained, "Tomorrow we're shooting at a casino. I've secured a private room to film Tony Stark playing dice, plus some hallway shots. We'll wrap up with the street scene and conversation with the female reporter in the evening." Liu Bai nodded. Everything was in place. There weren't many scenes left to shoot in the US. The bulk of the footage would be captured in the artificial cave set that the art department was constructing in Qinzhou. Once this wrapped, they'd head back to Qinzhou. Iron Man's workshop set would also be built there. "I feel confident leaving things in your hands here. I'm heading back to Qinzhou to inspect what the prop team has built. I need to oversee it personally," Liu Bai said. For the most critical mecha props, even with Liu Bai's blueprints, everything needed strict oversight. He worried about potential issues that could delay production. After all, no matter how detailed the concept art, the modelers would be held accountable if it didn't translate properly. "Understood. We'll handle things here. There aren't many shots left. Most of the remaining scenes can be shot back in Qinzhou. Besides, Qinzhou has the desert and Gobi terrain we need," Director Chen replied. Liu Bai nodded and caught the evening flight back to Qinzhou. It was already late, so he sent messages to the art and prop departments to meet him there tomorrow. To save money, Liu Bai skipped the hotel and headed straight back to campus. "Liu Bai, where have you been?" "Haven't seen you in days," his roommate asked as soon as he walked into the dorm. Then excitedly inviting him, "My script's finished tonight. Some of us from the dorm are shooting together. Want to join?" Liu Bai shook his head. "I'll pass. I'm already working on my own film." His roommate looked surprised. "That hero-themed project of yours?" The other two roommates craned their necks over, equally curious, automatically assuming it was something like an anti-Japanese martial arts flick. "Yeah." Liu Bai nodded. "Going well." "Pretty smoothly." Liu Bai had serious respect for those actors. Donnie proved himself a true professional. Even after nearly a decade away from sets, he commanded the frame the moment the camera rolled. The shooting ran remarkably easy. His roommates just exchanged glances at a loss for words. They pivoted to gossip instead. "Liu Bai, you missed something huge today. Han Moying's self-directed and self-starring film. Rumor has it she's rewriting the script again. She also brought in a senior from the acting program for a guest role. He's a major star right now, definitely top-tier talent, and he's doing it as a favor. That's a massive connection. We thought class monitor Lin Ming was unbeatable with that $5 million budget and the web novel adaptation. But nobody saw Han Moying coming out of nowhere like this. Liu Bai, you have no idea what you're missing out on." His roommates chattered on, genuinely sympathetic for him. Liu Bai paused at this. What was driving Han Moying to keep rewriting the script? Wasn't the original version good enough? Lu Bai couldn't figure out what had prompted Han Moying to make such a drastic change to the script. She had even recruited a celebrity senior suggesting she was no longer satisfied with short video platforms and was likely aiming for a web movie release. Could it be because of the Iron Man script? Lu Bai wondered suspiciously. After some thought he concluded it was indeed possible. Never mind, I have my own troubles. I'll ask her when we meet. Time to sleep. The next day, as the morning sun rose and the air was fresh and pleasant, Lu Bai got up early, freshened up, and left the dormitory. While buying breakfast at the cafeteria, he noticed several cameras filming a scene. You think a few of you can cause me trouble? A man with a sinister glint in his eyes faced several tough-looking youths, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Hee kid, today is your death day? The group burst into laughter and was about to make a move when heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Stop! A group of men in suits hurried over and kneeled down immediately. We salute you, Dragon King. The overwhelming presence intimidated the thugs. Lu Bai stood to the side watching with great amusement. The absurd plot was so cringeworthy yet inexplicably hilarious. It was truly addictive. His laughter caught the director's attention. It was Lin Ming, Lu Bai's classmate, and the class monitor. Upon seeing Lu Bai, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an undercurrent of hostility. After a brief hesitation, he mustered a greeting. It's Lu Bai, isn't it? Coming for breakfast. He knew well enough how close Lu Bai was to Han Moying. A certain discomfort stirred within him, heightened by Lu Bai's fair and refined appearance. Who in class didn't know Lin Ming's open and ostentatious pursuit of the class beauty? But Han Moying completely ignored him. This only fueled his resentment toward Lu Bai, though he kept it hidden to preserve his image. Indeed, Lu Bai nodded. I'm actually filming right now. Want to join my crew? I have a decent production budget. Lin Ming approached, flanked by several classmates eager to curry favor. Lin Ming smiled with an air of superiority as he extended the invitation. The novel rights I acquired are based on a currently popular genre. We might even find a distribution company and aim for a theatrical release. Working with me would certainly beef up your resume. Lu Bai calmly shook his head. No thanks, I'm already filming a movie. Though Lin Ming appeared well-intentioned, that arrogance and condescending gaze made him deeply uncomfortable. His refusal puzzled his sycophants. Lu Bai, what are you doing? The class monitor is offering you a chance to join the crew. Cherish it. Yet what prospects could your little project possibly have? You've seen our caliber. Our actors are top-tier students from the drama department. It's a rare opportunity. Come on, the class monitor is kind-hearted and willing to take you under his wing. Give it up. Lu Bai has too much pride for a crew with only 5 million. Their banter created an awkward atmosphere that even outsiders could sense. Though lacking real talent, they joined through flattery and knew how to read the room. They deliberately injected mockery to rattle him. Lin Ming found their behavior beneath him, but secretly enjoyed the provocation. Instead of stopping them, he merely smiled and wished, then I wish you smooth filming. Lu Bai remained unfazed. Picking up some buns and soy milk, he departed the cafeteria. He had notified the prop and art departments the previous evening that he would inspect the prop manufacturing progress today. Taking a taxi, Lu Bai arrived at the film prop manufacturing company. All the props for the film were outsourced to this company. Though modest in size, it was well-equipped and adequately staffed. Inside the workshop, green screens lined the walls. 2 sets were being urgently rendered and constructed, one replicating Iron Man's office environment, the other a cave setting. These settings occupied significant screen time in the film. They chose Qinzhou not only for lower labor costs, but also for the rapid construction speed. Once complete, filming would commence on site. Director Lu, what you see now is the Mark I armor reproduced according to your blueprints. We've strictly followed the lead actor's body proportions. Most components are manufactured. We just need to assemble them now. A manager escorted Lu Bai through the production floor. Before them lay individual steel components that, when assembled, would form a bulky armored figure. How long for assembly? Lu Bai picked up the mask, noting the rectangular eye sockets and ventilation slits below. He held it against his face, peering through the visor to satisfy his curiosity. Ever since watching superhero films, he had dreamed of owning his own powered armor. The thought of wearing something indestructible always thrilled him. Now Lu Bai anticipated it even more. If he finished the film, perhaps his dream would come true. More importantly, he wouldn't just receive the armor itself, but its fictional capabilities as depicted in the movie. It could fly, charge through enemies, emit energy blasts, and resist bullets. The perfection of it all left Lu Bai exhilarated. He too could transcend mortal limitations and stand alongside gods. We can begin assembly today. If everything goes smoothly, you should be able to walk and move while wearing it, the manager replied honestly. Lu Bai nodded and set the helmet down. The two then proceeded to another fabrication bay. Lu Bai observed the Mark II and Mark III suits under construction. Utilizing 3D printing technology that combined metal powder with polylactic acid significantly reduced production time. The resulting armor would be lighter, better fitted to the human form, and possess a more refined metallic finish. Of course, expecting the prop team to fabricate high-tech armor was unrealistic. The true spectacle would rely primarily on post-production visual effects. If I were to draw the red and gold Mark III, or even the silver Mark II, perhaps I could directly appear in the next film. Lu Bai couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't it be too spectacular if the Mark armor actually took flight on set? At the thought, Lu Bai felt a wave of pleasure wash over him, but it quickly faded into gloom. Machine arms were needed for auxiliary assembly, it couldn't switch on its own. This was a bit less cool. Look on the bright side, this is already the best ending in Iron Man 1. Although putting it on is cumbersome with the matching mechanical arms for assistance, it feels more cyberpunk and hardcore. Liu Bai made up his mind. In the future, he absolutely must film the subsequent Iron Man series and secure nanotech Iron Man armor. But for now, Liu Bai had more important things to do. He picked up his phone and carefully filmed the production process of Mark II. In his lens, each metal textured component was being machined on the lathe. Under the guidance of professionals, Liu Bai personally conducted the assembly and equipped it with an AI smart chip enabling the mecha to answer simple questions. These shooting materials, Liu Bai believed, would soon be put to use. Half a month later, the shooting progress was advancing in an orderly manner. First, they filmed the content in Tony Stark's workshop, and now they were about to shoot the cave scenes. This part of the plot was crucial as it depicted Tony Stark's complete transformation. The scientist playing Ensign, in order to buy time for Stark to power up his armor, picked up a gun and charged alone, ultimately struck by multiple bullets, lying half dead on a sack. Ensign, my plan is simple, Stark. Donnie, clad in the heavy steel suit, felt burdened with emotion. After lifting the helmet mask, he forced a casual tone. You still need to see your family. Get up. Ensign shook his head in anguish, his portrayal of frailty and weakness utterly convincing. My family is dead. I'm going to join them, Stark. It's okay. I want this. I want this. Donnie exhaled heavily and managed a strained smile. He looked at Ensign solemnly, his words weighted with emotion. Thank you for saving me. Ensign's eyes could barely stay open as he gazed at the genius he'd seen on the news. The heir to Stark Industries, someone who spent his days entangled in gossip columns. Unable to bear it, he advised weakly, don't waste your life. A sharp gasp escaped Ensign's lips before his eyes finally closed. Donnie's eyes filled with pain and fury as he turned his gaze toward the cave's entrance, the sound of the mecha whirring to life echoing through the space. Cut. That one's a keeper. The emotional control was perfect. The cave scenes are done. Now we need to film outside the cave. The location's already selected, somewhere in the Qinzhou desert. Senior brother Chen Rinchuan spoke up. He announced that the main cast would rest for half the day before heading to the filming location. Everything was proceeding according to schedule, with time running tight. Before long, another month and a half slipped away. Liu Bai placed great importance on this first film. It tied directly to the items he could draw as rewards, so he stayed with the crew throughout the entire process. He'd also absorbed a wealth of professional knowledge, growing increasingly adept at managing the team. Yet under the relentless pace of filming and mounting expenses across all departments, costs were climbing quickly. But to Liu Bai's surprise, the smooth filming had helped cut costs in numerous areas, saving over 20 million. When every shot was finally wrapped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cut. Everyone, you've worked hard. Go get some rest. Tonight we're celebrating the wrap party. Seated in the director's chair, Liu Bai called cut with practiced ease, his body finally relaxing. The storyboards he'd planned had all been tested and proven in theatrical releases on Earth, eliminating countless unnecessary shots. Combined with the crew's familiarity with each other, the prop department's efficiency, and the actors' strong performances, the filming schedule was drastically shortened. Liu Bai was extremely satisfied with the results. Finally, it's over. I'm going to be a real director. Chen Rinchuan set, his face alight with excitement. A fierce sense of pride swelled within him. This was his first true feature-length film as a director. Previously, they'd only made niche short films without major funding, and now this project had finally fulfilled his dream of years past. Though arduous, the process had been thoroughly satisfying. For these 2 months, he'd been bursting with energy, fully immersed in the shoot, brimming with anticipation. He was also eager to see what the final film would look like. Another senior brother chuckled and said, the principal photography is officially complete. Now it's time for post-production and visual effects work. We can also go back and rest for a while now. Hearing this, Chen Rinchuan's smile faded. He shifted his gaze from the actors who had shed their roles and asked curiously, Junior brother Liu Bai, promotion is crucial for a film. Have you thought about the marketing strategy yet? Another senior brother feigned annoyance. Say, sponsor Dad. To me again, and I'll pound you right here. Chen Rinchuan apologized with a playful grin. I was wrong. Watching his senior brothers goof around, Liu Bai couldn't help but laugh. They were close enough to joke like this, and Liu Bai found it endearing. He replied, we still have some funds left that can be allocated for promotion. As for the general marketing approach, I already have a rough idea. Chen Rinchuan nodded. That's good then. We're not familiar with promotion, otherwise my previous films wouldn't have gotten praise, but poor box office returns. High quality, but low viewership. Short videos, though, have broad promotional channels. You could try that approach. Liu Bai nodded. He'd been thinking along similar lines. The system's mission was based on box office performance and social attention, which determined the level of item rewards. Short video promotion was definitely something he needed to put serious effort into. As evening fell, several large groups of people were seated in a hotel lobby. The headcount wasn't large. Chen Rinchuan's team had only 6 people. Those outsourced crew members who collected their wages and left hadn't attended, along with more Americans filming in Qinzhou. Compared to the big crews online, this felt somewhat sparse. But there was no sadness on anyone's face, only exhilaration. Everyone discussed the significance of this film, boasting with drunken courage their camaraderie warm and genuine. Donnie had changed into a crisp suit and took his seat at the head table. As As the lead actor, he respectfully proposed a toast to Director Chun Rinchu, and thank you for your support and trust during this time. The white liquor from Chinjo really goes to the head. I'll finish this glass to show my respect. The filming experience had been deeply enjoyable, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the role. The thrill of acting alongside his scene partner had gradually returned after a decade of absence, stirring bittersweet emotions that lingered each night. On the land of Chinjo, he would surely forge his way back to America and reclaim his place at the Oscars. He believed he could achieve this, and he trusted Liu Bai wholeheartedly. Liu Bai had once confided that there would be an Iron Man sequel, and he'd be invited to reprise his role as the lead, a revelation that filled him with awe and trepidation. The film hadn't even premiered or faced market scrutiny yet, and Liu Bai dared to make such a commitment. This touched him deeply. To Donnie, Liu Bai was undoubtedly a living Bo Liu, the one who rescued him from the depths of despair. Gratitude welled up in his heart, but words failed him. I also raise a glass to both directors and the brilliant young talents here. Donnie's wife, Winnie's, rose in an elegant flowing gown and spoke. If not for you all, Donnie would still be lost, and I'd still be trapped in postpartum depression. It was your outstanding film, with its distinctive character portrayals, that pulled me from depression and helped me rediscover myself. I toast to you all. Liu Bai rose and raised his glass. His senior brothers followed suit, lifting their cups in unison. The wrap party drew to a close amidst warmth and merriment. Liu Bai stayed at the hotel. After a hot shower, his mind felt much clearer. Wrapped in a white towel, he sat at the table contemplating the plans ahead. Returning to the hotel after the wrap party, Liu Bai leaned back against the seat, carefully weighing his upcoming promotional strategy. The system had once mentioned that the rewards for item draws were determined by revenue and attention. In other words, box office performance and public attention absolutely cannot be lacking. This is the key factor that determines what kind of items I will draw. I have confidence in the box office. Iron Man's quality has been proven on Earth. It is absolutely a model example of a successful commercial film. Liu Bai had paid attention to sci-fi films on this planet. They were mostly of the noble and heroic archetype, hating evil with fierce passion, yet severely homogenized in their storytelling. Not only did audiences easily grow fatigued from the monotony, but Liu Bai himself could barely finish more than a few after watching them. They were all carved from the same mold, which was precisely why box office numbers for this planet's sci-fi films were generally unimpressive. Having understood this, Liu Bai was actually not worried. Iron Man diverged from traditional sci-fi hero tropes. It told the story of a playboy seeking redemption, lighthearted in tone and full of surprises. Amidst the stagnant waters of this planet's sci-fi cinema, it would undoubtedly stir up significant excitement. So the only missing piece is promotion. Promotion could be said to be the most crucial step, directly impacting revenue and public attention. Liu Bai's expression darkened slightly as he sifted through short videos on his laptop, the footage he had filmed months earlier at a prop-making company. Every video featured either himself or people he hired documenting his hands-on assembly process. Throwing money at promotion was one option, but I could also build my own media presence. He barely slept that night. Liu Bai quickly edited the videos. In his role as a film school student, operating editing software was second nature. Soon, on the creative center of the video platform, he typed out a titled 2-month step-by-step. I'll teach you how to assemble a smart mecha. Liu Bai clicked publish, stretched, and dove into his blanket, falling asleep instantly. Lin Ming was the class monitor of the first-year film class, fascinated by mecha cinema since childhood, which was what led him down the path of filmmaking. But the mecha figurines he had treasured as a child now gathered dust in storage. Perhaps he had simply grown disillusioned with the current state of the mecha genre. The movies keep getting more and more boring. Not a single one grabs my interest. Lin Ming closed the film One-Eyed Treasure Boy and began aimlessly browsing the video platform. His own film was nearing completion. He would soon be able to finish editing and submit it for review, so he was not particularly worried. The only team that could pose a threat to me in this class is Han Moying's. But I can't figure out why she suddenly changed the script and invited a celebrity senior to help. The mere thought of Han Moying made Lin Ming descend into melancholy. He harbored feelings for her, a fact everyone knew, but Han Moying always treated him with indifference, which caused him great distress. If I had to name the most threatening person to me, it would be Liu Bai. He's handsome and quite close to Han Moying. I must admit his writing ability is truly impressive. Perhaps his involvement is why Han Moying altered the script this time. That kid Liu Bai claims he's making a film, but I have no idea what he's up to. His roommates have said they hardly see him these past few months. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. If he couldn't see Han Moying at school every day, he feared his head might be sporting a crown of green. He was burly in stature, but unremarkable in looks. Fortunately, his parents had worked hard to make him a wealthy young master, otherwise he would have lacked the confidence to pursue the class beauty. An untainted goddess holds undeniable appeal. Lin Ming swallowed hard, pushing thoughts of romance aside to assess his current situation. He knew that career came first. Once he became a renowned director, how many goddesses would be within his reach? The Academy's film evaluation is just around the corner. Professional film industry practitioners will be in attendance, both acclaimed directors from this school and A-list actors. If I can win their approval, I will absolutely soar to new heights. This opportunity is critically important to me. However, there are 3 film classes, each brimming with talented individuals. The pressure is considerable. But with my confidence and the quality of my film, I don't think I can't compete. As he thought thus, Lin Ming was about to close the platform when a title caught his eye. 2 months step by step. I'll teach you how to assemble a smart mecha. More importantly, the mecha's red and gold color scheme, sleek lines, and sharp contours made it look like a work of art. It struck him like a heavyweight punch straight to the heart. In that moment, he was completely captivated. Holy shit, that's pretty cool. Lin Ming stared at the mecha on the cover, unable to tear his gaze away. The bold red and yellow color scheme crashed into his vision with stunning impact, making his heart flutter. Build a smart mecha step by step. Seeing the title, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. With today's technological advancements, smart home furniture had become commonplace, while mechanical exoskeletons with far greater technological sophistication were already widely deployed in military forces, though they hadn't yet met civilian standards. Judging by this, the video's gimmick outweighed its practical value. This is probably made by a player on their own. Just from the design and color scheme alone, it's genuinely captivating. Lin Ming was lenient about this, not holding strict expectations. After all, this was self-designed by ordinary people. He was watching primarily for entertainment. If certain aspects were impressive, he'd gladly give it a triple like. He didn't hesitate anymore and clicked straight into the video. From the opening shot, a lathe was in operation with lasers etching the mecha's sharp angular lines. Soon enough, a fierce, silver-white mask was born, enhanced by technological embellishments. Even with such a straightforward visual, it sparked considerable discussion in the bullet comments. The person who designed this mask is a real talent. Absolutely, it doesn't look flashy at first glance, but the metallic texture is incredibly striking. Is this what they mean by a man's romance? So cool. I was drawn in by the bold red and yellow color scheme on the cover, but I never expected the silver-white version to be this stunning. This design is seriously badass. Lin Ming felt a surge of emotion in his chest as he gazed at the unpainted silver-white mask, his face unmistakably filled with awe and admiration. This pure metallic texture hit exactly where he wanted it to. This is the mecha I've been dreaming of, Lin Ming exclaimed appreciatively. His gaze remained fixed on the video, watching as the processed mask grew increasingly lustrous under the wash of water-based coolant. Then a figure appeared on camera wearing a mask to protect against the dust from machining operations. That figure assembled each cooled component one by one in front of the camera, completely satisfying all viewers' curiosity. Holy shit, this is literally a step-by-step tutorial. That's so considerate. Did the uploader forget the most important thing? We don't lack hands, we lack brains. The person above is telling the truth again. I have to admit, the uploader's design is incredible. Every step connects seamlessly with no unnecessary clutter. This doesn't seem like a beginner's work at all. Could this be a grandmaster from the crafting section? I checked the uploader's profile. This account was registered today, and this is their first video. This has to be an alt account from a seasoned creator. This is just too impressive. Lin Ming watched with genuine interest as well. Though not a professional himself, he'd encountered enough mecha figures to know the craft. From his perspective, beyond the striking exterior design and flowing metal lines, the rest was quite rudimentary. But that didn't diminish his appreciation. As long as it looked cool, that was all that mattered. The video was short, only 3 minutes long. The camera meticulously captured each assembly moment, every screw placed just right, then transformed through automated spray, painting into a bold red and yellow color scheme with powerful visual impact. Especially against the pitch-black backdrop, the pale blue glow emanating from the mecha's eyes instantly made countless hearts race. The bullet comments erupted. Holy shit. This design is seriously cool. Bro, I'm following. Can I ask if this mecha is for sale, eh? A large-scale figure, I'm totally into it. I need this for my collection. Stop talking, drop the link already. Comments flooded in and likes exploded as many viewers got swept up in the excitement, immediately hitting the triple like button. This drove the video's popularity skyrocketing, and within moments the concurrent viewership surpassed 2,000. Lin Ming felt his own blood surging with excitement. The mecha's glowing eyes and darkness perfectly matched his tastes. So impressively over the top, he absolutely loved it. He was genuinely considering purchasing it for his collection. Just based on this exterior design alone, buying it would be worth it. But before he could send a private message to the uploader, the video's closing appeared with black text on white. I want to film a video featuring this mecha. See you before the year ends. The moment those subtitles appeared, the bullet comments went even more wild, and Lin Ming felt struck right in the heart. Awesome, and you're even making a video. Support. You really love this mecha, don't you, uploader? It's indeed cool. I'll definitely toss some coins. I'll wait for your update on Bilibili. Already followed. The atmosphere on Bilibili was quite friendly. The comments at the end were mostly words of encouragement and support. After all, they loved watching content creators chase their dreams. Even if a middle school student posted a video saying they would perform an exotic dance in front of the entire class, once they hit a certain number of likes, there would still be plenty of people supporting every ridiculously ambitious dream. This time, they were no different, fully embracing their trollish spirit. However, they assumed it would be released as a short video format, and not a single person considered it might be headed towards cinematic production, including Lin Ming, the class monitor of Film Class 1. He's making a video? Lin Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing this. He had not expected the uploader to also be a film enthusiast. As a film student, I can offer some suggestions. After all, I am a professional. We should think about how to buy it from him in the end. This mecha is exactly to my taste. With such thoughts, he sent a private message. However, this uploader's ID was Lu Bai, which seemed like a coincidence. There were so many people with the same name. Could it really be that lucky? The next day, sunny. Lu Bai woke up from his hotel bed, still feeling somewhat dazed. I've been shooting films intensively for several months. Now that things have slowed down, it still feels a bit unnatural. There aren't many classes at school right now. As long as I submit a film before winter break, the assignment is complete. The film is currently being edited and the post-production visual effects are underway. Given the technological level of this world, it should take no more than a month to render everything. Then I'll apply for a screening license, reach out to theater chains or distributors, and negotiate the revenue split before it can be shown on the big screen. I also had senior brother Chen apply for the Iron Man appearance patent. Now there's really nothing else to do. Lu Bai shook away the fog in his mind, then picked up his phone to check whether the video had any response. Unexpectedly, it exceeded his wildest expectations. A flood of private messages appeared in his inbox, and his follower count had surpassed 10,000 overnight. The number of likes had also exceeded 50,000. Bilibili even sent a notification informing him that his video had climbed onto the trending list. This discovery delighted Lu Bai considerably. All his previous efforts had not been in vain. I didn't expect this video to have such viral potential. Lu Bai's eyes filled with joy, and he immediately registered accounts on multiple platforms. For example, Douyin, Kuaishou, and others, all with the account ID Lu Bai. However, some platforms limited the video duration for new users, so Lu Bai disregarded his empty stomach and re-edited a 15-second version of the video, publishing it on short video platforms. He wanted to attract more attention. After all, what items he could draw from the system depended on social engagement. Engagement could also be converted into box office revenue. This was real tangible benefit. Although the Bilibili video went viral, I can't skimp on promotional expenses. With that thought, Lu Bai spent 5 yuan to promote the Douyin video. Although the video was only about 10 seconds long, rematching the music and adjusting it frame by frame did take considerable time. An hour later, Lu Bai finished washing up, checked out of the hotel, and left. On the taxi ride back to school, he finally had time to read through the private messages from Bilibili users. Many people asked whether the mecha could be purchased, while some even demanded the design blueprints outright. However, the majority were encouraging. But what surprised Lu Bai was that someone claiming to be a staff member from a science exhibition had invited him. Hello, I am a publicity officer from the Qingzhou Science Exhibition. Our main focus is leading the annual technological trends. We invite not only tech companies, but also outstanding amateur innovators. I noticed your mecha design is exceptionally excellent and meets our collaboration standards, so I sincerely invite you to participate in the Spring Festival Technology Exhibition. The event will also include segments where you introduce your technology and design to other attendees, and the entire process will be live-streamed. However, if you prefer not to appear on stage, that is also acceptable. Lu Bai read through it and gradually understood. They were likely drawn by the popularity of his video combined with the genuinely outstanding design that had already received market recognition. That was probably why this invitation had come his way. Lu Bai had no objections to it. To him, the technology exhibition could also promote his film, though he wondered whether the timing would work out. Alright, I'll attend. The item drawing ability had its limitations. As far as Lu Bai knew, he could only settle the drawing rewards after the film had finished its theatrical run. Therefore, if the technology exhibition began before the film was still playing in theaters, he could only bring the three-dimensional movie props to put on a show. After replying to the exhibition publicity staff, Lu Bai continued browsing the private messages on Bilibili. Disappointingly, not a single advertising deal appeared, shattering his hope of recouping his expenses. The follower count is still too low, and I have little influence in the industry. Perhaps someday, I can become a major content creator. Lu Bai briefly entertained himself with such thoughts, then scrolled through the messages until an ID caught his attention. Because the person who sent the private message had the ID Lin Ming of film. Quite a coincidence. Lu Bai smiled faintly at the familiar name. He knew Lin Ming held no fondness for him, apparently resentful of his cordial working relationship with Han Moing. Of course, he harbored no fondness for Lin Ming either. To receive unexplained hostility the moment he transmigrated. How could he possibly remain unaffected? Then there was the cafeteria incident when Lin Ming had looked down upon him as if granting him the privilege of cooperation out of condescension. That had been truly repulsive. Not knowing whether the private message came from the same person, Lu Bai clicked it open with curiosity. Upon reading the message, he confirmed it was indeed the class monitor he remembered. From Lin Ming of the Film and Television Department. Hello, content creator. I was greatly surprised by your mecha design. This is precisely the mecha type I have always dreamed of. It is incredibly cool. At the end of your video, I noticed you plan to film promotional footage for the mecha. Coincidentally, I am a film student currently producing my own web movie with a 5 million investment. I have some experience with filming, so if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. Although Lin Ming was genuinely interested in the mecha, bluntly saying he wanted to buy it for his collection would cost him face. After all, he would someday become a great director and needed to maintain some dignity. Once they grew closer, he could casually bring it up. Perhaps he could purchase it for under 100. That sum was steep for ordinary people, but for a wealthy enthusiast with genuine interest, it was well worth it. Many anime enthusiasts spent fortunes on figurines. One wall of collectibles could rival the price of an apartment in a major metropolis. Those figurines were merely palm-sized, crafted from cheap resin and clay, yet people would spend tens of thousands on them. It was a fanaticism ordinary people could never comprehend. Lin Ming was no different. Even if he paid 1,000 for the mecha, it felt like pocket change to him, causing him not the slightest hesitation. What he sought was the mecha's design, color scheme, and appearance. And since it was the first set ever produced, it held even greater collectible value. Reading the private message, Liu Bai was surprised by the other party's unexpected courtesy. "No need, I'm just filming for fun with friends." Not wanting to turn away someone being friendly, he simply sent a brief reply. But unexpectedly, Lin Ming replied instantly, "Very well. I have already followed you and look forward to your follow-up content. Would it be possible to have a mutual follow?" Liu Bai was taken aback. So humble. What would his expression be like if he knew I am Liu Bai? A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he decided to grant the request. "Sure. Thank you for the follow-back, senior from the handicraft section. Looking forward to your follow-up videos," Lin Ming replied cheerfully. Liu Bai chuckled to himself and put away his phone, still so young. The taxi carried Liu Bai back to campus in no time. The university was always vibrant. Numerous film crews were still shooting, with students gathering curiously to watch. Students from the vocal music department also set up stalls to sing and perform. Youthfulness permeated every corner. At first, Liu Bai found this scene novel, but witnessing it nearly every day, he had long grown accustomed to it. Back in the dormitory, his roommate was surprised to see Liu Bai. "Liu Bai, where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you around at all." His roommates wore beaming smiles as if eager to share something exciting. Liu Bai responded, "I've been filming with a production crew, so I haven't been in the dorm." The three roommates gathered around him. "Then you've missed quite a few major pieces of news. Have you heard? The film directed by Han Moying received its screening approval a few days ago. Rumor has it a celebrated senior helped connect them with a distributor, and the film is scheduled for release at the end of this month. Even our counselor is extremely optimistic about this film." Another roommate spoke enthusiastically. "Exactly. Our film Class 1 has truly distinguished itself. Class Monitor Lin Ming's film will soon premiere on Penguin Video with a favorable revenue share. Everyone says it has a high chance of breaking even and may even turn a profit. Of course, Classes 2 and 3 should not be underestimated either. I hear someone submitted a film to America for exhibition, and it was shortlisted for film festivals and even the Oscars. Absolutely terrifying." His roommates went on, and Liu Bai nodded silently as he listened. He had never looked down on his fellow students. Those who could gain admission to this university all possessed exceptional talent. They only lacked a spark of inspiration. Perhaps with a sudden stroke of genius, a masterpiece could emerge. But Liu Bai harbored no such lofty ideals. He was merely a worldly person who wished to make money. Box office returns and social attention were closely tied to the magnitude of his rewards, and he could even obtain superior scripts. Commercial films were his primary choice. In his previous life, he had been destitute and penniless. Now that he had come to Blue Star, couldn't he indulge in some enjoyment? Just as Liu Bai was eagerly anticipating the early completion of the Iron Man special effects rendering, a phone call came in. Liu Bai picked up his phone and saw it was Han Moying. "Classmate, I heard you've returned. I wanted to ask, is the Iron Man film finished?" Liu Bai paused in surprise. He had never expected the class beauty to care so much about Iron Man. Liu Bai heard the question from his phone and replied, "Finished shooting. Currently rendering the visual effects." Han Moying hummed, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Has the release date been confirmed?" "Not yet, but it shouldn't be far off," Liu Bai replied honestly. After the visual effects rendering, they still needed to apply for the broadcast license. Fortunately, Blue Star's approval process was quite swift, typically taking about 3 days, which saved considerable time. This period was perfect for promotion and distribution. Han Moying nodded. "I really love your script. I'll be eagerly anticipating the final product." But she left some words unsaid. Based on the scenes described in the script, the visual effects would undoubtedly require a substantial budget. Even after scaling back the grand sequences, the production costs would still need at least 10 million. At the very least, 5 million would be the minimum. But could Liu Bai even secure such a large investment? Unaware of what Han Moying was worrying about, Liu Bai asked, "I heard your film is releasing at the end of this month. There aren't many days left. Do you think the promotion is on track?" "It's cutting it close. The timeline is too tight. Fortunately, I have hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin, so this promotional window is barely workable." Half a month later, during which time Han Moying's low-budget film was released and reportedly received positive reception, earning substantial profits. Liu Bai was genuinely happy for her. Meanwhile, he hadn't been idle either. He knew that promotion directly translated to box office performance and public attention, so he spared no expense. He splashed out 15 million to build momentum through promotion and publicity. He not only hired a professional marketing team, but also had senior brother Chen Rinchuan reach out to film distributors to establish partnerships and execute targeted advertising campaigns. They also purchased numerous promotional articles and ran extensive advertisements across Qingzhou, Meizhou, and Kadezu. Suddenly, across countless eyes, the presence of Iron Man became impossible to ignore. Especially with its innovative design and bold color scheme, it completely captivated the people of Blue Star. Moreover, Iron Man registered an official Weibo account, and upon verification released an official promotional trailer. The stirring music, incredibly detailed visual effects, smooth animation, and spectacular effects immediately generated immense anticipation among countless viewers. As people were still marveling, some Bilibili users were already stunned. "Holy shit, isn't this that up host?" This discovery sent shivers down their spines. They had personally watched the host design the mecha and work on the color rendering. But what was going on with this overwhelming barrage of advertisements? In an instant, countless viewers who spotted the connection flocked to Billy in excitement and shock. Host, come out and tell us. Isn't this the mecha you designed? Why does there even be an official Weibo account for Iron Man? Holy crap, are they playing a huge game here? I thought the host just made short videos, but this is blockbuster movie territory. This has to be a god-tier host. Brothers, look quick. The host posted a new video. Netizens saw the commotion and immediately clicked on Liu Bai's profile, catching the exact moment the new video was released. And this coincidentally was the very same video released by the Iron Man Weibo account. Is this an official announcement? Am I dreaming? Are they really making a full-length movie? That mecha is called Iron Man. I can't believe I followed a real big shot. The disbelief wasn't limited to netizens. It extended to Lin Ming from Film Class 1 as well. He was casually browsing online when the overwhelming advertisements hit him right in the face. Best actor starring a decade in the making. A sci-fi masterpiece emerges. A married couple playing the leads. What kind of magical film is this, eh? Featuring an abundance of veteran character actors. It's the most anticipated sci-fi film of the year. Lin Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Especially that red and yellow color scheme mecha. It shook his very soul. Wasn't this the mecha designed by that host? With this level of promotion, the production cost must be at least 50 million. And he had actually wanted to give advice to the person. Who did he think he was? So he was a hidden big shot all along. Had they mutually followed each other? Mom, I've been riding on someone's coattails. Lin Ming was overjoyed. He never imagined that the content creator he had followed was actually a hidden heavyweight. He immediately sent a private message pledging his full support once the film was released. By then, Lin Ming had dispelled his lingering doubts. After all, the name Liu Bai had genuinely unsettled him. Yet such a massive promotional campaign was far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Fortunately, it seemed they were merely sharing the same name, not acquaintances. Liu Bai unexpectedly met with such warmth, replied, "You've been too generous. I hope when you discover I'm the one behind this production, you'll still wear that friendly expression." Lin Ming was thrilled upon receiving the reply. He had no idea about the film's quality, but the promotional budget alone made it clear. This was undoubtedly a major production. If he could forge a connection, it would certainly prove a valuable network. Truly one who conceals his brilliance. Lin Ming set down his phone, deeply reflective. He guessed that the film Iron Man must have been produced long before now. It simply hadn't been promoted until now. The mecha video Liu Bai had first released was meant to revisit his original concept. Unexpectedly, he had actually brought it to life. And furthermore, every thumbnail on Billy was advertising the Iron Man film. The advertising cost astounded him. This had to be a true second-generation rich heir. Scanning the hot list, Lin Ming noticed Liu Bai's video had claimed the top spot. The likes and comments were surging dramatically. Good heavens, a simple video would suffice. Does it really require such an elaborate promotional trailer? It leaves one utterly speechless. The editing, special effects, and fluidity of the visuals, simply phenomenal. Who would have thought Shinjo could produce a sci-fi spectacle on this scale? Is this really your work? This feels like a major director's project. Judging by the scale, it must be a winter vacation release. I really hope it's not another preachy film about righteousness. Exactly. Shinjo's decline in sci-fi isn't unfounded. Most films merely drape themselves in a sci-fi facade, while telling ears-gnarled, old stories. Such a magnificent mecha design should not go to waste. Netizens were dumbstruck, the discussion heat rising steadily. After all, they were veteran fans who had watched Liu Bai's very first video. Yet upon witnessing the overwhelming promotional blitz, Han Moying's heart churned with conflicting emotions. Is this the script I once read, eh? Her beautiful eyes fixed upon her phone, pupils rippling with disbelief. Slender fingers glided across the screen, her face etched with utter incredulity. Officially titled Iron Man. A best actor is among the cast. The budget exceeds 100 million. The script Liu Bai showed me was also called Iron Man. Yet something feels deeply wrong. Her heart trembled, wildly shrouded in overwhelming shock, temporarily robbed of reason. After a long while, she finally regained her composure. This truly was a film shot by Liu Bai. It was about to premiere, and this promotional scale was simply ferocious. Han Moying sat motionless in her armchair, unable to fathom how everything could shift so drastically. Half a month ago, she had worried that Liu Bai lacked the funds to faithfully realize the script's original vision. But such grandeur now displayed hardly suggested any financial shortage. She refused to indulge in wild speculation, instead placing a direct call to the person concerned. Liu Bai, I've seen the Iron Man promotion. Very impressive. I want to know, did you find an investor? Given her experience with film production, the investor process was thoroughly familiar to Han Moying. Her own previously released film had also secured investment, ending happily with substantial profits for all involved. As director, lead actress, and screenwriter, Han Moying had earned handsomely. Yet the lion's share ultimately belonged to the investors and theater chains. That was what truly troubled her. Still, viewed optimistically, it wasn't entirely unfortunate. With low production costs and high returns, her next film would command a larger revenue share and greater creative authority. Following the success of her previous film, future investments would only grow, a virtuous cycle. Nevertheless, Han Moying understood that Liu Bai had undoubtedly found investors. With a promotional campaign of this magnitude, the profit split would almost certainly be heavily weighted against him. Making a film without investors was unthinkable. Risk mitigation was essential. And Liu Bai certainly couldn't possibly possess enough capital to mount such an enormous promotional operation himself. In the end, Liu Bai would certainly profit, though the box office share he received was unlikely to be particularly favorable. With this in mind, Han Moying paused briefly, reasoning that for a first-time filmmaker partnering with an investor, the profits must be severely squeezed. Anyone in his position would feel discontented. She sighed softly and offered comfort. I don't know how you feel about your investors. They're undeniably exploitative, often demanding exorbitant cuts. Your revenue share must leave you quite displeased. Let me share my experience. I made a short film back in high school, which you likely know. As the publicity committee member, securing sponsorships was second nature to me. These are simply normal profit distributions. There's no need to dwell on them excessively. Perhaps you're dissatisfied with the profit division, but consider it this way. You'll gain access to far greater resources to showcase your talent. I believe in you. You'll surely build your own team and independently produce your works in the future. Han Moying was still searching for the perfect words of consolation when Liu Bai's next sentence left her completely stunned. What are you talking about? I don't have any investors. Han Moying furrowed her delicate brows. How is that possible without investors? Well, I suppose I am the sole investor. Liu Bai added calmly. Han Moying, do you even speak human language? Liu Bai's confession left Han Moying utterly speechless. With a beep, the call was disconnected. Han Moying still couldn't believe the facts she had just heard. The clown is actually me. This time the promotional campaign was massive. Ad features for Iron Man were popping up across America. Although Tony had wrapped filming some time ago, he had hardly been idle, returning to America to continue taking on roles. This time, he was filming a contemporary drama, playing a security guard with some screen time and dialogue. Before coming to Qingzhou, he would have considered himself fortunate, having lines to speak rather than playing a corpse. Yet having worked with that esteemed director on a lead role film was so exhilarating that he still craved more. But for his family, he needed to keep earning money. Cut. That's a wrap for today. Everyone can head out. Hey Tony, I heard you filmed a movie in Qingzhou. The assistant director called everyone off duty, then spotted Tony approaching with a grin, his tone laced with barely concealed sarcasm. Tony removed his security uniform with a steady expression and replied calmly, this is my choice. Probably just another pointless sword-fighting flick. Here's some advice, Tony. Stay away from Qingzhou. Otherwise you'll lose that Best Actor nomination, though I suppose that was a decade ago. Several crew members burst out laughing. Tony remained unfazed, collected his meal box, and headed home by car. To him, Liu Bai was the true benefactor. What could these short-sighted productions possibly understand? The assistant director who had mocked him earlier watched Tony's retreating figure and sneered silently. Years ago, when he tried to court the hot up-and-coming Tony for his series, the actor hadn't given him the time of day. Now Tony was reduced to bit parts in his production, a reversal that fed his sense of superiority and deep satisfaction. Even when actors flubbed their lines, his temper had softened considerably. Director Mamba. At that moment, a crew member hesitated, wanting to say something, but holding back. The assistant director rose from his chair and asked curiously, what is it? The man's expression was conflicted as he handed over the tablet. Does this person look like Tony? Mamba, the assistant director, took the tablet with visible skepticism, only to encounter a promotional poster. Tony appeared in a sharp suit, his face marked with scars, gazing resolutely ahead. Winnie's character, playing the assistant, stood poised and dignified with a file folder in her arms. Behind them loomed a golden-red mech radiating an austere intensity. The sci-fi and high-energy atmosphere overwhelmed the first impression, compelling assistant director Mamba to take another look. Former Best Actor makes a powerful comeback, starring alongside his wife Winnie in a science fiction blockbuster. Investing $100 million to forge an entirely new sci-fi trend. A decade-long marriage silence broken with the most romantic declaration. The sensational headlines blasted relentlessly, instantly captivating everyone's curiosity. Even the experienced Mamba, who had directed promotional campaigns, felt an irresistible urge. When he regained his composure, his brows tightened into a frown. He could only snort acidly. The promotion looks quite impressive. Could he really turn things around with just one film? Even if he gains some momentum, he'll still be stuck in my crew for a month. Better he stays comfortable as a security guard. Tony returned home and collapsed onto the soft sofa, finally releasing the exhaustion weighing on his body. To his surprise, Winnie wasn't there. It wasn't until afternoon that he saw his wife push open the door. Tony set down his script and rose to greet her. Darling, where have you been? Winnie wore a radiant smile, as though reborn, her spirits light. I went out for an interview. Tony was taken aback. I didn't know about this. Winnie explained, it was quite sudden, right? They only told me today. Honey, listen to me. There's also a TV program that wants to invite you to appear. Tony was even more bewildered. Given his current standing, which network would be interested in him? But he wasn't foolish. He quickly grasped the connection. Aside from the Iron Man script, what else could possibly revive his career? To readjust to leading roles, he had frequently practiced scenes with his wife and studied the script. Estimating the timeline, it was about time the promotional rollout began. At this realization, he couldn't help but feel stirred, though he kept his emotions in check as he asked tentatively, has the promotion started? With $100 million investment, even allocating a fraction to marketing would generate an incredible impact. Yes, darling. The promotional campaign is enormous. Your photos are front and center on every major platform's coverage, sparking curiosity everywhere. I've been riding your coattails here. They invited me for today's interview, and the producers are now asking if you joined the recording as well. Tony's expression froze at those words. He had anticipated this possibility, but now that it was truly happening, his heart clenched tight. He had longed to return to the big screen and re-enter the public eye many times over. This moment, something he'd waited a decade for, had finally arrived. Yet instead of breaking down in tears or laughing wildly, he simply sat there in a daze, barely able to process it. He couldn't tell whether he was lost in memories of past hardships or dreaming of brighter days ahead. Winnie watched her husband standing there stunned, and her own throat tightened with emotion. She stepped forward tenderly and embraced him gently. Congratulations, Tony. Another half-month passed. The film's visual effects had finally been rendered, a milestone too significant for Lou Bai to miss. He attended the screening in person, and overall the experience was exceptional. The visual effects were stunning, delivering an intense sense of immersion. Powered by launching technologies, rendering the visuals were far more epic and detailed than the Earth version. After the screening concluded, Lou Bai found nothing to fault. Seizing the winter break window, he immediately had senior brother Chen Renchuan take the film key to the relevant authorities for approval. Almost instantly the approval came through, screening authorized. Lou Bai clenched his fist, a surge of adrenaline flooding through him. After all this promotion and build-up, make mechanical armor, here comes. Upon receiving the news about the screening, Lou Bai happened to be in the dormitory. He received a call from senior brother Chen Renchuan. Junior brother Lou, how are we arranging the film? Lou Bai understood his meaning, stepped onto the balcony, and replied, the release date is set for 12/12, with a simultaneous global premiere. Chen Renchuan was taken aback. Although he had every confidence in the film's quality, he wondered whether going global all at once was perhaps too ambitious a leap. He knew nothing of Lou Bai's need for box office returns and public attention, but he did not question Lou Bai's decision. After all, he was merely an employee. Lou Bai was the producer, the big boss. He voiced only his concern. I have no objection to a global release, but it means we'll need to find a major distributor. Lou Bai understood his implication. A film's release required the cooperation of a distributor. Simply clearing the approval process was not enough. The film needed to reach cinemas, and that was the distributor's domain. Put simply, the distributor acted as an intermediary. They were responsible for promotion and marketing, scheduling releases, and sending film prints to theaters. It doesn't matter if we cede some profit. Only a major distributor can maximize our returns, Lou Bai replied. Yes, partnering with a major distributor meant handing over a significant share of revenue, at least 10%. But he must not forget he still had the system's extraction rewards, based on box office and public attention. If he drew the Mark II, its value would be incalculable. And what of the Mark III? Chen Renchuan nodded. All right, I'll get on it immediately. Expect good news from us. After hanging up, Chen Renchuan's worries gradually faded, replaced by excitement. Though releasing on 12/12 meant competing against films by renowned directors, he was not afraid of the challenge. With a global simultaneous release, the quality of Iron Man would ensure his name was remembered by far more people. This time they would crush every film released in the same window. Everything was advancing at a rapid pace. The major distributor contacted by Chen Renchuan was also working tirelessly. Their staff had watched the film and were greatly astonished by its quality, deeming it the most valuable commercial release of the year. Their superiors attached great importance as well, quickly finalizing the partnership and committing full-throated support. The higher the box office, the greater their distribution fees. The distributor dared not slacken. They immediately dispatched teams to promote the film at cinemas across the country, organizing events and securing advertising spaces, even overseeing release schedules and ticket inspection. Everything was conducted in a grand and vigorous manner. The promotional intensity was ramping up everywhere, and Downey noticed the change even more acutely. On his current small set shoot where he played a security guard, people now regarded him with complicated expressions, some even actively cultivating favor. Even the assistant director Manny Ba restrained his former arrogance and was cordial. Everyone could see it clearly now. Downey was truly taking off. The scale of promotion alone would astonish anyone. Even if the box office ultimately underperformed, Downey's connection to a powerful backer was undeniable. Otherwise, why would such a major production cast an actor who had been struggling for a decade as the lead? Downey, you've worked hard today. There's more shooting tomorrow, so there's no need to arrive too early. Director Manny Ba rose from his chair, speaking with a warm smile. Faced with the assistant director's newfound courtesy, Downey felt no thrill of vindication. Instead, he replied politely, "Thank you, director. But I will still arrive on time tomorrow and finish my scenes early." 10 years ago, he would certainly have met Manny Ba's obsequiousness with biting sarcasm. But the man he had become was no longer the arrogant young actor. Facing such olive branches, he needed to nurture the relationships he had painstakingly built. Haha, very well. Director Manny Ba laughed heartily. He sensed that Downey held no resentment for his earlier disrespect. "I heard you have an event tonight. Tonight's premiere." Downey replied honestly, "Yes. Tomorrow night is the Iron Man premiere, and as a cast member, I am required to attend. But it will not delay your shooting schedule at all." Hearing the respect in his words, Manny Ba felt genuinely pleased. The more he looked at Downey, the more he liked him. He decided in his heart to give the man additional scenes. Even if Downey's lead film ultimately bombed in reviews and box office, it would be a favor he could call in later. He patted Downey on the shoulder and nodded. Best of wishes to you. The premiere was scheduled for tomorrow night. Lubai was making his final push. Leave a comment, like, and share on this post, and you'll have a chance to win one of 100 free movie tickets. Lubai posted a 9-panel cover image, typed out the text, and hit send. From his observations, no one on Blue Star had yet used likes and shares for promotion, so he borrowed a promotional method that had swept the earth. Already liked, shared, and commented. Wishing you a huge box office. Lubai never expected the first comment to come from a familiar ID, Film Media Lin Ming. Lubai saw the other party being so proactive, so he casually liked their comment. Lin Ming received the like notification and was thrilled. This must be becoming a familiar face by now. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had noticed the movie's promotion growing more and more sensational, fully aware of just how formidable this host truly was. To have made such a powerful connection was like his ancestors' graves smoking with auspicious clouds. Anyone still awake? This is a movie my friend is producing. It's a big production. Please help me by liking, sharing, and commenting. He reposted the update to various groups and sent out a generous red envelope. It was as if he held nothing back. Soon he received quite a few replies. It seems I still have some influence. Lin Ming was extremely pleased with himself. He sent a screenshot boasting of his promotional efforts as a private message on B Station, strongly supporting. Lubai, seeing the forward in the class group chat, could only laugh and shake his head. You're sure we're friends now? When you find out my true identity, what will you think then? My B Station ID is Lubai. I've never deceived you. Lubai replied with a warm smile, somewhat gratified by the other's enthusiastic promotion. Thank you. It was Han Moying from the class group who, seeing Lin Ming promote so enthusiastically, was taken aback. Were they really this close? But she found it too troublesome to ask, and instead messaged Lubai. Is the premiere tomorrow night? Lubai replied, yes. Can you send me a few movie tickets? No problem. For tomorrow night's premiere, as the film's producer, Lubai naturally had spare tickets. Getting a few seats was effortless. Han Moying put down her phone, somewhat dazed. She had read the script back then and fallen in love with the story at first sight. Later she had worried that Lubai lacked the funding to produce quality film effects, but now that everything was resolved, she felt as though an entire lifetime had passed. Oh my, hasn't winter even passed yet, and our talented lady is already dreaming of romance. Her roommate teased, watching Han Moying's dazed expression. Get lost. Han Moying shot her a glance. Got some tickets for the movie tomorrow. Late that night, Lubai drifted into deep slumber, filled with hopeful expectations for tomorrow's premiere. Unaware that his casual post had gone completely viral. Under his latest update, likes exceeded 3,000, comments surpassed 4,000, and shares reached another 3,000. An unquestionable blockbuster hit. Lubai never expected that Earth's most simplistic promotional method would spark such a frenzy on Blue Star. What kind of promotional method is this? Commenting, liking, and sharing. Quite interesting. So you can enter the lottery just like this, hey? After I shared it, so many people shared it again. It's absolutely insane. I work in the publicity industry. You only see the benefits the host offers, but you have no idea how terrifying this promotional approach truly is. Exactly. It's so simple and produces such great results. Why didn't I think of it? Damn, with just 100 movie tickets, it has this terrifying effect. Copy it, copy it. B Station was in an uproar. Lubai's rented operations company, which managed the Weibo account for Iron Man, also noticed this astonishing promotional impact. Quick, immediately copy the like, comment, share method. The operations team leader ordered everyone to follow suit at once, and this wave instantly swept across all of Weibo. By dawn, with over 1 million likes and comments, this terrifying effect was jaw-dropping. This is too exaggerated. The team leader, upon hearing the news, was filled with mixed emotions. He had been in the publicity industry for over 10 years, and his operational skills could only be described as above average. But he had never imagined such a simple yet effective promotional method. It could spark such widespread enthusiasm across the entire population. He had an industry group chat filled with top professionals in publicity, where conversations were usually lifeless with occasional advertisements, but now it felt as though everyone had suddenly come alive. Terrifying, damn terrifying. I saw it too. It spreads like a virus. My son's social media feed is full of comments and shares. Exactly. They don't seem to care much about the movie ticket rewards. They're just excited by the novelty and joining in the trend. This promotional approach has completely shattered my conventional thinking. I never imagined such a straightforward method could generate such a massive response. Right? And the most incredible part is it costs almost nothing. The Milk project I manage has also started following the like and share campaign trend, and I didn't expect it to work so well. Haha, same here. This promotional tactic can be called the best marketing case of the year, right? Group members were filled with emotion. Some also tagged the originator. Oldly, I owe you this one for borrowing your creative idea. Going to stay silent. Yes, stop lurking silently. Probably hiding behind his phone, giggling to himself. Oldly, where are you? Oldly was the team leader responsible for the Iron Man Weibo account. Seeing others tag him and learning about the group chat drama, he could only laugh and shake his head. He naturally wished this case had originated from his own discovery. It was a prime opportunity to make a name for himself, potentially doubling his worth, and even being used as a successful marketing case study by universities. But he had simply followed the trend. It wasn't my idea, it was my boss's. He didn't dare to claim it as his own since B Station had already featured it several times. A quick search would reveal the truth. Liu Bai was woken up by senior brother Chun. On the other end of the phone, the voice was extremely excited. It's viral. Completely viral. Movie bookings are already queued up 5 days out. The movie is going to be a huge hit. Liu Bai was half asleep. He only vaguely heard something about catching fire and instantly woke up. What exploded? It's the movie pre-sale that's exploded. Senior brother Chen Rinchuan explained excitedly. Liu Bai came to his senses and finally understood the situation. Opening his computer, he saw that the likes on Bilibili had already surpassed 500,000. Such rapid viral spread far exceeded his expectations. He had merely thought that such a simple yet effective promotional approach was absent on Blue Star, so he decided to give it a try, never imagining the results could be so astonishing. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, he continued browsing Bilibili, even wandering over to Weibo. He noticed numerous imitators had emerged. Mengli Milk new product launch. Like, comment, and share to win 100 cases. The biggest benefit, like, repost and comment for a chance to win one of 3 laptops. Follow me, leave a comment, and 10 of the newest Snow Pair phones will be yours. For a moment, countless news feeds overflowed with repost and comment solicitations. Netizens partook with the enthusiasm of a festival, eagerly joining every giveaway campaign, each harboring the fantasy of becoming a truly fortunate winner. Let me win. I've wanted a computer for ages. Hope I get lucky. Here to lower my own odds of winning. This phone's design is meh. The prize pool is too deep. Let me take it. Liu Bai observed the Weibo frenzy, noting not only the netizens' revelry, but also the smug satisfaction of the enterprises. By offering merely a few products, they could garner tremendous attention. Such an incredibly low-cost promotional method perfectly suited their tastes. Even those claiming to give away electronic products worth thousands could easily rig the draw. Who knew whether anything was actually distributed? The internet was awash in chaotic repost and draw campaigns everywhere. Liu Bai was equally stunned. He seemed to recall his days back on Earth where he had participated in such events, never missing one, yet never winning a single prize. At least I, the first to crack the crab, reaped the greatest attention. A satisfied smile played on Liu Bai's lips as he viewed the official Weibo for Iron Man, which had already garnered 500 followers. The number of people aware that the film was premiering that night was countless. Liu Bai felt deeply gratified. All his efforts over this period had not been in vain. Just as he was about to wash up, a private message pop-up appeared from staff at the Science and Technology Museum. Hello, Mr. Liu Bai, do you still remember me? We touched base a month ago. The Qingzhou Science Exhibition has now officially opened registration. Would you have time to fill out the form online? Rest assured, we won't collect personal identification information. We only need a general overview of your exhibition project. This person had messaged Liu Bai when he first posted his video inviting him to participate in the exhibition, hoping to catch some publicity. The Iron Man design was indeed striking. Liu Bai harbored no resentment, recognizing this as a mutually beneficial opportunity, and readily agreed to exhibit. However, after so much time had passed, he had nearly forgotten about it, and was surprised that registration was just beginning. Alright, I'll fill out the form. Liu Bai replied, briefly completed the registration, randomly selected 100 lucky winners from the comments, and then went to wash up. That evening, dressed impeccably, Liu Bai walked into the cinema with his core creative team. His emotions were far from calm. After waiting so long, this day had finally arrived. The premiere would determine the film's box office starting point. Though confident in his work, unease was unavoidable. Soon Iron Man would officially meet the people of Blue Star, and Liu Bai himself was profoundly eager. Everything depended on tonight. This would decide whether he could finally claim the Mark armor. The cinema was bustling with voices. Countless film critics took their seats. The 100 lucky audience members selected by Liu Bai also entered the premiere hall, eagerly awaiting the start of the film. They might not have been particularly interested in the movie. After all, science fiction films had become increasingly homogenized, their preachy tone making audiences uncomfortable, and their grim darkness had contributed to poor box office performance for the genre. But attending such a premiere event was all about satisfying one's vanity, and they eagerly posted to their social media feeds to show off. I won. I'm not dreaming. I'm really going to see the premiere. This is the screening hall for Iron Man, even more luxurious than I imagined. I've seen the actors. This is my first time meeting a celebrity. Let's go take a photo later. People chatted excitedly, their voices brimming with anticipation. Han Moying sat among them with her roommates. Such a grand premiere ceremony was something she had never experienced before. Although the films she had previously acted in had performed well at the box office, their premiere events and promotions had been rather modest by comparison. Han Moying, is this the movie you brought us to see? It's actually this film. The promotion has been everywhere lately, it would be impossible not to know about it. You managed to get premiere tickets and seats this good too. Impressive. Tell me, do you have some secret connection with the production team? It's a science fiction film. Honestly, I'm not very interested. Since Sister Han is treating us, I'll definitely watch it carefully. Han Moying's roommates sat side by side, chatting animatedly about the upcoming film. Han Moying simply listened, saying little herself. Instead, she watched the crew members file into the venue. She quickly spotted Liu Bai in a suit among the directors and leads, seeing them take their seats in the prime viewing area, and offered only a faint smile with no desire to reach out. No wonder it's a big production this scale is almost enviable to death. But just being able to sit here means I've already won over so many people. Lin Ming sat in the back row, his heart pounding with excitement. He kept pulling out his phone to take photos, sharing them on his social media feed, and in various group chats his messages carrying a subtle air of boastfulness. Attended the Iron Man premiere, quite the grand setup. In the class group chat accompanied by panoramic photos, he had taken a wave of sycophantic praise erupted. Class monitor, you're incredible. You actually got to go, I'm so envious. This movie's promotion really went viral. It piqued my curiosity. I've already booked my tickets. Take me under your wing, boss. Amidst the chorus of flattery in the group chat, Han Moying glanced at the photo and noticed the angle was from far in the back, far inferior to her prime seat. She merely offered a casual congratulations. Lin Ming felt quite pleased at the class beauty's reply. He couldn't help but puff up his chest. Unfortunately, these tickets were incredibly precious. I had to call in a lot of favors just to get one. Next premiere, I'll try to get 2 more. I hope Han Moying will deign to join me. The class group chat erupted in playful banter as though they had smelled a major development. Han Moying merely sneered and ignored it. Lu Bai, seated at the very front, also saw the messages in the group and looked surprised. Why is Lin Ming here? But he soon fell silent, too lazy to dwell on it. As for Lin Ming, he was so thrilled he wanted to laugh out loud. The envious gazes from the group chat swelled his sense of superiority. Especially that Han Moying had actually congratulated him, which only fed his fantasies. It's amazing to attend a premiere for such a big production. Such prestige. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. He reflected on how fortunate his luck had been. He had been lucky enough to win a screening ticket in Lu Bai's lottery draw. Although his seat was poor in the second-to-last row, he was already satisfied to enter such a grand venue and see renowned directors and stars. Of course, his seat was still too far away to make out faces even when the crew entered. Although I've gained plenty of face in class. I hope this movie can surprise me. I've been looking forward to it for quite a while. As the crew took their seats, the distributor came forward to host the ceremony, requesting that all attendees turn off their phones and prohibiting photography and recording. The people of Blue Star were deeply committed to their social contracts and complied readily. Lin Ming's attention became even more focused. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Soon the commotion in the entire cinema subsided. The hall plunged into darkness. Subtitles appeared on the massive screen. The movie Iron Man had officially begun. The straightforward opening thrilled those who had drawn movie tickets. Here it comes. I was drawn here by Iron Man's exterior. This promotional campaign is insanely intense. Even more so than some big-budget films released in the same slot. I simply had to come watch it. I paid several thousand to swap tickets with someone just to attend this premiere. I hope the film quality isn't subpar. Not only were netizens excited, even those film critics accustomed to premiere ceremonies couldn't help but express their astonishment. Starting directly, the crew isn't even going on stage to say a few words. That's incredibly principled. Exactly. At other premieres I've attended, directors and actors droned on endlessly, practically pasting "give me good reviews" on their foreheads. It's refreshing that this crew didn't pull any silly stunts. Most directors love giving speeches at premieres followed by leads rambling about their acting experiences. It really ruins the experience. Indeed, when everyone is seated, they just play the movie, no unnecessary delays. Just for that, I'll say a few kind words. The critics were quite taken aback by such a no-nonsense opening, and their mental ratings silently climbed. Others, however, watched the film with different intentions. In one of the prime viewing seats, an aging middleman director wearing a face mask frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He was a renowned director, his films boasting budgets exceeding 100 million yuan. The film about to premiere carried an unprecedented 400 million investment with an A-list cast that had captured the attention of countless media outlets. Iron Man should never have caught his interest, at least that's what he'd assumed. Especially after hearing that both the directing team and the lead cast were relatively unknown, he had initially dismissed it outright. However, the promotional scale of this film was so terrifying that even he felt compelled to take it seriously. Thus, he requested tickets from the distributor, wanting to see what was truly inside the pot. Director Lee, I don't think you need to take this too seriously. This film will only rely on tricks. Its quality definitely won't match our monster-themed production. There's truly no need to squeeze in time from your busy schedule to watch this film. It's simply not on the same level. By the director's side, an entourage member spoke his words laced with flattery. Director Lee snorted coldly, not worth mentioning. His promotional campaign is practically riding on our faces. Where's our promotional team? Are they just along for the ride? The accompanying young man gave an awkward smile, daring not to argue. He well knew how bizarrely effective Iron Man's promotion had been, especially those likes, shares, and comments that had triggered a nationwide trend. Even he was surprised by such a promotional approach. Sitting unmoved in his seat, Director Lee couldn't help but remark, it seems the production team truly has confidence. They're really not planning any pre-screening remarks, just starting right away. That eliminates quite a few promotional opportunities. The accompanying young man immediately seized the chance to flatter. Indeed, I wonder what the directing team was thinking, passing up such excellent promotional opportunities. Delivering a speech at the premiere opening is standard practice. The purpose is to get more face time and provide critics and media with material to write about. I think they simply haven't experienced a premiere before. They don't even understand that basic rule. Director Lee did not respond. He could only feel that sense of unease growing heavier in his chest. Particularly as his own film was also scheduled for release on the same day as Iron Man, an inexplicable sense of crisis crept over him. An unsettling thought surfaced in his mind. Could the Iron Man production team truly be that confident in their film's quality? Are they so disdainful of boosting expectations through speeches? Just as he was lost in thought, credits appeared on the big screen, staring strikingly at everyone. Director Liu Bai, screenwriter Liu Bai, producer Liu Bai. For a moment, everyone faced this triple reveal, their hearts skipping a beat. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was shaken to their cores. Such lavish opening credits instantly sent shivers through countless nerves, igniting immediate widespread fascination. Holy crap, did I just see that correctly? This has to be some kind of monster. They not only wrote and directed it themselves, but they're also the producer. Producers are the actual investors. Is this guy a billionaire? So Liu Bai somehow holds the complete rights to Iron Man. Good heavens. I seriously underestimated this content creator. My poverty truly limits my imagination. Even though Han Moying was already fully aware of the truth, witnessing this moment still caused her eyes to flutter involuntarily as she pressed her lips together. He actually filmed everything written in the script. He really is the investor. What other talents could he possibly possess that I'm unaware of? Lin Ming was equally overwhelmed with excitement as the film began. He had long yearned to witness this picture with his own eyes, hoping it would finally bring his mecha sci-fi dreams to life. Yet when his gaze landed on the director's name on screen, his cheek twitched. The name was far too conspicuous. But after a brief pause, he managed to ease his mind. Fortunately, it must merely be a coincidence of names, not the person I know. Right. It definitely isn't him. How could he possibly have that kind of capital? Lin Ming steeled his resolve. I've already convinced myself of this before. Stop imagining things. Commotion echoed throughout the screening room. Unlike the online netizens' exclamations, the invited media critics were acutely aware of just how difficult this undertaking truly was. I can't fathom that the producer himself directed this film. Who exactly is this Liu Bai? Why have I never heard of such a figure before? It's not uncommon for talents to handle both filming and scripting, but what astonishes me most is that he's also the financier. I cannot begin to imagine what kind of spectacle this film will deliver. To be honest, I'm quite intrigued now. Director Li listened to the murmur beside him. Even behind his mask, the irritation knitting his brows was plainly visible. As an experienced director with years behind his belt, he naturally understood the immense difficulty involved. Yet the mere title of producer alone left him utterly baffled. Holy shit, this young man. His companion's expression was similarly strained, completely dumbfounded by the opening sequence. After composing himself, he dared to mutter bitterly, likely all thunder and no rain. The title sounds grand, but the film itself is probably flavorless. Director Li offered no reply, his own certainty already fading. As the spotlight scrolled across the cast on the giant screen, before transitioning to the Lust Plateau, he subtly straightened up. Quiet down. The movie is starting. Upon the massive screen, the first image to emerge was a desolate Gobi desert sprawled beneath a snow-covered plain, its biting cold palette radiating an overwhelming sense of isolation. In the distance, 5 military vehicles kicked up plumes of dust as they surged toward the center of the frame. Shortly after, a fierce electronic soundtrack erupted, stirring an uncontrollable restlessness within the audience. The camera then cut to the Bluetooth speaker mounted in the convoy, while the officer in the front seat kept glancing backward as though eager to speak. Downey, embodying Tony Stark, cracked open a can of soda. Surveying the heavy silence, he finally broke the quiet. This vibe is like I'm being shipped to a court-martial. Honestly, what did I do? Feels like you're about to pull over and execute me. What, not allowed to talk? We can speak, sir, replied the escorting soldier beside him. Excellent. So you do have a problem with me then? After a bit of small talk, the conversation finally flowed. The officer in the front seat, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, "Did you really sleep with all 12 girls on the cover of that men's magazine?" Stark removed his sunglasses and replied with effortless nonchalance, "That's a good question. Yes and no. The March issue conflicted with my schedule, but fortunately the Christmas edition featured twins." The line drew involuntary chuckles from the audience. This protagonist seems flawed. He's not exactly who I expected. Exactly. I assumed he'd be a righteous crusader, but look at him now. Ha, I'm already dying to see where this goes. Just 2 minutes into the opening, and the film had already captured countless viewers. Even director Li's expression tightened with serious attention. He recognized the profound craftsmanship behind this opening. Many directors favored gradual, methodical introductions, which often left the early plot shrouded in mist and the protagonist's persona underdeveloped. Yet this Iron Man was nothing ordinary. In merely those few minutes, it had established the lead's character with striking clarity. It was too vivid. Far from the brooding grim hero, he was a genuine playboy. This screenplay and direction bore none of the hallmarks of a rookie. Did Liu Bai really film the risque jokes? Inside the audience, Han Moying felt her pale cheeks growing warm as the witty banter played out. She had read the script and found the protagonist rather insufferable, refusing to meet anyone unless interviewed by a stunning woman. But she never imagined Liu Bai would actually commit it to film. The viewing experience, surprisingly, wasn't bad, but the ensuing visuals would leave every audience member utterly astonished. The lead military vehicle ahead suddenly detonated with a thunderous roar. The erupting flames of burning fuel seemed ready to burst through the confines of the screen, radiating savage, suffocating heat. And just like that, everyone was rendered completely dumbfounded. The military vehicle exploded, flames erupting in all directions. The thunderous roar was deafening, delivering an intensely visceral experience. In an instant, the entire audience was stunned. What the hell? Isn't this all just CGI in movies? Hey, why is this explosion so realistic? They actually blew it up for real. Are they trying to kill themselves? Hey. For a production that supposedly demands all special effects, this practical explosion is absolutely adrenaline pumping. It's probably just special effects, right? No one on Blue Star has ever made a film with a real explosion before. I think so too. On Blue Star, all war films and military films use special effects for explosions, because no one dares to take such a risk. But that swirling dust, surely that couldn't be achieved with special effects, right? If this film actually used real explosives, I'd give it a perfect score. Not only were netizens baffled, but professional film viewers were equally excited, their adrenaline surging. They were all too familiar with how Blue Star films operated. Productions always relied on special effects because on Blue Star the quality of effects was high and production costs remained low. More importantly, safety was a concern. There had never been a production willing to use real explosives. A shoot that risked lives would inevitably deliver a powerful viewing experience. Donnie, Wynn is wearing an evening gown and seated among the creative team, felt her heart skip a beat as she watched the military vehicle explode. She could almost smell the gunpowder. She gazed at her husband beside her, her heart heavy with blame and worry. Having filmed for many years, she knew instinctively that this explosion was not special effects. The burning traces were far too authentic, well beyond the level any VFX team could produce. It's all right, darling. Donnie took his wife's hand, offering a reassuring smile, without further explanation. During the filming of this scene, he had never told her anything. Indeed, he had already drafted his last will and testament. Using live explosives, this was unprecedented in Blue Star's film history. The terrified expression on his face as he watched the vehicle explode ahead was not acting. He was genuinely shocked. Luckily, we got it in one take. Otherwise, I'd be having nightmares. Donnie sighed. This was also his first time watching the final cut. It was like watching one's own child. He still felt nervous, expectant, and proud. More like being reborn. In the audience, Director Lee wore a grave expression, saying nothing. His companion, however, looked utterly astonished. Which special effects company produced this? It's so lifelike. We should reach out to them for future collaboration. This could not possibly be special effects. His companion was even more bewildered. After a stunned pause, he finally came to his senses. Don't tell me they actually used real explosives. Is this crew crazy? They're risking their lives. Brilliant. Lin Ming was utterly amazed, his face alight with excitement. Although it hadn't reached the science fiction territory he most hoped to see, this opening had already drawn him in completely. Liu Bai really dares to push boundaries. Even Han Moying's heart raced with anticipation, hoping Liu Bai could truly bring to life the script she had once read. On the big screen, the story continued to unfold. Bullets rained down, soldiers perishing all around. Tony Stark hid in panic only to spot a missile marked Stark Industries landing nearby, followed by a blast that knocked him unconscious. This sequence was tightly paced, never dragging, leaving the audience breathless with excitement. The next scene showed the protagonist bound to a chair surrounded by armed mercenaries, with a voiceover raging before cutting to a cliffhanger. Then, the scene shifted to 36 hours earlier. Stark had won the Pinnacle Award, but never appeared at the ceremony. Instead, he spent the evening playing board games with a beautiful woman. After leaving the casino, he was approached by a glamorous reporter, and the two ended up together that very night. This led to the introduction of the female lead, Pepper Potts, as the two discussed work matters in a workshop filled with mechanical parts. Potts, you need to sign this before you head to the airport. Stark, why are you trying so hard to get rid of me? Do you have plans? In fact, I do. I don't like when you have plans. I'm allowed to have plans on my birthday. Is today your birthday? Yes, how strange. It's the same day as last year. Go ahead and buy yourself something nice with my money. I already did. How is it? Very tasteful. Thank you, Mr. Stark. You're welcome, Miss Potts. Their banter was delightfully absurd, yet it drew knowing smiles from the audience. The male lead's playboy persona was undeniable, yet somehow impossible to hate. In the audience, viewers could not help but be struck dumb. I've never seen a protagonist like this before. So much of a jerk. Is this really a sci-fi film? Secretary Potts seems more like Stark's personal possession, harboring some strange sense of ownership. Have to admit, this is quite entertaining. The story that followed flowed even more smoothly, utterly captivating. Stark traveled to Seven Islands State to showcase the latest weapons to the military, tying up the narrative threads introduced at the beginning. It turned out the protagonist had been kidnapped by warlords on his return journey and forced to manufacture devastating weapons. Stark refused, and was stunned to discover the warlords possessed numerous weapons manufactured by his own company. This mystery gnawed at him, yet persuaded by another scientist, he decided to secretly cooperate to find a way out. Soon, the story reached its first major climax. Stark raced against time with the militants, crafting the original Iron Man armor from scrap metal, and ultimately escaping from the cave. An intense, thrilling sequence left the audience cheering with excitement. A commotion rippled through the crowd, that uncontrollable surge of passion crashing against their minds like a tidal wave. Brilliant. The quality of this storyline is incredibly high. Absolutely no weak moments. The plot is tight and gripping, full of wit and tension. It's simply brilliant. extracting palladium from missiles to build a mini arc reactor to power the machinery. What an exhilarating concept. Though the Iron Barrel mech may not be the most sci-fi, it's a major highlight. The only pity is Ian's son. Ian sends death, yet it triggers the protagonist's transformation. This plot twist is both unexpected and entirely justified. The audience was ablaze with excitement. Lin Ming could barely restrain his shouts of admiration. At only 22 years old, he was in the prime of youthful fervor, and the unfolding narrative left him nearly bursting with emotion. Absolutely incredible. It totally lived up to my expectations. I'm going to hype this movie to the skies. After the premiere, I'm buying tickets and treating my classmates. Han Moying was so excited she could barely contain herself. When she first read the script, that scene had stirred her deeply. But seeing it brought to life on the silver screen filled her with even greater delight. It's beautifully filmed. Absolutely on par with the biggest commercial blockbusters. The plot is tight and completely free of filler. Han Moying's face flushed with enthusiasm, and she did not hold back her praise whatsoever. At the same time, she felt even more admiration for the classmate who had written the script for her and genuine joy for his success. But soon a different feeling surfaced. Was she happy or disappointed? He has a gift for directing, and I'm so happy for him. But will he have no time to write scripts for me anymore? Even if he does, can I still afford to hire him? The story, however, did not pause for the audience's jubilation. Having witnessed too many lives lost because of his weapons, Stark returned to headquarters and immediately convened a press conference unilaterally announcing the cessation of weapons manufacturing, a decision that sent shockwaves through the industry. Jeff, the bald antagonist, struggled to quell the mounting public outcry. He chased after Stark back to the company, furious over the impending stock plunge. Stark responded calmly, "I don't want our legacy to be reduced to body counts. We can do better. We'll do something else." Jeff shot back, "Something else? Are you suggesting we start making baby bottles?" Stark replied, "I think we should reconsider the arc reactor technology." Jeff was helpless. The arc reactor had always been more of a public relations gesture, a way to silence societal criticism. That was the consensus among all the directors. Moreover, it was inefficient and unprofitable. They had known this even before construction began, with no significant breakthroughs expected for at least 30 years. Its only practical use was powering the factory. But when Stark pulled open his shirt to reveal the mini arc reactor core embedded in his chest, Jeff's expression shifted from disbelief to a broad smile. He warmly adjusted Stark's collar, as though protecting the world's greatest secret from prying eyes. "Listen to me, Stark. We're in this together, understand? As long as we work together, nothing is impossible. Just like back in the days when I worked with your father." Stark returned to his workshop, using more advanced tools to craft a superior mini arc reactor core. As for the rough prototype, which had little power remaining, he had his secretary Potts take it away for disposal. Deep in the desert, his original Mark I iron armor still lay buried. The scene shifted to show warlords excavating the site, planting a looming threat for Stark. Stark, however, remained unaware, fully immersed in developing the second-generation Mark armor. "Let's start slowly. Let's see if we can increase the energy output by 10%. Inside the workshop, Stark strapped on the newly engineered leg armor. Under the lens of robotic filming arms, he rocketed skyward, only to be slammed backward by the overwhelming thrust, crashing into the ceiling. The comical sight had the audience in stitches. Ha, even in such a serious moment, I couldn't help but laugh. The dialogue is brilliant too. They've only built one pair of mechanical legs so far, and I can't wait any longer. The pacing is so tight and thrilling. Before I knew it, almost an hour had passed. Definitely a 5-star experience." As the story continued, bald Jeff arrived at the Villa District, attempting to extract the mech's technical blueprints by leveraging the board's opposition, only to be firmly rejected by Stark. With no other option, Jeff turned his attention to the warlords. Even the crude Mark I armor might yield some design insights. Day 11, Test 37, Configuration 2.0. The scene transitioned. Days had passed. Stark entered his vastly larger private garage, his hands and feet now encased in mechanical components, preparing for flight experiments. This time he had found the ideal energy propulsion ratio, allowing stable flight. Coupled with the soaring background music, the scene sent adrenaline surging through every viewer. "Awesome. I can fly." As Stark, still reeling from the intensity, spoke these words with calm composure, the audience erupted in celebration. "Amazing." Lin Ming could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet and cheered loudly. This sci-fi concept was unlike anything he had ever imagined. In the sci-fi films he had watched before, the protagonist always started at peak power, relying on overpowered gear while solving problems with guns. What drew him most to Iron Man was watching the protagonist design everything from scratch, creating an unmatched sense of involvement. Now I understand what the host meant in his first video. The title was spot on. A true mech enthusiast should build their own mech with their own hands. The film nails the theme perfectly. It's so inspiring. This is what a sci-fi movie should be. This is the mech I've always wanted. Director Lee shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He could not fathom how naturally this film's narrative perspective unfolded. From the reckless opening to designing the flame-throwing iron barrel for self-rescue, witnessing too many deaths caused by his weapons, deciding to shut down weapons production and devote himself to developing new armor. The character was profoundly rich and consistent throughout. This didn't read like a first-time filmmaker's work at all. Was Liu Bai reading his mind? And yet he could not deny one thing. He absolutely loved this cinematic rhythm. Every detail revealed the story bit by bit, yet the plot never dragged. Instead, emotions stacked up like rolling waves flowing with effortless grace from one moment to the next. Even his usual accomplice sat dumbfounded. For the first time, genuine panic set in. This is it. I had assumed director Lee's film would be unbeatable during the Double 12 period and throughout the winter break. After all, it was a $400 million investment blockbuster with a cast of top-tier stars. Now I cannot ignore this film. It is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse of the year. It could pose a serious threat to our monster-themed production. Could we actually be facing defeat? Meanwhile, Han Moying and her roommates were beaming with excitement, completely swept up in the film's thrilling momentum. Their bell-like laughter and animated discussions echoed through the audience seats. Moying, this movie is amazing. I never thought I'd enjoy sci-fi, but I was so wrong. The visual effects are incredibly realistic. I haven't had enough. I want to watch it again. Oh no, I think I'm falling for the bad boy. Haha, you shameless thing. Han Moying sat silently in the dim theater. Only the light from the screen illuminated her face, her eyes shimmering with reflected brilliance. And the story that followed would send shockwaves through the entire audience. Every emotion was stoked to a boiling point, and the crowd erupted in pure excitement. The scenes ahead would prove even more thrilling. Inside the studio, the robotic assist arms mounted steel components fitting flawlessly against Stark's physique. The camera rotated a full 180 degrees, showcasing the mech suit's hardcore brilliance from every angle. To everyone's surprise, amidst the rousing electronic music, the mech seemed to move in sync with the camera, as though the audience could see themselves reflected within the screen. Just this single scene sent the entire audience into a frenzy. Holy shit, that moment was absolutely epic. I'd pay for a ticket to rewatch just that part alone. The hype wasn't exaggerated at all, it's genuinely incredible. How is this even cooler than the promotional trailers? The enthusiasm in the theater erupted like wildfire. Especially when Stark flew straight from the underground garage into the dark night sky, the background music intensified, stimulating everyone's nerves second by second. Downey sat in the audience watching this scene and unable to hold back his tears. Especially surrounded by the roaring cheers of the crowd, he knew he had truly succeeded. Downey, you're amazing. When Nisi reached over her palm, gently grasping her husband's broad hand, her eyes brimming with proud encouragement. Tan and I gazed at his wife, his face alight with the smile of someone who had finally tasted sweetness after enduring hardship. Watching it on the big screen makes it even more badass. Senior brother Liu Bai, I'm even more confident now. Double 12 will crush every other release. Chun Rinchuan's senior brother could barely restrain himself either. He struggled to suppress his excited voice. His confidence soared. He had tremendous faith in this film's box office performance. He used to dream of becoming a great director, and now with the opportunity within reach, it was hard not to be electrified. After all, his name appeared right after Liu Bai's listed under the assistant director credit. Of course, he understood his own role clearly. Although he had followed the shoot throughout and Liu Bai occasionally played the hands-off producer, he knew well that without the script and storyboards Liu Bai provided, his filming would never have been so swift and smooth. Being nothing more than a tool who strictly executed orders meant not only earning money but also gaining reputation, all while saving trouble and worry. Such conditions he had never dared to dream of before. Now he was bursting with eagerness, wishing he could tell Liu Bai he could still be a tool for the next project. I share the same optimism. Liu Bai listened to his senior brother's impassioned words and offered a gentle smile. He had watched countless screenings of this film on Earth. Now watching it again on Blue Star, he felt an almost surreal sense of unreality. In the end, only nostalgia lingered. The movie continued playing. In the night, the Silver-White Mark II left behind a comet-like trail of fire as it ascended into the heavens. The dazzling Ferris wheel and the sprawling metropolis both served as the backdrop for this brilliant streak. Just this one scene was already enough to stir extraordinary excitement. Alright, let's see what this guy can do. What's the highest altitude record for an American fixed-wing reconnaissance aircraft? Stark was fully encased in the Mark II. A holographic technology panel floated before his eyes, and he addressed the smart AI Jarvis. The highest altitude record for fixed-wing flight stands at 85000 feet. Jarvis responded in a calm male voice. It was the intelligent AI butler of the Stark residence, now linked to the Mark armor, serving to assist Stark in piloting, analyzing data, and possessing a degree of autonomy. Records exist to be broken. Let's go. Before the words had even left his lips, a silver-white streak shot toward the high heavens, soon enveloped by biting cold air. Fatal icing formed across the armor, freezing not only the mechanical joints, but also causing the AI butler to crash. Stark plummeted toward the ground, pulling at every audience member's heartstrings. Finally, Stark manually deployed the emergency flaps, slowing his descent and giving Jarvis time to reboot, resolving the crisis. This sequence earned thunderous applause from the audience. Stark returned to his workshop, still savoring the thrill of what had just transpired. He noticed a package on the desk bearing the note, delivered by Potts. Opening it, he discovered the miniature arc reactor core that had led him to safety, displayed in glass, untouched by his secretary Potts. A note had been added, proof that Tony Stark has a heart. This segment, shifting from peril to tenderness, was orchestrated with such exquisite rhythm that every audience member found themselves drawn irresistibly into it. How romantic. I bet they end up together. No need to guess. The poster already lists them as the lead actors. Haha. Don't you know? The lead actors are actually a married couple. No way, seriously. This movie has been promoting them as a couple all along, but honestly their market potential has been massively underestimated. That couple is bound to blow up. After the screening, I must contact the lead actors to get first-hand reporting material. The line I remember most is, "Records exist to be broken." It was absolutely electric. The later plot only grew more electrifying. Stark redesigned the armor, adding weapon systems and anti-icing devices, and enabling the arc energy to be discharged from his palms. Lin Ming within these scenes was already stunned, his pupils dilated, especially when the film fully showcased Stark aided by the smart arm. Donning the golden Mark III, it left him profoundly shaken. Every detail of that armor radiated infinite technological beauty. It fulfilled every scientific fantasy he had ever harbored. Especially when he saw the protagonist piloting the Mark III, annihilating desert militants and clashing with military reconnaissance jets, he was almost too thrilled to breathe. Later, it was Bald Jeff arriving at the militant headquarters, seizing the crude Mark I iron bucket, revealing his ambition as the mastermind villain behind the scenes. Many viewers sensitive to cinema had already detected Jeff's extraordinary nature through camera language and details. But Jeff's entrance still genuinely startled the audience. He's actually the villain. All those ridiculously powerful militant enemies earlier were just wiped out by Jeff and his crew. What a contrast, especially with his refined, well-dressed appearance. He wants the Mark I to replicate Stark's armor, right? It's true, he's preparing the lower districts of the arc reactor site and has recruited the best engineers. This is meant to be a prototype. At this point, the plot was nearing its climax. Stark had already grown suspicious of Jeff's betrayal, having Potts exploit her position to copy evidence from Jeff's office. Jeff, seeing his scheme exposed, stormed into the arc testing area in a rage. The engineer uneasily replied, "Your requirement, sir, but we've encountered a minor obstacle. To power the combat armor. Sir, that technology simply does not exist yet." Jeff suppressed his temper and pointed at the massive arc reactor. "William, this is the technology. I merely asked you to shrink it down." The engineer lacked conviction. "We're trying our best, but to be honest, it's impossible." Upon hearing this, Jeff pointed at William and erupted in fury. "Tony Stark built one in a cave with a pile of scrap metal." The engineer remained silent. "I'm sorry, I'm not Tony Stark." Hearing this, Jeff gave up on the engineer team and shifted his target to Stark. Late at night, he obtained the entry credentials lurked within Stark's home, and during a phone call used a tech-induced temporary paralysis wave to immobilize Stark. While Bald Jeff removed the miniature arc reactor, he casually informed Stark that he had hired someone to assassinate him. In his view, without the arc sustaining his life, Stark wouldn't survive. This was also a common flaw in many films. To extend the plot, villains confidently failed to deliver the finishing blow. To Liu Bei, this was logically flawed. Liu Bei had hesitated whether to make minor adjustments, but ultimately decided against it. Preserving the original flavor had always been his intent, and otherwise he would never have boldly cast American actors. Then came the payoff of all the narrative foreshadowing. The film entered its final act. Stark, relying on the initial miniature arc saved by Potts, sustained his life, and battled Jeff, who piloted a large mech suit on the highway. The visual effects dazzling and spectacular. He even lured Jeff into pursuing him to high altitude, causing Jeff's armor to suffer from the same icing problem, pulling a trick on him. The plot surged forward in relentless waves of tension. Explosive after explosive. Dazzling and breathless, with everyone's emotions riding the roller coaster. No one failed to be thrilled by this battle sequence. How ironic, Tony. You wanted to rid the world of weapons, yet you invented the greatest weapon. Now I'm going to use it to kill you. In the end, Stark exploited his knowledge of the facility and had Secretary Potts detonate the massive arc reactor, finally taking down Jeff. The scene shifted to the official press conference the next day. Colonel Rhodes explained to the public, unconfirmed reports suggest a malfunction in a robotic prototype caused the arc reactor failure. Meanwhile, Stark sat before the television, picking up today's newspaper. The headline read, "Who is Iron Man?" Iron Man sounds catchy and impressive, though not entirely accurate. The armor is gold titanium alloy, yet the imagery is unmistakable. Subsequently, Stark arrived at the press conference venue, facing the crowd below. For once he appeared somewhat uneasy, or perhaps embarrassed. "I am clearly not hero material. I have a long list of character flaws. I've made so many mistakes publicly." Colonel Rhodes could bear it no longer and whispered a reminder, "Just read from the script." Very well. Stark took a deep breath and picked up the text in his hand. "The truth is." Then he fell silent, his gaze shifting from the paper to the reporters seated before him. His entire demeanor seemed to calm. "I am Iron Man." Boom. The reporters erupted. Everyone began asking questions excitedly. The movie had ended, yet the sensation within the film spilled into the viewing theater itself. At that moment, everyone let out an excited shout. Yes, the audience section boiled over with fervor. The film had drawn to a close, yet the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone abandoned all restraint, their faces flushed crimson, screaming with unrestrained passion. The deafening clamor even drew alarmed cinema staff, who feared some incident might unfold. What is going on with them? The manager stared at the waving, cheering spectators, utterly bewildered. I'm not certain, but it appears this film has them tremendously excited. The ticket-checking staff expressed utter incomprehension. Was it really necessary to be this worked up over watching a movie? They could not comprehend the audience's frenzy. Even as the grand screen faded to closing credits with the ending theme playing and the cast and crew rolling across the screen, not a single person rose to leave. The viewers remained trapped in the thrilling fervor, the dramatic twists and turns of the story echoing in their minds, driving them into uncontrollable, boisterous discussion. I've lost count of how many times I shouted bravo. This film is extraordinary. I've completely forgotten I'm a film critic. I thought Iron Man's true identity would be reserved for a later sequel, but revealing it at the finale was simply masterful. Director, are you listening? Release the next one immediately. I just wanted to buy another ticket to watch it again, only to find pre-sales booked out until 7 days from now. Drat. The entire hall trembled with energy, not a single soul unimpressed by this spectacular performance, pride swelling to bursting. I'm watching this again. I'll book out the whole theater to show it to everyone. Lin Ming's throat had gone hoarse from shouting. This was the science fiction film of his dreams. It was not that he had grown too old to love mecha stories, but rather that no film had ever captivated him so utterly before. Only after finishing did he realize he had rediscovered the burning passion and pure joy of his childhood. Lu Bai. This is simply brilliant. Han Moying pressed a trembling hand to her heaving chest, sitting frozen in stunned disbelief. Her accompanying friends, meanwhile, had all risen to their feet, waving their arms and shouting. They had so confidently claimed no interest in science fiction, yet now every single one was completely won over, behaving as wildly as revelers at a nightclub. It perfectly captured the script, and the special effects surpassed even my highest expectations. How wonderful. Han Moying pressed her lips together, her ears burning with embarrassment. Watching everyone around her rise and cheer, she still maintained her composure. After all, this was the work of an acquaintance. Being seen going wild might seem somewhat undignified. Director Li's pupils dilated in utter astonishment, especially with jubilant cheers surrounding him, leaving him thoroughly overwhelmed. This is merely a film. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Speak up. Are you all plants hired by the production team? Shouting and hollering, where is any sense of propriety? He had been directing films for years with numerous successful releases that delighted both critics and audiences. Yet throughout all his premiere appearances, he had never witnessed anything so outrageous. At most there would be applause, a favorable response. But this time his entire understanding had been completely overturned. Is it really necessary to be this worked up over a movie? Are you all on the payroll? His accompanying staff were similarly swept up in emotion. His initial disdain had transformed into dazed reverence, his heart undergoing a seismic shift. Though he loathed to admit it, he knew this film was extraordinarily powerful. Simply a textbook example of commercial filmmaking. We're finished. Director Li's de Yaowai stands no chance at all. This double 12, we've been reduced to cannon fodder. Of all present, the greatest emotional turbulence belonged to the Donnies. They had languished in despair for far too long. Yet now the very noise surrounding them sounded like heavenly music, beautiful enough to break one's heart. Wyness wept silently, gripping her husband's hand, desperately afraid she might cry out. Tony's pupils went vacant as he gazed at the excited crowd around him, convinced he was dreaming. Only when he felt moisture tracing his cheeks did he suppress a wordless laugh. I did it. As the curtain fell and the lights rose, the audience slowly began to depart, yet the aftershocks of this viewing continued to swell, eventually fermenting across the internet. Without a doubt, the premiere of Iron Man had been an absolute sensation. After the premiere concluded, critics, still riding the wave of excitement, began drafting their reviews in the car, desperate to seize the spotlight first. Film base, without exaggeration, this Iron Man is the most successful commercial film of the year. Film guide, the effects are stunning. This will undoubtedly become a milestone in science fiction cinema. On Blue Star, Qingzhou Film Television newspaper, it is foreseeable that next year will be the pinnacle of science fiction. All of this stems from the premiere success of Iron Man. Film box office official account, bold prediction. Iron Man will crush the $400 million budget film Great Yokai released in the same period. The total box office across Blue Star will reach at least $1 billion. Unlike the measured restraint of the media, those 100 lucky premiere ticket holders were still buzzing with excitement after the screening, practically forcing their recommendations upon others. Go watch Iron Man, every single one of you. The most badass film of the year. You have no idea, they used real explosives in the movie. I was completely stunned. I can only say it is absolutely brilliant. Even attending the premiere was just for social media flexing, but now I have become a complete film fanatic. This protagonist is such an utter scum, and I love it. Lin Ming was even more direct. By the time he stepped out of the cinema, he was already losing his mind in various group chats. Class group chat, Iron Man is incredible. I am treating the entire class to movies. Committee member, go ahead and book tickets for everyone. I will reimburse you. Game group chat admin, organize everyone to watch the movie tomorrow. I am gifting each person a ticket plus cola. He also sent out several large red envelopes to get the players talking. Boss, you are truly amazing. This guy is seriously loaded. Another big sponsor to rely on. Thank you, boss, for the red packet. The admin snatched a red packet and surprisingly received dozens of yuan, immediately asking what movie. Lin Ming, Iron Man. Everyone go watch it now. Damn, I am completely obsessed with it. Admin, the afternoon and evening showings here are already booked a week ahead. Only the morning showings remain now. Other group members chimed in disbelief on their faces. No way, my tickets are already booked 5 days out too. The evening showings are completely gone. Yes, same here. I am stuck with terrible morning seats. Is this movie really that popular? This has to be hype. Don't you know? Their ads have been hitting me nonstop lately. I have been following this movie for quite a while. I did not think it would actually release. I already booked my ticket, thank you for the treat. Terrible movie, not even dogs would watch it. Lin Ming, what the hell? Admin, kick him out. Sent exclusive red packet. Li Dahua has been removed from the group chat. Everyone who watched the movie was spontaneously promoting it, stirring up excitement among netizens. Amidst all the discussion, the second day arrived, and Iron Man officially began its screenings. Morning showings were always awkward to begin with. In the dead of winter, nobody wanted to get out of bed, let alone go to a movie. But thanks to Iron Man's massive popularity, only the morning slots remained and tickets were selling out at an alarming rate. A single refresh could mean missing out entirely. Even the morning showings had gradually become hot tickets. This phenomenon was simply jaw-dropping. What the hell, no morning tickets either. I am down to 8 a.m. slots, and I still cannot grab one. Is it really that crazy? My god, morning shows are now sold out for the next day too. Guys, hurry up and grab tickets before tomorrow morning slots disappear. The morning screenings at major theaters were packed with curious people. The cinema manager was absolutely thrilled to see such a spectacle. He never would have imagined making money during daytime showings. Only the ticket-checking staff were swamped. Daytime shifts were already understaffed, yet everyone decided to come watch movies. Are you crazy? Trying to work me to death? Fucking hell. Whoa. This is insane. The internet was not lying to me. Not watching this is a damn crime. Everyone go see it right now. I refuse to let anyone miss this film. This is real masculine romance. I have found myself obsessed with this amazing content creator. My boyfriend and I watched the morning showing, and he has completely lost it. He won't stop rambling in our room all day and will not even let me near him. I want to know, is there any hope for him? I am going to watch it again. Netizens walked into the cinema oblivious and emerged buzzing with excitement, unanimous in their praise. This organic word-of-mouth effect was terrifying, igniting curiosity in countless people. As a result, the morning showings were completely sold out. Of course, as this powerful wave swept through, it naturally sparked backlash from netizens. A grand argument began spreading across the internet with unprecedented intensity. On Weibo, a crowd surged into the digital battleground. I'm certain now. Iron Man was propped up by an army of paid shills. You've clearly never witnessed a true major production. How could it ever compete with The Great Monster? Because The Great Monster boasts an ensemble of stunning leads, A-list celebrities, a celebrated director, and colossal budget. What, pray tell, could possibly rival that? I'll admit I was curious about Iron Man, but with so much aggressive promotion and bot activity, I've decided to give it a pass. The relentless defensive campaigns by paid shills only fueled the herd mentality. Tell me about it. I'm completely over Iron Man. A 40-year-old leading man. Who in their right mind wants to watch that? I'd much rather see The Great Monster headlined by Bing Fei. And why do they keep casting American actors? Though the Blue Star is united, I still wonder if the creative team is harboring an unhealthy obsession with foreign productions. The smear campaign against Iron Man wasn't limited to counter-trolling by paid shills. Director Lee himself took the lead, embarking on a promotional circuit with his major stars in a bid to salvage the situation. Ever since he had viewed the film, his confidence had waned, replaced by a profound sense of looming crisis. If they failed to act decisively, they feared the entire winter holiday box office window would be usurped. Meanwhile, online, the vitriolic flame war continued to escalate. Having watched The Great Monster, Li Dahua enthusiastically joined its promotional efforts, thoroughly satisfied. While the storyline offered no great surprises, the sheer caliber of its star-studded cast made it well worth the price of admission. A trashy film, and we aren't even allowed to call it out. Getting people banned for that. I find such conduct absolutely repugnant. Chafing with indignation, Li Dahua proceeded to disparage Iron Man recklessly across the internet. However, his side's numbers were clearly inferior, and they were swiftly driven back. Flushing with anger, he fired off a message. You're one of their paid shills, aren't you? Is all you can do pick apart and harass people? So we can't even call Iron Man what it is? The netizen shot back, equally incensed. Have you even bothered to watch the damn thing before opening your mouth? I caught every film that premiered around 12/12, and let me tell you, Iron Man is phenomenal. I've got screenshots of my ticket stubs to prove it. What about you, amateur? Li Dahua navigated to the user's profile and sure enough spotted the posted ticket stubs, confirming attendance for both Iron Man and The Great Monster. I refuse to believe it's half as good as everyone claims. Damn it. Realizing he held no logical ground, he flew into a rage and purchased tickets online. All matinee, afternoon, and evening screenings were sold out. Only a handful of seats remained for the midnight show. It wasn't far from his apartment, so he gritted his teeth and secured a ticket. Fuming, he typed out, "Consider this my witness. I'm buying a seat too. Bot or not, I concede you've made your point. Once I've seen this film, I'll come back and dismantle your arguments myself." Drifting into the nearly packed theater in the dead of night, he remained stubbornly unconvinced. Well, there are certainly quite a few people here. I simply cannot fathom how good it could possibly be. I'll stick around for a few minutes, and then I'm out. 2 hours later, however, Li Dahua burst out of the theater, his heart still pounding with exhilaration. The film's visceral impact had completely disarmed him. The narrative arc was masterfully layered with suspense and revelation, and the visual effects boasted a budget that spoke for itself. What did it matter if they lacked A-list celebrities? Their performances obliterated the competition. The great monster was absolute dreck. Convinced yet? Just then the netizen, seemingly having timed the encounter perfectly, sent him a direct message. Glancing at the screen, Lee Dahua's cheeks burned as he hastily deleted his earlier posts. He had been utterly converted. Such instances of severe reputational whiplash were legion. In the initial days, the great monster still dominated the box office by a considerable margin, buoyed by the star power behind its marketing. Yet come the second day, Iron Man staged a decisive counterattack. Its box office surge pulled away decisively, leaving the competition in its dust. Ha! Junior brother Liu Bai were finally soaring. Late into the night, senior brother Chun Rinchuan called, his laughter ringing with unrestrained joy. Congratulations, Director Chun. Liu Bai had been tracking the box office trajectory himself and felt deeply gratified, replying with an easy smile. Ha ha ha, save the overpraising. You'll spoil me rotten. Without your scripts and concept art, I would amount to absolutely nothing. Chun Rinchuan was acutely aware of his own station within the project. He viewed himself merely as a craftsman executing a vision. Translating storyboard sketches to screen was technical work that frankly any competent director could replicate. He understood he was far from irreplaceable. He had merely basked in reflected glory, securing a respectable reputation for himself, whereas Liu Bai remained the undisputed core of the entire production. Do not speak so disparagingly of yourself. I sought out your collaboration precisely because I hold your capabilities in high esteem. Without your steadfast backing, this film would never have reached screens in such record time. They exchanged mutual compliments with the practiced ease of seasoned business associates, and the conversation flowed with rare ease and warmth. Liu Bai listened to his senior brother's reflections, pondering how long and arduous the journey had been. Feeling the moment was ripe, he gently interjected, "Senior brother Chun, I have always been deeply grateful for the countless favors you showed me during our university days. I am no fool who forgets his roots, which is why I wish to establish a lasting partnership with all of you." A heavy silence lingered on the other end before a careful, tentative voice broke through. Junior brother Liu, might I ask what you mean by that?" "I intend to establish a film and television production company," Liu Bai stated with sincere earnestness. "I will bring the capital, the scripts, and the industry resources. You shall contribute your expertise as equity stakes. Each of you will become a shareholder entitled to a share of the profits. A stronghold built on our own terms. From here on out, whenever you conceive a project you wish to produce, I will fully fund it." Such was his vision. Back when he had desperately sought their assistance, the brothers had been willing to sacrifice everything, even risking the collapse of their own modest productions, to aid their junior sibling. That depth of loyalty and sacrifice weighed heavier than Mount Tai upon his heart. Now that he possessed the means to repay them, he would naturally never let his own allies go unsupported. Chun Rinchuan fell silent, wrestling with a storm of unspoken emotions. A certain sourness tinged his thoughts. He understood the magnitude of his good fortune. If such an arrangement could be graciously termed equity for technical services, it was in truth an act of pure philanthropy. He knew their modest production house was entirely replaceable. His own ambitions had been modest, simply to attach his name to a blockbuster success, thereby smoothing the path ahead. He had never once imagined Liu Bai would ascend to such lengths of generosity. Chun Rinchuan parted his lips, yet found himself tongue-tied. Liu Bai, perceiving his hesitation, continued with considerate warmth, "I genuinely need your guidance. In Qingzhou, trust is a scarce commodity, and you are among the few I can rely upon. There is no need to rush your decision. Take all the time you require." After he disconnected, Chun Rinchuan sat alone to properly process the whirlwind of thoughts churning within him. Almost immediately he descended the stairs and purchased a crate of beer. With glistening eyes he rallied his crew. "Lads, tonight we drink without restraint. Our days of hardship have finally ended. Starting tonight we are all principals." The box office surge of Iron Man was formidable, surpassing 1 billion yuan in less than a week and astonishing all netizens. Furthermore, it sent tremors throughout the entire film industry. In no time it seemed that every major film company was stirred into action, hurriedly promoting their sci-fi productions and rushing to greenlight projects. Mecha Overlord has been officially greenlit and will feature renowned veteran actors. Stay tuned. With a 200 million yuan investment and a star-studded cast, Battle Armor Maniacs will hit theaters during next year's summer vacation. Heavenly Momentum Emperor has commenced production. Prepare for an epic sci-fi battle. Royal Film Company's latest project, a top-tier screenwriter and celebrated director join forces. This house isn't just for me. It's for our entire family. When NIC shot him a playful glance, Tang and I laughed heartily, stepped out of the door with confidence, and settled into the television station's shuttle vehicle. The most anticipated sci-fi film of next year. Across the internet, a wave of trend-following enthusiasm emerged, and no one could overlook the triumph of Iron Man. Particularly those terrifying box office figures which filled them with envy, each desperate to carve out a share. And the sci-fi genre explosion that the media had predicted had truly arrived. Good heavens, so many major companies are releasing sci-fi films. The competition next year is bound to be fierce. My favorite stars are in the lineup. I can't wait. Wouldn't this turn into a bloodbath? I'm far more eager for Iron Man 2. After Stark exposed his identity, I'm dying to know what story unfolds next. Each investment is bolder than the last. Next year promises spectacular entertainment. Not only was the situation in Chinjo gratifying, but the box office in the Americas had also exploded. The one feeling this most directly was none other than Tang and I himself. Television interviews came incessantly, script offers never stopped. In an instant he had become the most coveted asset in every film company's eyes. Tang and I, this suit looks stunning on you. You'll look absolutely dashing on television. At home when NIC wore a gentle smile as she thoughtfully fastened her husband's tie, her praise flowing naturally. Now her husband had finally emerged from his darkest chapter, reclaiming the spotlight, and even more fiercely than before. She was content overflowing with pride for Tang and I. I'll be able to get us a much bigger house soon. Tang and I looked at his wife arranging his suit, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he spoke with a warm smile. Tang and I, this is Man Ba, good morning. You have your final scene this afternoon, and the crew has prepared a wrap banquet for you. We sincerely hope you can attend. Tang and I sat in the comfortable van when he received a call from Deputy Director Man Ba. That was a modest production where Tang and I had played a small security guard role. Though merely a supporting part, people had already treated him with extraordinary courtesy, affording him better treatment than even the lead actors. Absolutely, Director Man Ba. I will be there. At noon, after finishing his interview, Tang and I had hardly stepped out of the television station when numerous directors and producers approached him, all hoping to cast him in their next film. Such overwhelming attention left Tang and I momentarily disoriented. It felt as though he had returned to his most sensational period. If you don't mind, please leave the scripts with me. I will review them carefully and get back to you if anything aligns. Tang and I accepted the scripts and business cards, a trace of nostalgia flickering across his heart. On the way to the wrap banquet, after some hesitation, he placed an overseas call. Director Liu Bai, good afternoon, this is Tang and I. After brief pleasantries, Tang and I stated his purpose. He wished to know when filming for the second Iron Man would commence. If production begins soon, I will decline all other offers. I will never forget that every honor I enjoy today is thanks to you. Tang Ni's tone was remarkably humble. It was clear how deeply grateful he felt toward Liu Bai. Liu Bai smiled silently and replied, to be honest, the second installment is still uncertain. He had only received one task so far, and the format of the second script remained unclear. Therefore he dared not make any firm promises. But he reasoned that follow-up moves would likely come after Iron Man concluded its theatrical run. If you encounter a script you admire, go ahead and accept it for now. Liu Bai understood Tang Ni's meaning. Now that he had finally gained momentum, offers would undoubtedly be endless. He could hardly refuse everything and simply wait for a new screenplay. The probability of an actor regaining prominence was slim. If he did not seize this moment, he did not know when the next opportunity would arise. Liu Bai expressed his understanding and reassured him, once I have written a script, I will notify you well in advance. If it conflicts with your schedule, I will coordinate with the crew to postpone filming and wait until you are available. Iron Man will become your signature role. The production cannot proceed without you. These words once again warmed Tang Ni's heart. This kind of loyalty forged through adversity. No amount of wealth could ever buy it. Director Liu, I have nothing substantial to repay you with. Director Chen Renchuan called me last night. I could tell he was quite intoxicated, clearly showing off. But he also revealed that you plan to establish a film company. I sincerely hope to sign with your future company as your inaugural actor. 1 month later, the film concluded its theatrical run. Iron Man had demolished the box office with 3.3 billion yuan, claiming the title of annual champion. Such a terrifying return rate sent every film company into a frenzy. It had ignited widespread discussion across society. Of course, the most ecstatic person was none other than Liu Bai, for he could finally claim his reward. After the film's theatrical run concluded with a triumphant box office, Liu Bai hosted a celebration banquet. He spent the evening listening to his senior brother's boast before finally returning to his hotel, thoroughly satisfied. After a hot shower, that long-awaited lively female voice finally sounded. The filming of the movie, Iron Man, is complete. Total box office 34 billion. Social attention, excellent. Would you like to draw an item from the film? Liu Bai's heart skipped a beat. He had waited for this day for far too long. Draw. Item drawing in progress. Ding. Drawing successful. Reward Mark 3. Liu Bai's heart thundered. He had really drawn the Mark 3. Everything had come so suddenly that he couldn't comprehend it at first. His breathing grew rapid. To claim he wasn't thrilled would be a lie. This was the battle armor he had longed for so dearly. A mortal frame measuring itself against the gods. In that very moment, had he utterly crushed Blue Star's mechanical technology. Would you like to receive the reward now? Liu Bai hadn't yet recovered from the monumental shock when he heard the system's inquiry again. It made him somewhat exasperated. Could it not let him digest this for a moment longer? Not receiving it now. Liu Bai thought solemnly within his heart. Are you kidding? Receiving it in a hotel. The level of privacy was insufficient. Who knew what complications might arise? This means I'll have to rent an apartment. Liu Bai sighed. The moment the thought arose, he almost scolded himself for being unpromising. The box office distribution was about to come through. Why bother renting anymore? Buy a big house directly. Enshrine the Mark armor. Liu Bai was overcome with excitement, taking some time to calm himself and restore a peaceful state of mind. Given the current situation, he truly was not short on money. With a total box office of $3 billion after deducting taxes, and splitting 57% with the theaters. Liu Bai still had a 43% share. Of course, a 10% agency fee had to be paid to the global distribution company. The final take-home ratio was only 33%. Converted to cash, that was $1 billion. Some might resent this distribution arrangement, believing they received too little. But theaters have always taken the lion's share. That is the advantage of occupying the market. If you don't give theaters a high percentage, then no matter how good your film is, it won't have enough distribution channels and audiences, and your final box office share may end up being even lower. This distribution model can be likened to renting a storefront in a prime location in a major city. Though the rent is exorbitant, the gains in reputation, profit, and exposure opportunities are greatly increased. If you refuse to pay high rent and instead open a shop in some remote corner, even if your products are the most affordable, the customer traffic will be drastically reduced. Only by owning a chain of theaters could one keep all the profits. Liu Bai possessed the film library of Earth and naturally had the content to support a theater chain, but his current funds were still far from sufficient. I'll consider that later. I don't even know what film to shoot next. Liu Bai steeled his resolve and asked the system, when will I be able to customize my own films? Only after the host shoots 3 designated films will the content mall be unlocked. The themes in the mall must be purchased with money. Liu Bai understood. In other words, he still needed to shoot 2 more system-selected films before gaining the ability to customize. And customization would require Liu Bai to spend money. By the way, system, what do you need money for? This was Liu Bai's question. Humanistic care, education, and medical facilities. We will use the host's funds to build charitable organizations. Liu Bai understood and strongly supported this endeavor. Even if the system deducted Blue Star dollars, he would not regret it. At least this money would all go to those in need. In essence, he was merely accompanying the system to share in its prosperity. What film should I shoot next? Liu Bai asked in his heart. Ding. Mission: shoot the movie, Transformers. Startup funds will no longer be provided. The host is responsible and may secure investment or cover the costs independently. Reward: random props will be drawn from the film. Note the quality of the reward will be determined based on earnings and viewership. This result left Liu Bai momentarily dazed. Then he erupted in jubilation. These were alien lives. Their level of technology was incomparable to the Mark III. Unless he could obtain a nano-level mecha, it would not be worth engaging with. Moreover, there were many aliens in it. You could say that drawing any of them would be worthwhile. Unlike in Iron Man 1, where only the Mark III offered good value. Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, Starscream, the Decepticons. Drawing any one of them would be an absolute steal. And this kind of guaranteed profit film could naturally not seek outside investment or allow other capital to participate. He had earned $1 billion this time and could easily bear the costs alone. Distributing the script. Already stored in your computer's cloud drive. Liu Bai's heart surged with emotion. Opening his computer, he found that not only the script, illustrations, and storyboards, but also the mecha designs had been thoughtfully organized. And his once fading memories of Transformers became crystal clear in that moment, as though he had watched it countless times in an instant. Senior brother Liu Bai, are you resting? I just received the news that our business license has been approved and the company is officially established. Liu Bai was flipping through the script materials when he received a call from Chun Rinchuan. Over this past month, Liu Bai and senior brother Chun and the others had successfully set up the company with a registered capital of $1 million. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Liu Bai said. Not hard at all, just running errands. Chun Rinchuan said with a smile. One could hear the elation in his voice. When a man encounters joyful news, his spirits soar. Please get the other senior brothers ready. We'll begin filming the new movie shortly. Liu Bai spoke in a calm tone, but it left Chun Rinchuan utterly stunned. A new movie? Is it already written? Liu Bai nodded. Yes, it is still a science fiction film. Autobots roll out. What the hell? What are you saying? What kind of bike person? Why can't I understand you at all? After sending the script, Liu Bai hung up the phone. I'll have plenty to work on from here. With anticipation in his heart, Liu Bai returned to the warmth of his hotel bed. Sleep was far from his mind. He flipped through his phone and noticed a private message. Lin Ming, congratulations, sir, on your box office triumph. Looking forward to your second film. My friends and I have already watched it 4 times. I'm completely your diehard fan now. Liu Bai smiled wordlessly. They still haven't figured out it's me. Or perhaps they already knew, but were too proud to admit it. Liu Bai couldn't be bothered to guess, and simply replied, okay. Look, the director replied to me. In a lavishly decorated upscale restaurant, Lin Ming excitedly held his phone, showing it off to his friends around him. Beside him were all the wealthy young heirs from his social circle. They were all fans of Iron Man 2. Holy crap, old Lin, you're awesome. It really is that content creator. Did he mention anything about his second movie? I really want to get my hands on an Iron Man suit to wear. Posting that on Douyin would definitely grab attention. His friends wore envious expressions, feeding Lin Ming's smug satisfaction. Liu Bai, have you submitted your assignment? Han Moying sent a private message asking. What assignment? Upon hearing this, Liu Bai was momentarily dazed. He had a vague sense that he'd forgotten something, but couldn't quite place what it was. The counselor mentioned that we need to submit a film this semester. You haven't forgotten, have you? Han Moying reminded him. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. You saved my life, thank you so much. Liu Bai slapped his forehead and remembered. He had just transmigrated here and had also seen the assignment the counselor had mentioned. It was to shoot a film at least 30 minutes long and submit it via email. Lin Ming had also mentioned in the group chat that there was a special arrangement for the next semester. The Academy would invite well-known industry figures to screen the films, essentially paving the way for outstanding graduates. It's not too late to submit now. Otherwise you'll have to deal with the counselor's private messages. Hearing Liu Bai's exaggerated remark, Han Moying couldn't help but smile softly. Absolutely, I'll submit it right now. Liu Bai smiled. Having just arrived in this world, there weren't many people willing to help him, so he valued this friendship deeply. Do you have time next time? Could you help me look at a script? I'll pay you for it. Han Moying hesitated before speaking. Her emotions were complicated. Liu Bai was both her close friend and a screenwriter she deeply admired. But Liu Bai's achievements now far exceeded her understanding by countless times that she didn't even know what demeanor to adopt when facing him. Can you? You're being so polite that I feel uncomfortable. And you want to pay me? Are you trying to brush me off like a beggar? Hurry up and send the script over. I'll critique it for you immediately. Liu Bai said this in mock anger. Han Moying read it and smiled happily. How wonderful. He was still the same as before. He hadn't become aloof and unapproachable despite his greater accomplishments. He remained steady and still extended a helping hand to friends. All right then, I'll trouble the great screenwriter to give me your feedback. Please don't hold back. Liu Bai received the digital document. The script described two urban couples who, when faced with emotional dilemmas, made different choices based on their personalities. Liu Bai frowned. Why did this feel somewhat familiar? He pondered for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh as he realized the source of this déjà vu. Wasn't this the very X3 he had watched before? The only difference was that this script was quite brief, containing only an outline, but Liu Bai could still discern the basic framework. I've read this outline, and it's decent. As for areas needing revision, I think your script is overall too tragic and gloomy, which actually works against it. It loses dramatic tension. I think the beginning should be more lighthearted and cheerful. The most crucial point is that the male and female lead should not get back together in the end. In fact, the female lead should even have a child. Liu Bai said this earnestly, but it made Han Moying's heart race with shock. Not get back together. The female side even has a child, and it's not the male leads. Wouldn't this be too cruel? People would probably send him knives in the mail. Okay, I'll revise it according to your ideas. I'm taking notes. Is there anything else? But Han Moying didn't refute Liu Bai's ideas. Instead, she found such modifications even bolder. The very thought was thrilling. When the audience is enjoying themselves, leaving them with a despairing ending, wouldn't such impact elicit widespread applause? I think that's all. I can't think of too much more. I need some time. Liu Bai's face was full of deep thought. He truly couldn't recall much detail. It had been too long since he watched it, and combined with the memories fused from this world, he could only remember the general outline. For Iron Man and Transformers, without the system's help, he couldn't recall any content at all. All right, no rush. Let's set a time. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a meal. Han Moying's words radiated happiness, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. When facing difficulties with the script, turning to Liu Bai guaranteed a solution. Their previous collaborations had been nothing short of delightful. This once again made her sigh at how circumstances changed while people remained the same. The short films she shot during college were all about accumulating experience. They made virtually no money, running purely on passion and dedication. Now she could lead a team to make money and help everyone realize their dreams, yet someone had already reached the forefront. She didn't even know how to repay him. The two simply exchanged updates on their recent lives, then closed the chat window. I'll sleep after submitting the assignment. Liu Bai threw off the blanket, opened his laptop, and selected the completed film, Iron Man. Student Liu Bai from Film Class 1, work titled Iron Man. Recipient Sun Xingyu. The next day, Counselor Sun Xingyu cheerfully opened his computer. Who would get scolded today? As long as it's not too painful to watch. How exciting. Qingzhou Arts University boasted several colleges: the Film Academy, the Song and Dance Academy, the Fine Arts Academy, and others. Sun Xingyu was a faculty member at the Film Academy, a 40-year-old man with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses. The Film Academy offered various majors, including acting, cinematography, drama, and film directing, sound recording, art, animation, and broadcasting, and television directing, each with its own distinct focus. The drama and film directing major was commonly referred to simply as the film major. As an academic advisor, Sun Xingyu was responsible for reviewing films from 3 classes. I spent the entire day watching yesterday, and quite a few students produced impressive work with strong concepts and genuine effort, something truly valuable among so many sentimental films. But even when I only asked for a 30-minute film, some students treated it carelessly, clearly more focused on their romantic lives than their coursework. The mere thought of it irritated him. Most students made love stories, excessively homogenized, depicting nothing but couples showing off their affection right in front of him. Were they really flaunting their relationships before his face? I told you to submit assignments, and you send me wedding videos. I hope today's submissions won't be so unpleasant to watch. Following the receipt order from top to bottom, he opened Lin Ming's work. The Dragon Lord Returns. A subway, an elderly man, a mobile phone. Sun Xingyu watched it with a furrowed brow throughout. He had never felt an hour stretch so endlessly. Even fast-forwarding through the entire thing or scrubbing the timeline, he still felt profoundly uncomfortable, as though his cringing toes could have typed proficiently on a keyboard. Finally, after finishing the film, he breathed a sigh of relief, and after careful consideration offered his overall assessment. From an aesthetic standpoint, it does not pass. Professionally speaking, it passes. The camera work flows smoothly, and the characters are distinct without unnecessary padding. I suppose I'm simply not the target audience for this type of film. Moreover, Lin Ming released this as a web film on streaming platforms and actually made a modest profit. That's a positive factor. Sun Xingyu nodded inwardly. This demonstrated Lin Ming's exceptional commercial and market capabilities. Many students should learn from him. Even back in his own school days, he had never been able to earn enough from filmmaking to cover equipment costs. But this kid is being dishonest. Despite the 5 million filming budget, I've learned the actual production cost came to less than 2 million. He skimmed 3 million from his father's kickback. Sun Xingyu clicked his tongue in disapproval. He moved on to the next film, but when he saw Han Moying's name in the submission column, his eyes lit up. This was the film he had been most eager to see. Whether in critical reception, audience response, or box office performance, everything had been remarkably impressive. He could offer glowing praise without even watching it. This kind of work, tested by theatrical release and market demand, deserved top marks. Still, he opened the video with full attention, harboring his own considerations. Let me just watch it first. Perhaps this film could screen at the university next semester. We'll invite outstanding alumni, prominent figures from society, acclaimed directors, and A-list actors. If Han Moying's talent gets recognized, her path forward will be much smoother. So I should assess the quality first. The film ran for an hour with tight pacing, and Sun Xingyu barely touched the progress bar. After watching, his overall assessment was favorable. It was an urban workplace drama that captured the struggles of working people. Forced drinking, pressure to consume, overtime, workplace sabotage, and all sorts of unfair treatment. All met with fierce resistance from the young woman Han Moying portrayed as she entered the working world. Simply put, this was a story about righting workplace wrongs. While the narrative logic was straightforward, the plot stayed tight, the visual appeal and acting performances were solid, and there were no plot holes. In the end, Han Moying's character used legal means to win her case, secured her rightful compensation, and achieved a satisfying conclusion. According to Sun Xingyu, within half a month of release, it had already grossed 30 million at the box office, an astonishing return on investment. The concept was strong, and the level of dedication placed it among the top student works. What made this even more remarkable was that with this successful experience under her belt, Han Moying would be better positioned to attract major investments in the future. Her prospects were boundless. Sun Xingyu gave it high marks. The positive viewing experience washed away the mental toll from Lin Ming's film. However, the following films were merely adequate, lacking any standout qualities, and had him nearly dozing off. One more film, then lunch and a walk. Sun Xingyu realized it was nearly noon, and today's review session was probably coming to an end. He then opened the next film, but quickly noticed something was off. What's going on? Is this even homework? Why does this feel like 2 hours long? After clicking on the video, he habitually glanced at the progress bar, and that's when things went wrong. This goes far beyond negligence. It's downright malicious. Who would actually send me a blockbuster downloaded from the internet? So careless. Even if it was sent by mistake, there was plenty of time to recall or resend it. But after an entire night passed with no message, it was clear they hadn't taken his words to heart at all, let alone their assignment. Fury surged through him. Irritation, frustration, disappointment that his students weren't living up to their potential. They simply didn't respect his instructions. With only one semester left before graduation, they dared to be this careless with him. Did they really think he wouldn't check their submissions? Who had the audacity? Sun Xingyu's anger was unmistakable, and when he saw the sender, it was Lu Bai. How dare you? You're usually such a good kid. I've always had a favorable impression of you. Polite, strong writing skills. And now you actually dare to deceive your teacher. This went beyond mere carelessness. He shut down the video, his eyes blazing with fury as he dug through Lu Bai's information. But what caught his attention was the title, Lu Bai from Film Class 1 work, Iron Man. At first glance, he felt dazed, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. On the second look, his pupils dilated. Shock mingled with disbelief. Finally, he wiped his glasses and gave it a careful look, but his expression grew grave. So it is Lu Bai. Now my impression of him has only improved. But how was this possible? He still couldn't bring himself to believe it. Yet his heart hammered violently within his chest, impossible to calm. No way. Sun Xingyu was utterly shocked, his mind going blank. Even with lingering hope, he still couldn't convince himself to connect the movie that dominated during the winter vacation break to his own student. With a complex and indescribable feeling, he clicked back into the film. His mind gradually recalled information about this movie. To be honest, he had never watched it. He was busy with numerous tasks, approving assignments, communicating with leadership on various matters. This once phenomenally popular sci-fi film existed only in hearsay for him, and he wasn't even sure when it would end its theatrical run. At an earlier time, he had browsed the website looking for some materials and naturally spotted an advertisement push. He had noticed it then. The director's name was listed as Lu Bai, but how could he dare to think it was his own student? There were so many people with the same name. Even if Lu Bai had placed Iron Man right in front of him, now he still wouldn't believe it. I have to say, this film's opening is quite fascinating. Sun Xingyu silently nodded as he watched the beginning. And with just that one look, 2 hours had already passed. He simply couldn't stop. Not a single boring moment throughout. and evaluating it from the more professional perspective of cinematography, he discovered that the shooting techniques were extraordinarily sophisticated with absolutely no wasted shots. Such a high-quality commercial film was simply breathtaking. Could this really be a student I taught? He didn't dare to think further. Instead, he picked up his phone, found Lu Bai's number in the class roster, and eagerly dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who's calling? It was Lu Bai's voice. Sun Xingyu skipped all pleasantries and went straight to the point, his tone carrying a certain urgency. This is Counselor Sun Xingyu. What you sent me? You really made this yourself? He even wanted to ask, do you seriously call this homework? Yes, teacher, is there anything you'd like to advise? Advise? How dare I? Never mind. I just wanted to confirm, student Lu. Keep up the great work. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, teacher Sun. Goodbye. I look forward to the day you return to class after the winter break. All right, teacher. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Xingyu hung up, his whole being still in a daze. Even though he hadn't seen the film in the cinema, he had never missed any rumors about it. A 100 million budget released for 30 days, total box office of 3 billion. Earned back the cost in one day. Everything after that was pure profit. This wasn't just some genius. Perhaps you should come be my teacher. After the moment of trance, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now who was supposed to call home? With such achievements, he could easily become an adjunct professor at the school, and still so young. If he could maintain this level of box office success, he might even qualify for an assistant professorship or associate professor. Damn it. Could I have a student who becomes my supervisor? But the more Sun Xingyu thought about it, the more satisfied he became. This is indeed someone I taught. So proud. Why is the counselor calling me? Lu Bai hung up the phone, still somewhat puzzled. But then he thought it over. Perhaps it was about the homework he had sent last night. He didn't dwell on it, finished his breakfast, and was just about to go out for a walk when he received a text notification. Bank transaction alert 1.07 billion yuan has been credited to your account. Lu Bai's breathing quickened. The film's revenue share had also come through. After deducting taxes, there was still 1.07 billion yuan. Now he could buy a house and retrieve Mark III. He had been looking forward to this day for far too long. Iron Man was about to officially appear on Blue Star. Lu Bai had purchased his property with remarkable swiftness. He had already scouted an ideal location, a secluded villa district far removed from the bustling market. The moment his share of the box office revenue arrived, he paid in full. The standalone residence boasted a sprawling courtyard covering over 600 square meters, commanding a price of 80 million. Every step of the transaction proved swift and effortless. The buyer's generous display of wealth left the beautiful saleswoman daydreaming of becoming the mistress of such a magnificent villa. Mr. Lu, now that the contract has been signed, would you care for a celebratory drink? Lu Bai declined without hesitation. No need. I wish to rest. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a blush gracing her cheeks. Was he truly being so forthright? And Lu Bai was so youthful and distinguished. Surely he wouldn't refuse. With a tender voice dripping with allure, she suggested, then may I give you a massage? I was trained in. I prefer to rest in solitude. Please leave. Lu Bai felt a growing restlessness. He could hardly wait to obtain the Iron Man technology. What use was alcohol now? Make haste and depart. The saleswoman eventually withdrew in irritation, harboring regrets at having missed such a valuable prospect. Lu Bai locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and meticulously inspected the vicinity for any surveillance equipment. Only after completing this thorough check did he settle onto the sofa, his spirit satisfied. Acquire the Mark III armor. Lu Bai composed himself before uttering the command within his mind. The Mark III armor is being dispatched. Detecting the villa's dimensions, the equipment has been transferred to the storage facility. Deliverance complete. Please accept your delivery. The voice resonating within his consciousness sounded like heavenly music. Lu Bai rose with excitement, searched the villa extensively, and finally beheld the long-awaited armor within the spacious warehouse of the courtyard. Within the dozens of square meters of storage space, countless intelligent mechanical arms were positioned. Upon sensing Lu Bai's presence, they respectfully bent their limbs in a gesture of obeisance toward their master. At the center of their gathering lay a black floor panel with an intense metallic sheen, appearing ready to be opened at will. Lu Bai immediately understood that the Mark III armor lay quietly beneath that iron slab, awaiting its rightful owner. Witnessing this scene, Lu Bai's heart pounded with increasing urgency and power. This meant he had brought along all the supporting equipment from the first Iron Man. Only with these devices could Lu Bai properly don or remove the suit. Even Lu Bai couldn't help but praise its thoughtfulness. However, he restrained his impulses, first switching on the overhead lights and closing the warehouse door before resolutely approaching the mechanical arms. As he drew nearer to the armor, inspiration struck him, and he couldn't help but speak aloud. J-R-V-I-S. The Mark armor featured an extraordinarily intelligent AI system. In the original narrative, it served as Stark's butler, bonded with the Mark armor as his operational assistant. It possessed not only alert and detection capabilities, but also a degree of autonomy, assisting Stark in better mastering the mech. My master, I am here. No sooner had Lu Bai spoken than a magnetic male voice resonated from all around. Lu Bai understood immediately that was J-R-V-I-S responding to him. Help me suit up in the Mark armor. Lu Bai stepped onto the black steel floor with eager anticipation. Very well, sir. Upon J-R-V-I S response. The surrounding mechanical arms stirred to life. Click, click, click. Instantly, the floor fractured open, revealing the concealed components beneath. Each piece shimmered with a brilliant gold and crimson luster. Liu Bai's heart hammered against his chest. Then he watched as the mechanical arms seized the armor components and began assembling them onto his body. Those cold mechanical appendages proved gentler than anticipated, causing no discomfort whatsoever. The first assembly began with the torso section. This exceeded Liu Bai's expectations. He had originally imagined they would implant a miniature arc reactor into his body, but in reality the armor's torso already contained its own power source. Upon contact with Liu Bai's physique, a peculiar connection was instantly established. In that single moment, Liu Bai's spirit became enlightened, granting him complete awareness of his own bodily condition. It was an entirely unprecedented and wondrous experience. It felt as though an inexhaustible energy source had been infused between his flesh and bones, filling his very soul to overflowing. It seemed as though boundless vitality coursed through him. Gold titanium alloy materials had been fitted to his limbs, appearing utterly unyielding. Particularly at his head, once the streamlined helmet sealed with perfect precision, Liu Bai's vision transformed entirely. Everything around him became visible data, as if a single casual strike could obliterate all obstacles. The weapon systems upon the armor also transformed into commands he could manipulate at will within his perception. Especially after the arc reactor established neural connectivity, he could control everything through pure thought with the same natural ease as directing his own arm and fingers. The armor had become an integral part of his being. In this moment, Liu Bai's pupils revealed extraordinary excitement. He finally understood what it meant to transcend mortal suffering through mechanical ascension. And in that very instant, Liu Bai became a true Iron Man, by mere mortal flesh standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. When Liu Bai merged with the Mark armor, his entire physical state transformed. His spirit became extraordinarily vigorous and his limbs brimmed with power. Everything before his eyes transformed into visualized data, as though a casual punch could pierce through iron plates. Energy output increased by 2.5%. Liu Bai recalled the scenes from the film. Stark had found the optimal upward energy through numerous experiments. At this thought, he could hardly wait to try it himself. He issued the command, and instantly from the core of his armor-wrapped limbs erupted a powerful thrust, swiftly yet smoothly propelling Liu Bai's body upward. Even with mental preparation, the sudden sensation of weightlessness still made his heart tighten with tension. It was like his first time skating. His limbs were utterly clumsy, unable to control his center of gravity at all. After struggling for a long while, he still tumbled down. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the ground hard. Doesn't it hurt? Liu Bai rose from the floor somewhat pleasantly surprised. Given the height he had reached, falling would surely have been excruciating. But he felt absolutely no pain. Quickly he deduced that the Mark III possessed extraordinary shock absorption capabilities. The arc energy flowing between his body and the armor protected him. This discovery emboldened Liu Bai. Shedding all psychological burdens, he clumsily piloted the mecha throughout the empty warehouse. From noon until night, his piloting skills improved dramatically. Such high-intensity training left him physically and mentally exhausted, drenched in sweat. "I can fly now," he said. The armor's mask lifted, revealing Liu Bai's handsome face and sweat-dampened hair. An afternoon of training had transformed him from an unsteady infant into a child who could run. His growth speed was astonishing. Liu Bai was deeply satisfied. Just then the intelligent AI Jarvis spoke up. "Esteemed master, I have detected numerous unread messages on your phone. You are currently in rest mode. Shall I read them for you?" Liu Bai was taken aback. He hadn't expected the AI gifted by the system to connect with his phone. Had it acted without his permission? But then he reconsidered and let it go. The system coexisted with his consciousness, inseparable from himself. This Jarvis was likely merely an external manifestation of the system, functioning as an additional lifestyle-oriented privilege. "Read them," Liu Bai said. "The messages are from WeChat. The sender is Senior Brother Chen Rinxuan. Boss, we have selected several locations for the company. The photos have already been sent to you, and we can lease them at any time." Hearing this, Liu Bai put his helmet back on, and the LCD display in front of him instantly rendered several photographs. They appeared to be office buildings with excellent natural lighting and varying price points. "Jarvis, call Senior Brother Chen Rinxuan." The call connected swiftly. Chen Rinxuan's hearty voice resounded in Liu Bai's ear. "Boss Liu Bai, we happen to have something to report." "No need for such formality, Senior Brother." "What is it?" Encased within the mecha suit, the call volume was perfectly balanced, clear and natural, as though they were conversing face to face, incredibly comfortable for his ears. "We've finished reading the new Transformers script. The creativity is unmatched, the imagination simply phenomenal. Cars, aircraft, animals, all capable of transformation. It's absolutely brilliant. This film will undoubtedly explode." Chen Rinxuan's voice brimmed with excitement and indescribable amazement. "With Iron Man being such a runaway hit for our next film, we can go straight to investors. We can invite automobile manufacturers to bid for advertising spots, potentially saving on production costs entirely. And the box office revenue will be ours alone." "That idea is absolutely genius." Listening to the enthusiastic praise, Liu Bai couldn't help but chuckle and interrupted. "But you haven't told me what you needed to report yet." Chen Rinxuan composed himself and began to report. In essence, he and his team had identified lucrative business opportunities within the new script. They could approach automobile companies regarding sponsorship arrangements. Meanwhile, automobile manufacturers had also been captivated by the Iron Man phenomenon, who some had already expressed interest in collaboration. And the Iron Man bonanza was far from over. Numerous toy factories and rubber manufacturers had set their sights on the Iron Man intellectual property, eager to produce Iron Man toys and collectible figures. Furthermore, although the film had been withdrawn from cinema's major streaming platforms were clamoring for exclusive distribution rights, each offering premium terms. Very well, I understand. Send someone to continue the negotiations. Liu Bai expressed his satisfaction. Having selected a promising company address, he ended the call and let senior brother Chen handle the matter. As a shareholder who had invested through technology, Chen Rinchuan possessed considerable management capability. With the new company staffed by only a handful of people, Chen Rinchuan served as CEO representing the entire operation. Let's go eat first. After a full day of training, Liu Bai now felt both weary and hungry. Watching the mechanical arms remove the armor and deposit it into the metallic floor, he left the warehouse, thoroughly content. While waiting for his dishes at the restaurant, he received a private message from Billy. The Qingzhou Science Exhibition staff member wrote, "Sir, long time no see. Congratulations on the massive success of your Iron Man film. Here is the situation. Our exhibition will commence in 3 days and artwork registration is now open. Here is the schedule." The staff member sent a poster displaying January 20th to January 23rd as the registration period for submissions. From 1:00 a.m. on January 24th to 1:00 p.m. on February 24th, the exhibition would run for 1 month. Location: Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. On the opening night of the exhibition, there would be a presentation on technological design concepts recorded and broadcast. The poster was concise and clear. Liu Bai immediately understood that this was the time to register his entry. "All right, I will be there within the next couple of days." Liu Bai replied to the message just as steaming dishes were served to his table. His taste buds were tantalized, yet his heart yearned even more fervently. The true Mark Mecha, the genuine Iron Man, would truly descend upon Earth in merely 3 days, sending shockwaves through the hearts of its people. The time until the exhibition registration was still ample, so Liu Bai had no rush to sign in. During these days, he would head to the company by daytime to purchase supplies. Earth Pictures Company. Liu Bai murmured softly, gazing at the company plaque on the wall, a warm nostalgia flowing through his heart. Let this name serve as proof of his earthly origins. That's quite an ambitious name, Earth. Is it another way of referring to Blue Star? Chen Rinchuan stood beside Liu Bai and asked curiously. These days he wore many hats, not just the company's chief director, but also its CEO. Though the title of president might sound impressive, frankly speaking, he was little more than a manager. As the company grew and the staff expanded, he'd surely struggle to oversee everything. When the time came, a dedicated manager would take over, and he could simply be a passive shareholder collecting dividends while focusing entirely on filmmaking. Exactly. Liu Bai nodded in agreement. The Earth Pictures Company had leased a science park on the outskirts of the city where property prices were affordable and the space was spacious. Spanning 2 floors, the building was wrapped in UV protective heat insulating glass, giving it an exceptionally modern appearance with outstanding design. Outside, the subway connected the city center to Liu Bai's university. And the location wasn't far from Liu Bai's newly purchased villa. He chose to rent here after careful consideration since the team would be traveling for filming shoots and might not return for months at a time. It didn't make sense to waste money renting in the pricey city center. Moreover, the area was crowded and noisy with limited space, which simply didn't justify the cost. The film crew agreed with this reasoning. They also preferred not to work in the city where the fast pace of life created restlessness that hindered creative work. The current office location was ideal with fresh air and ample greenery, and they could often drive around to enjoy the mountain and water scenery. A perfect paradise for this group of artistic youth. Junior brother, these are the photos of the shooting locations we've selected. And these are the car companies that have agreed to collaborate. Take a look and let me know if they're suitable. In the chairman's office, Chen Rinchuan handed over the photos and documents, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. The shooting locations look fine. When can we start filming? Liu Bai reviewed the photos and was surprised to discover that one of the shooting locations was right near the company serving as the home of the protagonist Sam. Within a week. We're still negotiating sponsorship deals with several sports car manufacturers. They're quite proud and reluctant to promote through films, but we're making efforts to convince them. At the same time, we're also scouting for suitable actors, Chen Rinchuan said seriously. The production difficulty this time is far greater than Iron Man. The challenges extended beyond just the director. They were significant for the actors as well. In Iron Man, they at least had 3D printed armor to assist the performers, allowing for better camera focus and a shorter production schedule. But Transformers required complete performance without any physical reference objects. The mechas were so enormous that even if they could build them, they'd be useless for filming. They couldn't operate them at all. However, this was his trouble as a director, and there was no need to complain to Liu Bai. If he had to rely on the chairman to solve every difficulty, then what kind of director would he be? Thank you for your hard work. With your help, I'm very confident. Liu Bai looked at senior brother Chen's determined expression and smiled as well. Having such partners meant that as long as he delegated tasks properly, he could count on results. Being a hands-off boss like this was truly worry-free. You flatter me. The two discussed work-related matters, and the conversation also touched upon matters involving Downey. Now Downey was the first actor signed to the company. With his distinctive acting skills and the success of Iron Man, he kept receiving offers, and his salary skyrocketed, which also brought more recognition to Earth Pictures Company. Lubai gave him considerable autonomy, not only arranging a personal assistant, but also taking no cut of Downey's acting fees. This surprised and moved Downey, making Chinjo feel like a second home. He even flew over to celebrate when the company officially opened. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. During the day, Lubai occasionally attended classes, visited the company to check on things, and worked with the director team to scout actors. At night, he would return to the warehouse to operate the mecha, his proficiency steadily improving. Lubai also discovered a more convenient control method. He found that even without speaking, Jarvis could understand his thoughts and provide performance feedback. This discovery further confirmed to Lubai that Jarvis was indeed the external manifestation of the system. The mental connection between them made Lubai increasingly adept at controlling the mecha. Like using chopsticks, it was becoming second nature, as natural as moving one's own arm and hand. Master, please be advised that it is currently 9:00 p.m. on January 23rd. You have 1 hour remaining to register and enter the Chinjo Science and Technology Exhibition. Would you like to proceed? Lubai was speeding through the warehouse with excitement all over his face, when Jarvis's reminder suddenly made him realize that 3 days had already passed. Time flies so quickly. I've been too busy lately, and almost forgot. Coming back to his senses, Lubai didn't feel particularly rushed. Instead, he thought to himself, give me the route to the Chinjo Science and Technology Museum. Route has been calculated. There's a DUI checkpoint ahead that might delay your journey. Hearing this, a hopeful smile appeared on Lubai's face. With the Mark armor, do I really need to drive? Jarvis, check if there are any no-fly zones nearby. Negative, sir. No restricted airspace detected. Direct flight path to Chinjo Science and Technology Museum available. No restricted airspace. Direct route to Chinjo Science and Technology Museum. A route has been planned. 96 kilometers in a straight line, estimated arrival within 10 minutes. Shall we depart now? Listening to Jarvis's report, Lubai gave a wry smile. I won't be going in person. It simply couldn't be helped. He didn't want to show off to everyone face to face, but reason got the better of him. The Mark III still had a fatal flaw. It couldn't be put on or taken off at will. And the mechanical arms had no independent mobility either. Could he really lug an entire warehouse out the door? Speaking of the most ideal option, it would have to be the later Stark armor upgrades. Even in the second film, they had abandoned mechanical arm assistance in favor of a far more convenient donning system. Otherwise, even using the restroom would be a bother. The system said that to gain the ability to independently choose films, there are certain prerequisites. You must complete the system's 3 film missions before the marketplace selection is unlocked. We've already received the Transformers project, and casting is underway. I expect production to begin very soon. Lubai felt a touch of melancholy. He was genuinely fond of Transformers as well, but even optimistically estimating by the time he gained the ability to choose independently, he'd already be graduating from university. Remove the armor. Lubai stood on the dark floor as the mechanical arms removed the Mark armor for him, and at his command reassembled it. Remote controlling Iron Man. Early Stark couldn't even do that, could he? Lubai stood before the Mark armor, a smug smile playing on his lips. Over these past few days, Lubai had discovered a unique ability. He could connect with the system, and Jarvis was the external manifestation of that system. In other words, Lubai could communicate with the system within his consciousness and have it control Iron Man. Furthermore, Lubai had another ability that had been perfectly developed. It was the panel visualization. Host Lubai, mission film Transformers. Progress scouting actors. Yes, it was precisely this ability. The system could project images and sounds into Lubai's mind, which meant what Iron Man saw, Lubai saw as well. He had perfectly adapted to remote control capability. This also meant that Lubai could personally experience anywhere Iron Man arrived right from the comfort of home. There would be no danger whatsoever. Lubai had been extraordinarily excited over these past few days after figuring out this ability. This was a true weapon of war. Using the Iron Man standard from the first film, he had comprehended the Iron Man Legion from the second, and it just happened to coincide with the museum's entry registration period, so he was eager to give it a try. System pilot Iron Man to Chinjo Science and Technology Museum. Ding, instantly. The golden red armor before Lubai's pupils and chest lit up with brilliant blue light. Lubai seemed to feel that this armor was coming to life. Yes, sir. Answering Lubai was Jarvis's warm, familiar voice. Iron Man launched into the sky, bursting through the warehouse doors, soaring upward like a meteor. Lubai watched the meteor streak away, his heart tinged with something complicated. It was like having a pet that could finally go grocery shopping, cook meals, sweep the floor, and use the toilet. He felt immensely proud. Could Blue Star's current technology build mechs like this? Lubai knew that mechanical exoskeletons were widely used by the military on Blue Star, and even civilian technology companies were in the midst of research and development. But Iron Man, paired with the system's intelligence, a complete technological divine artifact, was purely a dimensional strike against Blue Star. A meteor streaked across the sky. It drew people's attention. On the park lawn, someone was gazing up at the starry sky when they suddenly let out a startled cry. Is that a meteor? Hearing this, people curiously looked upward only to see that white streak glide across the night sky, like a star prompting exclamations, "It really is so bright. Do you think it'll crash down, eh? Quick, take a photo for me. Is a meteorite worth any money? So cool. Make a wish." As for Liu Bai, he had already curled back into bed with his eyes closed. Yet in his mind, he clearly perceived Iron Man's perspective and the roaring wind. It was as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Simply wonderful. Sir Jarvis reporting. We have arrived above Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. Requesting next instructions. Awaiting next command. Hearing Jarvis's words, Liu Bai began to issue commands in his mind. With a mere thought, he shut down the Iron Man's flight energy, causing the mecha to plummet from the skies. Just before making contact with the ground, he instantly reignited the energy. Powerful force erupted from its limbs to cushion the impact, and it landed smoothly in the small grove, completely unnoticed in the darkness of night. To use an analogy, this operation was like controlling a character in Genshin Impact leaping from a great height and only deploying the wind glider just before reaching the ground to achieve a swift landing. Safe landing confirmed. Would you like to contact the staff? Hearing this, Liu Bai responded, contact them. The next moment, Jarvis had already placed the call. Soon the other side picked up, hello, may I ask if you are Director Liu Bai? The voice was deeply respectful, transmitting directly into Liu Bai's mind. Yes, the exhibit has arrived outside the Science and Technology Museum. This call was somewhat unusual. It was also a novel experience for Liu Bai. However, at its core, the system and Iron Man served as intermediaries, forming a bridge for remote dialogue. And the security was extremely high with absolutely no possibility of interception. Alright. My name is Li Pingyan, just call me Xiao Li, I'll be there right away. Li Pingyan held the phone, walking quickly toward the gate. But he saw nothing outside the gate. The street at night was cold and desolate. Director Liu, I've arrived at the entrance. Did you come yourself? Li Pingyan asked respectfully. I didn't go. Liu Bai replied. The movie is doing well, you must be very busy, I understand. Then who will hand it over to me? I need to make the registration process easier. Li Pingyan looked toward the road, but didn't see the expected transport vehicle. He could only ask politely. Look to your right. Hearing this, Li Pingyan instinctively turned his head to the right. At that moment, his hand trembled so violently he could barely hold onto his phone. Before his eyes stood a towering cold mecha that appeared incredibly solid and robust. Yet it moved with complete silence. Having worked at the Science and Technology Museum for many years, Li Pingyan had developed keen insight, and he couldn't imagine how meticulously the components of such a heavy mecha must be fitted together to achieve this level of shock absorption. One glance was enough to stun Li Pingyan. His voice trembled slightly as he stammered, Director Liu. Director Liu, I see it. Liu Bai responded, then I'll trouble you to escort it for registration. Not troublesome at all, not troublesome at all. Li Pingyan walked ahead unexpectedly, finding the mecha following closely behind. He didn't make a big fuss about it, merely guessing it could be remotely controlled much like a drone. But the design was truly breathtaking. Sharp angles and smooth lines radiating an overwhelming sense of presence. It was simply too magnificent. Any man would be unable to resist the romance of mecha. His initial interest in Iron Man had come from a mech design video Liu Bai had posted on Bilibili. At that time, he had noticed Iron Man trending and the design was indeed eye-catching, so he had intentionally offered an olive branch to capitalize on the momentum without paying too much attention. They said he would give a speech on stage about the design concepts, which was essentially just painting a grand vision. What truly made the Science and Technology Museum unable to look away was the massive success of the Iron Man film. The level of attention rose sharply, and the intention to capitalize on the popularity was no longer concealed. The exhibition organizers made it clear that they wanted Director Liu Bai to come up on stage and deliver a speech. At that point, news reports would heavily promote it, and the traffic would undoubtedly be enormous. By then, ticket sales would surely be substantial, and social recognition would surely reach new heights. Director Liu Bai registration is complete. Li Pingyan said respectfully. Thank you for your trouble. Liu Bai watched as Li Pingyan led Iron Man into the lobby. The location assigned was excellent, with Iron Man prominently visible as soon as one entered. The area was surrounded by colored ribbons with a sign reading, "Do not touch." Liu Bai didn't need to say much and directly controlled Iron Man to stride into the exhibition platform. Then he controlled it to face the exhibition entrance, and the registration entry was also completed. This control is impressive. Li Pingyan was startled. For a moment, he was somewhat dazed, unclear whether this was due to Liu Bai's exceptional control or Iron Man's powerful design. The knee-high ribbons were somehow able to be stepped over as gracefully as a person. This was something many large tech companies couldn't achieve. Cross-terrain capability had always been a challenging breakthrough, let alone for humanoid forms. Thank you, Director Liu Bai, for your support. Li Pingyan exchanged a few pleasantries, then hung up the phone. He then communicated with the exhibition manager. Soon the tech exhibition purchased a large number of press releases, and with Iron Man's photographs began to build momentum. Shocking. Iron Man officially joins Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. Perfect design. Big news. The Iron Man from the movie has truly been built. Tomorrow morning at 10 of the Science and Technology Museum officially opens, and there's Iron Man. So cool. Iron Man is every man's romance, right, at Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. A large number of articles were spread through official accounts, immediately attracting countless attention. This time netizens were no longer calm, causing a huge stir across the internet. Online, the fervor surrounding Iron Man had gradually waned as the film left theaters. Yet news of this upcoming technology exhibition reignited public interest, catapulting the topic straight to the top of the trending charts. Iron Man is actually appearing at a tech exhibition. This is incredible. Is the museum merely riding on its coattails? Honestly, I am not surprised. The design of Iron Man is genuinely brilliant. A single film can revive a stagnant sci-fi genre and even spark inspiration for tech companies. That alone proves how successful Iron Man has been. Amidst the heated discussion, some expressed delight, others took a rational stance, and many were outright dismissive. The skeptics firmly believed Iron Man had absolutely nothing to do with genuine technological advancement. Haha, what a hilarious joke this year has brought us. Everyone knows humanoid mechs are practically useless on the battlefield, so that is supposed to count as a design highlight. It is at least an attempt. I actually quite liked Iron Man. It was perfectly adequate for a sci-fi movie, but dragging it into a legitimate technology exhibition is sheer desperation. It is becoming truly repulsive. Are they just inviting a mascot? The tech community should stay pure and stop inviting whatever gimmick comes along. I am already sick of the Iron Man advertisements. I will just treat this as entertainment. Arguments erupted in every direction, a cacophony of praise and condemnation. But to the Science Museum, any debate was invaluable traffic. Director, the announcement for the technology exhibition has already topped the trending charts. Pre-sale tickets are already booked solid through the next few days. Director, that is a masterstroke. Inside the museum, a staff member reported excitedly. Upon hearing this, the director's face beamed with satisfaction. However, he offered no comment on the matter itself, simply saying, "There will be huge crowds tomorrow. Stay alert and make sure nothing goes wrong. I have already invited quite a few news outlets. As the manager, you need to stay sharp. Take care of all aspects and everyone involved." The manager assured him, "Consider it done." Their Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum was a semi-official institution. It had been running for years, yet it never attracted much attention, existing in a quiet, unremarkable state. With limited support from higher authorities, finances and resources across the board were always tight. The sudden turn of events was entirely due to an employee who happened to browse a popular short video platform after work. Initially, the manager found the invitation rather dubious. While the exhibition could indeed invite amateur inventors, what exactly was the purpose of making videos? But who could have predicted that the content creator would produce a short video resembling a blockbuster film, completely exploding ticket sales and generating almost frightening levels of online buzz? Consequently, they took it seriously immediately. The manager insisted that Li Ping and ensure Liu Bai was well taken care of, hoping to even coax Iron Man over to their exhibition booth. Now that Iron Man had been brought in, combined with the press releases, the internet had instantly erupted and attention skyrocketed. From any angle, this is a thoroughly successful promotional strategy. Not only will the Science Museum gain widespread recognition, but the participating companies will also attract significantly more attention, potentially sparking a wave of investment. The manager was brimming with confidence. The fame generated by breaking out of the niche circle could be excellently converted into revenue. In the future, they could even secure larger event funding. Just look at now. Tickets were snatched up before they could even hit the shelves. How different from the empty, desolate halls of just a few years ago. Although the atmosphere for academic exchange has shifted somewhat, I believe most sensible companies will remain clear-headed. Without attention, without investment, where will the funding for future research come from? The manager sighed helplessly. Within internal discussions, this was an acknowledged and persistent challenge. The director shared his headache. After all, some companies were purely focused on research, rigid in their thinking, and deeply wary of capital involvement. Nevertheless, all things considered, the outcome was undoubtedly a massive win-win. It not only attracted investment, but also elevated the public profile of participating companies. For now, the manager could only hope that the complaints from various companies would remain minimal. Time drifted slowly forward. At 9:50 in the morning, the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum was about to open its doors. Outside, a restless crowd had already gathered in full force. "We are finally getting in. I came specifically for Iron Man. Yeah, those photos online looked incredible. Life-sized and all. Hope it does not disappoint. If I had not checked my ticket stub, I would swear I walked into a Comic-Con instead of a tech exhibition. Tell me about it. There are way too many people. Everyone show some respect to the other companies and go check them out. Let me have this one moment to take a picture with Iron Man alone. Keep dreaming." The scene was chaotic and electric, a sea of bodies pressing forward. Although the heads of various companies had entered early, even they felt a chill at the endless throngs outside. Despite prior warnings from the organizers, the sheer density of the crowd left them utterly astounded. Was this really a science museum? Where was the sophistication promised? Where was the refined circle we expected? This is a bustling marketplace. Have I become a fishmonger? Organizers, where did you hide my dragnet? As for Liu Bai, he paid no mind to the chaos. Grabbing a leather bag, he finished his routine early and headed out. Senior brother Chen Rinchuan had sent a message last night. The actors were in position, and it was time to cast the lead. Transformers was about to begin filming. Earth Pictures Company. It was a two-story building with a distinctly modern aesthetic. In the spacious room, Liu Bai met with several senior brothers. "Good morning, junior brother Liu. Have you had breakfast?" Chen Rinchuan greeted with a smile. "I had soy milk and fried dough sticks on the way." Liu Bai replied briefly before turning the conversation to their current situation. They had already reached agreements with major automotive companies, all willing to provide sponsorship. As for the protagonist vehicle, Jixiang Motors, a time-honored automaker from Qingzhou, secured it for $8 million. This was a prime promotional placement. The other automotive companies had collectively contributed over $10 million. Do not underestimate these sums. This was pure profit before a single frame had been shot, and there was no need to share the proceeds with them. As long as they delivered sufficient screen time according to the contract, the advertising fees belonged entirely to them. Unlike traditional investors who demanded the lion's share of profits, the sponsorships are going smoothly so far. Some lesser-known automotive companies see great value in this opportunity. Only the sports car manufacturers refused to cooperate. Chen Rinxuan sighed. These track-focused automakers were far too arrogant. They had lost a prime target for sponsorship. Not surprising. Lu Bai simply nodded, clearly having anticipated this. In the script, Bumblebee transforming into a sports car is meant to be a major highlight. As for Jixiang Motors, they lack a sports car variant, which makes their current market positioning seem rather conservative. So we explicitly stated in the contract that their vehicles would only appear in the early portion of the film, and they had no objections. Chen Rinxuan explained. Since the sports car manufacturers have no interest in collaborating, we should not force it. Hearing Lu Bai's words, Chen Rinxuan nodded. During the previous Iron Man shoot, the sports car Stark drove to the gala was quite suitable and could be rented again. But before he could mention it, Chen Rinxuan noticed Lu Bai withdrawing several sheets of paper from his leather bag. What is this? He took them over in confusion, but after merely one glance his mind went completely blank. In his hands were automotive blueprints. The low-slung body resembled a crouched predator, its flowing lines razor-sharp, its aggressive shark-like grille radiating fierce menace. Just one glimpse left Chen Rinxuan utterly stunned. He was certain no such vehicle existed on this planet. His pupils dilated in shock as he looked at Lu Bai, hoping for an explanation. What the hell was this? Could such a car really exist? This is a newly designed model. Since the sports car manufacturers refuse to cooperate, we won't need them. Lu Bai said with a smile. Indeed. What lay in Chen Rinxuan's hands was none other than Lamborghini from Earth. Even if it was not the fastest sports car on Earth, it was the car most likely to steal every man's heart. No one could look at that design and remain unmoved. Ever since Chen Rinxuan reported on the sports car manufacturers, Lu Bai had already taken it to heart. He had been reviewing the original Iron Man footage in his mind when he unexpectedly discovered a Lamborghini in Stark's garage. At that moment, he had asked the system to sketch out the vehicle's design, hoping to incorporate it into Transformers. But what surprised Lu Bai was that the system had graciously provided the complete Lamborghini design blueprints. Indeed, Lu Bai now possessed the core design specifications for Lamborghini. They could absolutely build this car on this planet. Let's file for an appearance patent and register the Lamborghini trademark as well. It will come in handy in the future. Lu Bai said with a smile, clearly in high spirits. This was an unexpected windfall. He had concealed the core technology, providing only the exterior blueprints, omitting even the chassis design. This was to keep a trump card hidden. What if Earth Pictures Company decided to enter the automotive market, or partnered with existing automakers to produce a Lamborghini? The possibilities were endless. This is absolutely insane. Can we really design and build this? I really want one. Chen Rinxuan snapped back to reality, his teeth grinding with excitement. That eye-catching design sent his heart pounding. He could not articulate exactly why he loved it, but it was undeniably cool. It struck him the same way Iron Man did, right at his soul. The other senior brothers also stared at the exterior blueprints in utter astonishment. Holy shit, this is incredibly handsome. Lu Baba, where on earth did you get this? It's absolutely legendary. Even someone like me who can't drive wants to get a license just from looking at this. Boss Lu is truly gifted in every discipline. The blueprints were passed among the senior brothers, each wishing to possess one immediately. But work still needed to be done, so one brother made a copy of the exterior blueprint and set out to handle the patent and copyright registration. After some casual conversation, the female receptionist announced, "Gentlemen, the actors have arrived and are ready. Shall we begin the auditions?" The actors had arrived. Lu Bai glanced at his senior brothers and said, "Then let's begin." As the front desk announced, actors approached one by one for their auditions. Each performer carried both aspiration and ambition, hoping to secure the role they desired. Now that the company had grown stronger, there were more candidates. But that also meant more time consumed in this process. Thank you for your performance. Please bring up the next actor, and you may return and wait for further notice. Chen Rinxuan spoke gently. All right, director. The young actor exited. Only then did Chen Rinxuan furrow his brows and murmur, "They all seem rather mediocre." Upon hearing this, Lu Bai merely nodded calmly. They had sat through the entire morning interviewing 7 or 8 contenders for the lead role. None had met with satisfaction. Some lacked sufficient understanding of their characters, others displayed obvious theatricality, and still others felt devoid of authentic lived experience. Some were simply too handsome, failing to align with the character's profile. How are the auditions arranged? Lu Bai picked up the roster and asked casually. Males and females for the lead roles are auditioned in the morning. Interview times are staggered by an hour and a half. Afternoon sessions cover supporting roles. Chen Rinxuan replied. Lu Bai nodded, glancing over the actor information sheet. It no longer featured only actors from Meizhou, there were many from Qingzhou as well. Indeed, Lu Bai had relaxed his appearance requirements considerably for this casting. He was no longer bound to follow the original script specifications as strictly as he had with Iron Man. Last time deploying a large number of meager actors was mainly due to a lack of confidence and inability to afford trial and error. Now he was bolder, directly bringing in young actors. There was absolutely no intention to cast traffic celebrities. Of course, although the company had not sought them out, numerous talent agencies still wanted to pursue collaborations. Countless were willing to invest their own funds to join the production, all just for a chance to appear in this film, even to make a remarkable comeback. Ever since Earth Pictures was established and the actor recruitment announcement went online, it immediately set the entertainment industry ablaze. Who didn't know now that this newly established company had just released the blockbuster sci-fi film, Iron Man, not long ago? It was dominating the film and television platforms with extremely high streaming numbers. Before long, they were about to start filming a new movie. Which actor could resist such temptation? As the stars of Iron Man, Downey and Vines had made explosive comebacks, walking red carpets in Mejo until their legs gave out, with invitations constantly pouring in. Who wouldn't be envious? If not for Iron Man having just been released and missing Oscar eligibility, they would certainly have made the nominees list, and even competing for Best Actor wouldn't have been impossible. A blockbuster of this magnitude was rare even at the Oscars. Therefore, young actors were squeezing to get a piece of the pie. Even without knowing the movie's title, they were already restless with anticipation. They wouldn't even mind playing risque roles, as long as they could become famous and make money. Investing their own money wasn't considered much, but some female actors behaved inappropriately, sending audition resumes that included explicit content. For such behavior, Chen Rinchuan and other artsy youth couldn't stand it at all, completely denying them audition opportunities. Those who had come for auditions were already the result of filtering out a portion. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even more exaggerated. Hello, directors. Just then a young man walked in. My name is Shia from Qingzhou Film Academy, majoring in performance, about to graduate. I wish to audition for the role of Sam. Please give me a chance. His expression was restrained, standing straight, not daring to let his eyes wander. Yet in his verbal expression, he tried to remain as relaxed as possible. He was now a senior about to graduate. The roles he had taken in school were merely bit parts and supporting roles. He also understood that he wasn't handsome enough to struggle his way into leading male roles in film and television. But when he saw the actor recruitment online, he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. But also aware of his average conditions, he had hesitated regretfully all night, finally taking a try-it-and-see attitude and submitting his resume. Unexpectedly, he had actually passed the preliminary audition and was now meeting the director team. He had watched Iron Man several times. It was so cool. But these people were all so young. They seemed familiar from somewhere. Shia glanced sideways at Liu Bai, and upon looking nearly made him depressed. This guy was too handsome. A perfect urban male led. But he was actually sitting in the director's seat. Relax, don't be nervous. Chen Rinchuan looked at Shiya's resume, also with a warm expression. This person was actually a junior from the same school. The sense of familiarity in his heart rose considerably. The script is on the table. Choose one to perform. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Liu Bai said, holding expectations for him as well. Shiya was not particularly tall, nor was he fair-skinned. His face wasn't meticulously cared for, one could see he didn't maintain his appearance at all. But precisely because of this, he had a great deal of everyday life quality about him. The whole person had a kind of rough, handsome temperament where handsomeness wasn't apparent. Yet he shared 80% similarity with the actors from Earth. This was what interested Liu Bai most. Alright, Shia didn't dare waste time picking up the script and beginning to memorize. Perhaps due to nervousness and eagerness, his brain became extremely active. It seemed he had entered some kind of state, reading text far faster than usual. Soon he had memorized the lines, but since the directors hadn't said time was up, he read through it 1 or 2 more times to deepen his memory. His physical condition had never been better. You may begin your performance. Chen Rinchuan glanced at his watch and said, Alright. Shia put down the script. He seriously contemplated the protagonist's state at that moment. From the text and scene, it could be seen that the protagonist, Sam, was in a classroom selling his great-great-grandfather's belongings to his classmates. The protagonist was introverted, not very articulate, and invisible at school. His speech on stage carried some nervousness. Soon Shia got into character, rubbing his hands, looking at the directors, as if looking at his own classmates. He began slightly awkwardly, For the family history report, I plan to talk about my great-great-grandfather, the legendary Captain Archibald Whitevick, the famous explorer. The lines weren't long, simply introducing the background and timeline of the film. Shia's performance was very smooth and natural. Even Chen Rinchuan couldn't detect any acting technique, making the director suspect that Shia was simply playing himself, but perfectly fitting the role. Was this a bad thing? You may step down for now, Chen Rinchuan said warmly, with appreciation in his eyes. After bowing, Shia left the office and gently closed the door behind him. What do you think? Chen Rinchuan asked with a smile. Liu Bai also nodded with a smile. For the male lead, it's him. The selection of the male lead proceeded smoothly enough, at least securing the crucial acting position for the day. In another 20 minutes, the auditions for the actresses would begin. Senior brother Chen, let us sign Shia onto the company. Watching Shia close the door and depart, Liu Bai spoke carefully. On his resume, Shia had yet to affiliate with any performance agency. They could certainly sign such promising talent. Moreover, there might very well be a sequel in the future, making it easier to plan his acting trajectory. No problem. Chen Rinchuan nodded in agreement. It was only natural to look out for a junior fellow from their own academy. Of course this had to be based on ability. If he lacked talent altogether, Liu Bai would not have agreed. Liu Bai rose to step out for a breather and fresh air. Through the doorway he could see actresses gradually filing in. Liu Bai, have you had lunch yet? At that moment Liu Bai received a message. It was from an acquaintance, Han Moing. She wasted no words, getting straight to the point. I would like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you happen to be free today. Regarding that script you mentioned last time, I have begun writing it according to your suggestions. I was also hoping you could take a look at it. Liu Bai read the message and recalled how he had promised to help before, but let things drag on for too long. It was time to honor that commitment. I am free this noon, though I have a meeting to attend this evening. Would that work for you? Liu Bai had not forgotten his promise to the Science and Technology Museum. He was scheduled to give a speech on stage tonight. He would also use the opportunity to announce the start of filming for Transformers, building public anticipation in advance to improve his chances of obtaining the coveted Bumblebee. Absolutely. I would be honored to share a meal with such a distinguished director. You do not have a driver's license, do you? Give me your location, and I will come pick you up. Han Moing replied with her characteristic bold spirit. Liu Bai could only smile wryly and did not refuse. They had collaborated for many years now, one writing screenplays while the other directed and starred, a relationship so comfortable that formality was unnecessary. Liu Bai sent his location and returned to the audition room to continue reviewing candidates for the female lead. His residence and the company were both located in the suburbs. Han Moing drove for nearly an hour before reaching Earth Pictures. Is this the place? How magnificent. Yet he never mentioned it to me. Was he afraid I would come for a congratulatory meal? Han Moing gazed at the two-story building, its modern and tasteful decor. But she did not dwell on it. She knew Liu Bai disliked fuss and pretense. He had likely not even held an opening celebration. Parking her car, Han Moing removed her sunglasses perched on her high-nose bridge and stepped confidently into the company. Upon entering, a youthful and striking young receptionist greeted her. The receptionist could not help but be captivated by her presence. Though she wore only light makeup, her features were exquisite and her skin luminous. Coupled with her tall stature and slender figure, the receptionist felt a wave of envy. Even beneath her winter-down jacket, one could imagine a beautiful silhouette. Her beauty rivaled any A-list actress. The receptionist politely asked, "Miss, have you come for an audition?" Han Moing was momentarily taken aback. After a 2-second pause, she broke into a bright smile. "Yes, I am sorry, have I kept you waiting?" "Not at all. There are still a few ladies ahead of you in the audition queue." The receptionist replied sweetly with genuine professionalism, "May I see your resume, please? I need to verify your information." Han Moing could only smile helplessly. Oh no, she had been caught. "Just joking. I have an appointment with your boss." She hesitated, unsure as she asked, "Liu Bai, is your boss correct?" The receptionist responded respectfully, "Yes, he is our chairman. May I ask, are you Ms. Han?" Han Moing nodded with a smile. "Yes, my name is Han Moing. I am a classmate of your chairman. The chairman has already informed us. Please follow me." The perceptive receptionist led Han Moing to the audition room. "The chairman is inside. You may enter directly." Han Moing thanked her and gently knocked on the door. A moment later she heard it come in. Recognizing Liu Bai's voice, she did not hesitate, pushing the door open and peeking inside. She saw a long table and a sofa. Behind the table stood an actress nervously reciting lines from her script. As a director herself, Han Moing understood this was the preparation phase. Her own small productions were simply far less formal. "Good afternoon, senior brothers." "Hello, classmate Liu. I hope I am not disturbing you," she greeted. "Not at all. We welcome you, junior sister Han." Several senior brothers offered courteous greetings. They had heard of Han Moing's reputation as a top student at their academy. Exceptional talent, outstanding ability. She wrote, directed, and starred in her own projects. Her caliber made Chun Rinxuan and the others feel inadequate. Moreover, she had proven her market potential. Her recently released workplace film had grossed 30 million at the box office in just half a month, an astonishing return rate. Her future was boundless, and she was still a student. She had left so many senior students in the dust. If not for Liu Bai, they would still be taking on small commercial gigs, perhaps even abandoning their dreams and sinking to making vulgar short videos. Otherwise, how would they dare call such a future powerhouse their junior sister? Chun Rinxuan and the others sighed, inwardly feeling ashamed. "Please come in and rest for a moment. It will still be a while," Liu Bai invited. Han Moing nodded happily. She too wanted to observe their audition standards. But the senior brothers were displeased. Here was a brilliant young woman who had traveled all this distance. Shouldn't they be attending to her? Chun Rinxuan was anxious inside. At a time like this, he was still obsessing over work. He would end up single forever like me. The senior brothers hurriedly interjected. "If you have something to attend to, go ahead. We can handle things here." "Exactly, senior brother Liu. If you are worried about the audition recordings, we can film them and send them to you via WeChat. Do not let a lady in beautiful makeup wait too long." Besides, they teased, having such a handsome couple here would only put pressure on the auditioning actresses. The senior brothers continued their good-natured ribbing. Liu Bai felt somewhat embarrassed. They had certainly misunderstood the nature of their relationship. Han Moing's expression remained unchanged, her polite smile unwavering. "Fine, send me the footage when you are ready." After a moment's hesitation, Liu Bai nodded. Indeed, there was no need to sit idle here. The actress, however, clutching her script, looked thoroughly bewildered. "Shall I just leave then?" Liu Bai got into Han Moing's car and found a Western restaurant. They enjoyed coffee and desserts. There are still half a month before school starts. Time flies so fast. Han Moying crossed her slender long legs, leaning slightly forward with her elbows resting on the glass table, one palm supporting her cheek, her posture comfortable and at ease. Her gaze was calm, yet distant, gazing blankly at the lawns and trees beyond the glass window, without any focus, simply enjoying the comfort of the moment. Her other hand held a spoon, gently stirring the rich coffee, occasionally tapping against the cup's rim with a dull sound. Indeed, Lu Bai slumped back in his chair, relaxing his entire body. Since coming to Blue Star, he had been busy all the time. Except for when Iron Man's post-production was underway, his body could rest for a while, but his mind was still thinking about how to promote it. He always felt that either his mind or his body was never at rest. Once school started, it would be the second semester of his senior year, with few courses remaining, almost exclusively online classes. Do you plan to stay at the company and start a business in the future? Han Moying's pink lips parted slightly as her gaze fell on Lu Bai, asking softly. The feeling of eating, drinking, and chatting with good friends was indeed very relaxing. Probably. I seem to only know how to do this. Lu Bai furrowed his brows slightly and thought for a moment before answering. Han Moying smiled, gently lifted the cup handle, and brought the mellow coffee to her lips, slightly bitter upon entry. After taking a sip, she teased, "But what you know how to do has already surpassed most people in the world. I don't know if I'll have the chance to catch up with you in the future." Lu Bai also smiled. "Why treat me as a goal? I have a system. Earth serves as my art reservoir. Who dares to clash with the resources of an entire planet?" Han Moying listened, but said nothing. Instead, she took out a notebook from her bag and handed it over expectantly. "Master screenwriter, please take a look." Lu Bai accepted it, suspiciously listening to Han Moying introduce. "After our last chat, I rewrote the outline and plot." Lu Bai quietly read the script. In the script description, both the male and female leads were ordinary company employees who met through work. Later, the male lead learned a lot, combined with his own abilities, good friends, to start a business, and transformed from a poor boy into a boss. Lu Bai saw more echoes of Goodbye X in it, and was deeply gratified. Smart people really catch on quickly. He hadn't forgotten that Goodbye X had a box office of over 2 billion on Earth, ranking as the champion of that period. Although some criticized the plot for not being grounded enough, the male lead's post-breakup indulgence in wine and women seemed too frivolous. Every person has their own way of living. Yet the collapse of emotions is universal, especially the pain of two people who clearly care about each other, but miss out forever due to misunderstandings or emotions. It's all hidden deep within those who have experienced heartbreak. This film merely brings it to the surface, which is why so many people break down and weep in the theater. Are they really crying for the movie characters? No, the audience is simply weeping for themselves, for their regrets and remorse. Your version of the script is written very well. However, regarding the emotions between the male and female leads, I don't think they need to be dramatic. Most people's heartbreak follows a calm tone, tormenting them internally. Misunderstandings run throughout, with both leads feeling regret, yet hoping to reconcile. But at the end of the story, the misunderstanding becomes reality, completely shattering the fantasy of reconciliation, and that kind of emotion comes even more violently. Lu Bai recalled the vague plot, speaking roughly of the story. But there were two sentences that deeply resonated with him and left a profound impression. One thinks the other won't leave, one thinks the other will stay and plead. For women after heartbreak, the first stage is collapse, the second is rebirth. For men after heartbreak, the first stage is release, the second is savoring. Lu Bai snapped out of his reverie and instinctively looked up, only to see Han Moying cupping her face with both hands, elbows on the table, her eyes shining with delight as she leaned forward, staring at him without blinking. Lu Bai felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze. He maintained his composure and said, "I was just making it up. The specific details will depend on your arrangements." Han Moying smiled silently, her expression bright and content. These suggestions had suddenly opened her eyes. She found them incredibly useful. They would be perfect for the film. She was proud of herself, discovering such a genius screenwriter in her freshman year. "I'm really amazing." However, she was somewhat curious about how Lu Bai could come up with such scenes. She teasingly asked, "How many relationships have you had? You seem to understand this so well." "None." Lu Bai felt embarrassed. Ironically, across 2 lifetimes, he had never held a girl's hand. He had quite a few anime wives, but he was too busy on Blue Star to seek out paper wives. "But I can see you understand quite well." Han Moying's smile grew even sweeter. Yet Lu Bai seemed to notice that her expression appeared quite satisfied. Han Moying ignored Lu Bai's suspicious gaze and eagerly retrieved a lightweight folding keyboard from her handbag. After connecting it to her phone via Bluetooth, she began writing the script. Lu Bai naturally had nothing else to remind her of. After all, he only vaguely remembered the movie scenes, and asking him to write out the dialogue would be completely unrealistic. However, he did remember a melody and casually hummed it. He picked up his phone to record it and sent it to Han Moying. "What is this?" Han Moying looked at the recording, quite curious. "Find a professional music creator and see if you can write it down." Lu Bai lied without hesitation. "I can provide a few lines of lyrics." "All right." Han Moying didn't press further. She readily agreed, trusting Lu Bai completely. After that, the two fell silent. After a long while, the keyboard was still clicking away. "Lu Bai, what do you think the script should be named?" Han Moying pursed her lips, focused on her phone screen, and asked without looking up. Goodbye X." "Okay." Han Moying's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This name was perfect. Seeing how serious she was, Lu Bai casually asked, Have you found investors? This remark made Han Moing pause her typing. Given the high returns from her previous film, if there was a new script, many investors would surely be willing to put in money. But she narrowed her eyes, raised her beautiful eyebrows at Lu Bai, and said in a playful tone, "Not yet. Boss Lu, will you support a good student who's fighting for her dreams?" But the next moment she realized her eyebrow-raising gesture, and her face instantly flushed. She felt she had been too forward, very improper. But Lu Bai didn't notice, instead nodding seriously, "No problem." Han Moing secretly glanced at Lu Bai, noticing he had been fixated on the script the whole time, and secretly exhaled in relief. But soon a strange sense of dissatisfaction began swirling inexplicably in her heart, making her keystrokes noticeably sharper. She couldn't understand why she was sulking. Meanwhile, Lu Bai set aside the script and pondered what he should say at tonight's technology exhibition. After all, the real Iron Man was about to be revealed to the world tonight. Next chapter returns to the satisfying rhythm. While Lu Bai and Han Moing were at the coffee shop, the internet had already erupted in jubilation. "I saw Iron Man. Holy crap, the visual impact is insane. Absolutely stunning. I originally thought it would be crafted from plastic or foam. Who would have expected actual metal? So many people came just for Iron Man. What a frenzy. Truly a one-to-one reproduction. Even more realistic than the movies." Within the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum, a surging crowd filled the halls. Numerous exhibition booths displayed a wide array of technological innovations. There were humanoid exoskeletons, spider-shaped intelligent robots, and even inverted shampoo devices. In short, it gathered cutting-edge talents, folk inventors, and student teams alike. However, the most eye-catching display stood at the very center of the hall. A towering, formidable mech stood there, radiating a cold gleam, with ribbons coiling around its frame to keep onlookers at bay. Even so, enthusiastic crowds continued to gather around it. Everyone held up cameras and phones, frantically snapping photos and posting to social media, drawing endless likes and envy. Some even broadcast live on-site, racking up impressive viewership. Under such circumstances, the other booths appeared distinctly underwhelming. This stark contrast naturally stirred discontent among technology companies. Within tech circles, impatient voices had already surfaced. "To be honest, I'm deeply disappointed by this situation. Using Iron Man to drive traffic. What a scheme. It was meant to be a pure technology exhibition, yet they used an action figure as the centerpiece. I almost want to laugh. I got a heads up last night and foresaw this coming. Science is rigorous and solemn by nature. Turning it into something akin to fan culture has corrupted its essence. The mascot itself is fine, though honestly the exhibition would have been better off without it." The group chat buzzed with disdain, yet some engaged in earnest discussion. "I have to admit, Iron Man's exterior design is truly impressive. I've never watched the movies, but seeing the mech in the atrium, the fluidity of its lines, and the design aesthetic completely shattered my expectations." "Exactly. I closely examined the mech's joints, and there isn't a single visible seam. It's unfathomable. My experience differs from yours. I've actually seen the movie in theaters. I've always believed that human-shaped intelligent robots have significant limitations, and Iron Man can only exist in imagination." The group chat erupted with heated debate. Yet no one could deny that far more visitors had flocked to their booth than ever before. Coupled with the grand scale of this exhibition, which had drawn media coverage from numerous news outlets, the exposure was indeed immense. Already numerous investors had called, expressing interest in further collaboration. What should have been a triumphant moment left these companies feeling like they had swallowed a fly. It simply didn't align with their upscale, high-end image at all. It completely contradicted the persona of business elites. It was like the noise of a slaughterhouse, annoying and grating, yet they couldn't bring themselves to leave. Traffic was a pressing necessity for their companies. Walking away meant losing their share of the profit. Wanting to leave yet craving the gains, that was the true torment. "Excuse me, the museum has reached closing time. Please exit in an orderly manner." The festivities had lasted from morning until dusk, finally yielding to the closing hour. Visitors scattered instantly, and the Science Museum fell into an unfamiliar silence. Yet on the second floor, a considerable number of people remained seated. Representatives from various technology companies, folk inventors, and student teams. This was the much-anticipated segment where groundbreaking technologies would be unveiled on the lecture stage, astonishing the world. Technologies that could potentially lead the future of scientific development. Everyone was filled with anticipation. This was a carnival belonging to the realm of science. And Lu Bai, after seeing Han Moing off, received a call from the Science Museum. "Director Lu, this is Xiao Li from the staff. Our manager is quite fond of your Iron Man. He's also a fan of yours. He hopes you can represent the folk inventors and give a speech on the making of Iron Man. Would it be convenient for you to come?" Lu Bai listened, gazed at the dim night sky, pulled his collar tighter, and exhaled a plume of white breath. "I won't be attending. Iron Man will relay my message." The call ended. Li Pinggan felt utterly baffled. What was he talking about? He put away his phone and subconsciously glanced toward the mech standing at the center of the exhibition booth. He was shocked to see the square eye sockets illuminating with a cold blue-white glow, while the chest cavity seemed to churn with surging energy beneath. In that moment, Li Pinggan's mind went blank. For an instant, he genuinely believed that Iron Man had come to life before his eyes. That evening, the speech event proceeded as scheduled. This format was primarily designed to facilitate intercorporate exchanges on new product technologies and innovative concepts. It served as a window of opportunity for amateur scientists and student teams alike, broadening their horizons. As a semi-official exhibition, the entire event was recorded for broadcast. Those granted seats were all individuals directly involved. This year's Science and Technology exhibition was held smoothly thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Thanks to your contributions, the science exhibition continues to grow stronger, exerting a more positive influence on younger generations. The museum director stood on stage with a beaming smile, delivering his formal remarks. Manager Wang, dressed in a sharp suit and radiating pride, waited to take the stage as the event's host. Just then, an ill-timed voice echoed from beside Manager Wang. Manager were facing an unexpected situation. Li Pingyan spoke softly, his voice trembling with unease. Manager Wang frowned. What is it? Everything was set for this moment. Was he about to stumble at the finish line? Li Pingyan replied with unsettling calmness. Director Liu won't be coming. Manager Wang nodded quietly. This was not surprising. He had not harbored high hopes that a rising young director would involve himself in the affairs of the tech circle. If he had come, it would have drawn attention and generated buzz. If not, they could simply skip over it. It wouldn't waste more than a few minutes. Understood. Manager Wang set the matter aside. He adjusted his suit collar, smoothed his expression, and prepared to take the stage for the handover. But Li Pingyan hesitated, torn. This finally provoked Manager Wang's annoyance. Speak plainly, what is it? Are you asking to be scolded? His eyes flaring, he whirled around and unleashed a rebuke. But in the next instant, his expression froze completely. Behind Li Pingyan stood a towering figure radiating a cold, menacing aura. What terrified Manager Wang most was that Iron Man was looking down, directly at him. In that moment, his heart nearly leaped from his chest, and every instinct urged him to flee. Yet years of self-discipline kept him rooted in place. He forced himself to remain composed and demanded sternly, what is going on? Sensing his manager's displeasure, Li Pingyan replied guiltily. Director Liu said he had other matters and couldn't come. But he also said to have Iron Man replace him and give a speech on stage. Manager Wang's expression darkened in bewilderment. He nearly burst into curses. What kind of nonsense was this? Asking a lump of iron to speak. Was he fooling anyone? Add to that an AI intelligence that, while capable of speech, possessed no true consciousness whatsoever. Was he supposed to let it babble incoherently on stage? But almost immediately Manager Wang snapped out of it. Wait, Director Liu, though a filmmaker and no corporate figure, had somehow engineered a massive mechanical construct. He had even enabled Iron Man to walk and speak, something truly beyond imagination. After all, everything discussed online about Iron Man had remained mere concept models. Once Iron Man took the stage and spoke, it would absolutely shatter everyone's preconceived notions. The sensational potential was boundless. So then, why not let Iron Man speak on stage for a few minutes? Besides, this was merely a recorded broadcast. Even if something inappropriate were said, it could simply be edited out. Keep a few good lines, splice them into short videos, and publish them online to attract attention. I have no objection. With this thought in mind, Manager Wang's face brightened, and he readily agreed. Li Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief. He was just about to call Liu Bai to report this, but a deep male voice resounded from behind him. Thank you, sir. Li Pingyan. Manager Wang. Manager Wang's confusion did not last a single second before the museum director on stage concluded his speech, leaving him no choice but to take the stage for the handover. Manager Wang took the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke seriously. We have long hoped to understand the design philosophy behind Iron Man. However, we regretfully failed to invite Iron Man's creator. But we have Iron Man himself with us today. In the audience, 10,000 faces stood in utter bewilderment. Confusion erupted everywhere. The audience members seated in the rows upon hearing that Iron Man was about to take the stage had only one thought: impossible. But soon everyone snapped back to reality, their enthusiasm waning. They murmured among themselves, I initially mistook him for the Iron Man from the movies. What a life-size figure downstairs. Another marketing gimmick, I suppose. I was wrong to get my hopes up. The host's words are quite skillful, mixing concepts and catching me off guard. What's wrong with today? The moment I hear Iron Man, I get an immediate reaction. Having a mascot give a speech. Probably just playing a recording. The crowd quickly settled down, no one whispering or chatting, appearing well-mannered. Although the tech talents in the audience were averse to Iron Man's kind of attention-grabbing gimmick, they wouldn't voice it to his face. After all, they had experienced the surge of crowds earlier. Every team had reaped the benefits of the publicity. Compared to their empty exhibition booths before, things had certainly improved. They had gained reputation and investment interest. More importantly, their social influence had grown. Actually, deep down, everyone approves of Iron Man's design. Besides, Iron Man aligns with the Qin Province Tech Expo's mission of inviting grassroots inventors. They just didn't expect the heat to be this high. Feeling rather unbalanced, aren't you? The director descended from the podium, utterly pleased with himself. He had already read the minds of those tech elites. Just then a massive mecha began striding toward him. But strangely enough, despite its enormous weight and gleaming metallic exterior, it moved in complete silence. His eyes vacant, he could not help but doubt whether something was wrong with his own ears. This? Impossible. The director was stunned. Even with years of professional experience and worldly wisdom, he had never encountered technology that could weld mecha joints with such perfection. Even more astonishing was the incredible shock absorption required to make it walk completely silently. The director was in his 50s with graying hair. But he was not deaf. The manager was still speaking on stage. Yet he simply stood there watching Iron Man walk past him and ascend the podium. In that moment, he did not even know whether he should leave or stay. Let us give Iron Man a warm round of applause, the sharply dressed manager announced loudly. And then, Iron Man casually walked onto the stage. It might have been the manager's imagination, but he swore the platform seemed to sink slightly under the weight. Clap, clap, clap. A perfunctory round of applause echoed from the audience, just for show. But each person wore a confident smile, as if they saw through everything. Oh, he actually walked up, hired someone to operate it. I bet that is Director Lou inside, putting together a little Easter egg for fans. How boring. I am actually a bit disappointed. I thought he would be carried up and play a recording. But some people's gazes turned sharp as they leaned forward, sensing something was off. I cannot understand why this mecha fits the human body so perfectly. This armor is shaped like an adult male. How could anyone possibly get inside it? Could this be remote controlled? Remote controlled? What are you talking about? I do not know about the military, but no civilian company on this planet could achieve anything like this. Everyone present were talents connected to science and technology. Even the grassroots inventors were masters of craftsmanship and creativity. They naturally understood that humanoid machinery was the most difficult to maintain balance in. Achieving this among all mechanical designs was the greatest challenge. Therefore, some mechanical companies designed their robots in animal forms, spiders, cats, dogs, or reptiles. Some even equipped them with wheels to navigate complex terrain more easily. Meanwhile, current humanoid robots were still only performing basic movements like walking, squatting, and turning. This demonstrated how difficult humanoid machinery truly was. And yet the Iron Man before them ascended the stage so naturally and smoothly. This alone was enough to make them suspect someone was wearing the armor inside. But that could not explain it either. Was this metallic texture realistic enough for a normal-sized person to wear? What made them even more stunned was that Iron Man actually took the microphone from the host's hand. This seemingly small detail sent the thoughts of some spectators flying. Such intricate coordination in the wrists, fingers, and limbs. What level of refinement was required to perform such delicate movements? If it was not remotely controlled and could not be worn by a human, what technology could make this possible? Several technical experts felt powerful doubts rising within them. But what frustrated them most was that no one could answer their questions. That tickling sensation in their throats made them itch and squirm with curiosity. I am damn curious. Maybe we were wrong. The creator of this Iron Man is the real hidden mastermind. This level of refinement. I have never heard of anything like it. What are you talking about? Did you not say this was just a mascot? Someone overheard the muttering and asked in confusion. Get lost. Could your mascot have technology on par with aliens? Others looked around and saw only mocking expressions on people's faces. Finally closing his eyes in pain, such a pity. Not many people noticed this detail. Most people are just here for entertainment. Arrogance is the greatest obstacle to scientific understanding. We are doomed to become mere background. While some technical experts lamented miles away in a villa district, Lou sat on his sofa controlling Iron Man as he picked up the microphone. He was about to give Planet Blue a small, earth-shaking moment. Chinjo Science and Technology Museum. The second floor was packed with technological talents. They had gathered here deeply interested in tonight's technical exchange. At this time each year one could learn about what new technological breakthroughs competing firms might unveil. It was also considered an early investment in the future. But the first guest to appear on stage was a colossal figurine, leaving everyone thoroughly unenthused. I think 2 minutes should suffice. Don't hog everyone's time. We've already reached the academic exchange segment. Why is this thing on stage? Can't we keep scientific discussion pure? What's wrong with the organizers? Some harbored dissatisfaction within. This in fact was the majority's sentiment. Although the mech looked impressive, it was all style without substance. Just don't waste everyone's time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A young man's voice emanated from the microphone. Yes, that was Liu Bai's voice. It was also the first time he had broadcast his own voice externally through the Iron Man suit. Such a simple greeting caused some to furrow their brows slightly. This doesn't sound like a pre-recorded voice, does it? The voice sounds remarkably clear. Someone must be inside the mech. No, I still lean toward a recorded broadcast. I cannot fathom how anyone could fit inside this seemingly airtight mech. Discussions erupted throughout the audience. Some were now uncertain, but perceptive experts had already glimpsed part of the truth. The voice is completely undistorted. Is this remote communication? Could this iron lump actually be serving as a large-scale signal receiver? It's more akin to a mobile phone analogy, really. The audio quality is remarkable. I'm more curious now. Could the creator be behind this voice? I'm truly at a loss. How much technological sophistication is actually involved? Several experts felt invigorated and filled with curiosity. This answer was too crucial, too captivating. If they could not obtain answers, they likely would not sleep well that night. I know none of you enjoy listening to nonsense, and neither do I. So I shall be brief. The Iron Man, speaking in Liu Bai's voice, stood at the very forefront of the stage, narrowing the distance with the audience. The metallic cold radiance emanating from its body appeared extraordinarily smooth, making one irresistibly tempted to reach out and touch it. First, the design philosophy. The Iron Man raised one index finger to illustrate. We adopted a streamlined design to minimize wind-facing area and reduce aerodynamic drag during flight. At that moment, several suppressed laughs echoed from the audience. Someone seemed thoroughly amused. A young man could not stop emitting goose-like chuckles. But a furious glare from the company's boss silenced him. "If you don't want to listen, get out." The young man ceased his laughter but remained inwardly unconvinced. This was genuinely hilarious. Using cinematic scenarios here. Wasn't that utterly ridiculous? But considering the boss might deem it impolite and damage the company's reputation, he forced himself to remain silent and comply. But he could never have known. This bald boss was scolding him out of sheer frustration. Internally, he cursed silently, disturbing my lecture. "What do you know about technology? I'll fire you when we return." Lubai paid no heed to the minor disturbances below, instead raising his second finger. Second, the fuselage material. The entire body utilizes titanium alloy material from tactical satellites, remarkably durable. The gill pattern design facilitates movements that better conform to ergonomics. However, to prevent friction between the human body and the mech, we will introduce lubrication and cushioning functions. This leads to the third point, mini arc reactor energy. While Lubai spoke with confidence, someone had already reached their limit. A bespectacled man slapped the table and spoke up righteously enough. "Stop talking. You treat movies as reality. Do you take us for fools? Stop wasting everyone's time. Get off the stage." His words stirred up a tremendous wave. Instantly, countless echoes of agreement erupted from the audience. Booing resonated throughout the hall. The audience abandoned their composure, erupting in boos and jeers. "Exactly, step down. Cut the pretense already. If you were merely discussing inspiration and design, I might grant you some patience, but dragging in all this nonsense. Don't blame us for withholding our courtesy. I used to genuinely admire Iron Man, but bringing up such sci-fi ramblings on a platform meant for scientific exchange, I find that deeply disrespectful. Can't you distinguish reality from cinema? Do you expect all of us to play along with your performance? If this is merely supplementary lore for the film, I suggest you take it to Weibo." The crowd swayed with restless discontent. Some wore expressions of mocking amusement, eagerly awaiting his downfall. This time they shed all pretense and struck outright. Discussing films elsewhere would be tolerable, but peddling falsehoods at an academic venue. Why should anyone afford him the courtesy of silence? At this moment, most present believed they were exposing a fraud and speaking righteous truth. Their words grew increasingly vicious. Yet the true authorities sat with taut expressions and piercing gazes. Such turmoil meant nothing to them. They had no intention of quelling the rumors. On the contrary, they welcomed the public's skepticism toward Iron Man. It would only help unearth the true secrets. Unlike the calmness of the technical masters, Manager Wong writhed in unease as though needles pricked his back. What on earth is happening here? How has it come to this? The raucous crowd left Manager Wong humiliated and utterly at a loss. In his desperation, he was about to rush onto the stage to intervene when Iron Man, who had fallen silent, finally spoke. Yet upon hearing those words, Manager Wong could only shake his head and sigh. His step toward the stairs retreated. Everyone is already wrought with anger. Uttering things like this could easily spark disaster. Seated at home, Liu Bai observed the audience's reactions through Iron Man's perspective, remaining unfazed. He continued calmly. Third, the arc reactor energy. It not only provides comprehensive protection for the human body, but also serves as the power source for the mechanized armor. For instance, aerial flight. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. At this point, no one bothered to conceal their disdain. Their eyes brimmed with mockery, as if watching a clown perform. Some could not even contain their laughter. Truly boring. Let's go, this is pointless. Academic exchange reduced to chasing trends. How vulgar. I won't be returning. I'm afraid I'll mistake this for a comic convention booth. Some shook their heads in resignation and rose to leave. But the moment their seats were vacated, the next instant, roaring astonishment erupted across the entire venue. What the hell? What's going on? Am I imagining this? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. What is happening right now? What's this? Are they using wires? Those who had regretfully begun to depart barely off their chairs heard the commotion erupting behind them. Utterly bewildered. Must the reaction be so dramatic just because we're leaving? As if it were some tragic farewell. Confused, they turned to look. In the moment they did, their hearts nearly burst. Their expressions melted away in an instant. At that moment, none dared to believe their own eyes. Who could have imagined such a sight? Upon the stage, Iron Man's feet erupted with surging energy, hoisting the entire armored suit skyward. It completely shattered everyone's understanding. Their legs, ready to carry them away, were rooted to the spot. For instance, aerial flight. Liu Bai understood that mere words would hardly dispel their doubts. Thus he guided Iron Man to ascend, demonstrating briefly for just a short span. Yet this single display directly stripped every voice in the audience. Silence. Dead silence. The entire crowd stood dumbstruck. Their minds went blank, unaware of what tremendous impact had exploded within. Only the true authorities had glimpsed the signs earlier and maintained some preparation. Yet even as they witnessed Iron Man take flight before their very eyes, their hearts raced wildly and their faces flushed. What? See, what in the world is this? It can actually fly. That stable ascent alone by that single feat has eclipsed all existing technology. The technical masters' minds raced furiously. Based on their knowledge, the only thing capable of stable flight outside military circles was the drone. But this Iron Man was humanoid. Coupled with the colossal weight disparity, the difficulty involved was beyond imagination. They couldn't help but question, did the creator of Iron Man truly intend to replicate it in reality? This radical vision struck deep at their very core. This was precisely the romance that every tech enthusiast had pursued throughout their lives. The creator of Iron Man is Liu Bei, correct? Now that is a true master of technology. I am absolutely blown away. A deathly silence fell over the audience. The situation left Liu Bei bewildered. He had not anticipated that a mere levitation would provoke such an extreme reaction. This gave him a deeper understanding of Blue Star's technology. In terms of technical advancement, it was perhaps only 1 or 2 levels above Earth. As for core domains such as controlled nuclear fusion, those remained entirely untouched. This discovery also led Liu Bei to adopt a more conservative tone regarding his subsequent abilities. The weapon system absolutely cannot be exposed, Liu Bei thought to himself. Such automation, precision, concealment, and devastating power were terrifying. Calling it a humanoid killing machine was not an exaggeration. Once exposed, it would surely invite countless complications. Catching the attention of Blue Star's military was entirely plausible. Therefore, there was little he could honestly reveal. Fourth, de-icing capability. Liu Bei hesitated briefly, descended to the ground, and spoke. As everyone knows, the design philosophy behind Iron Man was to recreate the cinematic scenes. Therefore, based on the films, we incorporated de-icing effects, allowing free movement even in freezing environments. Then Iron Man extended his right hand palm up. That concludes it. Liu Bei felt this was sufficient. The levitation ability was actually quite easy to explain. Many technology companies already equipped their products with similar capabilities. It was merely that civilian technology for maintaining flight stability of large objects was not yet mature enough, otherwise there would be no such astonishment. However, Iron Man's smooth ascent and its power source could not be easily explained or justified. Of course, this belonged to the company's core secrets. Why should it be explained at all? Playing dumb was the simplest approach. Yet Liu Bei still drew a lesson from this. Next time such events arose, he would need to be far more cautious. Sharing joy is a good thing, but being too conspicuous invites trouble. We must establish a technology company. Otherwise, the origin of the current Iron Man and the future Transformers will be impossible to explain. If no one investigates, then fine. But I fear something may truly go wrong. Being prepared before disaster strikes is the right path. Liu Bei sighed inwardly. He understood he had to establish a legitimate technology company and conduct proper scientific research. At the very least, it would provide a plausible explanation later, otherwise the truth would easily be exposed. Even the initial funding the system provided to Liu Bei for filming came from bonds and the stock market, legitimate and traceable. He himself needed to be even more careful. Hello, I would like to ask a question. Just as Iron Man, Liu Bei was lost in thought, someone in the audience raised their hand and stood up. Their face was flushed, seemingly suppressing intense excitement. The moment he stood, all eyes turned to him. A ripple of commotion swept through the crowd. Murmurs erupted. Good heavens, isn't that the top technical expert from general technology? He is my idol. When I was in school, he served as a guest lecturer and taught my class. In the field of unmanned flight, he is a true expert. I never expected to find him at this conference. The bald man's identity drew the attention and shock of countless people. An uproar erupted from all sides. Yet the bald expert's entire gaze and focus remained fixed solely on the exquisite armor on stage. As if that was the most worthwhile pursuit in life. A beauty as compelling and powerful as Elan's. His tone carried an almost pleading quality. May I ask one question? Just one. His words drew everyone's attention back to Iron Man. In that moment, even the most oblivious realized something was amiss. If even a top-tier technology expert like him was reduced to such humility, there must certainly be many things they had failed to notice. Instantly, everyone seemed to awaken. They resented their own short-sightedness, steadied their minds, and directed their longing gazes toward the center of the stage. Liu Bei was hesitating, even torn. But the bald expert did not wait for Liu Bei to refuse. He decisively voiced the question burning in his heart. At that moment, Liu Bei instantly understood how to respond. Is there a person inside Iron Man? The bald expert asked, his eyes blazing with anticipation. This was also the doubt of many other experts. Their keen eyes could not arrive at the correct answer, leaving them itching with curiosity. Now they finally had an opportunity to ask. The experts were overwhelmed with excitement and brimming with longing. Yet this question left the rest of the tech personnel utterly dumbfounded. Was this question really worth such earnest seriousness from a top expert? What principle is this based on? Why can't I understand it at all? Waiting online quite urgent. The entire audience erupted in commotion. It wasn't that the question was unexpectedly startling, but rather that it was far too ordinary. What kind of question was that? Everyone was baffled. No one could fathom the true purpose. They huddled together, whispering, is this question really that important? Whether there's someone inside or not, it's just a binary choice, right? Wouldn't the source of flight propulsion be far more valuable to research? What is the mastermind thinking? I truly can't grasp it. The technicians were utterly confounded, unable to comprehend, and completely at a loss. Yet they felt as though countless lice were crawling on their bodies, making them deeply uncomfortable, yet they couldn't find the source. It seemed as if something was blocking their further understanding. And this was precisely the gap between them and the technical masters. They would never understand what this meant to those masters. What an excellent question. Straight to the point. No wonder he's the leader of Dajang technology. His intuition remains as sharp as ever. I was about to stand up and ask the same thing. Who would have thought he'd beat me to it? I wonder what answer we'll get. How thrilling. The master's heartbeats quickened, their breathing grew shallower. They were entirely focused, terrified of missing any crucial answer. They understood that simply knowing whether someone was inside or not would provide all the information they needed. This meant the future direction of research. It was the guiding light for their companies, its importance self-evident. Perhaps they had already guessed some possibilities. Yet they still dared not jump to conclusions. Whether there was someone inside the armor or not, it represented a level of profound technology beyond their comprehension. If someone were inside the Iron Man armor's, limbs could never be this agile. The degree of joint coordination was simply unbelievable. Even with the earlier explanation about the cushioning from arc energy, the question arose anew: what exactly was arc energy? Controllable nuclear fusion? Or some incomprehensible technology? And where did all of this come from? If hypothetically there was no one inside, then the movements performed by the Iron Man on stage became even more eerie. They couldn't imagine how many years ahead this technology was from current science. Therefore, this was what they desperately wanted to know. Although whichever scenario both transcended their understanding. Liu Bei nodded slightly, acknowledging the question and letting them know he had heard it. In this moment, he also understood the significance of the question. So he replied curtly, no comment. Figure it out yourselves. This way he could buy more time to keep the outside world guessing. As long as he didn't give an answer, he wouldn't be wrong. Liu Bei chuckled silently, watching the agitated technicians below, feeling even more satisfied. Actually, for Liu Bei, this question was the least meaningful one. Because with the system's assistance, the Iron Man armor could already be either worn directly or remotely controlled. So whichever one they guessed, it would be correct. As long as they dared to guess and dared to act. Therefore, why should Liu Bei rigidly fix their research direction? Wasn't 100 flowers blooming better? Under Liu Bai's control, Iron Man set down the microphone and turned to leave. His segment was over. There was no need to occupy everyone's time any longer. Finally, led by Li Pingyan with growing unease, they returned to the vacant booth on the first floor of the Science and Technology Museum. He had recognized it. That was Director Liu Bai's voice. After several phone conversations, he would certainly not be mistaken. And Li Pingyan now had his own answer. There was no one inside this mecha. It was being remotely controlled with wireless communication. The controller was none other than Director Liu Bai. Li Pingyan believed he had uncovered the truth. Yet along with his excitement came an even greater wariness. After careful deliberation, he earnestly proposed, Mr. Liu, Iron Man, I believe this exhibition platform remains insufficiently secured. Shall we install a glass display case? Using ribbons as a barrier relies entirely on visitors' moral standards, whereas glass eliminates that concern entirely. Liu Bai listened and smiled. He had no objection to the suggestion. Agreed. You go purchase the glass case, and I will reimburse you. Hearing Liu Bai raise no objection, Li Pingyan was genuinely delighted. He immediately replied, No. This is our responsibility as the exhibitors. Moreover, we already have budget allocated for such matters, so there is no need for you to spend your own funds. The matter was settled quickly. That evening, Li Pingyan arranged with Qinzhou Glass and had the material transported overnight, encasing Iron Man in a protective shell. This served to prevent others from touching or studying it. Just then, the academic exchange conference concluded, and the technical staff departed together. As for those distinguished guests, they returned to the first floor with eager anticipation, wanting to examine Iron Man up close. But when they saw the thick glass enclosure, despair washed over them. Li Pingyan said solemnly, I am truly sorry, but without permission we cannot open the case or allow anyone to touch Iron Man. Mr. Liu Bai reserves the right to pursue legal action, and we regret that we are powerless to assist further. This belonged to private property and was moreover a groundbreaking technological product. Guards were stationed throughout the night to ensure the safety of the technology. Even employees from various tech companies were required to remain here for overnight duty. They could do nothing about this outcome and expressed their profound regrets. Wait a moment. Aren't we also part of the exhibition side? We could stay and keep watch. One of the distinguished guests spotted the oversight and suddenly realized it. His words reminded the others as well, and they all came to the same realization exactly. Even if I cannot touch it, can I not at least look? Tonight, I will observe it up close, and nothing will pull me away. Let us study it together. Several of the distinguished guests, seized by sudden inspiration, brought chairs and decided to spend the night there. This spirit of scientific inquiry deeply impressed Li Pingyan. Their attendants exchanged bewildered glances, daring not to speak. In the early hours, the moon shone brightly among sparse stars. The streets were desolate and cold. Yet on the first floor of the Science and Technology Museum, heated debates erupted from time to time. The fluidity of this chassis, the precision of these seams. I deduced this suit was certainly not designed for human wear. Nonsense. If it were not meant for humans, there would be absolutely no reason to design it in a humanoid form. Then how do you explain the fact that this armor has stood motionless inside that case from last night until now? The fact that it does not move now does not mean no one wore it last night. Perhaps the person delivered a speech and then simply removed the suit and left. That is absolute rubbish. Such conversations erupted countless times throughout the night, much like children arguing endlessly over which superhero was the most powerful. The technical staff watched in stunned silence. In such specialized domains, they knew better than to intervene with their own opinions. From that point forward, they dared not criticize Iron Man again, lest they face a withering reprimand that spared them no dignity whatsoever. It was as though Iron Man were their own parent, intolerant of any negative words spoken about them. The following day, the exhibition remained extraordinarily popular, drawing crowds of visitors and becoming an instant viral sensation. The organizers collected a substantial amount of ticket revenue, their faces splitting into wide grins. As for Liu Bei, he paid little attention to Iron Man whatsoever. If anyone were to touch the armor, Iron Man would alert him directly, so there was no cause for worry. Meanwhile, on the company front, all actors had been finalized, filling him with excitement. Junior brother Liu, the crew preparation is complete. Transformers is ready to begin filming. Hearing Chun Rinchuan's words, Liu Bei sat up from his bed, his face breaking into a peaceful smile. After waiting so long, this day had finally arrived. Liu Bei received the call to begin filming. After washing up, he made his way to the set with unusual haste. Why so rushed? Simply because the filming location sat just a short distance from his company. This was the protagonist's residence, selected long beforehand. All departments, report your status. Chun Rinchuan called through a megaphone seated before the monitoring screen. Cast in position. Props ready. Audio set. Then before the camera lens appeared the clapperboard inscribed with Transformers, Scene 1, Take 1. With a sharp click, filming officially commenced. Liu Bei sat to the side in silence, observing the progress. Indeed, there was no opening ceremony. Liu Bei had no intention of indulging in empty formalities. For other film productions, such ceremonies were performed to seek good omens and auspicious beginnings. Yet in the Gongdu region of Earth, opening ceremonies involved far more elaborate rituals, pig sacrifices, exorcisms, to ward off evil spirits, and other solemn procedures. Quite complex truly. Consequently for Liu Bei, this was remarkably simple. With Iron Man present, what ghosts could possibly haunt them? If deities came, they would be shattered. Once all departments reported ready, the cameras began their work. This scene depicted the protagonist Sam accompanying his father to a used car lot, purchasing a dilapidated automobile and returning home. The narrative primarily conveyed Sam's desire for romance along with his inability to sell his great-great-grandfather's relics. It was remarkably concise, 2 minutes, yet revealing substantial content and foreshadowing. First, the camera captured the dog. The puppy's front leg was wrapped in a plaster cast, sleeping on a chair. At that moment, Shia's voice drifted from off-screen. I have a car now. I just need a girlfriend. Startled awake, the dog scrambled from the chair and landed on the floor. Yet even such a straightforward sequence required numerous retakes. Woof woof woof. The dog could not comprehend human speech nor follow directions, resulting in excessive reshoots. Shia provided the voiceover, and as the NG count climbed, nervousness inevitably took hold within him. Even though the retakes were not his fault, he was nonetheless affected, and the pressure mounted. No amount of self-comfort could release him from it. He was merely a senior undergraduate, not yet graduated. Yet he had become the lead actor in a film with a budget exceeding hundreds of millions. Such news would be disbelief-inspiring. Even Shia himself felt as though he were dreaming. He hadn't even dared to tell anyone he knew that filming had begun. His mind was consumed with worry. Would his performance fall short on set? Would the investors and director grow displeased? And would he be replaced mid-shoot? Alright, the dog scene is complete. Shia, prepare yourself. It is your turn. Chun Rinchuan, still serving as assistant director, directed the progression of scenes through his megaphone. As the junior disciple, Liu Bei never missed an opportunity to learn. He also found himself wondering when would he mature enough to direct a film entirely on his own. Soon he shook his head. He had handed the production over precisely to be a hands-off producer. Why burden himself with additional concerns? Understood. Coming now. While Liu Bei was momentarily self-deprecating, Shia heard the summons and stepped onto the set with a tense expression. He did not know why, but in that moment he was overcome with acute anxiety and fear. It was as though a balloon had been inexplicably inflated beyond capacity, teetering on the edge of losing control. Shia's mind went blank. He moved stiffly into the frame, having forgotten what he was meant to do. He glanced at the dog on the ground, and as if moved by some invisible force, reached out to stroke it. Cut! Chun Rinchuan could no longer stand it, and called a halt directly. Actor, what are you doing? Walking into the frame like a fool. This scene doesn't seem difficult. It's just walking into the shot, placing the car keys, and sitting down at the computer to browse pages. Such a simple thing, and you couldn't do a single one right. Chun Rinchuan's tone was sharp. It wasn't that he could blame him. The actor was simply too absurd. Such a straightforward sequence, and not a single thing was done properly. One couldn't help but wonder if the person had even read the script carefully. I'm sorry. Shia's face flushed with shame, unable to offer any rebuttal. His heart raced, breath labored. It was over. He had ruined it. Even a dog acted better than this. His expression panicked, head bowed, daring not look at the director. Liu Bei observed Shia as well, then spoke. We've already been shooting for half an hour. Everyone take a break for now. Get some water, or use the restroom. Actor, try to compose yourself. Liu Bei could see the other person was in poor form, yet didn't know what words would actually help. As for acting technique, he had little to offer. Rather than waste effort on useless consolation, giving the actor time to rest and relax proved far more effective. Thank you. Save. Hearing this, Shia let out an inexplicable sigh of relief. He bowed apologetically to everyone, then hurried to the restroom, turned on the faucet, and scrubbed his face hard. Huff huff huff. This was his first time acting in a production this grand. His nerves stretched too taut. But as cold water washed over his face, even the worst mental state could regenerate beneath winter's chill. That trembling of the body seemed to shake loose the fogged mind. Only then did he begin to regret his mistakes. Utterly despondent. It's nothing major. After finishing this scene I'll sign with Earth Pictures and rise to greatness. Seize this opportunity, brother. Shia gazed at his reflection in the mirror, comforting himself thus. He understood that acting was a ruthless business. Couldn't do it, you got out. It was realistic and he naturally understood. He could only force himself to calm down. And that future within reach was the very medicine to dispel his nervousness. Shia was grateful he had bravely submitted his resume and obtained the lead role. In this moment, he finally relaxed completely, his mind profoundly at peace. Waiting for the start of filming. Are the actors in position? Getting ready to roll. The crew's call reached Shia. He answered and immediately came to the camera position ready. Transformers Scene 1 Act 2, Action. The clapperboard snapped shut. Shia back to the camera, walked into the frame. He moved toward the shelf, set down the car keys, pulled out the chair, sat at the computer desk, tapped the keyboard, and looked at the second-hand website. All in one fluid motion. Eyes filled with longing, he murmured, money is needed even to get a girlfriend. But when he saw his old belongings posted online, completely ignored the despair hit hard. Great. Declaring bankruptcy. Shia rose, picked up his toothbrush, and stuffed it into his mouth. Maz, do you want painkillers? Woof woof. No one wants to buy. I'm going bankrupt. Shia was still lamenting when he casually grabbed a razor, faced the wall mirror to trim his stubble, and comforted himself, at least I have a car. Then he turned around, fed the dog a painkiller pill dog food, and patted its nose. That's it for today. Playing time's over. This series of shots was natural beyond measure. So seasoned that it surprised many, as effortless as being in one's own home. Completely without any trace of deliberate acting. And only when Shia left the frame did Chun Rinchuan snap back to reality, calling out with a smile, that's a wrap on that take. Prepare for the next set. Long take one, take through. This was undoubtedly exhilarating. And the approval of others was the very source that generated confidence, which in turn produced positive feedback. This made Shia's performance grow ever closer to the character. Effortless. During the daytime shoot, his total number of NG takes was fewer than 10. For a newcomer, this was already remarkable. All departments get ready. Professional drivers stand by. Actor Shia, also prepare yourself. Night. After Chen Rinchuan's shout, everyone mobilized. That dilapidated used Xiangji automobile, now in the hands of a professional driver, sped away from the lawn. This scene was a car theft sequence. It was also the moment protagonist Sam first encountered the fact that his second-hand car had become an alien's. As night fell, the filming schedule also moved into the evening. Shia followed the director's instructions, closed his eyes, and lay beneath the blanket. Just then, urgent dog barks erupted, accompanied by the roar of a car engine. Shia slipped into character and jolted awake from his sleep. No, 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 no. He ran to the balcony to investigate, but saw the yellow second-hand car, leaving trails of dust behind it. That's my car. Shia was beside himself with fury. In despair, he grabbed his coat and dashed toward the stairs. All right, cut. Crew, move outside for the car chase scene. Lubai was thoroughly satisfied with this take. Another long take, emotions perfectly on point, one take done. As the day's immersion into character deepened, his evening performance grew ever more polished. Mistakes had become rare to witness. Lubai couldn't help but think. Shia possessed a natural flair for acting that surpassed many others. The cinematographer spoke no unnecessary words. Upon hearing the director's call, he hoisted his camera and headed downstairs. Soon, the crew repositioned their equipment outside. After the clapperboard cracked, a new round of filming began. You damn car thief. Shia burst out of the door. One hand tucked into his coat sleeve, conveying the urgency of a man who hadn't even had time to dress properly. Dad, call the police. Shia shouted upstairs, then mounted his electric scooter and sped off in pursuit. In the Earth film version, Sam rode a bicycle. But on Blue Star, electric scooters were the mainstream mode of transportation. Moreover, the image of a protagonist chasing a car on a bicycle struck one as absurd, so an appropriate adaptation was made. This scene was quite straightforward. It depicted Sam discovering his car stolen, rising from bed, and giving chase. Though the final footage lasted barely a minute, the preparation required was lengthy. Having wrapped the sequence, Lubai followed the crew onto the nighttime streets for the car chase and the male lead's emergency call scene. 2 hours of hustle later, this segment was finally completed, and it was already past midnight. Junior brother Lou, there's one more scene tonight, at the abandoned construction site. The rest of the crew has already set up the location. We'll be done quickly once we arrive. It's very late. As a major investor, there's no need for you to keep running around with us. Chun Rinchuan handed him a bottle of water, speaking with genuine concern. Lubai shook his head and declined with a smile. With all you major shareholders still tracking us down every location, how could I possibly go back to rest? Besides, opportunities to learn alongside senior brothers are rare. Chun Rinchuan chuckled and said nothing further, not pressing the matter. Together they made their way to the abandoned factory. Colleagues had long since prepared the location. Filming could commence the moment they arrived. Driver, get ready. Soon the camera was aimed directly at the factory gate. A man dressed head to toe in blue clothing slid into the driver's seat under the director's signal. Then he floored the accelerator, sending gravel flying, and crashed straight into the factory's rusted barrier. He was a stunt performer, his outfit specially designed to facilitate chroma key removal in post-production. There was no question of truly driving the car unattended. The cost alone would be prohibitive, not to mention the difficulty of control. Once the car exited the frame, Shiya drove into view. The location shifted again. This time it was Shiya's solo shot. He reached the junkyard area but in his rush failed to brake properly and toppled over with his scooter. Shiya didn't bother getting up, instead he took cover and stared into the distance, his face contorted with shock. This entire sequence was performed without any physical props. There was literally nothing before him. Yet he had to imagine a towering Autobot looming ahead. At that moment, he tremblingly pulled out his phone, activated the camera, and began delivering his lines. My name is Wei Shanmu, and my car has come to life. He raised his phone outward. See that? If this is my last message, I only want to say, I love you, Mom and Dad. And if you find any erotic magazines under my bed, that's not mine. The tension laced with humor was quintessentially American cinema. Liu Bai made no modifications and left it as is. The night's filming stretched from midnight until dawn broke. Only then did it finally conclude. Everyone was utterly drained. This film in its complete form ran over 2 hours and 20 minutes, employing multi-threaded storytelling. A production cycle that would undoubtedly be long. Each person had mentally prepared themselves for the grind. Half a month later. It was late February. Liu Bai's on-set filming had concluded and his semester was about to begin. It marked his final stretch of university life. However, before all that, there was still one matter he needed to attend to. Late February. Liu Bai was about to return to school. At this moment he felt there was something he could no longer avoid facing. I have parents, Liu Bai thought, his heart weighed with complex emotions. He had never known how to face them. His body carried their bloodline, yet his soul felt foreign to theirs. This dissonance had kept him away for so long. But he knew he could not hide forever. With the new semester approaching, he decided to return home. I didn't even come back for the spring festival. Now feels a bit late, he sighed. He bought a heap of gifts and, gathering his courage, knocked on the door of his family's home in the small town. He expected awkwardness, stammering words. But none of that happened. In truth, the words came naturally. He called them father and mother without hesitation. It was as though he were a rebellious child who harbored resistance and discomfort within, yet upon returning home warmth remained unchanged. You're back. Why bring so much stuff? Come and sit down, don't just stand there. His mother welcomed him warmly. She chided him gently, wondering if work had been too busy since he hadn't even contacted them during the holiday. Next time don't bother bringing so many things. We don't need them. His father killed a chicken, his mother went to buy vegetables, and by afternoon a table full of delicious dishes was ready. His younger sister in middle school followed the aroma of cooking straight home, lively and cheerful. Little sister, here's your red envelope. After the meal, Liu Bai handed her a red envelope with a smile. She was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. She snatched it and ran back to her room, her excited screams echoing through the house. Mom, Dad, you've got yours too, Liu Bai said, his eyes brimming with affection. Spending the day at home helping with chores seemed to dissolve all barriers. His heart was filled only with the warmth of family and the goodness of the meals shared at the table. Actually, he should have known this long ago. He had experienced this kind of feeling several times before, always natural and unforced. One was with Han Moying. They maintained a friendly relationship and collaborated selflessly for years. The other was with his senior brothers, with whom he shared no sense of distance. They ate and drank together and now ran a company in partnership. These were all emotions that Liu Bai deeply treasured. He understood that it was the original owner's influence shaping his feelings, but Liu Bai did not resist at all. He accepted it gladly. Xiao Bai, did you really need to give so much? Father Liu took the red envelope and was surprised by its thickness. When he saw it was stuffed with crisp 100-yuan bills, he was even more reluctant to accept it. What is this? Mother Liu, on the other hand, was quite puzzled. Her red envelope felt thin and hard. When she opened it, she found a bank card inside with the pin written on a note attached to it. The big boss appreciated my work, and I've made quite a lot following the film crew. Just take it. Your sister has plenty of expenses for school. Liu Bai concealed part of the truth and said with a smile, after graduation, I'll be joining the film crew directly. I might even become a director one day. These words thrilled both parents. Father Liu drank quite a bit. Mother Liu began strategizing, insisting they must know how to behave properly, give appropriate gifts, and not worry about spending money. They expressed deep gratitude to the boss who had taken their son in. The night passed quietly. Liu Bai stayed for one night. By early dawn, it was time to head back to school. Eat more for breakfast. There's still plenty. Early in the morning, his mother bustled around the kitchen, her relentless care spilling out in every word. Don't rush, don't choke on your food. Don't get into conflicts at school. If there's an issue, give others some leeway. If you run into any trouble, remember to tell us. Don't keep everything bottled up, do you understand? Take medicine when you're sick. There's a lot of dust outside. Wear a mask if you can. You're not young anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend. If you meet someone suitable, bring them home. Liu Bai calmly finished his breakfast, unsure of how to express his feelings toward his mother's endless concern. He could only reply, I know, Mom. If anything comes up, tell us. Don't worry about money. I'm heading back to school now. With a backpack on his shoulders, Liu Bai stepped onto the bus. Be safe on the road. Focus on your career now. You don't need to come back often. Your father and I are still young. His mother watched the departing bus, standing there for a long while. Liu Bai sighed. After graduation, perhaps the whole family could live together. Liu Bai returned to the dormitory. It was already noon. He hadn't expected his 3 roommates to still be staying at school. Well, look who it is, a rare visitor. Old Bai's back. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Happy New Year. The 3 roommates greeted him warmly. Lu Bai smiled. Happy New Year. He took out 3 red envelopes and handed them over. Boss Lu, Dad's generous. Am I dreaming? You got rich, you kid. His roommates were thrilled to find a red banknote inside. They immediately started calling him Dad on the spot. Lu Bai was dumbfounded. But his absurd roommates did bring some cheer to the dormitory. After Lu Bai put down his luggage, his classmates curiously asked, "Where have you been lately? We haven't seen you around." Lu Bai, skilled with words, replied smoothly, "I went home, just came back." He deftly shifted the topic away from himself. "By the way, aren't you guys going home for the new year?" "Ugh, too busy looking for a job, no time to go home." "Yeah, graduation's coming soon, everyone's feeling lost." "Don't put it that way. The real masters have already secured their fallback plans." "Don't twist the knife, okay?" Lu Bai chuckled after hearing this. He also learned the general situation from their conversation, all related to their directing major. Han Moing was reportedly preparing a new film. Lu Bai knew about this, they had discussed the script together. The new project had naturally attracted attention from many investors eager to fund it, but Han Moing had politely declined them all. His roommates guessed she must have found a powerful backer. Lu Bai listened silently without commenting. If her backer happened to be himself, it wasn't entirely wrong. At the very least, he had promised to cover all funding and promotion. Meanwhile, after finishing Return of the Dragon King, class monitor Lin Ming made a modest profit from the web film and then abandoned any further directing pursuits. According to his roommates, Lin Ming's Moments feed was almost a daily trip to tech expos filled with close-up photos of Iron Man suits. It was clear how obsessed he was. Lin Ming had also revealed in their class group chat that he had ordered an Iron Man suit costing a full 200 yuan, leaving them all amazed. Lu Bai could only laugh bitterly. If Lin Ming knew he was the true creator of Iron Man, would he feel ashamed? Lu Bai simply could not imagine such a scenario. That was all the buzz from Class 1 of film. As for the other 2 classes, there was plenty more to discuss. Lu Bai had long heard that both Class 2 and Class 3 produced genius directors. One made satirical short videos with millions of followers online, hugely popular among netizens. Another focused on serious documentaries about rural life and working-class people, earning multiple award nominations and rising fame. There were also classmates working as assistants under renowned directors, helming films with budgets of tens or even hundreds of millions at a young age, provoking envy from others. Everyone was said to be a future top director on the Blue Star. Each had tremendous potential and drew close attention from the school. His 3 roommates speculated that the school-organized film screening in the second half of the semester would likely be dominated by these accomplished students. Can't be helped. They're just that good. I heard some have already been pre-booked by major capital groups and are working on set right now. Anyway, I'm convinced. Everyone mentioned is incredibly strong. Their achievements are far beyond what we can match. Of course, except our class monitor Lin Ming, who's just a rich kid playing around. After their discussion, they noticed Lu Bai sitting silently. Someone curiously asked, "Hey Lu Bai, didn't you say you filmed something heroic last semester? Did it make any waves?" Lu Bai was processing the information about these talented students. Hearing the question, he could only reply with a wry smile. It made a little splash, but not much. The man waved his hand and offered comfort. Any response at all would be impressive. Unlike our 3 films, nobody watches them, even when posted online for free. We can barely pass our counselor's assignments. As graduation approached, his roommates seemed to grow more sentimental. They reflectively mused, people are truly different. Those with real talent have their futures all planned out. It's people like us stuck in between who are the most lost. Stop dwelling on nonsense. We won't starve anyway. Among us in this dorm, Lu Bai has achieved the most. What do you plan to do after graduation? His roommates looked at him with curiosity. But another shut it down immediately. Don't bother worrying about Lu Bai. With his screenwriting skills, he'll thrive anywhere. Hearing this, one person frantically signaled, and the other 2 wisely kept quiet. The atmosphere instantly grew quiet enough for Lu Bai to sense something was off. He found it baffling, but couldn't be bothered to ask. Little did he know his roommates had misunderstood him. Mentioning Han Moing, they assumed Lu Bai might have been broken up with. The 3 of them had gossiped about it, and considered this possibility quite likely. Han Moing was now fully handling both writing and directing, leaving no screenwriting position for Lu Bai. She was attractive and embodying the independent career woman type now, with stronger capital backing. Lu Bai seemed like a discarded pawn in this profit-driven market. They avoided the topic mainly to spare Lu Bai from heartache. 4 years of youth and emotion invested. Countless inspirations and scripts provided only to be thrown aside before success was within reach. Han Moing, how cruel you are. Young brother Lu must be having a really difficult new year. The 3 of them silently mourned. Lu Bai was glad for the peace and quiet. After putting away his luggage, he planned to lie down and rest. It had been a tiring morning of travel. But just then he received a call from an acquaintance. Lu Bai, have you arrived at school? The counselor said if you've reached school, drop by the office. I guess it's related to your Iron Man project. Be mentally prepared. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Bai smiled faintly. Thank you for the heads up, miss. Han. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. Cut it out. He had learned from Han Moing that the counselor was looking for him. Lu Bai did not waste a moment and quickly made his way to the office. What surprised him most was that Han Moing was already there. Lu Bai gave her a brief nod, taking it as a silent greeting, and then turned to the counselor. Teacher Sun, did you call for me? Their counselor happened to be named Sun Xingyu, a man of 40 sporting black-framed glasses and carrying an exceptionally refined scholarly demeanor. Student Liu, you've come. Upon seeing Liu Bai walk in, Sun Xingyu's grin stretched from ear to ear, his spirits soaring with pure delight. He nearly wanted to throw an arm around his shoulder and chat away like old friends. There was no other reason. His student was simply too outstanding. The more he looked at him, the more pleasing he found him. A director whose film had raked in $3 billion at the box office, absolutely dominating the winter vacation season. Such an astounding achievement. Even if the dean found out, he would surely make an example of it across the entire campus. Originally, Sun Xingyu had thought the students from classes 2 and 3 were remarkably gifted, having advanced to the Blue Star Film Festival and earning nominations across numerous rankings. But who would have imagined that Liu Bai was hiding such depth? His very first film had already achieved such breathtaking box office numbers. He had directly crashed into the top 20 all-time box office in Qingzhou. It was simply too face-saving. If Liu Bai had not advised him to keep it quiet for now, Sun Xingyu would have already gone running to the dean and principal to proudly show off. My student, $3 billion in box office. Absolutely incredible. Sit, don't just stand there. There's nothing urgent. I just wanted to have a chat with you. How have things been going lately? Sun Xingyu's eyes were brimming with appreciation, which prompted Liu Bai to take a seat as well. Things have been going smoothly, Liu Bai replied with a gentle smile. Sun Xingyu poured him a cup of tea. Have some tea. I was just chatting with student Han about you, not long ago. She mentioned you're working on a new film. Thank you, teacher. Liu Bai took a sip. Yes, just something to pass the time. Sun Xingyu chuckled. If other students claimed they were filming merely for fun, he might actually believe them. But when Liu Bai said the same, it was clearly nothing more than modest humility. In all of Qingzhou, there were hardly many directors who could command box office returns in the billions. After this semester, you should all be preparing for graduation. Sun Xingyu did not press further, but instead revealed the school's upcoming plans. As you are aware, there will be a film screening event this semester. We plan to invite outstanding alumni from our own institution, as well as prominent figures from outside, the big directors and major stars, well-known professionals in the industry. The purpose is to help pave the way for our students. Sun Xingyu gazed affectionately at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman seated before him, feeling profoundly satisfied. Your talent speaks for itself, and I am entirely at ease. I can let you in on a secret. Your names will absolutely appear on the list above. However, I would also like to know whether the two of you can finish your new films before graduation. That way I can gain a bit of face at the gala and bask in your reflected glory. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Han Moying's lips. She turned her head to look at Liu Bai beside her. She understood well that when Teacher Sun spoke of basking in reflected glory, he naturally meant Liu Bai. Her own film was merely a modest endeavor, and within the directing program, it was hardly considered top tier. My production scale is small, the script is straightforward and unpretentious. The shooting schedule is quite short. I estimate we could release it within 2 months. Han Moying made her assessment. With Liu Bai's financial backing, his strategic guidance, and the promotional power of Earth Pictures Company behind her, she felt full of confidence. Her previous film, which depicted the hardships of the workplace, had managed to bring in $30 million at the box office. This time, with such substantial support, perhaps she could reach $100 million. That would make her a director in the $100 million club. Sun Xingyu listened to Han Moying's statement and nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze toward Liu Bai. Among the current batch of students, the one he looked forward to most was undoubtedly Liu Bai. It can be released before graduation. After weighing the matter carefully, Liu Bai gave his answer. Although film production typically involved long cycles and required extensive special effects, Blue Star Pictures' greatest strength lay precisely in their visual effects work. It would not take an excessively long time. The three of them chatted briefly, and the counselor then dismissed them to attend to their business. There were hardly any classes left this semester. Only the first day for registration, followed by a few ethics courses. Afterward, only a handful of online courses remained. Liu Bai and Han Moying walked out together. Why were you here? Liu Bai asked. Han Moying regarded him as though he were odd. If I weren't here, how would I have known to notify you to come? Liu Bai thought it made perfect sense. Just then a message arrived from the Qingzhou Science and Technology Museum. It was concerning something related to Iron Man. The message came from Li Pingyan, Director Liu. The museum will close at 10 o'clock tonight. Thank you very much for your generous support of our Science and Technology Exhibition Hall. Liu Bai could tell the Science and Technology Museum meant sincerely. Thanks to Iron Man's permanent exhibit, the museum had sold a substantial number of tickets and public attention surged dramatically. The director could wake up smiling every single day. Li Pingyan also mentioned that the recorded broadcast would be aired tonight and suggested Liu Bai follow it if interested. Liu Bai acknowledged this and declined the offer to help with transportation. Iron Man doesn't need you to deliver it. I'll come pick it up myself. Putting away his phone, Liu Bai bid farewell to Han Moying. He still had matters to attend to. Liu Bai hailed a taxi and headed toward the film industry prop manufacturing company. Previously, Liu Bai had applied for the Lamborghini appearance patent and design patent, both of which had been approved. The copyright ownership of Transformers had also been registered under his name. That was why Liu Bai felt confident in sending the exterior blueprints, signing the confidentiality agreement, and commissioning the build. Boss Liu, the exterior polishing is nearly complete. Is there anything you're dissatisfied with? The film industry prop manufacturing company was essentially an old partner. They had previously crafted Iron Man's armor and set up the shooting locations. Accompanied by the person in charge, Liu Bai arrived at the production workshop. The very first thing he saw was a magnificent golden beast. The sheer impact made even Liu Bai's heart race involuntarily. Liu Bai inspected it thoroughly and found no shortcuts taken. The entire car body possessed extraordinary texture and exuded an aura of majesty. As soon as we received your order, we worked tirelessly on construction. As for the interior, we followed the most luxurious specifications. The manager couldn't resist boasting a bit. He had every right to be proud. He and his team had faithfully reproduced the exterior blueprints. More importantly, the appearance of this car deeply captivated his attention, filling him with immense excitement every time he laid eyes on it. Such outstanding design. He had never seen anything like it on Blue Star. It was simply too wild and breathtaking. Excellent. I will reach out to you first for any future collaborations. Liu Bai offered his affirmation. He then took out his phone and began working. This visit was not merely for inspection. He also needed to prepare for promotion. Such a stunning sports car, making its debut on Blue Star. If used to promote the new film, the effect should be remarkable. Liu Bai was quite expectant. After documenting the exterior, Liu Bai opened those exaggerated scissor doors. The doors rose straight upward, unique and dramatic. Yet this door-opening mechanism still left the manager awestruck every time he witnessed it. After all, car doors on Blue Star were typically plain and practical. This Lamborghini-style door design clearly appeared uncomfortable, even counterintuitive. But it looked undeniably luxurious. What a design genius. Can the car be driven? Liu Bai asked from the driver's seat. The manager reigned in his amazement and replied, it can move, but only a short distance. Liu Bai's original requirements were simply a perfect exterior replica and basic drivability. In other words, the Lamborghini he was now seated in was stunning, but lacked any other practical merits. Its top speed might not even match a fully powered electric scooter. But Liu Bai didn't mind. As long as it could move on camera and fulfill the filming requirements, that was all that mattered. Once the film was released, he could take the design blueprints to negotiate partnerships with major automobile manufacturers, unsealing Transformers, collecting box office revenue, advertising Lamborghini while building up a sports car brand. One arrow, three targets. That was Liu Bai's true intention all along. Thank you to Excellent Sentry and Mediocre Rider for the divine recognition, to Comrade Xiao Wang for the bonus chapter celebration, and to Cool T Morning Sorrow for the inspiration capsule. Liu Bai left the film company's prop store and returned to his dormitory, where he immediately began editing videos. Do you like this redefined sports car? Soon Liu Bai added fitting electronic music and uploaded the video to Bilibili. He glanced at his follower count, 180000. For such a short time, he was quite satisfied with this pace. After all, including this newly edited video, he had only posted 3. This speed was remarkable indeed. Now I just need to wait for the video to gain traction. Let the Iron Man account share this first. Liu Bai sent a message to the operations department, which quickly complied, using the Iron Man account's 600 followers to spread it further. After Iron Man premiered, Liu Bai reclaimed the account and handed it over to his own company for operation. And at this moment, Liu Bai received a WeChat message. It was a photo sent by Lin Ming. He curiously clicked to open it, and it was a candid shot of him walking side by side with Han Moing earlier that day. What was going on? Before Liu Bai could ask, Lin Ming sent another message with an unfriendly tone. We're both men, so I won't beat around the bush. I know exactly what you're thinking. You're not worthy of Han Moing. I'm warning you, stay away from her. Liu Bai read this and could only laugh in exasperation. Yet some irritation lingered in his heart. Being threatened was annoying, but after calming down, he realized there was no need to explain himself. What was this guy anyway? No classes left, graduation imminent. Who would even remember him by then? Liu Bai turned off his phone, closed his laptop, and took a nap. Riding the bus today had been exhausting. Meanwhile, in a luxury residential complex, Lin Ming was still fuming. How dare he ignore my messages? Some mediocre rich kid dares to act superior to me. Just then his phone rang. Hello, is this Lin Ming? Your package has arrived. Lin Ming's mood brightened instantly. The thing he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. I'll be right there. Soon, with the help of several delivery couriers, Lin Ming finally laid eyes on the item he had been longing for. Opening the package, its golden red luster dazzled the eye, instantly capturing Lin Ming's heart. The item was none other than Iron Man, a joint production by Earth Film and Primitive Resin Company. An authentic Iron Man suit. I've waited so long for this day. 2,000 yuan. Worth every penny. Lin Ming exclaimed joyfully. After researching all afternoon, he finally figured out how to use it. This Iron Man suit was made of 3D printing and resin and was fully detachable, washable, electrically insulated. Most importantly, it could actually be worn. Lin Ming eagerly assembled it and wrapped himself up tightly. He found it surprisingly breathable, not stuffy at all. It was lightweight, placed no burden on his body, and allowed him to run and jump freely. No unpleasant odor either. This is incredibly thoughtful. Absolutely stunning. Lin Ming laughed heartily. His previous action figures had been garbage compared to this. Now this was what a real man should play with. He stood before the full-length mirror, admiring it over and over. The entire suit gleamed with a metallic luster, so convincing it seemed real. Especially the brilliant lights on the chest and eye sockets, dazzling beyond words. It felt as though in that very moment, he had truly become Iron Man. What a pity. It's nearly identical to the movie suit. But it still doesn't match the impact of the one I saw at the Science Museum. Lin Ming had an eye for quality, The first time he visited the museum, he had noticed that the Iron Man displayed under glass was something extraordinary. It seemed to harbor some tremendous energy that made him feel intimidated just looking at it. Still, that one was just an exhibit anyway. At least mine can actually be worn. Lin Ming comforted himself. In that moment, his lingering annoyance toward Liu Bai was completely forgotten. He lived in a luxury apartment where every square meter cost over 1,000 yuan, a standard most people could only dream of. Taking offense at a poor kid was beneath him. Riding this wave of superiority, Lin Ming nimble picked up his phone and recorded a video. An authentic Iron Man suit bought for 2,000 yuan. How does it look? Lin Ming posted it to Bilibili, showing off with subtle grace. If he didn't flaunt it, who would know how wealthy he was? And he successfully rode the Iron Man wave, attracting plenty of views and likes. The titles of Big Shot and Wealthy Tycoon went straight to his head. Having money is truly wonderful. As long as my dad works hard enough, I can do whatever I want. Lin Ming sighed contentedly. It was then that he scrolled to a trending video featuring an outrageously exaggerated car design on the cover. Those blade-sharp lines, that sleek and aggressive body shape. They instantly seized his attention. In the lower left corner, there was an already following badge. In that moment, his mind exploded. Big Shot Liu Bai just released a new video. At that moment, Lin Ming was utterly stunned and thrilled, especially that orange beast-themed thumbnail. It was absolutely captivating. A redefined sports car. Would you appreciate it? Seeing the thumbnail title, Lin Ming's mind went completely blank. His mouth hung wide open. An expletive almost slipped out. Is this a car? Is this some kind of car? A sports car? Good heavens. Could this even be driven? He was utterly dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. He clicked straight into the thumbnail, then saw a panoramic view of the entire vehicle. It utterly shattered his perception. The air intakes at the front of the bodywork were as exaggerated as a shark's maw. Knife-sharp spoilers extended backward with breathtaking smoothness. The winglets on both sides spread like those of a bomber aircraft, as though even a hurricane could be sliced apart. The rear adopted an even larger mesh grille resembling a steel beast. One glance, and it seized Lin Ming's heart fiercely. His heartbeat quickened, his eyes brimming with greed. As long as they can build it, I'm buying it. He screamed inwardly with excitement. This was simply too cool. He had never imagined a car could be designed like this. Not even a sports car had ever crossed his mind. You see sports cars on Blue Star were as conservative and restrained as ordinary family sedans. They simply utilized better engines, running faster and harder. But what appeared before him now completely broke the definition of a sports car, shattering imagination and perception. He couldn't help but doubt. Does such a design still belong to the category of cars? Can it even be driven on the road? Legal. This has to be from a sci-fi film. Alongside Lin Ming's shock, countless netizens shared the same bewilderment. The bullet comments went absolutely wild from the very first second. Something's off. I don't know how many times I've looped this. Is this thing a car? I want it so badly. Poverty has confined my imagination. I never thought a car could be designed like this. Seriously, a car designed to look unaffordable. Is this reasonable? Just quote a price and let me die in peace. The bullet comments went haywire, and Lin Ming was equally swept up in the fervor. The entire video was just over a minute long with no voiceover. It showcased the car's body doors and rear end from a full 180-degree sweep. Every component was so thrilling it made one's blood roar. Not only did men fall captive, women were utterly enchanted as well. In merely a few fleeting seconds, it created an illusion among viewers, as though this was precisely what a sports car should look like. Not only was the exterior design exaggerated and extraordinary, but when the scissor doors rose toward the sky, like blades, Lin Ming could no longer contain himself. What the hell is this design? Big Shot Liu Bai is absolutely legendary. Pure genius. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. Whether it was Iron Man or this car, both perfectly embodied his sci-fi dreams. If he could drive this on the streets, how utterly dazzling it would be. It would be the ultimate symbol of status and taste. This door-opening mechanism, unbelievable. I can't find any words. The interior design is understated yet luxurious. I really want to reach in and touch the steering wheel. If I had this car, surely no goddess would refuse to sit in my passenger seat, right? Watching the bullet comments, Lin Ming's heart surged with emotion. He had already fantasized about Han Moying sitting in the passenger seat, gazing at him with admiration. Lost in his reverie, he couldn't resist posting a comment. Once it's released, I'm buying it. The video wasn't long, just over a minute. Yet Lin Ming, still clad in his Iron Man armor, replayed it 5 or 6 times. That feeling of wanting something so desperately, yet being unable to obtain, it was the most tormenting sensation. Lin Ming, you're quite something. You managed to reserve that Iron Man suit. So hard to get. Why don't you wear it over so we bros can take a look? Just then Lin Ming's phone flashed with a WeChat notification. He tapped it open and saw a friend had forwarded his Bilibili video. It was footage of himself wearing the Iron Man suit, radiating sheer smugness. A group of buddies expressed their envy. Yeah, I reserved that collab armor ages ago, and still couldn't get one. Rich people are truly everywhere. Can Original Resin Corp ramp up production? There are only 1,000 sets in total. They're throwing money away, bloody hell. If I weren't shorter than Lin Ming, I'd totally borrow it to wear. This group belonged to Qin Province's circle of wealthy second-generation heirs. Setting aside their assets, their cash reserves alone numbered in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise Lin Ming's father wouldn't have been able to hand over 5 million in cash for his son to make films for fun. Only those flush with liquidity could afford such luxury. Enough. I've been stabbed in the back by a big shot. Lin Ming read the messages in the group chat. Instead of the anticipated triumph, there was nothing but a profound sense of emptiness. What's going on? Doesn't match the description? Is the quality bad? The video you posted looked just like a movie. What exactly happened? Let me avoid the trap too. The group was filled with curious voices. Some even hesitated whether to cancel their pre-orders. Lin Ming sighed. He forwarded the video he was currently looping into the group chat. After a minute of dead silence, then boom, the wealthy heirs collectively exploded. What the hell? Is this a car? Are you kidding me? I don't believe it. This is definitely a concept car, impossible to be mass-produced for the road. Honestly, I fell in love with it at first sight. This is seriously too cool. Just based on this design, it can't be cheap. Among the wealthy heirs in the group chat, the Lamborghini video sparked intense discussion. But Reason told them this supercar was likely nothing more than a concept. Such a pity it is merely a design. Exactly, daring to break conventions is truly badass. The group chat buzzed with regret. This car certainly captures every man's imagination. It was a steel beast that held your gaze, impossible to look away from. For these youngsters, it captivated them far more than Iron Man's armor ever could. After all, Iron Man's suits were meant for private play. Wearing one on the street would only bring embarrassment, likely ending up as a display figure. But a car was different. It meant pulling up with girls. While the group lamented, Lin Ming couldn't stay silent any longer. He sent a message pointing out, "Have you not noticed this video was posted by the creator of Iron Man?" The words sent shockwaves through the group. Instantly, the previously despondent chat erupted with renewed energy. Holy shit, it really was posted by Lu, by the great god. I'm already screaming at home. For some reason I've got confidence again. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a concept car? Why is everyone so hyped? Lin Ming boasted, "If you don't follow Iron Man, you wouldn't know how incredible Master Lu Bai is." He started by posting short videos online recreating the original inspiration behind Iron Man. Then guess what? He actually made the movie. The Iron Man suit I'm wearing now was co-produced by his company. I have complete faith in his abilities. There's absolutely a chance he could bring this concept car to life. Even if the final result doesn't match the video, I'll definitely support him. Lin Ming was full of confidence. When it came to big shots he followed, couldn't he seize the chance to boost his own status? But the moment he thought about sharing the same name as that pretty face, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable irritation. It was worse than losing his parents. Fuck. The others found it impressive, but still questionable. In the movies, Iron Man could fly and wield weapons. Could the suit Lin Ming bought do the same? Even if Lamborghini could build it, whether it could actually hit the road remained uncertain. However, someone stepped forward with a mysterious tone saying, "I think you might be underestimating Master Lu Bai's capabilities." Once he spoke, he drew considerable attention. Lin Ming recognized him immediately. His family ran a tech company that had gone through multiple funding rounds with considerable strength behind it. His words certainly sparked curiosity. Even Lin Ming was puzzled. Wasn't he the one closest to Master Lu Bai? Why was someone cutting in line? The man didn't keep them waiting, saying directly, "My family makes tech products, so I should have quite a few friends who know about this. Our company sent representatives to this year's Qingzhou Technology Exhibition." The academic exchange that evening caught everyone's attention at all levels. It seems revolutionary technology has already emerged. The man recalled the serious expression on his father's face, feeling a sense of bewilderment himself. Others called his father a tech tycoon, and in his eyes his father never showed emotion regardless of the situation. But after that night, there was such a severe sense of crisis. It completely overturned his perception. Intelligent, controlled Iron Man may already exist. Senior management discussed it. Master Lu Bai has remote-controlled Iron Man, and it can take off on the spot. This is cutting-edge technology that current science hasn't achieved, yet someone has already broken through. On the man's serious face, a hint of fanaticism and anticipation appeared. That means when Master Lu Bai released this sports car, it might actually be achievable. Once the conclusion was drawn, the whole group was stunned. Everyone had no doubt about the authenticity of what he said. Moreover, there was no need to deceive. Everyone had their status, no need for showing off. Everyone, don't rush. When the sports car comes out, I'll be the first to buy it. This car looks expensive. Everyone save some money. Let me buy it. I have plenty of money. I know you're all anxious, but don't rush. Get lost. I want to be the first to buy it. Bullshit. Lin Ming was even more excited. His eyes filled with wild joy. If it really comes out, he absolutely must buy it. I'm mutual following with Master Lu Bai. I want insider purchase. Envy you bastards to death. The Lamborghini video stirred excitement among netizens, yet some watched with furrowed brows. Can this car really work? At a certain auto company's meeting, the golden vehicle played on a self-media screen, prompting a question from a powerful figure. Theoretically, it can. In fact, it exceeds my expectations. One might say the designer of this model truly understands. A senior designer from the styling department said gravely, "The entire body is sculpted according to aerodynamic principles, which is why it looks so exaggerated. The advantage is that it does enhance speed performance much like a bomber, designed to be extremely flat." The president turned to the marketing department, analyzed the pros and cons of this model. The marketing head deliberated before saying, "It prioritizes image over practicality. I've studied the design carefully, The low chassis means cramped space, inherently uncomfortable for both driving and riding. Taller people would find it even more unbearable. On Blue Star, the vast majority of vehicles are 5-seaters with a few 7-seaters, all private cars. Sports cars, however, are 4-seaters. 2-seaters like the one in the video existed before, but were phased out. Hence most attendees at this meeting wore indifferent expressions. They were in the private car business, not sports cars. No reason to worry. Besides, anyone can post a short video. These days effects and rendering can fool the eye, but showing a concept car that can't be released only hurts market goodwill. It's all cost and no benefit, a thankless effort. Seeing everyone so unconcerned, the marketing head relaxed further and continued. There were precedents for 2-seat sports cars, and we all know how that ended. The market rejected them. After pouring in massive resources, those companies nearly went bankrupt. The president then addressed the business development head. I heard this video was posted by Earth Film. Have they contacted us? The business development head nodded. Yes, they approached us for collaboration. The idea was that we invest sponsorship money and they'd promote our cars in the film, essentially advertising. With investments in the millions, we conducted a thorough investigation and found they were also reaching out to other automakers, so we ultimately declined. The president nodded upon hearing this. Did they contact sports car companies too? This film company must be desperate for money, trying to fleece every automaker. Did they think it was that easy? Yes, they did, but were rejected by the sports car brands. As far as I know, they got no sponsorship from sports car makers and unwilling to promote for free design the car themselves. I even suspect this video is nothing but a publicity stunt. The president found his subordinates' analysis both amusing and exasperating. Yet he had to admit, using a film to trick automakers was clever and quite persuasive. It was like a startup fooling investors with a PowerPoint, utterly unreliable. Let's move on to the next topic. With that, the president continued the meeting. The Lamborghini video had only been a brief addition to the regular agenda, never given much weight. Mainstream automakers paid it no heed. Inside the sports car companies, the attitude was equally indifferent. No sponsorship. Then they design it themselves. Quite the pride. What's the point of offending so many sports car makers at once? I have to say the design is impressive. Nice to look at displayed at home. Doesn't take up much space, right? Haha. Yet for this model, Chinjo's Jishan Auto held a special meeting. What do you think? Is there potential? Everyone agrees this car isn't practical. But have you considered the younger generation? For them, practicality isn't the only factor in buying a car. If the design appeals to them, more people will buy it. They'd even pay a premium for a better-looking car with the same specs. They really put effort into making a film. Doesn't that mean investing in the protagonist's vehicle could yield higher returns? Pity it only appears in the first half of the film. I asked Earth Film's business department. This model already has a design patent. Maybe we can explore further collaboration. After heated discussion, they gradually reached a consensus. It was worth reaching out. The leader immediately made the call. We've been stuck in the middle for years. I see this as an opportunity. Let's make initial contact, then wait for the market feedback after the film's release. If it's favorable, we'll buy the design patent and take a bold, unconventional path. That night, Liu Bai took his employees to the Qingzhou Science Museum to load the Iron Man suit onto a truck. Li Pingyan met Liu Bai for the first time. He was astonished by how young Liu Bai was. Comparing people only frustrates. The Iron Man recording starts tonight. Li Pingyan reminded him. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Liu Bai nodded gratefully and followed the truck back to the villa. He only glanced at the recording that night. After all, he had already seen the live scene through his vision connection. There was no need to watch again. Meanwhile, the Qingzhou Science Museum's Bilibili channel had gone viral. Countless netizens were shocked. This makes up for not being able to attend live. Holy crap, Iron Man can really fly. Is Liu Bai trying to turn a movie into reality? How much does he love Iron Man? Netizens were ecstatic, frantically liking and tipping coins. Some even debated in the comments. Do you think there's someone inside the Iron Man suit? There must be. Otherwise, how could the movements be so smooth? But the space inside is small. I think remote control is more likely. The Iron Man suit from Earth Film can be worn and moved. I think the one on the stage is the same. The material clearly looks different. Okay. The comments section exploded with countless analysis posts, leaving people bewildered. Lin Ming, watching in awe, was thrilled. The guy in the group was telling the truth. Iron Man has already been upgraded. It can fly. This fact made him even more eager for the Lamborghini to become real. Instantly, he couldn't help but privately message Liu Bai's tone, Reverend Master. Is the Lamborghini really a sports car? Can it actually be built? Even if it's not road legal, I'll buy it. Please, Master, give me a chance to purchase. Liu Bai was just about to sleep when he received a message from Lin Ming which amused him. The guy had been threatening him that morning, and now he was calling him Big Shot, with such delight. It's a sports car and I can build it. Liu Bai was certain the other party had no idea it was him. He didn't reveal himself, simply replied, and went to sleep. But upon receiving the affirmative response, Lin Ming was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Everyone, we have confirmed news. The Big Shot said he can build it. Lin Ming immediately took a screenshot and sent it to the group chat. Instantly, those rich second-generation heirs became thrilled. The Big Shot is awesome. Absolutely magnificent. I'll pay 500,000 for one. Don't be ridiculous, are you trying to trick a beggar? This car I'll pay $1 million. Someone also asked Lin Ming, can I place an order now? Lin Ming saw the mention and felt immensely proud. Not only did he have contact information for his idol, but he also possessed insider news. He had thoroughly gained face in the group. I'm not sure about that. It should still be in the RD phase. Since they've released an official photo, it will likely take some time. Lin Ming replied, earnestly silently showing off, yet he made everyone in the group extremely excited. Time flew by. A month passed. During this period, Liu Bai had been following the crew for shooting. He squeezed in time to watch online courses and expanded the publicity department, specifically operating the Iron Man and Transformers social media accounts to maintain IP vitality. Now he and the film crew were in a desert region. Boom, 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 boom. 2 attack jets soared through the sky, then dropped 4 missiles causing yellow sand to fill the air and thick smoke to roll across the ground. But everyone in the crew was exhilarated, cheering involuntarily at that moment. Missiles are truly cool. In the previous film Iron Man, we used bombs, real guns, and tanks. This time we directly rented military aircraft and used missiles. Who would believe this if told? Only our crew would dare to do something like this. I can't help but say awesome to myself. For the crew members, this was both exhilarating and historic. But for the actors, it was filled with fear and unease. This is bloody crazy. Is it necessary to go this far just to shoot a movie? They're actually deploying real equipment. This filming scene is unparalleled. Thankfully, we're only shooting aerial shots, otherwise I wouldn't dare step forward. Actors dressed in military uniforms looked terrified. This was their first experience with such a bold filming approach, directly using aircraft and missiles, which was truly jaw-dropping. In the films they had participated in before, special effects were always used in post-production to ensure actor safety. This filming experience had completely broadened their horizons. Some even regretted not purchasing personal accident insurance in advance. Did the camera capture it? Director Chun Rinchuan asked excitedly, his eyes full of passion. This kind of filming approach was exactly what he had always pursued. What use was relying solely on special effects? It wasn't authentic enough. All 6 cameras captured complete footage. A staff member responded loudly. Everyone was thrilled. Witnessing such a scene was truly worthwhile. Only Liu Bai wore a worried expression. He sighed helplessly. This time he had rented 2 attack jets, 1 reconnaissance aircraft, and various weapons, including missiles from the military. The scene was spectacular, but the costs were equally extravagant. It directly made his flesh ache. However, the only comfort was that the results were truly excellent. Worth it. All actors, prepare yourselves. There are only 2 scenes left, and then we wrap up. Liu Bai composed himself and called out. Upon hearing this, everyone grew eager. They couldn't contain their excitement. They had filmed in the desert for half a month and had more than enough of the dry, water-scarce environment. They couldn't even take a proper shower. The actors playing military personnel took their positions. As the clapperboard snapped shut, they immediately entered their roles. Ferguson, the special operations squad with the support of military aircraft repelled Megatron's forces. But the surrounding area had turned into rubble and ruins, and their teammate lay critically wounded, barely alive. Find a medic quickly. Hurry. The soldier's voice was urgent, urging civilians to help. He still has a pulse. Save him fast. The soldiers began emergency rescue, the atmosphere tense. Cut. Director Chun Rinchuan looked at Liu Bai, and both were satisfied with this scene, so he called stop. This scene is done. Everyone take a break. Prepare to shoot the final set of scenes. This sequence depicted Megatron's Decepticons attacking the military base and sending out Scorpions to eliminate all witnesses, ensuring no information leaked out. In the movie, this was merely early plot development. But for Liu Bai's crew, it marked the closing stage. All important scenes had already been filmed in the city and entered the editing phase. They were now only shooting desert segments. Of course, it was almost over. The sky gradually darkened as the sun set in the west. The final scene arrived. Soldiers stood on the beach waving at the rescue helicopter. All their figures turned into black silhouettes against the twilight. As the camera pushed forward, they carried their critically wounded comrade toward the aircraft. And so the scene concluded. All filming for Transformers had finally wrapped up. At last, back in the city. How comfortable. Chun Rinchuan pushed open the car door and stepped onto the hard concrete road, the fragrant scent of flowers and grass from Qingzhou filling his nostrils. It brought him an indescribable sense of peace. The past half-month had been truly grueling for him. He had been filming in the arid desert where swirling sand and dust made everything unbearable. Though weary, several senior brothers felt as though reborn. One of them suggested, back there we only had rations. How about lobster and oysters tonight? I've been craving them to death. Hearing this, Chun Rinchuan also felt his appetite stir. He looked at the handsome man beside him. Senior brother Liu, want to join us? Let it be our wrap celebration. Due to the harsh filming conditions, there had been no opportunity to hold a banquet. After wrapping up, the entire crew scattered that very night. So naturally no wrap party had taken place. I have no objections, Liu Bai said with a smile. After the group made their plans, they went to the hotel and booked several rooms. Liu Bai took a shower and changed clothes, but when he lay down on the bed, he received an unread message. Call me back when you're free. The message was from Han Moying. Liu Bai dialed her number with a puzzled look. Is something urgent? Han Moying chuckled at his words. Can't I call you unless there's something wrong? Liu Bai laughed. Of course, that's fine. Oh, does that mean you were worried about me? Han Moying's tone lifted slightly. Liu Bai fell silent, not quite sure what to say. Han Moying giggled and smoothly changed the subject. Just teasing you. Are you done with your work over there? Wrapped up this afternoon. Just got back from the desert. Lu Bai answered honestly. Han Moying shifted comfortably, turning onto her side and hugging a pillow. Her fair slender legs swayed gently as she spoke in a lazy voice. The script we discussed last time has already finished shooting. It's being submitted for review these days. Boss Lu, any instructions from you? Lu Bai was slightly taken aback. He had been busy with external matters during this period and rarely paid attention to company affairs. He had naturally overlooked Han Moying's newly shot film, although he had instructed the publicity department to spare no effort in promotion. He himself had seemed to remain silent on the matter. In fact, every time it was Han Moying who reached out to him. Thinking about it this way, he did feel somewhat ashamed. I'm sorry, I was too busy and forgot. The new movie But before Lu Bai could continue, Han Moying cunningly interrupted him. Why apologize? You're my investor. I'm simply reporting the progress to you. Let's keep this a purely financial relationship. Please invest more next time. Thank you, boss. Lu Bai smiled. He had gained a new understanding of her emotional intelligence. Han Moying had always been cold and distant in front of strangers. Only around close friends would she open up, though she always kept things within the bounds of normal social interaction. There would be care, yet also an inexplicable sense of distance. But this was the first time Lu Bai had discovered her playful and mischievous side. It was quite refreshing for Lu Bai. Then I'll trouble director Han to continue reporting on your film. Lu Bai deliberately put on a serious expression and spoke formally. Han Moying smiled softly, cleared her throat, and began her report with great seriousness. While the financial department of your esteemed company provided quite generous terms for my small production team, the shooting budget reached 50 million. According to Han Moying's description, she had hired a top-tier male star. His acting skills were solid, while also guaranteeing popularity and buzz. They used this as a promotional hook and placed massive advertising campaigns. She mentioned that on a certain movie app, as many as 200,000 people had marked this film as "wanna watch." Lu Bai nodded silently, somewhat surprised. Good heavens. She truly understood the fan economy and traffic-driven marketing. The approval should be completed this week. The distribution partner arranged by the company has already reached an agreement. Currently, it will only release in Qingzhou with an agency fee of 5%. Listening to Han Moying's report, Lu Bai slowly nodded. This type of romance film was indeed unsuitable for a global premiere. The advertising investment was too large, yet the market was relatively small, making it easy to incur losses. The safest approach was to gauge market response first, then expand regionally. I expect my very first premiere ceremony will be held soon. Han Moying gazed at the night scenery outside the window, her eyes extraordinarily gentle, the corners of her lips involuntarily rising. This day had come sooner than she had imagined. She had once seriously considered that reaching a level of this magnitude would require at least 2 years. If she were willing to trade her body for it, perhaps it could come even faster. But she would absolutely never do such a thing. Her planned goal had always been to strive for several years, ultimately hosting a grand premiere ceremony. To her, it was more like a coming-of-age ceremony, truly graduating from her career as a director. In the current situation, she was completely satisfied. She also knew who was responsible for this true graduation ceremony. So, a warm feeling rose in Han Moying's heart as she gently asked, "Would you like to come on the night of the premiere?" Lu Bai answered firmly, "I will be there." Han Moying felt a sense of comfort, her tone becoming cheerful. "Then it's a promise. Once the time is confirmed, I'll let you know. Good night." Calling off, the phone hung up. Lu Bai then joined his senior brothers for skewers and drinks. Slightly tipsy. A few days later, Lu Bai's Transformers entered the editing stage, and Han Moying's Goodbye My Previous Lover had already passed review. Her premiere ceremony had arrived. The premiere venue had been confirmed. Online, a flood of promotional content had erupted. Film Academy prodigy Han Moying's latest masterpiece, Goodbye X, is coming with top-tier actor Han Geng in the lead role. The mastermind behind writing, directing, and starring hasn't even graduated from university yet. Qingxing Festival's most anticipated film boasts 250,000 viewers on Maoyan. Goodbye X makes its premiere tonight. Promotion saturated every corner. The participating stars eagerly reshared. Han Geng, this film explores the profound emotional struggles of urban men and women. I will attend tonight's premiere and hope to see everyone. Zheng Kai, Goodbye X blends comedy and sorrow, offering a sharp insight into male-female relationships. Below their comments, countless female fans expressed their support. Brother Han Geng, I'll definitely support. Little Cheetah Zheng Kai, haven't seen you act in a movie for so long. I'd forgotten you were an actor. Double the excitement. As for Han Moying, seeing these promotional slogans, her face remained composed, but embarrassment stirred within her. These titles were far too shameless. Yet the promotional effect was excellent, so she simply pretended not to notice. Her Douyin account had already reached 89,000 followers, another valuable promotional channel. Goodbye X will meet audiences tonight. Repost, comment, and like for a chance to win one of 100 tickets to join us at the screening. You might even run into your idol. Although the 3-click engagement had lost its novelty after several months, the results remained gratifying. You're my idol. I've been a fan for 10 years. I followed you since your very first short drama. Please pick me. Hope I get picked to meet Han Geng. Just followed. So amazing. Go for it, senior. Han's wife, I love you. Han Moying also checked the comment section, directly deleting any nonsensical remarks. Night fell. Film critics, industry professionals, news media, and lucky fans all arrived. The screening hall was packed. Standing at the entrance, Han Moying couldn't help but feel her heart swell at the magnificent scene. She had long dreamed of hosting her own premiere and screening her film before the public. Now that it was finally here, a whirlwind of emotions filled her heart. Complexity, nervousness, and exhilaration, her eyes gleaming. Hey Lubai, have you arrived yet? The screening starts in 10 minutes. Han Moying covered her phone, blocking out the cinema's noise, and asked, I'm downstairs waiting for the elevator. Hearing Lubai's response, Han Moying felt reassured. Okay, screening room 1E, seat 6 in the 6th row. Don't go to the wrong place. After hanging up, Han Moying stood in place, unsure of what to do next. She sought out the distributor to discuss arrangements, memorizing every detail of the event flow. Minutes later, she saw Lubai. Shall I take you to your seat? Han Moying's eyes curved into a smile, clearly in high spirits. I'll find my own way, you still have many things to attend to, Lubai politely declined. He noticed the lead actors were already in place, dressed elegantly, and preparing to take the stage. All right. Han Moying smiled radiantly and did not press further. Watching Lubai find his seat, her phone vibrated. A call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, she asked politely. It's me. You're hosting a movie premiere and didn't even invite your classmates. The tone on the other end seemed displeased. Who is this? The caller hesitated. Lin Ming. Where did you get my number? Han Moying's tone was cold. Well, since you're I've never spoken harshly to you. Han Moying said coldly. We're all adults now. I don't want you to make things unnecessarily awkward. She hung up and blocked the number. The distributor approached to report, Director Han, the event is about to begin. The event was jointly organized by the distributor and the cinema. The actors and director would primarily deliver some conventional remarks, expressing hopes that the guests would enjoy the story and their performances. They would also share some amusing behind-the-scenes stories, giving the invited media more angles for their articles. The opening should not be lengthy, kept within 10 minutes, followed by audience applause before the film began. How does it feel? Han Moying stepped off the stage, and in the dim light, sat beside Lubai. She heard Lubai's question. A bit nervous, Han Moying answered honestly, yet genuine joy emanated from her. Xiaoying, you were so cool on stage. Her roommate, who had attended with her, was excitedly cheering her on. Yes, so dashing. Your aura was impeccable, a true strong woman. Another female roommate whispered mysteriously. That Lin Ming called me too, asking where we were. Should I call him back? Han Moying's gaze instantly turned cold. Psycho. At that moment, the big screen lit up. The first thing that met everyone's eyes was simple text. Producer Earth Film Company Director Han Moying, starring Han Moying, Han Gung Zheng Kai, Zheng Xueming. Screenplay Lu by Han Moying. A slight murmur rippled through the audience. She truly is a brilliant talent. Writing, directing, and acting. All by herself, how impressive. Wow. Something's going on. Several of her close friends, however, fell strangely silent at that moment. They frantically exchanged glances, barely containing their excitement to digest the gossip. And my name too. Lubai was somewhat surprised. But upon reflection, it made sense. He had set the script outline himself and provided the storylines based on his vague memories. Han Moying submitting her work indicated her recognition of her own efforts. Facing her best friend's curious expressions, Han Moying sat rigidly silent. The entire audience kept their eyes forward, faces tense, as if they had not noticed their best friend's nosy, gossipy expressions from the corner of their eyes. Is it true that no women in this world feel secure? Yes, none of them. They need to be proven loved at all times. The film opens with voiceover. The male voice speaking here is none other than Han Gong. Men fight battles of wits and courage outside, but when they return home, they only need a warm bed and a bowl of hot soup. That is enough, rather than another battlefield demanding constant mental exertion. Immediately after the female voice begins. Her tone is full of resignation, yet emotionally powerful. Lubai recognized it at once as Han Moying's voice. What is love built on? Communication. Connection. It requires mutual understanding, but that does not mean enduring everything silently. You are barely home for a few hours a day, full of energy everywhere else, but a corpse at home. Can't you save even a little energy for me? So whether material or emotional, what matters is not the absolute amount, but the percentage. How much of you do I really take up? The film begins by exploring relationship challenges through both male and female perspectives. This distinctive approach immediately captured the audience's interest. Spanning 2 hours, the first act is lighthearted and playful. The two male leads embrace romance and indulgence, as though breaking free from restraint, living without care. This stands in stark contrast to the two heroines left behind in longing and nostalgia. By the middle act, the men begin to realize what they have lost, reminiscing about their partner's virtues and desperately seeking news of them. Even trivial details like their ex's social media posts leave the men misinterpreting situations for days. The way these scenes unfold astonishes Lubai. He discovers that Han Moying truly followed his creative vision. After heartbreak, men go through a period of freedom followed by reflection. Women experience collapse before eventual rebirth. Though the plot diverges slightly from Lubai's memories, the emotional resonance remains identical. Especially in the final act, when emotional crises erupt and misunderstandings escalate, the raw intensity leaves every viewer shaken to their core. I never expected the story to be this good. One thought the other wouldn't leave, the other thought they'd beg them to stay. This line perfectly captures it. When the female lead played by Han Moying runs into her old classmate, I knew something was wrong. Damn, he's taking advantage of her vulnerability. I have to admit, even though the old classmate isn't handsome, that sense of security he provides might be exactly what the female lead craves. She truly values love over money. At the end of the story, they won't actually break up, right? I still hope the two leads get back together. The entire audience initially detached and watching with cold detachment. Yet gradually they found themselves drawn into the narrative, feeling every emotion alongside the characters. Many in the audience had spent years navigating life's hardships and had experienced their own first loves. The film seemed to reopen old wounds they thought had healed, triggering an instinctive resistance within them. They won't really end up apart, will they? I can't accept that. Real life is already hard enough. Why should the movie recreate the same pain when I could not make it work with my first love? I want a happy ending. If the leads separate, the story would be stronger. But I just cannot accept it. The audience wrestled with complex emotions, pain, vulnerability. Tears streamed down the faces of the most sensitive viewers in agonizing torment. Yet the narrative relentlessly tore open people's wounds. In the story, the female rival confronts the heroine and claims her territory. That evening, Han Moying weeps, uncontrollably refusing to answer Han Gung's frantic calls. Her old classmate asks with concern, "Why won't you answer?" Han Moying downs a drink, choking through her tears. That girl. She is who I used to be. That admiration for someone you love, that certainty and self-assurance. That fearless support. I can no longer give it. As Han Moying drifts off to sleep, her old classmate gently covers her with a blanket. When he moves to leave, her hand clutches his desperately, her voice trembling. "I am afraid of being alone." Finally, Han Moying's pent-up emotions overflow. Her lips press against her old classmate's. Just as Lu Bai becomes absorbed in the scene, Han Moying's calm voice cuts through. "This is a camera trick. No actual kiss. I have still got my first kiss." Lu Bai's immersion shattered. He responds with a casual, "Oh," and asks curiously, "Why are you telling me this?" Han Moying maintains her composure. "Nothing important." Her hands clench. Her teeth grind together. She does not understand why she felt the need to explain, but it felt like the right thing to do. At least he will know. Good. She has a clear conscience. Lu Bai notices her forced calm and offers a gentle smile, a strange sense of satisfaction rising within him. The film's climax shows the two leads letting go of their past together in the manner they had agreed upon. "Lin Jia, I love you. Lin Jia, I love you." On a bustling street, the male lead breaks down in agony. The audience feels his pain viscerally, many on the verge of tears. "If I abandon you, I will eat mangoes until I die from an allergic reaction." Meanwhile, Lin Jia, portrayed by Han Moying, who is allergic to mangoes, honors that vow from her past with unwavering resolve. Her body erupts in hives, itching unbearably. Witnessing this, the audience's deepest emotions surge. Memories of lost first loves rise from their hearts to their eyes. They hold it back. A grown man should not cry. It is improper to weep at a movie. But then a mournful melody rises through the soundtrack, pushing the sorrow to its peak. "I cannot say I love you, so do not lie. Just a little fondness. Do not call it hate, and cling on, do not pretend to sigh. Just blame me for being too much trouble, hurting myself, endlessly telling myself. Love is like this. How did it become so reckless without warning?" At this moment, the audience finally breaks. Sobs erupt throughout the theater, men and women alike unable to hold back any longer. "I thought getting this ticket was lucky, but now I am suffering. This movie makes me cry so much. I should not have come after my breakup. Damn it. Where the hell are my tissues? I miss my first love, but I have never even had a relationship in my life." Emotions overwhelm the theater. Han Moying's best friends weep uncontrollably. "Han Moying, I told you not to ask about our first loves. Why did I have to open my mouth? I am crying my eyes out. You filmed it beautifully. But never make another one like this." Tears flow freely among the group as they blame Han Moying. Each of them has to varying degrees experienced love and devastating breakups. They had believed those memories had faded, but the film has resurrected them with painful clarity. "You have never dated, so what? You are better than us. You took our heartbreak for your art and call yourself refined. You recreated our pain over and over. That is cruel." Han Moying ignores her friend's accusations and turns to Lu Bai with suspicion. "Have you been lying to me? Have you had many relationships?" Lu Bai is bewildered. "Why do you ask?" Han Moying stares at him with doubt. "Otherwise, how could you write lyrics like this?" Lu Bai falls silent. He does not know how to explain that after crossing over to Blue Star, his memories of Earth have grown hazy. Yet he remembers his first job at a cinema, working as a ticket inspector, and using that access to watch countless films. His ability to recall the general plot of this film stems from those formative experiences. As for the song, since the film was playing everywhere, theaters looped the track constantly, imprinting its catchy melody and lyrics onto someone who rarely listened to music. Beyond that, nothing else sticks in his mind. The realization fills him with regret. He only wishes he had paid closer attention to songs in his previous life. He had wasted his time binge-watching television, movies, and anime, instead of learning music. A ticket inspector's job served no purpose in his new life. Most of all, he cursed himself for never being a fan of Jay Cho. He could have simply plagiarized a few songs and dominated Blue Star's music scene. If only he had known, he would have switched careers long ago. A man's greatest fear is choosing the wrong path. Those words ring truer now than ever. If he had focused solely on copying Jay Chou's work, not even a system could have stopped him. Filmmaking is far more grueling than songwriting. "I was too naive," Lu Bai laments as the film slowly comes to an end. The lights come up, illuminating tear-stained faces, yet the audience continues to applaud enthusiastically. Those who cried the hardest clap the most fiercely. It is their powerful endorsement of the emotional drama. This film will also be a hit. The thunderous ovation surprises Liu Bai considerably. Though he had anticipated success, seeing this response fills him with joy. He is also delighted for his friend. This is her well-deserved honor. Meanwhile, the lead actress Han Moying sits stunned, her mind racing. Am I about to become famous? Thunderous applause served as the most direct acknowledgement of this film. Liu Bai also clapped and offered his congratulations. Director Han, I look forward to our future collaborations. Han Moying's eyes crinkled with a warm smile, thoroughly pleased by Liu Bai's support. Yet soon afterward, an inexplicable nostalgia washed over her. Actually, I never expected we would still end up collaborating in this way. Liu Bai was taken aback. What's wrong? The melancholy on Han Moying's face lingered for only a second before she broke into a smile. Back when you used to write scripts for me, the productions were purely driven by passion with no profits to be made. By the time I was finally able to take care of my team, you had already filmed Iron Man become wealthier than me and left the crew. I genuinely thought we would never have the opportunity to work together again. Han Moying's heart swelled with profound emotion. Now Liu Bai was once again assisting with the screenplay, and the premiere had been so enthusiastically received. Even more unimaginable was that he had become her investor and producer. His rate of growth had far surpassed what she could keep up with. Yet this outcome brought her immense peace of mind. I am truly grateful to you. If you don't mind, may I also join your company and hold a title there? Liu Bai chuckled. Such an attitude from her was rather rare. We'll discuss this later, Liu Bai said, tilting his chin slightly. You should head on stage now. Don't keep me applauding for too long. Han Moying paused momentarily. Amidst the roaring applause, she had indeed forgotten the proceedings. After the film concluded, the cast and crew were meant to take the stage for further activities, such as answering questions from fans or reporters, or sharing their experiences making the film. All of this was designed to generate buzz and amplify the movie's influence. Then I'm going up, Han Moying said with a radiant smile rising from her seat. Her close friends, their makeup, smeared from crying, were still vigorously cheering her on. With that, this particular screening drew to a close. Liu Bai watched as the theater lights brightened and the director along with the actors gathered before the screen. He sent a message to inform her and then returned to the villa. The creation of this film owes much to our screenwriter. Without him, inside the screening room, Han Moying was still engaging with the crowd, fielding questions from reporters. After the audience dispersed, distribution staff members handed red envelopes to each guest in attendance. Inside was 666 yuan, substantial enough to suggest confidence in the film and hope that reviewers would offer favorable coverage. Such generous envelopes naturally demonstrated the distributors' strong faith in the picture. They sought to achieve great returns with modest investment to earn wealth effortlessly. As for whatever transpired in the screening room, Liu Bai chose not to intervene further. He returned home, and his first priority was to head to the warehouse. Jarvis. Master, I'm here. Let's take a drive. Where shall we go? Liu Bai's eyes sparkled brightly. As far as possible. Since showcasing Iron Man, he had been filming across various locations, rotating between Qin province and America, with no time to pilot the mech. Understood, Master. As Liu Bai stepped onto the dark floor, the mechanical arms surrounding him came to life with remarkable dexterity, assembling various components onto his frame. In an instant, Liu Bai was encased in metallic armor. When blue light ignited at his chest and eyes, he appeared truly invincible. Propulsion at 25%. Luminous waves surged from his limbs and extremities. After a brief period of adjustment, Liu Bai regained his earlier proficiency and launched skyward as a streak of azure light. Is this what flying feels like? This is exhilarating. I finally understand Stark's joy. The azure trail stretched longer and longer, extending directly from the villa to the heavens above. A sense of grandeur surged within Liu Bai. Gazing upward at the increasingly luminous moon, adrenaline coursed through him, driving unrestrained laughter, as though a laugh point had been struck beyond his control. Please be advised, continuing ascent may result in freezing conditions. At that moment, Jarvis's voice interrupted, snapping Liu Bai back to awareness. Grounded once more in rationality, Liu Bai halted his upward trajectory. Though the Mark III suit possessed anti-icing capabilities, he was not willing to risk it. Help me locate an area with few people. I want to experience the power of the weapon systems. Liu Bai felt invigorated and eager, wanting to test them out immediately. I have located Qidao province for you. Shall we proceed immediately? Jarvis inquired. Liu Bai soared through the skies as clouds drifted past him. Yet his thoughts drifted to the situation on Blue Star. The planet encompassed three major provinces: Qin province, Mei province, and Qidao province. Currently, Qin and Mei were fully united and coexisted in peace. Only Qidao province remained fractured, perpetually unstable, with sporadic armed conflicts erupting. Liu Bai frequently traveled between the two unified provinces for filming, yet he was entirely unfamiliar with Qidao province and had never been there. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Bai's desire to visit grew even stronger. Depart immediately, he declared resolutely. Armed with the Iron Man armor, he questioned whether encountering trouble would truly warrant his concern. The fierce wind howled, piercing through clouds and shattering the void. Yet Liu Bai felt none of that crushing pressure. But he still couldn't bear it anymore. System, can you block out the wind noise? Liu Bai's expression turned bitter. His eardrums ached from the intense sound vibrations. Received. I've lowered it to a decibel level you can tolerate. In an instant Liu Bai felt the world fall silent. It was as if he had left a raucous discotheque and returned to a quiet room with only the gentle humming of a low-frequency fan overhead. Propulsion at 10%. Liu Bai savored the sensation, unleashing the arc's energy at will. Soaring over towering mountains, winding rivers, and vast stretches of ocean. On the horizon, colossal ancient trees and towering mountain ranges gradually emerged. Is this the Seven-Island Prefecture? Liu Bai asked curiously. He hadn't expected the landscape here to be so pristine and untamed. Indeed, we have arrived in the province of Ao, within the Seven-Island Prefecture. Zhao Weici responded in his characteristic, gentle tone. Liu Bai was full of enthusiasm, but he had no intention of testing weapons in the wilderness. After all, if a fire broke out, the Iron Man armor had no firefighting mode. Another few minutes passed. With 10% propulsion, Liu Bai covered hundreds of miles. This speed far exceeded even the fastest stealth fighter on Earth. And this wasn't even the limit. Soon Liu Bai arrived at a barren mountain range, catching sight of a distant village. He decided to land there. Late at night, faint lights shimmered from afar. Liu Bai had no intention of disturbing the local inhabitants. Instead, he faced the slope ahead and raised his palm. Then, the moment his thought moved, a brilliant blue beam surging with tremendous energy erupted from his palm. Bang! The mountainside erupted, sending clouds of dust and sand skyward. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. In response, Liu Bai wore an excited expression. Speed comparable to the gods. Power surpassing the gods granted by nuclear fusion. This combination filled Liu Bai with exhilaration. This is incredible. Liu Bai laughed heartily. That pose, channeling energy through his palms, filled Liu Bai with boundless excitement. When he was a child watching Dragon Ball, he had always fantasized about firing a Kamehameha from his palms. How many boys had harbored that dream? Long live the system. Try tracking bullets. Liu Bai calmed his emotions and continued testing his weapons. In an instant, red dots appeared throughout his field of vision. Those were mice, snakes, lizards, and birds active during the night. Yet every living moving target was now locked onto by Liu Bai. Fire. With a mere thought, micro-magazines instantly deployed from his shoulders. Then, bullets shot forth. Every targeted mark met its end. Liu Bai was utterly satisfied. Just as he prepared to test the incendiary rounds mounted on his calves, furious gunfire echoed from the distant village, shattering the night sky. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire lasted for over 10 seconds before fading into silence. It seemed as though nothing had happened. Activate infrared thermal imaging. Liu Bai stared in shock toward the direction of the gunfire. The transparent panel before his eyes frantically zoomed in on the village. Then Liu Bai saw red human silhouettes falling one after another. Standing beside the corpses were living figures on patrol. The gun barrels in their hands still radiated intense red heat. A massacre. Liu Bai's expression grew grave. He knew the Seven-Island Prefecture was not yet fully unified and still lingered in an era of turmoil. But he never imagined a reactionary faction would carry out such an atrocity. If this were made public, even if the organization controlled an entire province, they would never win the people's support. Who would dare claim responsibility for slaughtering innocent civilians? Liu Bai stood frozen. In the darkness, only the glow from his chest and pupils was visible. He gazed fixedly toward the distant village. Inside, he wrestled with whether to intervene in a regime struggle or a terrorist incident. But soon he relaxed with a knowing smile. Since I'm already wearing the Iron Man armor, wouldn't it be a disservice to Stark if I didn't take a look? His steps grew heavy as he strode into the yellow sands. Liu Bai sought some measure of peace in his heart. Move it. Take everything valuable. Damn it, those military bastards are chasing too close. Don't let the poultry escape either. There's nothing to eat in these wastelands. Who knows how long we'll have to keep hiding. Damn it. This village refuses to support our rebel army. They don't deserve to live. That woman's so ugly, what's the point of keeping her? Aren't you afraid of nightmares tonight? Bang. Amidst the clamor, a gunshot rang out. A living breath ceased as a body collapsed. The women were thrown into utter panic, screaming in terror. My lord, please don't kill us. We'll comply with whatever you demand. Please spare my child. Wailing filled the air. Screams and cries erupted everywhere. They were utterly desperate, seeing no way out. They didn't even know whether these bandits would spare them after they'd had their fill. Trapped in anguish and torment over an uncertain future. Tell the men not to linger too long. There'll be plenty of time later. Search for useful supplies first. A burly man with a scar across his face shouted in a rough voice. He wore a tattered military uniform with thick-soled boots, his jacket riddled with bullet holes and dried bloodstains. Looking closer at his gang, they too clad themselves in filthy, worn military uniforms. Likely looted trophies they draped over themselves to flaunt their dominance. Yes, boss. The bandits shouted back in unison. Ignoring the weeping women beside them, they raided everywhere. Even when lust arose, they attended to their private needs on the spot. Is this about it? Has everyone assembled? The scarred man asked with a ferocious expression. We're all here. One man responded with a lewd grin, adjusting his belt. Another raised a torch and hurled it into the wooden house, and soon great flames erupted. Take the women with us. Let's move out. The scarred man sneered, raising an AK-like rifle and firing into the sky. The bandits also burst into laughter, pulling the trigger to celebrate their victory. But at that moment, They noticed something was wrong. The sound of bullets fired into the sky was no longer the steady bang bang bang. Instead it was an erratic rapid-fire crackling. This changed as if the bullets had struck some iron plate. People looked up in confusion. But under the moonlight they saw a golden-red mecha emitting a chilling glint. The mecha's limbs crackled with intense blue light as it slowly descended before them, like a deity descending from the heavens. The bullets meant to celebrate their victory instinctively ceased. At this moment, everyone felt a crisis unlike anything they had ever experienced. What is that thing? Military technology. Who are you? Scram now, or we won't be polite. It seems we've run into trouble. We're over a dozen men. Should we fear just one of you? The bandits cried out wildly, bluffing bravado. But the scarred man was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding with terror. Sir, let's talk this through calmly. We're merely passing through. Is there something you require? The scarred man immediately submitted, a terrified fake smile spreading across his face as he bowed deeply. To escort you on your way. Lu Bai's voice was cold. The moment the words left his lips before the others could react, the micro-magazine that sprang from his shoulder pierced through every bandit's forehead. One and all were dead. At that moment Lu Bai clearly realized just how fragile life truly was. As if with a single glance at his enemies, the power over life and death was already in his hands. However, regarding this outcome, Lu Bai felt no surprise. The armor he now wore far exceeded the technology of Blue Star. Invincible defense, terrifying power, homing trajectories. There would be no back-and-forth exchange, or upon encounter a death sentence would be passed. This was the crushing dominance of technology. Even the military would have absolutely no chance to fight back. Aya, don't kill us. Help. Don't be afraid, sister is here. Those women grew even more terrified. Some, being sensible, concealed their panic within, not daring to let themselves shout recklessly for fear of displeasing their savior. Others, overwhelmed by grief and fear, fainted completely. They had all witnessed those vicious bandits killing, but now those great figures they dared not disobey were effortlessly slaughtered by the newcomer, at a speed comparable to reaping wheat, far more terrifying than the scythe of death itself. Added to this armor, they began to wonder if aliens had invaded Blue Star. You need not fear. I've come to rescue you. Lu Bai spoke softly, afraid of further agitating their already fragile nerves. He did his best to soothe their emotions. Upon hearing this, the women did not show any excitement or relief at having escaped death, but instead gazed timidly at the Iron Man, daring not to speak, fearful of inviting disaster upon themselves. Yet he could also sense their emotions, and they seemed somewhat more at ease. Lu Bai was stunned. He couldn't understand their reaction. Had the people here become so numb that they didn't even dare to trust someone who had saved their lives? Lu Bai raised his head, gazing at the burning wooden house before him and the corpses, smoldering corpse oil splattering. Among them were the elderly and children. No exceptions. Faced with this scene, Lu Bai could only clench his fists. An indescribable fury surged within his heart. They were all damn beasts. To die so easily was far too good for them. Damn it. Dawn broke. A group walked across the grassland, their faces numb. This party was rather unusual, composed entirely of women, their hearts filled with trepidation and confusion. Some could barely hold back their tears, yet a glimmer of hope for survival had emerged. The town lies ahead. From here on it depends on you. Lu Bai, clad in his Iron Man armor, had accompanied them through the night. He pointed toward the modest town in the distance. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. We will take care of ourselves. Grateful tears flowed as the women expressed their deepest thanks. Lu Bai sighed helplessly, turned and departed. He had rescued them out of humanitarian instinct, but he could not be their savior for life. In the end, they would have to rely on themselves. Nevertheless, under Lu Bai's guidance, they had plundered the bandits' wealth and weapons, securing a measure of startup capital and the means to defend themselves. Next, he should head home. 1 hour later. With 10% energy output, Lu Bai swiftly returned to his suburban villa. The first Iron Man suit has one flaw. It cannot be quickly donned or doffed. Even using the restroom is a hassle. I'm about to burst. Lu Bai took a thorough shower. His mind was rather troubled. The events of the night had not been particularly eventful, merely testing weapons and dealing with unwanted complications. Yet this experience gave Lu Bai a fresh understanding of Kidaizu. The unification of Blue Star was a long and arduous path, but that was not his concern. He lay back on the bed and fell asleep. When he awoke with nothing to do and no classes at school, he took a taxi to the company. Junior brother Lu, you've arrived at just the right time. The editing of Transformers is complete, and we're preparing to send it to the outsourced team for visual effects. Would you like to review it? Shinrin asked. Then send it to me. Lu Bai nodded. With nothing else to do, he gave it a quick look. The plot flowed smoothly, the transitions were natural, and there were no glaring details, far superior to the version from Earth. It was only strange watching the actors perform against empty space. It's fine. Send it over for rendering. Lu Bai said. The visual effects company was outsourced. Earth Pictures didn't have the scale to maintain their own VFX department, nor did they have enough effects-heavy films to justify one. There was simply no need to establish a dedicated visual effects department. Only if releasing several effects-heavy films per year would such a consideration make sense. We've already edited and rendered the trailer during filming, so it can be released to the market at any time. The promotions department is also building anticipation for Transformers release. Chun Rinchuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Secondly, our situation isn't looking so optimistic. Ever since Iron Man's massive success late last year, there are an unusually high number of sci-fi films releasing this same period. Many sci-fi films have already begun aggressive marketing campaigns. Hearing this, Liu Bai was not surprised. Last year, he had already noticed quite a few reports. Countless production teams had greenlit sci-fi projects hoping to swallow Qinzhou's sci-fi market. Just from what Liu Bai knew, there was Mecha Overlords starring a renowned veteran actor. Then there was Battle Armor Maniacs claiming a 200 million investment with big stars and young handsome actors. And Tian Dong Wang Ba focusing on sci-fi combat. All sorts of top-tier screenwriters and directors were entering the fray. The marketing magnitude was as remarkable as inventing perpetual motion. There was no helping it. They were far too covetous of Iron Man's box office success. 100 million investment, 3 billion in box office returns. That was enough to drive them mad. Capital lacked the courage to take risks and dared not pioneer new markets, but seizing the cake from the weak. Now that was something they had plenty of vigor for. Once a success case emerged, they would pounce like wolves, deploying maximum resources to snatch the spotlight and squeeze out the pioneer's harvest. There is nothing new under the sun, and Liu Bai had long grown accustomed to this. Don't worry about it. We won't lose to those cash grab films propped up by capital. Liu Bai was not worried at all. He was quite confident in the quality of his own films. For instance, The Wandering Earth, filmed on Earth, had opened the door to sci-fi cinema. But the A-list idols, The Maritime Fortress, closed that door on the very same day, even welding shut the entrance with insipid nonsense. Perhaps capital could vie with one another in internal struggles, but when facing Transformers, they would be left with nothing but total ruin. They'd have no chance of returning. Liu Bai had no fear of the copycat films. He even found time to ask, how are things going on the Han Moing front? The premiere went well last night, and since it was opening day, he wanted to check on the status. After all, it was his first invested film. Hearing this, Chun Rinchuan's face was filled with excitement. The opening day box office exceeded 70 million. We've already broken even in half a day. Everything after that is pure profit. Chun Rinchuan was deeply invested. The movie was funded by the company, and with his share of the dividends after Transformers was completed, all he could do each day was watch other films' box office climb. A wealthy life was as simple and unadorned as this. As long as you followed the right leader, you could just enjoy the ride. However, soon enough, Chun Rinchuan furrowed his brow slightly. But we seem to be running into trouble now. Liu Bai asked in confusion, what do you mean? Senior brother Chen spoke with deep concern. Our first film was a resounding success, and it opened the eyes of capital to the terrifying market potential of the sci-fi genre. They also wanted to invest in the company, but we turned them all down. Hearing this, Liu Bai nodded. This was something that had worried him greatly. Those capitalists kept calling Liu Bai, wanting to invite him out to dinner. Their ulterior motives were obvious, no need to guess. They simply wanted to meddle in company operations under the guise of investment. In the future, they would force the company to expand recklessly, cause a break in the capital chain, then continue acquiring shares and increasing their stakes. Once the company's IP portfolio grew large enough, they would use the opportunity to replace the core management and eliminate the founders, ultimately seizing control of all copyrights and patents. This sort of trick was very profitable, but also profoundly disgusting. Liu Bai gave them no chance. He also had Jarvis block all unknown numbers and refused to meet with any outsiders. He did not need social obligations, nor did he rely on any network of connections. His success had always been built entirely on himself, not on anyone else. System agreed. Liu Bai, damn you, System. Chun Rinchuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, since the capitalists couldn't get involved in company operations, and they knew our company wouldn't lack operational funds, they turned their sights toward our films. They even boasted that they could fully fund productions as long as we allowed them a share of the profits. But we still refused. Hearing this, Liu Bai fully understood. They couldn't invest in the company, and they couldn't invest in the films. Obviously, they couldn't stand watching him succeed so smoothly. They had to cause him some trouble. Furthermore, Earth Pictures had already begun preheating for Transformers. News of this had many companies unable to sit still. Let's not forget that during this period, many companies were preparing sci-fi film releases. Schedule clashes. Box office revenue would drop. Money earned would shrink. Now Earth Pictures' Goodbye Ex-Wife was already sweeping the theaters. It was a film with a 50 million investment, but only cost 30 million to produce. A remarkably low-budget picture. With Transformers about to release soon as well, it was natural that the capitalists would push back aggressively and concentrate their suppression. Goodbye Ex-Wife had a strong start. The word of mouth was excellent and the market response was outstanding. But the ratings are visibly dropping. There have also been numerous cases of smear campaigns. Liu Bai slowly nodded. He knew this was inevitable. If you didn't abide by the rules established by the old capitalist faction, you would face suppression. It was just that he hadn't expected to receive such attention so quickly. I thought I could lie low and develop in peace for a while. I somewhat underestimated the capitalist's sensitivity. Liu Bai opened Douyin. The very first video he saw was about Goodbye Ex-Wife. It showed a scene after the theater had emptied out. Someone was still sitting in their seat, sobbing uncontrollably with their head resting against the seat back in front of them. The audience, filtering out, walked slowly, casting curious glances at the weeping woman. The video had 670,000 likes, an undeniable sign of having gone viral. But in the comments section, there was nothing but a flood of abuse. In the comments section, a barrage of insults erupted. Your mom died? That's why you're crying so hard. What a clown. Who actually watches this trash movie? The actors in the video are far better than this movie. It feels so artificial. Another one of those attention-seeking bastards. The person who filmed the video was still clarifying in the comments. She's our classmate, it's not staged. We happened to be in the same screening, and she just went through a breakup. Even her replies to each comment were cursed as desperate attempts to gain fame. There were paid trolls attacking the blogger and related personnel. And some people specifically targeted the film, leaving a pile of negative reviews. This movie is wonderful, cured my insomnia. I watched for half an hour, couldn't help but go to the restroom, and was too lazy to come back and waste more time. This movie is absolutely not worth watching, just grandstanding for attention. I don't understand why anyone would bother watching this. Do ordinary people go out partying and drinking after a breakup? Has the director ever met poor people? I watched it yet it felt like I hadn't, and now I'm dozens of you on poorer. Lubai scrolled down through the comment section for a while. Then he swiped to another video. After several attempts it was again related to Goodbye X. Lubai wasn't surprised, the comments were just as toxic as before. His expression remained calm, his emotions completely unruffled. The situation was now perfectly clear. It was indeed paid trolls causing trouble. Organized, targeted, armed, with specific talking points. With merely dozens of people they could turn the comment section upside down. Moreover, many capital interests had reached a tacit understanding, greatly increasing the pool of paid trolls. The goal was to suppress the buzz. To make the creators of Goodbye X afraid, daring not to post anything related. This was an open conspiracy. The moment someone dared to post, they would be flooded with abuse. They specifically targeted videos with numerous likes, launching indiscriminate attacks. That's all they know how to do. Lubai had no desire to keep scrolling, so he exited Douyin. His expression remained impassive. Chun Rinchuan, seeing this, could only offer a helpless smile. A fledgling company like theirs simply didn't possess the leverage to silence those capital forces. They could only endure their attacks and slander, utterly powerless. To establish themselves in the film industry, the real test was just beginning. I believe in you and I believe in all of you. As long as we hold firm, our future is limitless. In the future, the film circle of Qingzhou will ultimately be ruled by our Earth Pictures company. Shen Rinchuan felt he couldn't let morale falter, so he offered words of encouragement. Upon hearing this, Lubai glanced at his senior brother, then seemed to recall something, breaking into a faint smile. But Shen Rinchuan was completely bewildered. He couldn't fathom why Lubai was laughing. Had he said something wrong? Or was his statement too arrogant? Lubai suppressed his smile, and without addressing Chun Rinchuan's puzzled expression, asked seriously, "Do you think our company has provoked trouble?" Chun Rinchuan fell silent for a moment before answering uncertainly. To big capital, we're more like naive youngsters just stepping onto the stage, refusing to cooperate with anyone, only wanting to carve out our own empire. In terms of results, we have indeed provoked them. But immediately after he continued with a sneer. However, we are a film company with ideals dedicated to making movies with heart, not churning out low-quality garbage. Their defeat is only a matter of time. Lubai nodded, offering no further comment. He simply murmured to himself, "Provoked them, have we?" When Iron Man was released, we seem to have indeed provoked a certain director. I still remember his work was the great monster, claiming a 400 million investment and top-tier stars, yet it still suffered a crushing defeat against us. From that point on, we had already made enemies. Chun Rinchuan fell silent before asking, "Then what should we do next?" Lubai spoke calmly. "If that's the case, then let's continue provoking them." Upon hearing this answer, Chun Rinchuan's mind went blank. He had originally expected Lubai to suggest staying low-key and avoiding the storm. He never imagined this response. But the words that followed from Lubai's mouth made his heart surge with warmth, his emotions rising uncontrollably. When Goodbye X is about to be withdrawn, we'll seamlessly launch Transformers. We'll fight the capital. We'll fight the copycat works. Earth Pictures won't lose to any capital. Lubai's gaze was resolute. He feared absolutely no one. With the system backing him, Iron Man's might guarding him, and Earth culture at his side, who was there to fear? Action spoke louder than words. Lubai opened his computer, published the Transformers trailer, and declared war to the world. These past 2 days Lin Ming had been furious. Han Moying's movie premiere approached, and he wanted to attend, but was turned away at the door. She completely ignored him. He initially dismissed it as nothing unusual, and didn't take it too seriously. The next day, he purchased numerous movie tickets and specially posted on his social media, "Supporting my classmates' great movie." Booked the entire hall. It was a display of financial power, a clear signal of his warmth and generosity, hoping she would see it. He then called his friends and headed straight to the screening room, intending to record a video of his arrival. But when he spotted Lubai's name listed in the screenwriting credits, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. After sitting for barely a few minutes, he fled the theater in embarrassment. "Lubai, did you and Han Moying create this film together?" he asked with undeniable resentment. His tone was rushed, abandoning any pretense of aristocratic composure. It was hardly an exaggeration to call it an interrogation. At that moment, Lubai was pondering the title for the Transformers trailer. Receiving his call was utterly bewildering. Wasn't it already stated at the beginning of the film? He couldn't be bothered to respond, and simply hung up. Damn it. Lin Ming erupted in curses, his anger barely containable. He had originally thought Lubai would retreat upon recognizing the difficulty and abandon the collaboration. Who would have expected them to remain so entangled? The mere thought of the two of them laughing and chatting while writing the screenplay drove him to anguish as though he were being betrayed. What terrified Lin Ming even more was his knowledge of the box office figures for Goodbye X. By now it had already amassed 75 million. Such an astonishing achievement was beyond his wildest dreams. With Han Moying achieving complete success, did any opportunity remain for him? Would his meager wealth still be enough to win her over? A sense of inexplicable panic seized him. Worse still, Liu Bai had used this opportunity to prove his own worth. To Lin Ming, Liu Bai had simply been an ordinary boy from a modest background. Yet having written the blockbuster Goodbye X, his future accomplishments could no longer be predicted. His net worth would only continue climbing, eventually reaching heights Lin Ming could never hope to match. Envy, jealousy, and resentment perfectly captured his state of mind. An entity he once believed he could easily control had overnight transformed into an insurmountable mountain. All he could do was rage impotently. Lin Ming's parents were engaged in wholesale market business with deep roots in the real economy, a fact Lin Ming was confident about. Over 100 million in cash reserves could not be casually surpassed. Not even a top-tier influencer possessed such savings. After all, no matter how great one's valuation, the company would still extract its share. The amount that actually reached their pockets was far less. Before the contract concluded, securing 10 million would already be considered favorable. Several years after the contract expired, who knew whether one would still be worth that much? Therefore, for Liu Bai to surpass Lin Ming's family in wealth was extremely difficult. However, Lin Ming himself found it increasingly hard to maintain a sense of superiority when facing Liu Bai, a screenwriter who built everything from nothing. The future first-generation wealthy. Lin Ming's emotions grew complicated. Meanwhile, he was simply a second-generation rich kid drifting through life. Under this comparison, he couldn't help but look down upon himself. Right? Don't I have a powerful connection? For some reason, Lin Ming suddenly thought of this point. He knew a truly accomplished director. Not only did he have deep industry roots, but he likely also oversaw enormous technology enterprises. That Iron Man suit exhibited at the Science Museum was anything but ordinary. If only he could work alongside such a person. I wouldn't even need recognition. As long as I could pad my resume with experience from his production team and secure a respectable position, money wouldn't matter at all. In that instant, Lin Ming was thrilled. He had found a new source of superiority to continue overshadowing Liu Bai. Moreover, their relationship was quite good. This favor would surely be nothing difficult. With this thought, he eagerly opened Bilibili, hoping to send a private message. But just then he noticed that a followed friend had posted a new video. Transformers Advanced Trailer. Autobots Rollout. In that instant, Lin Ming's pupils dilated. This title was bizarre and struck his eyes with tremendous force. It seemed to convey something incredible, yet he had not fully grasped its meaning. And on the cover was a weathered yellow robot. It was unmistakably Bumblebee. The cover featured a colossal robot. Its entire frame was yellow, yet bearing a frosted, weathered texture. The overall design was not as seamless and sleek as Iron Man's, appearing rather bulky. What is this? Lin Ming's gaze trembled slightly, yet his heart surged with excitement. Was the big shot finally announcing a trailer? This looked purely science fiction. Finally, they had waited long enough. The resentment Lin Ming had harbored within him dissolved in an instant, and he even forgot about seeking help. His eyes held nothing but that magnificent mechanical figure. If Iron Man was the design he acknowledged for its power and brilliance, then the Transformers before his eyes was his childhood dream. A true robot companion. The first glance alone transported him back to the days when he spent time with his figurines. This was a real robot. But, as his gaze moved downward, he was even more stunned. Beneath the yellow robot's knees, another layer was attached. Clearly, it was a car. A golden supercar. Lamborghini. Holy shit. Lamborghini is going to appear in this movie? I thought this was just a car commercial. Wait, isn't this the best kind of advertisement? Lin Ming could barely contain his excitement, stumbling over his words. This was the ultimate crossover delight. This move is too epic. I never imagined I'd see Lamborghini's debut in such a way. Lin Ming felt profoundly shaken. What he found even harder to face was the big shot's ambition. An automotive advertisement spanning 2 full hours. Would anyone dare believe it? He had been anticipating Lamborghini, bordering on fanaticism. Who wouldn't want a cool and stylish ride? And his rich friends in the group chat were absolutely frantic, urging him constantly for updates, as if they had nowhere to spend their money. Eager to pick up the car that very day? While Lin Ming's pride swelled, he also hoped the big shot would release more information. Who could have predicted that a single cover would spoil everything, with the car even appearing in the film, maxing out the anticipation? Let those guys see some real action. With this exclusive scoop, Lin Ming felt secretly thrilled. He immediately clicked into the video, glanced at it not at all, and forwarded it straight to the group chat. Only then did he focus intently on watching. The 4-minute video opened with a planet emblem. Lin Ming naturally recognized it. That was the logo of Earth Pictures. In the background, a male voice counted down 7, 6, 5, 4. Prepare for ignition. Then a carrier rocket lifted into the sky. After reaching a certain altitude, the capsule detached. The camera angle came from a camera mounted on the rocket itself, presenting a distinctly vintage pixelated blur. Lin Ming immediately knew the backstory was set much further in the past. Soon that detached spacecraft sped straight toward an unfamiliar planet. Then the lens blurred again, as though suffering poor signal. The screen flickered several times. Next, the image stabilized, revealing a planetary rover slowly traversing a barren landscape. But soon the footage captured a sudden shadow on the ground. Under their operations, the camera turned toward the shadow, yet it revealed a colossal silhouette casting itself against the backlight. And it crushed the rover. Good heavens! Lin Ming's heart raced with terror. The suspense in this segment was masterfully controlled beyond compare. It struck directly at his heart. Less than a minute had passed, yet such a massive foreshadowing had been planted. But what shocked Lin Ming even more was the subtitles after the film went black narrated the history once possessed by Blue Star. The rover was launched to an unfamiliar planet only to be mercilessly destroyed. Combined with the two together, Lin Ming's scalp went numb. The bullet comments went completely wild. Everyone could no longer sit still. The opening suspense is absolutely gripping. Setting it against real events from Earth's past hooked me completely. Could that shadow figure be the cover art? I can't wait to see when this car model drops. That car screams expensive. Hilarious, I couldn't afford it anyway. Can't wait to see what unfolds next. Already on my third watch. The barrage of comments was in an uproar. Discussions about that shadow figure appeared were at full throttle. Yet the trailer wasn't over yet. Lin Ming was equally bursting with anticipation. He wondered if there would be more reveals to come. Then the video continued. A spaceship hurtling from the vast cosmos toward Earth, eventually crashing into the mountains with billowing black smoke. The camera shifted to the television where news was reporting on a meteor destroying residential houses. A man and a woman on the mountain witnessed the entire descent. This made Lin Ming guess they must be the protagonists. The scene shifted. Bombing erupted everywhere, tanks sent flying by explosions. The wing of a combat helicopter suddenly flipped backward, the sound crisp and powerful. This transformation immediately caught Lin Ming's attention. In an instant he recalled the title, Autobots Transform. This plane is transforming, so does that mean cars can transform too? Holy shit, what the hell is this creativity? Lin Ming's mind was racing. The comment barrage was filled with speculation. I get it now. Transformers actually work like this. The highlight of these transformations is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to watch it. This is way too fucking cool. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Lamborghini transform. Please tell me this is real. The footage kept going. In the desert, a team of soldiers in combat gear stood alert, scanning their surroundings. But then they spotted barbed wire extending toward them. Suddenly, dust and sand exploded. A colossal mechanical scorpion burst through the dust cloud, raising its massive iron pincers. The soldiers fled in terror ahead of it. This scene gave the netizens a tremendous shock. That wasn't all, as a heavy-duty truck transformed into a giant robot in a dark alley. The man and woman from earlier shots witnessed this happening. A golden robot flashed across the screen. Its faceplate dropped down, transforming into a head shaped like a bee. Is this the robot from the cover image? The one on the cover looks too worn out, doesn't match. But that robot that flashed by looked brand new. Its faceplate style was somewhat like a bee. It's the Lamborghini from the cover, right? Amidst the heated discussion, the trailer was nearing its end. A little girl carrying a cloth doll walked toward the swimming pool when a massive white-gray robot emerged from the water, dripping wet as it stepped over her head. Then the screen went black. Four large characters appeared on screen, Transformers. Then it shuffled and reorganized into several numbers. April 1st. Finally, the numbers reshuffled once more, transforming into a rectangular iron mask. The 4-minute trailer left netizens absolutely thrilled. Likes, coin tosses, and bookmarks surged wildly. In an incredibly short time, it rocketed to the top of the trending list. Lin Ming's blood pressure rose. His heart pounded. But what excited him even more was his WeChat messages. The pop-up notifications kept coming nonstop. Holy shit. Lin Ming, what did you post? I don't even want to play games anymore. I'm mesmerized. Director Liu Bai made this. The box office is gonna explode for sure. Betting $100 blind. The plane transforms. The scorpion transforms too. That yellow robot on the cover has tires, so he must be the Autobot from the title. This movie really knows how to play. The Lamborghini is seriously badass. In the WeChat group, messages were flying rapidly. Yet some were earnestly discussing the plot. Liu Bai had cultivated a group of sci-fi fans in the group through Iron Man. Is this some kind of robot apocalypse blockbuster? I think it's about an artificial intelligence crisis. Are you blind? It plainly states at the beginning that these things are coming from outer space. 4. One must refer to the release date, right? Please don't tell me it's an April Fool's prank. Lin Ming watched the heated discussions in the group chat. Rather than feeling annoyed by the barrage of notifications, he felt a surge of pride. The video he had casually forwarded sparked numerous comments, feeding his vanity and bringing him great satisfaction. I almost forgot my purpose. Suddenly Lin Ming snapped out of it. His original intention had been to approach influential figures and seek a prestigious position to bolster his resume. Why was he wasting time reading absurd chatter in group chats? Without further delay, he reopened the Bilibili chat window and greeted politely, "Hello, are you there, sir? It's me, Xiao Ming. I saw the trailer you posted. It's absolutely magnificent. I shared the video to my friends group. They're all your fans and extremely interested in the Lamborghini you're about to produce. I estimate most people in my group will support your automotive venture. They keep asking me when you'll go live." Laughs. Lin Ming chose his words with care. While expressing himself as a devoted fan, he elevated the other party's status. He also implicitly revealed that he belonged to the wealthy social circle. In plain terms, he was showcasing his capabilities while subtly building rapport. Here's the thing. I'm a student at Qingzhou Film Academy and serve as class monitor. Last year I also produced a film and earned some modest money. I'm eager to continue climbing the ladder and deeply admire your production team. I hope to join your crew after graduation. I don't need money, only an opportunity to learn and grow within an international production team. I hope you'll consider my request, sir. I'm willing to work in any position. After sending the message, Lin Ming reviewed it once more. He was quite satisfied. Having displayed his strength, he then humbled himself. With the reverence of a pilgrim, he opened his heart completely. Surely they would give it some thought at minimum. Earth Pictures Company. After posting the trailer, Liu Bai began browsing videos. Not only was Behind the Farewell shrouded in controversy, but the Iron Man, which had already been released for several months, was also facing renewed scrutiny. They're certainly willing to invest heavily. Liu Bai silently offered his assessment. Though he was well aware that the newly released video would likely come under attack very soon, he merely wondered how long it would take the other party to recover. Just then, he noticed a private message on Bilibili alerted by their mutual follows. Lin Ming is here for an interview. Liu Bai was quite intrigued. It seemed every time this kid's pride was bruised, he would come to Bilibili seeking validation and comfort. He sincerely hoped the boy wouldn't remember this nightmare in the future. After reading the message, Liu Bai replied with a teasing tone, not at present. Then changing his mind, he added another sentence. But you may send your resume to the company first. I'll let you know if anything suitable comes up. Lin Ming had been quite disappointed. But upon seeing the latter sentence, hope flared up once more. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Lin Ming beamed with joy. Yet something still nagged at him. The name Liu Bai was truly too striking. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to probe gently. Sir, is Liu Bai your real name? Upon receiving the message, Liu Bai grinned broadly. Was this fellow unable to hold back? Trying to test the waters? Liu Bai sighed with a touch of melancholy. He felt disappointed in this class monitor. The conclusion was actually quite obvious. If Lin Ming had bothered to look into it, it would have been no trouble at all to discover that it was himself. Liu Bai had never made any effort to conceal his identity. Adding to this, he had invested in Farewell My Ex, with his name appearing alongside Han Moying in the screenwriting credits. Moreover, the production company was Earth Pictures Corporation. Linking these together, it could be determined with near certainty that it was indeed someone they knew. This was practically playing with cards face up. If Lin Ming still couldn't figure it out, he could only blame his own stupidity. It is my name. So what? Liu Bai replied with a message, wanting to see his reaction. He truly wanted to witness the expression on Lin Ming's face upon learning that they were the same person. So revealing it online would be too boring. Let him misunderstand a little more. Liu Bai was quite cunning beneath his gentle exterior. Though he had a mild temperament and didn't hold grudges, that didn't mean he was naive or a pushover. When given the chance to take advantage of someone, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. This time, dissatisfied with how Capital had treated him, he wanted to see their smearing campaign backfire completely. How coincidental, I have a good friend named Liu Bai. Lin Ming put on a show as he replied, he's studying in Qingzhou and will graduate soon. Liu Bai felt repulsed upon hearing this. With a so-called good friend like that, the original owner deserved to die. Fortunately, his soul remained as pure as his own. Liu Bai responded truthfully, I'm not from Qingzhou. Little did he know he was an earthling with a cheat. That makes sense then. Someone of your talent couldn't possibly be mocked by him. How about this? I'll have him change his name when I get back. Lin Ming flattered. But this only made Liu Bai's smile grow colder. He chose to simply close the chat window. Meanwhile, the advanced trailer continued to trend. Within just 1 hour, the video views reached 1.27 million. With over 1,000 simultaneous viewers, the likes hit 830,000. Coin donations reached 1.16 million. More coins than likes. Clearly showing how popular it was. Such massive popularity rapidly propelled it to the #1 spot on the platform ranking. But this intense momentum soon attracted the jealousy of wolves. In a certain large group chat, over 1,000 Water Army members, the admin silenced the entire team, then issued instructions, brothers, we've got work. The target is the Transformers trailer. Sending link www. Is on. 50 cents per comment. Remember to screenshot after posting for settlement later. If you're not sure how to criticize, copy and paste from the group file, remember to delete the bracketed content. Reply 1 to confirm receipt. After lifting the mute, the Water Army members went wild like they'd been injected with stimulants, frantically typing 1. Soon, under the organized and disciplined siege, the wave of positive reviews instantly shifted. A rotten movie dares to claim association with aerospace. Adaptation doesn't mean fabricating nonsense. The probe sent earlier crashed, it didn't encounter aliens. You're spreading rumors. Disrespecting history is disrespecting the present. Tampering with history is shameful. Hurry and apologize to all netizens. If children watch this film in the future, their values will be corrupted. As a parent, I'm heartbroken. Parents, let's report it together. This movie will ruin children. Let's boycott Transformers together. Trash movie, not worth watching. The storm continued. Liu Bai couldn't care less about online public opinion. Occasionally, he'd visit the company, casually browsing anime from Blue Star to find a new two-dimensional wife. The rest of the attacks were left to the propaganda and PR departments to handle. Otherwise, why spend money employing them? In this way, after over a month of peaceful days, Liu Bai finally received definite news from Chen Rinxuan. Farewell, my Xbox office exceeded 2 billion. It ignited the urban romance market. Meanwhile, Transformers rendering was complete, ready to apply for the distribution license. Hearing that the rendering was complete, Liu Bai felt quite pleased. Perfect timing. The Farewell to X was about to end its theatrical run, allowing for a seamless transition. When is the preview screening? Liu Bai asked eagerly. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Rinxuan replied, full of enthusiasm. This time his name would once again appear under the director credit. Just thinking about it made his heart race. I'll be there on time. Liu Bai nodded, relieved. On Earth, Transformers premiered in 2007, 10 months before Iron Man. Although its production budget exceeded Iron Man's by $10 million, its box office grossed $124 million more. So why was Iron Man hailed as a commercial classic? Primarily because Marvel's IP longevity was unmatched. By 2025, Avengers 5 would still be in production. Coupled with Iron Man being the hero who saved Marvel, the significance was profound, and countless Marvel fans spoke of it fondly. Of course, Iron Man held equally profound importance for Liu Bai. It was through that role that he firmly established himself on Blue Star. But for actor Downey, it was even more meaningful. It rescued him from the abyss. Now a hottest actor in Hollywood, Iron Man deserved every credit. There's still a long road ahead. Thoughtfully, Liu Bai sighed. He was still unsatisfied with the current Mark III armor. The portability was terribly poor. Though the donning and removal sequences looked spectacular, they consumed far too much time. Thus he was eager to begin filming Iron Man 2, to obtain a more convenient briefcase-style Mark armor. But this came with prerequisites. He needed to complete 3 designated filming missions from the system before the open selection marketplace would unlock. Now that Transformers was completed, he still didn't know what the final mission entailed. System, I'd like to ask, if I unlock the open marketplace, can I skip Iron Man 2 and directly film Iron Man 3? Liu Bai asked with immense anticipation. After all, in Iron Man 3, Tony Stark had created an entire Mark army, no fewer than 33 battlesuits. If only he could obtain management access. The transformation would be earth-shattering. Among them were not only various combat-improved variants, radar invisible stealth armor, engineering hammer armor developed for Hulk research deep-sea models, but also disaster relief and crowd control suits. Liu Bai would be completely worry-free. But the system dashed his hopes. Not possible, host. Filming must follow the series sequentially. No skipping ahead, otherwise the next screenplay cannot be unlocked. Liu Bai's fantasies shattered. He could only nod helplessly. He had guessed the system wouldn't leave such a loophole. Otherwise, Liu Bai would have gone straight to Avengers 4, crafting an Infinity Gauntlet or self-regenerating nano-level armor. Both would have been enormous advantages. Time came to the afternoon. Inside the screening room, Liu Bai watched alongside the management. 2.5 hours later, the film finally concluded, and warm applause erupted within. Every time I watch my junior brother's films, I'm utterly amazed. Who came up with the Autobot transformation concept? That's incredible. I thought Iron Man was the pinnacle, never expected even higher peaks. I'm thoroughly impressed. The VFX rendering is outstanding, old Wong. You clearly haven't been slacking off. Come on, I stay with the outsourcing team, every day keeping watch. They simply don't dare treat us lightly. After the screening, unanimous approval was achieved. Added to the fact that someone was specifically overseeing quality, the outsourced effects team dared not cut corners. Moreover, the funding provided was indeed generous. Though the outsourcing team worked tirelessly, pulling overtime nights daily, they earned well, making the cooperation exceedingly pleasant. I'm really going to be released in theaters. Damn it. Among the audience was a newcomer actor. He was the male lead of Transformers 1, and now tears welling in his eyes after watching the film. Finally, I can tell Mom and Dad their son made it. Shia was extremely stirred, his heart surging with emotion. He couldn't wait to report this wonderful news right away. These past months had stifled him greatly. And now he officially became a member of Earth Pictures, the second contracted male actor. Liu Bai was very satisfied after watching the screening. With everyone's enthusiastic response, he readily nodded and said, then it's settled. Send it directly for approval. Premiering on April 1st as scheduled. Let's measure ourselves against the follow-up imitators. The approval process took a few days, and Liu Bai found himself idle once more. It was Han Moying who reached out to him. In the chairman's office, Han Moying teased, Boss Liu, I'm here to report on my work. Liu Bai gazed at his tall and graceful classmate and smiled. Congratulations, the female director with 2 billion at the box office. Stop standing around, sit down. There's no need to be so formal with me. It feels rather unnatural. Han Moying chuckled silently and took her seat. They then fell into casual conversation about the past month or so. Since the premiere, Han Moying had hardly had a moment's rest. She traveled from city to city, attending theater events to win greater attention. When the film was soaring at the box office, she also contacted the distributor to expand its reach further, arranging pilot screenings in a few theaters across Meizhou and Kidezu. Han Moying had gone there in person as well. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. After just 5 days of trial screening, the film was pulled from theaters. One could say that all of those 20+ billion in box office came from the Qinzhou region alone. Then you've had it tough flying all over the place, Liu Bai said, pouring her a glass of water with a sudden sigh. Compared to that, his own life was far too easy. He hadn't even gone on stage to speak at the premiere, just left after the screening. Nor had he shown up at theaters for promotions. All of that was handled by the team and distributors. Thinking about it, being a hands-off boss had been quite the bargain. But the money is substantial, Han Moying said frankly. She was in high spirits, seeming more cheerful and fond of smiling than before. Lu Bai nodded in agreement and congratulated her. From now on, you're a wealthy woman worth over 100 million. Currently, the box office for Farewell to My Ex stood at 198 billion. With nearly a week remaining before it left theaters, 2 billion should be a certainty. Han Moying's share was 10%, which after taxes would still amount to well over 200 million. Her parents belonged to the middle class, owned a car and a house, had savings, and their circumstances were quite comfortable. But now Han Moying had become the wealthiest person in her family. Her leap in status to become a renowned female director throughout all of Qinzhou was truly enormous. More importantly, she hadn't even graduated from university yet. Speaking of which, my parents would very much like to invite you over for dinner, she said. They want to thank you in person for taking care of me. Han Moying's lips curled upward as she asked candidly, how do you feel about it? I think we'll see, Lu Bai replied with a forced smile, changing the subject. What are your plans next? His social skills were decent, but that didn't mean he enjoyed socializing. The thought of dining at someone's home made him uncomfortable. His two-dimensional wife was far better. No complicated worldly interactions. Simplicity was exactly what he sought. Han Moying noticed his reluctance and did not press the matter. Instead, she replied, here's what I'm thinking. Once the box office revenue comes in, I'll distribute bonuses to the team first. As you know, my team is made up entirely of classmates, and there are quite a few junior students as well. Then I'll register as a professional film crew. After that, I should probably take a break for a year or so. With that much money earned, I plan to travel after graduation and use the time to brainstorm a new script. Lu Bai nodded. He wasn't surprised by this arrangement, but it did remind him of something, so he asked, would you be interested in joining Earth Pictures? Making me an employee now won't come cheap, you know, Han Moying said with a smile. Technical equity shares, becoming a shareholder, enjoying dividends. The box office revenue from Farewell to My Ex will still be handled by you personally. It won't go into the company's dividend pool, Lu Bai said gravely. He was easing Han Moying's concerns while also thinking seriously about the future. Once the system's content mall opened, he would have plenty of scripts to produce, but relying solely on their small group, they could never finish them all in a lifetime. That's why he desperately needed talents like Han Moying, someone who could write, direct, and act, excelling in every aspect. He absolutely would not let her slip away. After all, among his future plans was building his own cinema chain. The fact that theaters took 57% of the revenue just for screening a film was simply too painful. To maximize profit, building a cinema chain would certainly be a priority in the future. Forget talk of cooperating with other capitalists or making connections to get things done. Wait until they produce the film The Myth and obtain the elixir of immortality, commonly known as the undying medicine. He'd have them shot for half an hour first, then send Iron Man for door-to-door service. I have no problem with that. Hearing these words, Han Moying broke into a broad smile. She was quite satisfied with Lu Bai's response. Although she knew Earth Pictures' valuation was high, what she valued most all along was Lu Bai's potential. He was also the most underestimated presence by the outside world. Han Moying had noticed Lu Bai's brilliance back in their freshman year, and after years of refinement, he had already become dazzling in the film circle. And she had witnessed all of Lu Bai's growth. It was simply a bit too astonishingly fast. Alright, I wish you a pleasant vacation. Lu Bai felt in good spirits. Not only had he recruited talent, but more importantly, they remained very close friends. Lu Bai's original goal had always been to help his good friends. That's why he had brought the senior brothers into the company to collaborate. Now that Han Moying had also joined, everyone was accounted for. Lu Bai held a simple belief: if one has few friends, at least make them sincere. A few days later, Earth Pictures erupted in excitement, not only welcoming Han Moying to join the company, but also receiving official approval from the relevant authorities, screening permission granted. With that, Lu Bai breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, the approval came before the end of March. No need to adjust the release schedule. He looked at all the shareholders and solemnly announced, contact the distributors, release globally simultaneously. While Earth Pictures was handling the joint distribution arrangements, other film companies were also making emergency preparations. As the release date drew closer, they grew increasingly restless. It couldn't be helped. The pressure from Transformers was simply too immense. The information revealed in the trailer was overwhelmingly shocking, combining events that had supposedly occurred on Blue Star along with that stunning premise of everything being able to transform. It was truly in a league of its own. Every major science fiction film released in the same period felt an underlying uncertainty, lacking genuine confidence in their ability to compete head-on at the box office. In fact, 2 films had already announced their withdrawal from the April release window. What films are still confirming an April release? Asked a certain film company executive in a cold tone. Currently, only Mecha Overlord featuring veteran actors remains scheduled. There's also ours Battle Gear Maniacs. Sky Movement King, which focuses on sci-fi combat, has already announced its withdrawal from the release slate, the subordinate replied. The executive nodded. He felt an inexplicable restlessness inside. He wasn't concerned about Mecha Overlord. It was essentially director Wang Jing from Hong Kong province recycling old material. However, with its low production budget and veteran cast, the likelihood of financial loss was minimal. At most, it would simply ride on others' momentum to claim a share of the profits. The only real headache was Transformers. Just thinking about it gave him a migraine. I refuse to believe this market has shifted. The executive ground his teeth in frustration. For this film he'd recruited a roster of popular young stars at premium salaries with the total budget reaching $200 million, over half of which went directly to actor fees. He'd even entered into a valuation adjustment agreement with the board. Just breaking even would mean substantial losses. No wonder he was so anxious. The subordinate offered reassurance. "President, you really needn't worry so much. We're not operating in the same space as Transformers anyway." The executive glanced at his subordinate, curious to hear what came next. The subordinate bowed his head slightly. "Our Battle Gear Maniacs leans heavily on fan culture and traffic-driven marketing. We've secured our core audience at minimum. But expanding our reach among moviegoers requires sustained promotion and ongoing pressure on Transformers." The executive sighed. He knew this well enough, but the pressure didn't simply dissipate on its own. Yet there was one silver lining. The actors in Transformers held no real box office draw whatsoever. Even the leads were unknown newcomers. This gave them a clear advantage in early promotional campaigns. So even if the film's quality lagged significantly behind, it didn't necessarily mean defeat. From now on, intensify the smear campaign. Once Transformers hits theaters, hire a large number of paid commentators to flood it with negative reviews. Don't spare any of the content creators promoting Transformers, whether they're paid or volunteering their time. The subordinate nodded. Yes, understood. In order to seize dominance over both public opinion and online traffic, the coordinated smear campaign against Transformers escalated to unprecedented levels across the industry. Even Shinrin couldn't contain himself and sought out Liu Bai to report the situation. "I'm aware," Liu Bai responded with a calm nod. Yet beneath his composed exterior, frustration simmered. The sensation of suffering through a slow, grinding attack was genuinely tormenting. Public discourse was always easier to assault than defend, and his PR team was already understaffed to begin with. The strain was becoming almost unbearable. Leaning back in his chair, he stared blankly at the chandelier above. Driven by desperation, he mentally reached out. "System, can you control this wave of public opinion?" "Negative. My function is limited to task handoff and basic responses. I wasn't designed to resolve all of your complications." The system's reply brought a flicker of disappointment to Liu Bai. Though not entirely unexpected, something suddenly caught his attention, a key phrase in the system's response. While the system couldn't help Jarvis, its external manifestation, technically answerable to Iron Man and operating independently from the system's constraints. Wait, how had he nearly forgotten about this top-tier AI hacker created by humanity itself? Liu Bai left the company and headed straight for his home storage room. "Jarvis, I'm here, master. Can you help me clean up those deliberately malicious comments?" Liu Bai asked hopefully. Soon he received the answer he desired. "No problem, master." A surge of joy filled Liu Bai's heart. The delight was plainly visible on his face. "What equipment do you need me to prepare?" But Jarvis's response left Liu Bai quite surprised. "None needed, master." Jarvis spoke in his characteristic deep voice. "I merely require your authorization to assemble the Iron Man armor." Suddenly Liu Bai fully grasped the implication. Iron Man was inherently an extraordinarily sophisticated instrument, with the helmet serving as the display interface. It could process various complex environments and also resist physical attacks. Now using it as a supercomputer was far more than adequate. Moreover, with the mini-arc reactor providing stable power output, system lag or overheating was simply impossible. It was essentially using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Assemble the Mark III armor." Understanding Jarvis's meaning, Liu Bai immediately gave the order. Immediately thereafter, the black floor panels slid open and mechanical arms retrieved the components, assembling a formidable war armor. It gleamed brilliantly under the illumination. "Master, shall I commence operations?" Meanwhile, in a 1,000-member Water Army group chat, conversations were blazing hot, with notifications easily reaching 999 in moments. "The admin DS today, ready to distribute work. Money's been so easy to make lately. Speaking of which, what's with Earth Pictures? All the recent contracts seem to be targeting them. Shoot the bird that pokes its head out, I suppose. Even though I rather like Iron Man. Don't ask so many questions, we're here to work." As the members chatted frantically, the admin appeared and silenced everyone at once. "All members, this mission continues to target Transformers. The official Weibo for Transformers has released a second trailer. Should be the final promotional push before release. Your objective is to completely overturn the comment section. Insult anyone who speaks positively. Some of you will pose as reverse role trolls phishing, pretending to be Transformers fans to provoke conflicts with other films. Time limit 2 hours. Payment remains 5 cents per comment. However, whoever the fuck copies comments without deleting the parentheses will be kicked from this group. Reply with 1 to confirm receipt." Upon unmuting, the group erupted with frantic one responses. Over these past few days, Earth Pictures had released their second trailer. It primarily featured edited clips from the film to heighten audience anticipation. The complete versions would be available in theaters. Liu Bai had no intention of resharing it. Furthermore, given the current climate of public opinion, the level of corruption was palpable. Distorting history. You'd better issue an apology immediately. Corrupting the youth. This undermines social morality. What kind of garbage gets released in theaters these days? What did Transformers do to you? I'm a diehard fan. I just want to say the other 2 sci-fi releases are even worse. Transformers fans are getting anxious. Look, he's anxious. If Transformers is inferior, then everything from Chinzhou is garbage. Garbage films aren't worth watching. 50 cents per comment. Remember to delete the parentheses. The Water Army posted with fierce enthusiasm. Their eyes were filled with visions of monetary gain. This was all money. Getting paid to hurl insults. Where could one find such work? Not only could they vent their frustrations freely, but they could also earn money with minimal effort. It was merely unfortunate that such opportunities didn't arise daily. Earth Pictures, you must hold firm. You are our greatest benefactor. We've never waged such a lucrative campaign in our lives. Cursing feels incredibly satisfying. But that person claiming to be a diehard fan, his acting was superb. It's impossible to tell whether he's genuinely a fan or playing a role. Xiao Wang remarked with some admiration. Finally encountering an adversary, he too went all out, hurling insults with equal fervor. As the group's most prolific poster, he could dispatch over 10 inflammatory comments per minute, making him the highest earner among the Water Army. And this particular assault, he maintained his relentless pace for an hour and a half before exhaustion set in. Opening his personal profile, he eagerly anticipated reviewing his performance metrics. Still calculating his potential earnings the next instant, he froze completely. His personal center displayed absolutely nothing. Not a single reply from others was visible. The entire interface was immaculate, as though he had never posted any comments whatsoever. Had a glitch occurred? Could he be this unfortunate? He couldn't possibly work for free. Xiao Wang was utterly panicked. Without screenshot evidence who would verify his efforts? They'd never compensate him. Billy, don't sabotage me. Xiao Wang frantically refreshed the page, yet saw nothing. He was utterly at a loss. This hour plus of intense labor was essentially wasted. Both anxious and enraged. Yet helpless, he could only think of returning to the group to complain. But upon opening the group chat, he discovered all the Water Army members had completely lost their minds. In an instant, the Water Army group was filled with wailing. My comments are gone. Why? I've been cursing for over an hour. Then how will I get settled? I was really working hard. Could Earth Pictures have paid to control the comments? Basically impossible. Hiring Water Armies costs so little, but getting Billy insiders to delete comments, that'd be pricey. I just want to know, can I still get paid for this? I don't even have time to take care of my kid. I've been working nonstop. I'm about to cry. Not only were the group members wailing to the heavens, but the administrator was also burning with anxiety. He knew the group members were telling the truth, because he was also participating in the smear campaign, and his final result was also an inability to find screenshot proof. Mute everyone. All members, don't panic. I'll send a survey form. Please click on it. Is your comment still there? Still there, gone. Subsequently, the administrator obtained precise data. In a group of 1,300 people, 1,287 participated in the vote. The administrator knew that some people might be busy and hadn't participated in the attack. But what shocked the administrator more was that the data showed only 2 people clicked that their comment was still there. Everyone else was gone. I understand, let me go ask. The administrator lifted the mute. His mood was heavy. But before he could log out of his QQ account, he was mentioned. Admin, I accidentally clicked wrong. Actually, I don't have one either. Yeah, I also clicked wrong, damn it. At this point, the administrator was stunned. Total annihilation. Not a single person's comment remained. This result made his heart race. If we look at this result, Billy is deleting comments too ruthlessly. Did Earth Pictures spend that much money? The administrator was puzzled, but he felt this should be a good thing. Hiring water armies and hiring big company technical staff, they're not the same price. If it continued like this, the bosses upstairs would probably wake up laughing. They might even offer higher profits, letting them keep attacking. It was essentially killing 1,000 enemies while losing only 50. Although losing money, it was still a huge profit. I need to report this good news quickly. The administrator was overjoyed, but the next second the smile on his face froze. Your group chat has been disbanded, bang. The administrator slammed his keyboard. His mouth only had one word, fuck. Your account is suspected of violating regulations and has been permanently banned. Thank you for your support. Thank your ass. This smear campaign involved not only water armies, but also news media grabbing cheap profits. Shinjo Film and Television report, Transformers, distorts history, sparking netizens' outrage. Movies, those things. How did this year's most anticipated Transformers fall from its pedestal? Film and television base, multiple media outlets favor war robe maniacs. Believing Transformers is merely sensationalism and utterly substandard. Movie guide. Every media outlet that received the commission would write an article and publish it everywhere. Their method of calculating payment was different from water armies. It was based on viewership. Every click earned money. But after waiting the entire afternoon, no matter how many times they refreshed, not a single person had clicked to watch. This result left Xiao Jing bewildered. Impossible. This account has 2,000 followers. How could there not be a single click? Xiao Jing refreshed again. The interface finally showed changes. But she doubted whether her eyes were playing tricks on her, and specifically wiped her myopic glasses. Only then did she cautiously lean close to the screen, her face filled with confusion. Where's my manuscript? Refreshed again. Damn, where's my account? This scene was replayed across major media outlets, sparking internal turmoil, as nobody knew what had happened. Appealing to the official platform was useless. And all of this was observed by Liu Bai. On his retina, countless streams of information flashed by, all Jarvis deleting various smear comments. The speed was so rapid that even with system assistance his eyes ached. Not only did it clear out smears against Transformers, but it also deleted Water Army comments on Iron Man and Goodbye My Ex. The scope spanned platforms including Douyin, Weibo, Bilibili, and more, making Lu Bai's blood boil with excitement. Jarvis is awesome. From now on I acknowledge you as the real system. Inside the villa's storage room, Lu Bai's face was filled with astonishment. He was extremely satisfied with Jarvis's capabilities. This meant that in the online realm Lu Bai had become invincible. Now he could absolutely do it, travel along the network cable, and beat up whoever he wanted. It couldn't get any more satisfying. This feels much better now. There are only positive reviews online. It's so refreshing to watch. Lu Bai stroked the cold surface of the Iron Man suit, showing his high approval. Jarvis, besides hacking into the internet, what other abilities do you have? To be honest, he hadn't really paid attention to Jarvis's capabilities. Originally, Lu Bai had thought that the Iron Man suit was the ultimate prize, with Jarvis merely as a bonus artificial intelligence. But thinking about it now, he was completely wrong. The current Lu Bai could essentially run rampant across the internet. After all, Jarvis was the most powerful artificial intelligence ever created by humans who were on par with gods. However, there was something even more formidable than Jarvis. Its network capabilities were countless times stronger. That would be Transformers. In the movie's setting, they originated from the alien planet Cybertron and possessed the most terrifying computing power. They could breach the United States national security network in under 2 minutes. In just 1 second, they could deconstruct all car, aircraft, and tank components to achieve perfect replication. That was truly a complete transformation from virtual networks into tangible reality. This meant that all cybersecurity measures on the Blue Star would be useless against him. Like thin paper covering a window, they could be pierced with the slightest touch. If Lu Bai desired, no one connected to the internet would have any secrets. Hacking into their physical devices would be effortless. Computers, mobile phones, surveillance cameras. All of these could be perfectly backed up. If he truly obtained Transformers, then Jarvis's current advantages would essentially disappear entirely. Perhaps he would completely degenerate into merely a butler and caretaker. Master, if given blueprints, I also have manufacturing capabilities. Listening to Jarvis's explanation, Lu Bai roughly understood. Although Jarvis possessed manufacturing abilities, its capabilities were indeed limited. It heavily relied on robotic arms, and the arms had singular functions. Simple objects could be forged, but large items were beyond its reach. For instance, when Lu Bai inputted Lamborghini blueprints into Jarvis, it understood the designs, but without any tools, it was completely impossible to manufacture them out of thin air. The random, helpless waving of several robotic arms made Lu Bai suppress his laughter. Don't make it difficult for you, Lu Bai said. By the way, don't call me master anymore from now on, call me mister. At first hearing it, it felt novel and made him somewhat giddy. But after hearing it too many times, something felt off. It was strange, and having a male voice shouting it gave him goosebumps. Yes, sir, Jarvis responded. Listening to Jarvis's greeting, Lu Bai satisfactorily patted the Iron Man suit's torso and returned to his room to rest. Network security would entirely depend on Jarvis to handle. At a certain film company. Tell me, where are the internet trolls I paid so much money to hire? Why are there no reviews left? Are you all useless? The PR manager cursed furiously. Can't even handle such a small matter. All the accounts have been banned. The comments have also been deleted by the platform. The troll administrator looked completely innocent. Admitting they were wiped out wasn't inaccurate. A huge batch of accounts had been banned, which was absolutely bizarre. What do you mean by that? The PR manager was extremely frustrated. Do you take me for a fool? Would a website ban accounts just because of differing opinions? The troll administrator sighed and typed a reply. I'm also puzzled, but that's exactly what happened. I asked customer service and they don't know what's going on either. The PR manager closed the chat window and called an inside contact working at the platform. He received the same answer. I see. After replying with visible frustration, he went to report to the company's top executive. There's this kind of thing. The CEO furrowed his brows. It felt far too bizarre. Thousands of accounts banned simultaneously, tens of thousands of comments deleted. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed surreal. This matter made him increasingly uneasy, and he prayed inwardly. Battle Armor Maniac must not experience any mishaps. Otherwise, if he lost the betting agreement, he'd be out. Amid his inner torment, March 31st arrived inevitably. Tonight was the premiere of Transformers. The CEO could not sleep at all. A friend gave me a movie ticket. Since you're uneasy, why not go to the premiere hall and have a look? The CEO sighed. He drove to the Grand Angel Cinema. His name was Su Jianghe. He was the executive president of Imperial Film Company, also the investor of the Armored Outlaw. The cinema was on the 5th floor. It was large and spacious, but the first thing he saw was a huge robot displayed in the lobby. It was entirely old yellow, like a rusty piece of iron, looking anything but appealing. Yet even so, a group of young men and women were still gathered around it, taking photos and videos. This scene alone filled Su Jianghe with a strong sense of crisis. Is this also a form of promotion? Su Jianghe frowned slightly. He had never thought there could be such a promotional window. A large-scale figurine placed in the lobby could attract a crowd to gather around, and they would spontaneously take photos and promote it. Even more terrifying, everyone entering the theater could see this robot. They would then become curious about the film and even buy tickets to watch it. Who came up with this marketing tactic? Su Jianghe felt a sense of impending doom. In the past, most films were urban melodramas or period films, and the standard arrangement was to hang posters. No one ever thought of three-dimensional figurines. But now someone had actually filled this gap, leaving him deeply shocked, even nervous. Is it still too late to start producing them now? He grew more flustered. While waiting for the premiere, he took a photo and sent it to the company's management group. What do you think? As soon as the message was sent, it attracted many onlookers. Is this the Grand Angel Cinema? Why is there a robot in the lobby? Is that allowed? It should be a collaboration between the distributor and the cinema. Previously, we only used posters. Has this been upgraded? To be honest, it is indeed more eye-catching than posters, and especially suitable for sci-fi films. I'm the head of the publicity department. I think this is a great promotional case. Oh, I've learned from it. Su Jongha looked at the publicity department, his eyelids twitching. Don't you know this is the enemy's tactic? I meant to ask for countermeasures, but you were speaking for the enemy. Do you want to be fired? Shh. Among those waiting for the premiere was also Lin Ming. This time Liu Bai had once again arranged a like and share event which again attracted countless enthusiastic participants. However, this time Lin Ming didn't have good luck. He was completely unable to win. But nothing that money can't solve. He still bought 2 premiere tickets from the lucky winner. As long as she can come, this expense is nothing. Lin Ming smiled confidently. He opened the class group and sent the movie ticket photo. The faint air of showing off immediately drew flattery from sycophants. Class leader awesome. You have premiere tickets again. If you say you don't have connections, I won't believe it. You actually have 2 tickets. Your connections are too strong. You can't watch 2 tickets alone. Who is so lucky? Listening to their praise, Lin Ming felt elated. These guys really know how to please. It was worth it to have taken them to film The Return of the Dragon King. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming gathered his courage and directly Han Moing, are you free to come? He still remembered that when he first showed the ticket stub of the Iron Man, Premier Han Moing had congratulated him in the group. Back then he had boasted that he would get a few premiere tickets. So he specially bought 2, spending nearly 10,000 yuan. He felt the chances were slim, but still wanted to try. What if Han Moing actually came? Soon he received the reply from the person herself, not free. Looking at those 2 cold words, Lin Ming, though mentally prepared, could not hide his disappointment. After all, the other party was already an outstanding director with cash reserves surpassing his own parents. In front of Han Moing, he had lost all his advantages. Isn't it just having some stinking money? Who do you think you're looking down on? Damn it. Soon, the premiere ceremony began and the crowd streamed in. Liu Bai along with the film crew also arrived at the Grand Angel Cinema. He happened to see the throng of people rushing into the screening hall. The model is well made. However, his gaze naturally shifted to Bumblebee at the center of the hall. His expression was satisfied. This idea came from him providing the design drawings of Bumblebee and asking his senior brother to contact a rubber factory for customization. They customized thousands of units and had the distributor negotiate. Every theater showing Transformers would have one placed. To make the promotional work as effective as possible, Liu Bai had not forgotten that the quality of the items he could draw was strongly correlated with social attention and box office performance. He still remembered the first time he went to a movie theater and saw the huge model. The novelty was very strong. He wished he could take it home and display it. Especially for those seeing it for the first time, the visual impact was even more intense. I hope my luck is extremely good and I can directly draw the Allspark. Liu Bai let out a sigh of relief, then fell into a beautiful fantasy. If that happened, he could mass-produce Cybertronians. Just thinking about it was exciting. But the probability was almost negligible, so Liu Bai had to calm down. The Earth's tricks are indeed not bad. Next time I'll bring some local specialties from my hometown for the people of Launching to taste. Give them a little Earth shock. Liu Bai was in a good mood, making a little joke. Then he resolutely followed the crew into the screening hall. The premiere of Transformers was about to begin. Liu Bai led the crew into the bustling screening hall. Director Chin, your seats are reserved in the 3rd row, the distributor's staff said respectfully. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Liu Bai nodded with a warm smile. The entire 3rd row sat empty. He knew this was the seating arrangement orchestrated by the distributor. It's no trouble at all. Are you absolutely certain you won't give a brief opening address? The staff member asked. No need, Liu Bai waved dismissively and made his way to the 3rd row. The crew members he had brought filled every seat perfectly. Mom, Dad, look, it's really happening. I'm not kidding. I'm actually the lead in a major special effects film. She had barely settled into his seat when he excitedly shouted into his phone. Today he had finally mustered the courage to make a video call. Oh, I see it. I see it. My boy, you've really made it. His parents were overjoyed for their son, on the verge of tears. The female lead maintained a dignified composure. This was her first premiere. Yet a pang of regret lingered in her heart. Though still a newcomer, she had signed her contract back in university. When Director Chun had extended his olive branch, she found herself unable to accept. The staggering penalty clause was far beyond what a rising actress could afford. But looking on the bright side, she would no longer fade into obscurity. She was making her debut at the peak. Look, the crew is walking in. Damn, this screening hall is massive. I can't even make out their faces. Are you here to watch the movie or chase celebrities? I'm looking for Big Boss Liu Bai. I want his autograph. That content creator. Do you even know what he looks like? This premiere sure is impressive. The entire audience buzzed with excitement. Some pulled out their phones to snap photos everywhere, while others leaned in to whisper eagerly. Only 2 individuals seemed utterly unmoved. Junior sister Kai, are you free? Lin Ming sat slumped in the back row making a phone call. I am senior brother Lin. Are you asking me out? Lin Ming replied calmly, yes. Heavenly Angel Cinema. Come over. Junior sister Kai was delighted. I'm actually nearby. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Lin Ming remained visibly dejected. The girl he had invited was a dance major with an impressive figure and a wild streak. As a second-generation rich kid, he carried millions in cash. How could he possibly lack companionship? Countless women dreamt of clinging to him as a long-term ATM. Lin Ming knew exactly what they wanted, which was precisely why Han Moying's rare quality stood out. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win her over. Now that his status had transformed dramatically, he had quietly begun to give up. Why play hard to get when any girl would do? Did he really have to chase Han Moying? Damn it. He stepped out of the screening hall and soon spotted junior sister Kai. It was late March, and she wore a crisp knee-length skirt that accentuated her lithe figure. You're quick. Lin Ming played the gentleman. Let's go inside. Whatever you say. Junior sister Kai lowered her head in bashful delight, her hands naturally linking with his arm. Lin Ming's expression remained unreadable as he guided her into the hall. Why is he here again? Seated in the front rows, Liu Bai naturally caught sight of Lin Ming arm in arm with a girl. This time he had carefully selected the lucky attendees. He was certain Lin Ming had not been drawn. Still, Liu Bai had no intention of dwelling on it. The screening hall lights had already dimmed, and the enormous holographic screen began to glow softly. Transformers. Director Liu Bai. Co-director Chen Renxuan. Screenwriter Liu Bai. Producer Earth Pictures Company. The audience erupted into fresh waves of astonishment. When had writing and directing become standard requirements for filmmakers, how were other directors supposed to compete? But soon they fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. Because the film everyone had been eagerly anticipating for so long was finally beginning. After the director credits flashed across the screen, it dimmed once more. Then a deep baritone voice pierced through the darkness, resonating in everyone's ears. Long ago the Allspark existed. We do not know where it came from, only that it holds the power to create worlds and life. Our race was born from this very origin. At first we lived in harmony. But like all great forces, the intentions behind its use varied. Some good, some evil. And so war began. It was that war that destroyed our world. The Allspark was lost to the vast cosmos. A narration unfolded, instantly heightening everyone's anticipation. Presenting the backstory in this manner feels refreshing to the audience. What a clever approach. The netizen speculation was spot on. It really is about an alien civilization. They managed to distill an entire backstory into a single passage. So the main plot revolves around recovering the Allspark. The Allspark must be a crucial artifact, though no one knows what it looks like. While netizens wondered whether the Allspark's true nature would remain hidden until the climax, the story's developments left everyone dumbfounded. Because the scene on screen was set against the vast expanse of the cosmos. A dark cubical block drifting alone through the void. It collided with a massive asteroid, veered off course, and ultimately crashed onto a bright blue planet. This opening caught everyone completely off guard. Holy crap, such a crucial artifact gets revealed right away. I was expecting it to stay hidden for much longer. Just using narration as the opening is already so fresh. Other films would bury their MacGuffin until the final act, but Transformers completely flips the script. I'm dying to know what this thing can actually do. As the audience watched with wonder, the narration continued. We scoured the entire galaxy hoping to find it, so we could rebuild our home. But just as we were about to lose all hope, a new lead brought us to an unknown planet. A blue one. As the monologue reached this point, the title Transformers drifted across the screen. But then, suddenly, a stark declaration sent everyone's curiosity surging, but we arrived too late. The audience eagerly awaited what would unfold next. Science fiction films remained niche in Qin province. Before Iron Man even hit theaters, the market had been completely vacant. Every frame sent adrenaline surging through viewers' veins. This was the power of science fiction, igniting limitless imagination within people. Even professional film critics were deeply moved. In just 1 minute, it established the backstory, set up the main plotline, and planted massive suspense. This opening is far more polished than Iron Man's. I've always had faith in Earth Pictures, but they've once again delivered something thrillingly fresh. With an opening like this, I think it completely outclasses other sci-fi films. Exactly. Anyone can jump on the sci-fi bandwagon, but the real guts it takes is daring to compete head-to-head with Transformers at the same box office. The decision to postpone Heavenly Dominator was incredibly smart. It not only sidestepped Transformers' overwhelming strength, but also carved out an unchallenged market share, since no other sci-fi films were released during that same window. The critics' words painted a grim expression on someone's face. Su Jianghe, executive president of Imperial Film, could barely maintain his composure. Just this opening alone left his investment. A movie starring trendy young actors, worlds behind. It filled him with anxiety, making him squirm restlessly. After the narration ended, the audience became deeply immersed in the narrative. Soon the story officially began. The opening scene showed a special ops team aboard an aircraft joking and laughing as they looked forward to returning home. That narrative foreshadowing was blatant. The audience immediately understood their impending fate. Then an unidentified aircraft breached the military base. Military forces deployed to intercept it, but what they witnessed was horrifying. The aircraft's propellers suddenly retracted backward. The entire fuselage expanded in an instant. The rigid screeching sound of metal echoed through the air as the tail section folded forward, transforming into a hardened breastplate. Through a series of mechanical adjustments, the transformed fuselage morphed from an aircraft into a colossal robot. Against the night sky, the sight was breathtaking. The audience was stunned speechless by what they saw. The special effects rendered every intricate detail of the transformation flawlessly, showing absolutely no signs of half-hearted effort. That raw metallic clang seemed to reverberate through the viewer's chests, setting their blood ablaze. This explosive intensity right from the opening. We're only 6 minutes in, and the budget is being used this way. You deserve every cent of profit. The audience was exhilarated, hearts pounding. Even seasoned film critics were left breathless by this scene. Even the dejected Lin Ming felt the spirit of science fiction taking hold once more. Like the entire audience, he was swept up in passionate excitement. There will be one more chapter before midnight. Students can read it after waking up. My God, it's actually transforming. That concept is absolutely mind-blowing when seen in person. How on earth did they achieve that transformation jerk? It's just like the real thing. What the hell? It's only 6 minutes, and it's this cool. I definitely need to blow this up in the media. The film critic was utterly shocked. Lin Ming didn't even have the heart to put his arm around the girl. His entire body leaned forward as if he wanted to press his eyes against the screen. Overwhelmingly excited. Worth every moment of my anticipation. It hasn't disappointed me at all. Just this opening alone outclasses everything. With these visuals, it's even more detailed than Iron Man and more sustained. I'm blown away. Even the dance department junior, who had no interest in movies and only came to pick up wealthy guys, was stunned by this film. She had never imagined that films from Chinzhou could reach such a level. Far more intricate and moving than what even America's far more developed film industry could produce. Moreover, she had never heard of any such sci-fi film from America. She tightly grasped Lin Ming's arm, her eyes shining with brightness, so excited her face flushed crimson. Among the entire audience, the only one feeling pain was Su Jianghe. Witnessing this unfold before his own eyes, his expectations for the young idol had plummeted to rock bottom. Impossible. How can a sci-fi film achieve this level? It's just about wearing mechs and fighting, right? Are you fucking cheating? Making a movie shouldn't be played like this. Su Jianghe's mindset collapsed. He had signed a performance agreement, and at this moment he could see no glimmer of victory. With Transformers standing as this towering obstacle, could he really attempt to overtake through fan economy and traffic economy? His eyes bulging with fury, he wanted nothing more than to tear the big screen apart. The entire theater erupted in gasps. Conversations buzzed back and forth, all discussing the details unfolding on screen. Lu Bai had reviewed it once before, but experiencing it alongside so many audiences brought a different feeling altogether. What Lu Bai enjoyed most was the emotional value they provided. Those constant exclamations were genuinely satisfying. Luckily, I had the foresight to refine the Autobots' transformations once more, making all the transformations more coherent. Lu Bai couldn't resist boasting to himself. On Earth, the first Transformers film had flawed transformations. Not only had numerous fans pointed out the errors, but the director team also acknowledged the mistake. All the transformations were merely speculative, designed to look as spectacular as possible. But watching through the special effects transition revealed they made no logical sense. Yet in the second installment, the production team incorporated this feedback, making the transformations increasingly systematic. The Transformers action figures served as a perfect example. A vehicle could rotate and twist into a robot rather than the first film's approach requiring constant disassembly and reassembly with added parts. This improvement was remarkably excellent. Knowing this flaw, Lu Bai naturally avoided repeating the same mistake. He brought in professionals to direct the special effects, making the transformations feel both logical and awe-inspiring. Making the first installment flawless with not even minor flaws left behind. Are the Iron Man figures already on sale, and the Transformers ones soon as well? The giant Bumblebee in the cinema lobby was a collaboration with a rubber factory. The smaller figures were also handled by them. The rubber factory boss's face was nearly split with grins. Iron Man had already made several major manufacturers rolling in profits. Now securing a new IP collaboration meant their financial reports were looking exceptionally strong. Lu Bai pulled his thoughts back. His gaze returned to the screen. The military, confronted with towering robots, were equally startled and terrified. But they followed orders, unleashing machine gun fire. To no effect whatsoever. What was even more terrifying was the giant robot transforming its arms into massive cannons. With a deafening blast, the plaza floor collapsed, glass shattered from the sonic waves, leaving masses dead and injured. The robot then proceeded to destroy the antenna field, cutting off all transmissions. At that moment, the screen pulled back to a wide shot encompassing most of the military base within the frame. Before the audience could comprehend the significance, a towering explosion erupted with a thunderous roar beside them. Beholding, countless cars were destroyed in the blast. Buildings flew through the air, dust and smoke billowing. The actors sprinted across the set, as if fleeing for their lives. Behind them, the flames of explosions raged. Even more staggering were the tanks being obliterated one after another. This scene utterly stunned everyone. The audience watched the bombing scenes absolutely exhilarated. Practical effects, damn impressive. They actually blew things up. I work at a chemical plant. I knew that was real ammunition at a glance. Is it really necessary to go this far for a film like? They destroyed tanks. This is incredible. Holy hell. They blew up a fighter jet too. This movie is absolutely phenomenal. The production budget must be astronomical, totally worth every penny. Being an extra for Earth Film Studios means risking your life. The insurance company is sitting on a gold mine. A sweeping wide shot captured every explosion in frame, sending chills down the audience's spines. And within the footage, the mechanized robots moved like steel reapers ruthlessly harvesting life. Damn, that's insane. Lin Ming was wildly excited. He let out a thunderous shout. This was the sci-fi spectacle he had always dreamed of seeing. These explosive sequences were absolutely blood-pumping. His anticipation burned even hotter in his heart. When on Earth would the Lamborghini make its entrance? The female companion he had brought along was equally thrilled. Is it really necessary to shoot a movie like this? President Su Jianghe muttered to himself. He stood completely frozen in place. Though he had seen much of the world, it was this authentic, devastating spectacle that struck him most profoundly. In this very moment, he lost all faith in the films he had invested in. There is no way we can compete. No, I absolutely refuse to surrender like this. If I lose, I'm packing my bags and getting the hell out of here. Su Jianghe cursed under his breath, eager to return and make strategic arrangements. Yet the film's story was undeniably captivating. His mind resisted leaving. What's the point of keeping watch? I'll lose my position. Get back and ramp up the promotional push. We've got to secure more screening slots and covers before Transformers Buzz detonates. Su Jianghe rose to his feet, straightened his suit jacket, and walked out of the theater. Most people's attention remained fixed on the screen. Nobody noticed his departure. But Liu Bai found himself curious about the man's sudden exit. This person is in a tremendous hurry. Expensive suit. Not someone I recognize. In his 40s, with the bearing of someone long accustomed to authority. Liu Bai hesitated for a moment, then spoke within his mind. System, contact Jarvis for me. Have him monitor all online information. Record anything that poses a threat to Transformers. A single person's departure would not affect the screening. That airplane-formed Decepticon had bombed the entire military base. Only a handful managed to escape in the chaos. Then the scene transitioned. It was Sam in the classroom promoting his great-great-grandfather's antiques. He was also boasting that those round-frame glasses had accompanied his grandfather to Antarctica. He wanted to save money to buy a car, so he was doing his selling right there in class. But his teacher objected. This isn't a flea market. It's an 11th grade classroom. I think your grandfather wouldn't be proud of what you're doing. I know, I'm sorry, said Sam, portrayed by Shia. Unfortunately, my great-great-grandfather, despite his brilliance, went blind and mad, and ended up locked away in a psychiatric hospital. Shia picked up the old newspaper. Speaking nervously, he drew these strange symbols and talked about a gigantic ice man he had discovered. The audience watched intently, swept along by the unfolding story. But perceptive filmmakers had their own thoughts, already sensing the foreshadowing hidden within those words. His grandfather must be connected to the Transformers. Yes, otherwise they wouldn't have woven this into the plot. We just don't know how yet. Remember the opening narration. They mentioned the spark matrix they were searching for seemed to arrive too late. Too little information. Let's keep watching. Only 10 minutes into the film, yet critics were already speculating about the plot trajectory, enjoying the puzzle. Then the dismissal bell rang, and students filed out one by one. Only Sam persisted, pestering his teacher in hopes of a higher grade. Because if he earned an A, his father had promised to buy him a car. In the end, Sam received an A-. His father happily drove him to the used car lot. Spending 3,000 Blue Star dollars, they purchased a rusty yellow Geely automobile. As Sam wiped the dust from the logo on the steering wheel, he clearly caught sight of it. A metallic facial contour. Just a single simple shot. Yet it sent most of the audience into sudden, thrilling palpitations. Many viewers who have watched the trailer already spotted this emblem at the end. Those sharp-eyed enough have already guessed how the plot unfolds. This car is actually a Transformer. Everyone was dumbfounded. If this is true, the unfolding story is absolutely electrifying. Did you see it? The logo on the steering wheel. That's the Transformers emblem. This is a total crowd pleaser. It's just a movie. Why am I this pumped? Damn it. I can't wait to see Sam's face when he discovers this. The audience, showing their viewing etiquette, held back their excitement and stayed silent rather than spoiling it aloud. They clenched their fists in excitement, silently ecstatic, cheering wildly for having spotted this detail. I'm already hyped up. The protagonist is the protagonist. His ride is on another level. Lin Ming was equally thrilled. This narrative direction sent waves of satisfaction through him. But he was also burning with curiosity. How would the Lamborghini make its entrance? Some film critics, however, praised it highly. This connection to the protagonist was fresh and surprising. And they were certain this movie would blow up. Isn't this a Jixiang car? Yeah, it's a model from many years ago. Yes, my friend has one, drove it for many years. Looking at it now, it really is a steal. Such great value, truly a classic. Is this free promotion? I think it's product placement. The camera gave the car logo an explicit close-up. Even like that, it's definitely worth it. The next scene featured Shia in his first acting appearance. He thought his car had been stolen, chased it to an old factory, then nervously left behind his final words. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, he found himself being chased by two dogs. As for Bumblebee, it sensed the damaged glasses in Sam's backpack. They contained coordinates from the Allspark and were transmitting signals to its comrades in the sky. No. Sam was being chased by dogs when Bumblebee, having transformed back into a car, came to rescue him. But Sam threw the car keys at it. Please don't kill me. I'm giving you the keys, I don't want the car anymore. It's yours. Sam fled in a panic and upon running outside stumbled into the police and was mistaken for a car thief. The overall pacing was smooth and unlabored. Amidst the tense atmosphere, it was endlessly entertaining, sending the audience into fits of laughter. Soon the scene transitioned. They arrived at a barren desert. The special ops team from the film's opening had run fast enough to survive by a hair. But because they had photographed the Transformers, they were also targeted by danger. An iron scorpion burst through the sand and pounced ferociously at the special ops team. This scene was depicted in slow motion. The grinding metal sounds of machinery, the terrified expressions on people's faces as they fled, making the imagery utterly breathtaking. Then came the battle in the desert settlement. The VFX combat scenes were packed with detail to the fullest. The Iron Scorpion's devastating firepower made even trained soldiers and militia struggle to resist. They could only request backup over the radio. But the next plot development left every audience member dumbfounded. A reconnaissance aircraft and 2 attack planes appeared in coordinated formation. The launched missiles rained destruction across the sky. The Gatling gun chattered with sparks as if its fire raked straight into every viewer's heart. When the battle ended and the Scorpion severed its tail and fled, people finally snapped back to reality. Then someone suddenly let out a powerful shout. What's truly breathtaking isn't the film's special effects. It's real active-duty aircraft. Transformers are badass. This line blurted out unexpectedly instantly won over the entire audience. And then everyone plunged into a feverish excitement. Cheers erupted all around. The shock wasn't from the film's visual effects, but from the real active-duty fighter jets. Those words struck a chord with everyone. Yes, no matter how realistic the special effects might be, nothing could compare to the awe inspired by genuine tangible technology. Even more terrifying was the fact that military fighter jets, previously classified and never leaked, were now featured in the movie. This experience was truly unprecedented. What's going on? Isn't this the new fighter jet the military recently announced they were developing? The military has never released any footage of it, yet it appeared in the movie. What kind of connections does Earth Pictures have? I thought bombing tanks and passenger planes was already shocking enough, but I never expected footage of the military's latest aircraft. All I can say is that's impressive. The audience erupted in stunned exclamations. Lubai listened, deeply moved. He had initially sought military cooperation, hoping merely to borrow fighter jets already in service. But unexpectedly, it seemed the military internal had reached some kind of understanding and directly brought the latest model jets. Lubai later reflected and roughly understood why. This was the military of Blue Star's Grand Union showing off its muscle to the Seven Islands Resistance Organization. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the capability to borrow such classified fighter squadrons. One could say it was sheer luck. His Iron Man had gained widespread recognition, so when he sought cooperation again, this time all the paperwork went remarkably smoothly. They were also seeking exposure opportunities, so it was a perfect match. Of course, money changed hands. But Lubai felt it was worth every penny. Without this relationship, filming would have been impossible under confidentiality agreements. For this cooperation, the fighter jets weren't even the most stunning part. The real spectacle was yet to come. The movie continued playing. Sam lay at home listless after losing his car. But at that moment his dog began barking frantically at the window. "Ink, stop yapping so early, okay?" he muttered, glancing out the window. To his astonishment, the car lost the previous night was driving back. Panicked, he pushed his electric scooter and fled immediately. "Stop. Leave me alone. I don't have cough syrup." Sam twisted the throttle to the max, but that ominous car persisted in trailing him at a steady pace. Eventually, while dodging pedestrians near the school, he crashed. "Sam, are you okay?" The female lead, Michaela, was having coffee with her friends when she recognized her fallen classmate. "I'm in trouble, my car's chasing me, I've got to run." Amidst Michaela's bewildered gaze, Sam righted his scooter and bolted. Watching Sam's frantic retreating figure, Michaela told her friends, "You guys enjoy, I'll catch up with you later." Sam fled, Bumblebee pursued. There was nowhere for Sam to escape. Michaela chased relentlessly as a police cruiser sounded its cold siren. Sam only wanted to shake off that menacing car heading for a remote garbage station when he spotted a police vehicle idling there. "Officer, listen to me, I want to report." Sam rode closer, but the police car suddenly flung open its door, sending Sam flying to the ground. Sam could only cry for help, too disoriented to question why the door had opened. "Thank God you're here, I've never been in such a mess. I've been tracked all the way here, my car is over there." Before Sam could finish, the police car suddenly roared to life. It slammed into Sam squarely like a lurking beast baring its fangs. The thundering engine pulsed with power like a beast's growl, deadly and cold-blooded. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roared, closing in on Sam. Sam lay on the ground, legs braced against the front of the car, begging for mercy while fighting for survival. But what happened next surpassed his wildest expectations. With his own eyes, he saw the police car's headlights suddenly lurch forward. Mounted above the headlights were razor-sharp blades as keen as the finest surgical knives. They pressed mercilessly against Sam's face. Sam was petrified with terror, crying out in plea, "Don't kill me, what do you want?" Hearing this, the police car door burst open violently, a pair of metallic arms extending from within. The harsh grinding of gears may have been stiff and jarring, yet it delivered the most visceral cinematic thrill to the audience. Beneath the audience's breathless anticipation, a colossal robot materialized out of thin air, transforming from the automobile. The crimson glow emanating from its optical sensors left Sam frozen to the spot. But an intense will to survive compelled him to regain control of his body, and he took off running. Yet he was soon cornered in a dead end. The police car's arm slammed onto the ground demanding, "Is your online alias really Where's My Ding? Answer me, is it?" The tense atmosphere instantly shattered. When the Transformer solemnly asked this question, the entire screening hall couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laughter rose and fell throughout the cinema. What kind of pathetic online name is that? My tune wrapped around my waist. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. How could they mess up such a tense storyline? This movie reminds me of Iron Man in style. Whenever something serious happens, there's always a comedic twist. It's hilarious. How do the actors keep straight faces? The plot unfolded. Sam was stunned by the barrage of questions and replied, "It was me." The Transformer demanded, "Where are those glasses you set free at the fish market?" Gazing at the rampaging, enraged robot, Sam was terrified and immediately slipped away at the first opportunity. When he reached the street, he saw the heroine Michaela riding an electric scooter toward him. "Go away. Stop the car." Sam recognized her and shouted in panic. But Michaela kept driving toward the danger. With no other choice, Sam grabbed her and pulled her off the scooter. "Are you insane, Sam?" Michaela was furious. "There's a monster over there. It just attacked me," Sam explained. Michaela refused to believe him. She looked in the direction Sam pointed and saw the giant robot overturning cars as it charged toward them, the ground rumbling beneath its footsteps. The two were in despair when a battered used car, Optimus Prime, drifted dramatically into the scene, tripping the Decepticon Transformer to the ground. It then whisked them away from the scene. This tense and thrilling sequence had the audience completely immersed. Even more astonishing was when the Decepticon transformed back into a police car, turning the scene into an adrenaline-pumping car chase. Amidst the soaring background music, they fled from afternoon into dusk, dust billowing behind them. Finally, the Optimus car dropped the two off and transformed into a massive yellow robot. Its body bore a worn matte texture, yet standing there exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Immediately, the two robots engaged in a life-and-death battle. This scene made everyone's blood boil with excitement. Isn't this the cover from the first trailer released by director Lou Baye? It really is. I thought it was a Lamborghini transforming. The transformation scenes are incredibly cool, and they make perfect sense. You can't find a single flaw. What divine screenwriter and special effects team is behind this? What surprised the audience even more was that Bumblebee's vocal system, damaged in the battle, was replaced by a radio. This creative choice perfectly hit the audience's hearts. However, the next scene made their blood rush even more. Bumblebee transformed back into a car and automatically opened the doors. "It wants us to get in." The female lead asked fearfully, "Where are we going?" But Sam calmly asked, 50 years from now, when you look back on your life, will you regret not having the courage to get in this car?" Hearing this, Michaela firmly stepped into the car. The background music was bright and cheerful, yet the seeds of foreshadowing had already been planted. A small robot, even after being sawn in half by Michaela's chainsaw, still maintained remarkable vitality. It copied Michaela's phone backup and transformed into a compact mobile device, taking its place. Uncertain whether it was real or not, Sam brought the phone into the car as well. This car's driving skills are quite impressive. Michaela sat on Sam's lap and asked curiously, "Actually, I don't understand. Since it's such an advanced robot, why does it transform back into this beat-up, old car?" The scene shifted. The car braked hard under the tunnel. Sam said nervously, "Don't say that it's going to get mad." But the door still opened automatically, and the radio emitted an angry growl, "Get lost, jerk." The two reluctantly got out. Sam regretted it deeply. Great. The car ran away again. Absolutely awesome. They watched the car drive away. They even saw it driving on two wheels, tilting sideways, much like a dog lifting its leg to urinate. But soon the departing Bumblebee transformed into a completely different form. A low-slung body, a golden shell, an engine roaring deafeningly, and even the emblem on the front had changed to a charging bull, as if it were about to charge forward at any moment. This very scene left every audience member utterly stunned. Lin Ming even jumped to his feet. The Lamborghini he had been anticipating for so long had finally made its appearance. "The Lamborghini I have awaited for so long has finally materialized." Lin Ming sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with ardent desire. Yet the audience behind him jeered, "Sit down. Do not obstruct my view." Lin Ming obediently resumed his seat, though his heart still thrummed with exhilaration. He could only pray mass production commenced swiftly. Whatever the cost, he would secure one. At the prevailing market rates for sports cars on Earth, the price would likely soar into the hundreds of thousands. With his current reserves, purchasing several would be effortlessly within his means. Meanwhile, the assembled spectators erupted into cheers for the machine. The vehicle from the teaser poster has finally appeared. The creator insists it is a Lamborghini. It appears even more spectacular in the film. Good heavens, is that truly an automobile? It is utterly mesmerizing. They claim it is a sports car. I would readily believe it to be extraterrestrial. One glance reveals it lies far beyond my financial reach. Damn it. I do not care. I shall grit my teeth and purchase one regardless. The Lamborghini's cinematic debut instantly captured every attendee's attention. Countless individuals resolved to acquire one. Had the price remained under $500,000, even the most discerning film critics would tighten their belts merely to parade in it. The lens pivoted, casting its gaze upon the cosmos. For celestial bodies plummeted toward the surface, igniting wildfires and spurring news broadcasts. They seamlessly assumed vehicular forms, converging within a deserted alleyway. Those 4 vehicles were FAW Jiefeng heavy-duty tractors. Leader Optimus Prime, a BYD EV convertible. Jazz Optimus Prime's lieutenant, a Jiangling JMC pickup truck. Ironhide, a highly esteemed weapons specialist, a Bakey off-road ambulance. Known as Ratchet, serving as the medic, and a Jixiang second-generation sedan, which metamorphosed into a Lamborghini sports car. Bumblebee the Scout. This sequence left the audience thoroughly astonished. Every single model is a Chinjo brand. I refuse to believe this isn't orchestrated corporate sponsorship. What a masterstroke, securing direct investment to fund the production. Yet my greatest anticipation remains the Lamborghini's mass production. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the FAW Jiefeng tractor morphed into a colossal robot clad in cobalt and crimson. It also elucidated a deeper backstory and underlying conflict. They are the Autobots' steadfast advocates for peace, mortal enemies of the Decepticon faction commanded by Megatron. They had come to Earth to intercept them before the Decepticons could seize the Allspark. Long ago, Cybertron stood as a formidable empire. Yet it fell to treachery at Megatron's hands, with all dissenting forces ruthlessly eradicated. The planet itself was nearly consumed by the endless war, and the Allspark scattered across the cosmos. Megatron trailed the Allspark to Earth only to be encased in the perpetual ice of Antarctica. He was eventually uncovered by Sam's great-great-grandfather during an expedition, entirely unaware that the lenses of his spectacles bore the precise coordinates of the Allspark. Optimus Prime sought to retrieve the glasses and destroy the Allspark, ensuring it never fell into Megatron's grasp. Upon learning of this, Sam proved remarkably cooperative. While searching for the spectacles at home, he was forcibly abducted by Sector 7. In an effort to rescue Sam, the Autobots intercepted the convoy en route. Refusing to endanger humanity, Bumblebee chose not to resist. He passively allowed the personnel to encase him in cryo-freeze and depart. Despite their efforts, neither Sam nor Michaela could evade capture, and both were returned to Sector 7. Optimus Prime's paramount objective was the Allspark. Its destruction took precedence above all else. Yet he could never have anticipated that the coordinates etched upon the glasses pointed directly to Sector 7. The decryption reveals the Allspark lies 370 kilometers from here, Optimus Prime announced. And what of Bumblebee? We cannot merely stand idle while they treat him as a laboratory specimen. Jazz protested, seething with discontent. Optimus Prime responded with calm resolve. Should we fail, his sacrifice would be rendered meaningless. Bumblebee is a valiant warrior. This outcome is precisely what he would have desired. Ironhide voiced his confusion. Why do we fight to protect humanity? They are a primitive and savage species. Are we any different? Optimus Prime retorted. You are all aware that only one path remains to conclude this war. We must annihilate the Allspark. Should all other avenues fail, I shall merge it with the spark within my own chassis. Humanity must not perish for our transgressions. Optimus Prime spoke with unyielding resolve, fully prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. He then declared with solemn gravity, "It has been my profound honor to stand beside you all. Autobots, roll out." His comrades echoed with unwavering conviction, "Roll out." The background score swelled with tragic grandeur. Every viewer present grasped the inevitability. The climactic showdown in Transformers was upon them. Sector 7 was far from peaceful. The Decepticons had already mobilized. Leading the charge was Starscream and his stealth fighter, bombing the entire sector. The research facility was in chaos. To mount a counterattack, the Special Ops team held the head of Sector 7 at gunpoint. Together with Sam and others, they rescued Bumblebee and revealed the location of the Allspark. Bumblebee retrieved it as planned. "If we stay here, we're dead. Megatron is in the hangar next door," the team leader said urgently. With Starscream having cut off the power supply, Megatron could awaken at any moment. He suggested hiding the Allspark somewhere else. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bumblebee transformed back into his Lamborghini and took Sam and Michaela away. The plot grew increasingly tense. Every viewer held their breath. Only Lou Bai watched silently, even noticing the logical flaws in the original version. In the original Earth version, there was a fatal flaw. A soldier suggested taking the Allspark to another city for safekeeping. As a military man, this was completely irresponsible. Cities were packed with civilians, so directing the battle toward populated areas was sheer folly. Even for dramatic effect, such a clumsy narrative choice should never have been introduced. Worse still, the Secretary of Defense actually agreed with the plan. That was the most infuriating part. In Lou Bai's revised version, the plot unfolded as intended. However, after Bumblebee regrouped with Optimus Prime's team, they were bombed by Starscream and pursued by other Decepticons, leaving them no choice but to be driven into the city. This arrangement made far more sense logically. The battle erupted in the city exactly as planned. Car wreckage lay scattered everywhere from the bombing. Panic-stricken civilians fled in terror, screams echoing through the streets. The ground split open and dust billowed into the air. Thanks to Blue Star's powerful visual effects, buildings crumbled dramatically, making the entire battle even more devastating. The roaring flames and thick smoke represented pure spectacle. During this battle, Bumblebee lost a leg, and Jazz was torn apart. Laser missiles and explosions filled the battlefield as Autobots clashed with their enemies. The stunning visual effects left everyone exhilarated. Now this is what a real battle looks like. They're spending money on effects without holding back. It's incredibly thrilling. Michaela driving while Bumblebee fights with his damaged leg is such a cool and beautiful scene. Who could ever top a scene like this? Compared to Iron Man's battles, this film is infinitely more epic. The entire audience was thoroughly electrified. Lin Ming's eyes reddened. He cheered throughout the entire sequence. Everyone struggled to contain their emotions. Under Blue Star's holographic screen, every scene felt utterly immersive. It was impossible not to cheer and scream along with the action. The story raced forward relentlessly. Sam was ordered to carry the Allspark up to a high-rise building and board a military helicopter to evacuate. But Megatron forced him to the rooftop instead. The helicopter sent to extract them was destroyed in the crossfire. Whether it's fear or courage that drives you. Megatron sneered like a cat toying with a mouse. Hand over the Allspark and I'll spare your life. You can serve as my pet. Sam screamed in terror. I will never give the Allspark to you. What a shame. Megatron swung his massive chains, sending sparks exploding outward. Sam tumbled from the building to the ground, his screams of panic echoing below. But Optimus Prime arrived just in time, catching him. Hold on to the Allspark tightly. Then he leaped from the rooftop, bounding between buildings as glass shattered and debris flew in every direction. The visual effects were truly spectacular. Megatron also leaped from the rooftop and slammed Optimus Prime to the ground, the special effects absolutely burning through the budget. Sam sustained only minor injuries under Optimus Prime's desperate protection. He remembered the instructions and clutched the Allspark to his chest. Sam. Optimus Prime released him, his eyes filled with admiration and warmth. You risked your life to protect the Allspark. But the next moment he seemed to make a decision. If I cannot kill Megatron, you must plunge the Allspark into my chest. I will sacrifice myself and destroy the Allspark along with it. This moment brought the audience to tears. They dreaded seeing a sacrifice, especially one involving Optimus Prime, whose strong charisma made it emotionally unbearable. The two leaders engaged in a brutal battle. Optimus Prime was ultimately overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Seeing Sam in danger, he urgently called out, Sam, quickly shove the Allspark into my chest. Now. Sam panicked, backing away across the ground while clutching the Allspark. But then he spotted Megatron wounded and struggling to rise, unable to support his massive frame. Sam saw his chance and gathered his courage, charging toward Megatron with the Allspark raised high, aiming it straight at the Decepticon leader's chest. Since the Allspark could kill Optimus Prime, it would undoubtedly devastate Megatron as well. Sam's gamble paid off. Megatron's chest cavity cracked open and the Allspark shattered along with him. In that moment, the audience's tense anticipation finally released. A powerful roar erupted from the crowd as everyone celebrated with ecstatic cheers. We won. A happy ending. Hooray. I was worried it would end tragically. Thank goodness King Tianzu is fine. He truly deserves to be the leader. It's a pity that Juesher died, that lieutenant. Yes, the biotic car is also very cool. The battle ended and the cinema erupted with thunderous applause. Everyone was moved by the plot. Evil was defeated and all breathed a sigh of relief. The pacing was so intense that if it hadn't ended we would have run out of breath. Lin Ming clenched his fists tightly, filled with encouragement. He got all the satisfaction he wanted. Not only did he watch a wonderful movie with explosive special effects, the Lamborghini he had been anticipating also appeared in the film. What drove him even more ecstatic was the real military aircraft and tank formations. This is beyond the reach of ordinary film crews. This movie is so good. I will definitely bring my bestie to watch it again and again. The dance major junior that Lin Ming brought also had sparkling eyes and flushed cheeks from excitement. She never watched sci-fi films from Chinzhou, believing they were all shoddy imitations, and that Meizhou's sci-fi was the best. If Lin Ming hadn't invited her, she probably wouldn't have gone. But this time completely shattered her ingrained prejudice. Then you should also watch Iron Man. Lin Ming earnestly recommended. Upon hearing this, Junior Kai suddenly showed a shy expression. Then, where are you planning to take me to watch it? Lin Ming chuckled. I know a hotel with excellent screening equipment. Junior Kai pretended to be reserved, then finally nodded. You must not trick me, or I will be angry. Lin Ming smiled, but his eyes were contemptuous. You sure know how to put on an act. What a pity that I have no chance with Han Moing. That goddess who has never been in love truly haunts my dreams. Can't have the main course, so I'll settle for dessert first. Lin Ming thought to himself. But his gaze remained fixed on the big screen. He knew the movie was nearing its end. Indeed, the film was approaching its end. King Tianzu looked at Shanmu and said earnestly, Shanmu, I owe you my life. We all owe you. Tiepi said regretfully, Juesher has fallen. King Tianzu held the body of Lieutenant Juesher and looked at the surrounding humans. We have lost good comrades, but we have also made new ones. Thank you, everyone. I admire your bravery. I have something to say, sir. Da Wangfeng, sitting in the car, spoke up. Everyone was astonished that his vocal organs had recovered. Da Wangfeng said earnestly, I wish to stay with the boy. If he agrees. Shamu smiled brightly, agreed. The scene shifts to a news broadcast. The president has ordered the dissolution of Sector 7 and the disposal of alien bodies. In the deepest ocean of Blue Star, Wizenshin will be buried. The extreme pressure and low temperature at this depth will crush and flatten the body, leaving no trace. As the TV host narrates, the scene cuts to the sea area. But this shift in the shot made all the audience unable to sit still. On the vast ocean, aircraft carrier groups appeared. Countless destroyers, helicopters, and reconnaissance planes circled over the sea and sky. The visual quality, it was all shot on location. What a god-tier film crew. They even managed to rent the Blue Star military's aircraft carrier groups for filming. This movie is invincible. Even the sci-fi films that Meager is proud of can't achieve such grand scenes. Oh my god. Even in documentaries, the military's aircraft carrier groups are shot from a distance, but this film actually got so close. Can it really pass censorship? We could even see the soldiers on the deck. Damn. People were utterly amazed, their minds blank. This was a shot never before seen in Blue Star cinema. It actually appeared in a movie. The audience's attention was completely scattered. Even Wyzenshin being dropped into the coast didn't spark any discussion. Even the best special effects couldn't compare to the shock of the carrier groups. They thought the tanks and reconnaissance planes were impressive enough, but the heavy bomb was saved for the very end of the film. Even if the movie tickets were sold at a higher price, it would be totally justified. Amid the exclamations of admiration, the film reached its final moments. Echoing the opening, Qing Tianzhu's deep voiceover intoned, Huizhong Yuan has been destroyed. We cannot return to our home planet. In the midst of the narration, the special operations team leader completed his mission, returned home, and reunited with his wife and children. Fate's irony has given us a new home. Under the setting sun, Shan Mu lounged on the hood of a Lanbo Gni, embracing and kissing Mi Kai La passionately. The narration continued, we have blended in with the inhabitants hiding in plain sight, but we also protect them in secret. The camera panned through the dusky night, zooming in on several vehicles on the hillside for a cool close-up shot. Then it captured Qing Tianzhu watching the sunset, waiting, protecting. I have witnessed their courage. And though they are from a different world like us, they cannot be judged by their appearance. I am Qing Tianzhu, calling all Qi Che Ren exiled in the universe. We are here. We are waiting. As the words faded, Qing Tianzhu turned and departed. The background music filled with hope and passion stirred everyone's emotions. At that moment, the big screen went dark. An aircraft shot out of Lanxing, and then the credits rolled, signaling the end of the film. The hall lights came on, and the discussions grew louder and more chaotic. Did you see the plane that launched into space? That was Hong Zhizhu who bombed the Di-Chi-Chu earlier, right? That guy never does anything right. This is definitely a big setup. The sequel is guaranteed. Calling the exiled robots, that's pretty obvious. Do you remember? Qing Tianzhu found a small piece of Huizhong Mo Fong on Wei Zhentian's chest. It will definitely be important in the next one. For the next movie, let's ask Di Chioing-yi to make Bian Xingjin Gang. I prefer Gang Taixia. I just want Lan Bo Ji and I to be released soon. This movie is really worth watching multiple times. So exhilarating. The media reporters were also waiting, wondering if there would be a QA session after the screening. But soon they were informed by the distributor that there was no such session. The media reporters were quite disappointed. However, before leaving, they still received red envelopes as a thank you gift. They naturally understood that this was a gesture to ask them to write favorable comments. Of course, even without the red envelopes, they would spare no effort in praising this film. This was really great. Unexpectedly perfect. The combat special effects were maxed out, military aircraft models appeared, and the carrier fleet at sea was an unprecedented spectacle. They returned to their cars, or went to coffee shops, unwilling to go home immediately, and started writing drafts on the spot, afraid of missing the first wave of trending traffic. Collaborating with the military, this is arguably the most stunning sci-fi film on Lanxing. Bian Xingjin Gang gets a perfect score. A movie you'll regret not watching. How stunning can maxed out special effects be? Bian Xingjin Gang tells you the truth. The most creative car transformations, the most visually stunning carrier fleet. Is the military showing off its muscles to the Qi Dao Zhou resistance through Bian Xingjin Gang? In an instant, film critics and news media all began releasing articles. It attracted countless passers-by, and the headlines alone whetted everyone's appetite. Pre-sale tickets, even for morning shows days later, continued to sell well. News and updates about Bian Xingjin Gang swept across the entire internet. It was an absolute sensation. Online everywhere was the sound of discussions about Transformers. Is it really that good? Besides the film critics, there are only 100 lucky audience members who got to see the premiere. Who knows what it's actually like? With so many supportive articles online, it feels like a sure thing. Yeah, I watched the previous movie Iron Man, it was really awesome. When the pre-sale for this movie went up, I already booked my tickets. Wait till I watch it tomorrow, and I'll tell you. Can you transfer yours, man? Transformers, amidst the reviews from major media outlets and film critics, topped the trending search, with countless people browsing the posts quite curious. But soon the news of topping the trending search slowly faded. In less than an hour, it had already dropped out of the top 10. How's it going? Executive President Su Jianghe, after leaving the screening hall, had been making preparations. He urgently convened a company meeting, having all departments come back to work overtime. He looked at the head of the PR department, his expression extremely serious. The #1 trending topic on Weibo has dropped. Our battle armor fanatics has climbed to 8th. The #1 trending on Bilibili and the hot videos on Douyin have also been rate limited. The head of PR replied respectfully, Su Jianghe scrolled through the comments under Transformers Weibo post very dissatisfied. Didn't I tell you to hire internet trolls to stir up trouble? Why can't I see a single negative review? And what about the Dubon movie score, why hasn't it dropped? The director was breaking out in cold sweat this. He didn't know how to explain it, it was simply too bizarre. He had clearly hired many internet trolls to flood various platforms with comments. But the group administrators told him the comments were deleted and the accounts were banned. What was going on? He couldn't understand it at all. Negative reviews would get accounts banned. Was there no justice anymore? Speak quickly. Su Jianghe glared at him angrily. Frightened, the director began to tremble and stammered his reply. I guess the other side spent a lot of money to delete negative reviews. Or perhaps Weibo has significant connections and is cleaning up voluntarily. Su Jianghe slammed his hand on the desk, sternly bellowing, connections. If they had connections, we wouldn't have been able to suppress their trending topic. The director lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Su Jianghe was even more furious. If this battle was lost, he'd be out of a job. But his subordinates were all useless. Go invite those big stars to post on Weibo and Douyin. Promote our movie. Our premiere has also ended, right? Invite more media to promote the movie. Starting tomorrow, have the director take the stars to visit major theaters to expand our promotional reach. The director didn't dare breathe heavily. Understood. Su Jianghe looked coldly at his subordinate. Have you negotiated the concession terms with the major cinemas yet? How did they respond? The director humbly replied, they agreed to our conditions. Hearing this, Su Jianghe felt slightly reassured. All departments were working furiously under his arrangement. But his heart remained deeply uncertain, and just thinking about the quality shown in Transformers filled him with profound despair. Had the fan economy really been demoted from its pedestal? He asked himself in despair, but his gaze fell on the director still standing respectfully in place, and he suddenly cursed, what are you standing there for? Get out. Lu Bai returned to the villa. He went straight to the warehouse. Jarvis, any updates? He hadn't forgotten that during the movie screening a man dressed in luxury had left the cinema, which made Lu Bai alert. And he had asked Jarvis to keep a close eye on online activity. Reporting, sir, during the movie premiere at least 4,000 people spoke on various platforms to smear Transformers, attempting to stir up controversy. And my handling resulted in deleting all comments and banning all accounts. Hearing Jarvis's words, Lu Bai smiled satisfied. Having Jarvis monitor the internet was truly comforting. However, Jarvis's next words made Lu Bai frown uneasy. However, the trending topics on major platforms have all been suppressed by Capital. The text ends here.